Raftel, is this the One Piece? So this is the One Piece. Is this really the One Piece? So this is what the historical text records. How interesting. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates chattered around a large box, each with expressions of surprise, astonishment, understanding, and excitement on their faces. And their captain, Straw Hat Luffy, was standing at the bow, holding his straw hat with one hand, smiling in the sea breeze, showing 8 big white teeth. Standing behind him was the three-sword swordsman Zoro, with his hands on his chest facing the sea breeze, and a green headscarf tied on his arm, shaking in the wind. Zoro smiled and asked, "Luffy, you're the Pirate King now. How do you feel?" "I have been the Pirate King for a long time." "Huh?" Zoro looked over in confusion. Luffy suddenly fell backwards, hooked his feet on the bow of the Sunshine, and said to Zoro upside down, "Because the freest person on the sea is the Pirate King. What makes me happy is the adventures and partners along the way, not the title of Pirate King." Luffy turned over suddenly, sat cross-legged on the bow, and said happily, facing the sea breeze, "The adventure is over, Zoro. Everyone has realized their dreams, but I still want to continue the adventure. Now, I can understand what Roger did after finding One Piece. Luffy laughed happily, as if he thought of something interesting. Zoro's expression moved, revealing a trace of worry. "Luffy, since you started using Gear 2 frequently, and then Gear 3 and Gear 4, your vitality is rapidly fading, and you often cough up blood recently. I'm afraid your lifespan is the same as Roger's back then. There's not much left, right?" Zoro is the person who knows Luffy best in the Straw Hat Pirates, and the one who knows his physical condition best. "Don't worry about those little things, Zoro. For the rest of the time, we have to continue to take risks." Luffy laughed heartily. "Continue taking risks? We have already traveled around the world. Where else in this world is worth taking risks?" Zoro asked doubtfully. Luffy ignored Zoro's doubts, turned around and faced everyone, shouting, "Brothers, from today now, in this moment, Straw Hat Pirates, disband." Everyone screamed, only Zoro smiled. Luffy opened his arms to Zoro and said, "Zoro, I'm ready. I want to go to the new world for adventure." Zoro was stunned, and then immediately understood what Luffy meant. He carefully took off the green turban on his arm, tied it on his head, and said seriously, "Are you sure, Luffy? I just found a new use for this trick, but I can't guarantee your safety." Luffy smiled with his big white teeth. "Of course. Can guaranteeing safety be called adventure? When I think of a new adventure, I'm so excited that I tremble all over." Zoro pulled out all 3 swords and took a 3-sword fighting stance. He said solemnly, "Luffy, then let me lend you a hand." Seeing that the two were talking peacefully and suddenly wanted to fight, the crew surrounded them. "Zoro, what are you doing?" Chopper exclaimed. "Asshole Zoro, you dare to swing a knife at the Pirate King." Usopp took out a huge slingshot and aimed it at Zoro. Zoro ignored it. The knife light was cold, the black-armed color domineering wrapped around the blade, and the entire blade was covered with a layer of black air. The 3 long swords slowly turned. The blade cut through the air, and the space seemed to begin to distort. Fishman Jinbei muttered solemnly, "Is this the legendary sword?" Zoro began to recite slowly, 9 mountains and 8 seas, 1 world. "Asshole Zoro, I'll bite you to death." Chopper jumped on Zoro's head and bit his headscarf. Zoro's forehead was pressed against Chopper's small hoof, and his eyes were still looking directly at Luffy, and he continued to recite. "Gathering 1,000 worlds will form a small 1,000 worlds, and this world multiplied by 3 will be 3,000 worlds." The 3 long swords turned faster and faster. In the white light intertwined by the sword light, something appeared like a mirage, but it was not clear what it was. "This move is too powerful. Luffy is in danger. Must kill Green Star Devil." Usopp shot the demon plant at Zoro. A huge Venus flytrap grew under Zoro's feet and bit his legs. "Zoro, are you serious?" Nami was a little panicked when she saw that Zoro didn't stop. Robin smiled at the side and didn't stop him. "Oh, if Zoro wins, will the Straw Hat Pirates be called the Green Turban Pirates in the future?" Brook, who was only a skeleton, had 2 eyes without eyeballs shining. Zoro was covered with plants and had Chopper on his head. He shouted, "One big 3,000, the world. Zonko." As soon as Zoro finished speaking, 3 bright sword lights slashed at Luffy. The 3 sword lights merged together in the air, forming a ball of light that enveloped Luffy. Luffy showed a standard smile in the ball of light and waved goodbye to everyone. The ball of light disappeared. Luffy also disappeared, Usopp was horrified and asked Zoro, "What did you take, Luffy?" Zoro sheathed his sword, pulled off the green headscarf on his head, and said coldly, "I don't know either. How can we get Luffy back? I don't know. Can we go find him? I don't know. Stupid Zoro. How come you don't know anything? Oh, you are so annoying. Chopper, don't bite my sword. Luffy's body hasn't recovered yet. I'll bite you to death. Konoha Village. The village is bustling with people coming and going. Haha, I've really arrived in a new world. Zoro's swordsmanship is really amazing. Well, this place is a bit like Wano country. Luffy stood on a big tree, put his palm on his forehead, and looked at Konoha Village. Puff Luffy suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. The reason for vomiting blood is because I'm too hungry. I'll be fine after I eat. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without caring and strode towards the village. A bowl of ramen, right? Facing the question of the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, the uncle, Naruto, answered loudly, "Yes, a bowl of ramen. I love ramen the most." The uncle was amused by Naruto and turned to Sasuke next to Naruto and asked, "What about you? Are you not going home for dinner today?" Sasuke was not so cold at this time and answered politely, "I want a bowl of ramen too. No one is at home today, so I can only eat and go back. It's rare. Mom is not at home either." It was rare for the hand to see Sasuke coming to eat noodles, so he chatted with him. "Mom is not here either. My brother is very busy, and there's no one at home today." Sasuke answered in detail. Naruto showed a trace of envy next to him. "Is this the feeling of having a family? It doesn't seem so good. Isn't it the same as me? Your noodles." The hand-beating daughter, Ayam, brought up 2 bowls of ramen and placed them in front of Naruto and Sasuke. "Naruto, why did you bring a bucket of paint?" Ayam smiled and asked knowingly. A few days ago, he graffitied on the Hokage rock with paint and was chased by Irika teacher all over the street. It is already known to everyone. Is this time to make persistent efforts and create more glory? Naruto hurriedly waved his hand to deny and said, Nothing. I need it at home." "Oh." Ayam nodded suddenly, pursed her lips and smiled and walked away. It's a close call. I was almost discovered." Naruto patted his chest and said to himself. Looking at the steaming ramen in front of him, Naruto was in a good mood. The ramen of a hand-beating uncle is the most delicious food in the world. The most delicious food? I want to eat it so much. A voice sounded in Naruto's ears. Chapter 2. Painting the Hokage Monument. The voice was so close to Naruto's ear that it startled him. Turning his head, he saw a boy dressed in a red vest and blue shorts practically glued to his side. The straw-hatted youth had leaned so close to the ramen bowl that his face hovered just above it, eyes gleaming with hunger. His large nostrils flaring as he inhaled the savory aroma. Worried the stranger's drool might drip into his food, Naruto quickly warned, Hey, don't get so close. Watch your bang." Before he could finish, Luffy accidentally kicked the paint bucket at his feet, sending a loud clatter through the shop. Sorry, Luffy apologized. Though his eyes remained fixed on the ramen, Naruto flinched, glancing around nervously before relaxing when he realized no one had noticed. He turned back to study Luffy, an unfamiliar face, someone he'd never seen in the village before. His gaze flickered between the paint bucket under the table, the ramen, and Luffy several times before an idea sparked in his mind. "How about this? I'll treat you to ramen, and afterward, you help me with something?" Naruto proposed, his tone coaxing. "Really? You're the best." The moment Luffy heard "treat you to ramen," everything else became background noise. Without hesitation, he snatched the bowl and slurped down the entire serving in seconds. That was delicious. Luffy sighed in satisfaction. Naruto barely opened his mouth to state his request when, "Boss, another bowl." Luffy hollered toward Tucci, the ramen chef. Wait. Naruto's attempt to intervene was futile. Considering what he needed Luffy to do, Naruto reasoned. 1 bowl probably isn't enough for that job. Spending a little extra to see Irika-sensei and the other ninjas lose their minds without lifting a finger? Worth it. "Boss, another bowl." By the time Naruto finished that thought, Luffy had already polished off another serving. No way. I didn't stop him again. Well, 3 bowls are still manageable, Naruto consoled himself. "Boss, another bowl." Luffy raised his hand once more. "For bowls, fine. More food means more work done." Naruto reached into his pocket, squeezing his wallet. "Another bowl. 5 is my absolute limit. Any more, and I'm stopping him." Another bowl. Another bowl. As the stack of empty bowls beside Luffy grew taller, Naruto clenched his teeth. He already had 19, might as well let him hit 20. Nearby, Sasuke had long finished his meal. watching Luffy devour each bowl with ruthless efficiency. Leaving not a single drop of broth behind, he silently took another sip from his own bowl. Naruto sat frozen, fists clenched. His expression a mix of agony and resignation as he stared at the glutton before him. Sasuke frowned. Naruto, aren't you going to eat? They had entered Ichiraku ramen together, yet while Sasuke had finished, Naruto didn't have a single bowl in front of him. Hearing Sasuke speak, Luffy also turned to Naruto and asked, "Yeah, aren't you eating? This ramen is absolutely delicious." Being questioned by both of them simultaneously, Naruto glanced at the towering stack of empty bowls and gritted his teeth. "I am not hungry." "Oh, I see. So it's because you're not hungry?" Luffy nodded with sudden understanding, his expression brightening. "But when you're starving, you have to eat, you know." With that, he lowered his head and resumed devouring his noodles. Sasuke stepped out of Ichiraku ramen, curiosity gnawing at him. What kind of favor could Naruto possibly need? To treat someone to so many bowls of ramen? By the time the empty bowls beside Luffy had piled into a small mountain, Naruto was beyond the point of intervention. Just then, Tucci, the ramen chef, approached. "Young man, we're running out of bowls in the shop." Naruto's head snapped up, his heart leaping with joy. Tucci is a legend. A ramen shop shouldn't even have this many bowls in the first place. "Ah, no more bowls. What a shame. I'm still not full," Luffy lamented, patting his stomach. "Can I just eat straight from the pot?" Luffy asked earnestly. "No." Naruto and Ayam blurted out in unison. Ayam was primarily concerned about the mess. Naruto, however, was genuinely out of money. His refusal was purely reflexive. Luffy scratched his head. "Is the pot too heavy? I can help carry it." Tucci smiled gently. "The pot's empty too. Come back next time." "Yes." Finally, a tiny version of Naruto inside his mind jumped for joy, punching the air in triumph. A ramen shop shouldn't stock this much dough either. That's too bad. I'm still hungry. "Your ramen is amazing, old man," Luffy said regretfully. Naruto seethed internally. "Still not full? I haven't even had a single bowl today. Ugh, what am I even doing? I should have just gone and vandalized the Hokage monument myself." But the money was already spent, a sunk cost. Naruto had no choice but to see this through. Tucci began clearing the mountainous stack of bowls and remarked to Luffy, "In all my years running this shop, you're the first customer to finish 32 bowls in one sitting." "Really? But I'm still not full. Next time, I'll break that record," Luffy declared, rubbing his stomach as he stood up. "There won't be a next time," Naruto thought grimly, squeezing his empty wallet. Luffy grinned and extended a hand toward Naruto. "I was too hungry earlier, forgot to introduce myself. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, an adventurer from another world." I'm Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto replied absently, shaking his hand. "Wait, another world? Adventure? Is this guy insane?" Naruto's chest tightened with dread. His hard-earned money might have just gone down the drain. "Thanks for the meal. See ya." Luffy turned to leave. Wait. Naruto grabbed his bucket of paint and chased after him. Luffy glanced back. "What's up?" "I told you. I treated you to ramen, so you owe me a favor." "Is that so?" Luffy pondered Naruto's words, only recalling the mention of treating him to ramen. "Well, since I ate your ramen, I should help out." "What do you need me to do?" Naruto wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow in relief. Thank goodness he didn't try to weasel out of it. Otherwise, I'd be at a huge loss. He handed over a bucket of paint and said, "Use this to draw on the Hokage rock." "No problem." "Can I draw anything I want?" Luffy took the bucket eagerly. "Well, not exactly drawing. More like scribbling. The messier, the better," Naruto clarified. "Scribbling? That sounds fun. I'm great at that." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Naruto thought for a moment. 1 week. For the next 7 days. You'll paint on the Hokage rock every night if there are people around during the day. Just don't get caught. Originally, Naruto had only intended for Luffy to vandalize the rock once, but the guy had devoured 32 bowls of ramen. So, he extended the task to make up for his losses. "Got it. Don't worry." Luffy agreed cheerfully before striding off with the paint bucket. Watching his confident stride, Naruto felt a sliver of consolation. At least the money wasn't completely wasted. The Hokage rock was impossible to miss, looming overhead, impossible to ignore. The next week was going to be chaotic. The thought made Naruto grin, but then his stomach growled. I'm broke. Guess it's instant noodles for me." Meanwhile, Luffy marched through the streets of Konoha, swinging the paint bucket. "This place really reminds me of Wano." Suddenly, he stopped and scratched his head. "Wait, where did that Naruto guy say to paint again? Hokage something?" He flagged down a passing farmer. "Hey, old man, what is a Hokage?" The farmer gaped. "You don't know the Hokage? He is the leader of all the village's shinobi. If he is the leader, he must be pretty strong, huh? Luffy mused, rubbing his chin. Of course. The Hokage is the most powerful shinobi in the village. The farmer declared proudly. No wonder Naruto needed my help. Even he can't mess with someone that's strong. Luffy felt rather clever without Robin or Nami around to explain things. So where is he? The farmer pointed to a tall building at the village center. That's the Hokage's residence. Easy enough. What does he look like? The farmer gestured toward a massive rock face. Those are the statues of past Hokage. The third one is the current Hokage. Oh, an old guy. Show some respect. Address him properly. The farmer scolded. Right. Luffy laughed before heading toward the Hokage's office. This mission is gonna be fun. The new world is full of surprises, hee hee. Chapter 3. The eerie assault deep into the night. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lay sound asleep in his bed. The moon hung bright and solitary in the sky, its silver light spilling through the window and casting sharp-edged shadows of the window frame upon the floor. Suddenly, a straw-hatted head appeared within the frame, peering at the slumbering Hokage before curling its lips into a grin, revealing a row of immaculate white teeth. The head withdrew as stealthily as it had come. Then, a hand wielding a paintbrush slithered in through the window like a serpent. The pungent scent of fresh paint assaulted Hiruzen's senses, followed by an eerie, chilling sensation, as though a colossal serpent were gliding its tongue across his skin. Jolting awake, he leapt from his bed. An enemy attack? Unthinkable. Who would dare infiltrate the Hokage's residence within Konoha? Before him unfolded a bizarre spectacle, an unnaturally elongated arm, indeed, an arm. For it ended in a hand clutching a dripping red paintbrush, swayed menacingly in the room, poised like a serpent ready to strike. Ignoring the paint smeared across his body, Hiruzen assumed a defensive stance, eyes locked onto the disembodied limb. What manner of jutsu was this? Genjutsu? Sorcery? Its serpentine movements reminded him of his former student, Orochimaru, the only one he knew capable of such techniques. And Orochimaru had motive to strike against the village. Orochimaru, show yourself. Hiruzen barked toward the window, undeterred by his paint-splattered state. Surely you didn't come just to drench me in paint? No answer came. The paintbrush-wielding hand swayed midair, as if searching for its target, then lashed toward Hiruzen's face with startling agility. The Hokage, ever nimble, dodged while hurling kunai in retaliation. Yet the hand evaded effortlessly, as though endowed with sight, relentlessly pursuing him. The brush nearly smeared his face multiple times. Then, from beyond the window, an unfamiliar voice murmured, Gomu Gomu no. Machine gun. In an instant, the hand erupted into a frenzied barrage of strikes, pummeling Hiruzen's face with the brush before he could react. Had it been a kunai instead, his body would have been riddled with holes. As Hiruzen reeled in shock, the same voice erupted into laughter, and the painted hand withdrew through the window. Silence reclaimed the night. Disregarding the acrid stench of paint, Hiruzen swiftly checked himself for signs of genjutsu or ninjutsu. To his bewilderment, he found no trace of either, only the indignity of being splattered head to toe in crimson. Perplexed beyond measure, he pondered the true intentions behind such an act. The intruder had evaded the vigilant police force patrolling the village outskirts, slipped past the covert ANBU sentinels, and infiltrated the Hokage's residence, only to drench him in paint. To pierce his flesh with kunai would have been effortless, yet the assailant deliberately chose the most flamboyant and humiliating method, as if executing a mere prank. But in the world of adults, nothing is ever simple. This couldn't possibly be the whole story. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst through the window with decisive urgency, standing atop the roof. His gaze swept across the moonlit village. Desolate streets stretched empty below, devoid of any suspicious traces. No enemy would expend such effort merely to paint him red. There must be a greater scheme at play. But what? A shinobi capable of vanishing without trace under his very nose couldn't be some nameless rogue. Could it truly be Orochimaru? Yet the voice he'd heard didn't quite match. Two shadowy figures materialized before him ANBU on night watch. Their masked faces betrayed silent bewilderment at the sight of their paint-drenched Hokage in pajamas, the acrid stench of fresh pigment hanging thick in the air. They exchanged glances but dared not inquire. Perhaps their leader was testing some new jutsu? Report any suspicious activity, Hiruzen demanded, kneeling on one knee. The operatives responded in unison. No anomalies detected, Lord Hokage. Something fled through my window moments ago. You witnessed nothing? Disbelief colored his voice as he pressed further. We responded immediately upon seeing you emerge, my lord, one ANBU replied. Absolutely nothing else. Hiruzen's frown deepened when both shook their helmets in negation. This defied reason. These were elite jonin handpicked by himself, their competence beyond question. He'd seen the intruder's arm reaching through his window. They should have detected anyone standing outside. Had he hallucinated? Yet the sticky red evidence coating his body proved otherwise. The memory of Naruto's recent paint pranks surfaced, only to be dismissed with a sharp headshake. The boy lacked such capability. Even with the Kyuubi's chakra, such flawless stealth remained impossible. The beast's violent energy would have alerted every shinobi in the village upon release. What manner of shinobi could suppress their chakra so completely? Lost in thought, Hiruzen absently stroked his beard, only to recoil as crimson-coated strands stuck to his fingers. Several white hairs sacrificed to the drying paint. Tomorrow, scrutinize every stranger in the village, he commanded, particularly unknown shinobi. Hi. The Anbu bowed in immediate obedience. Watching the two figures depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his gaze to his paint-splattered attire. Muttering to himself, he pondered, having succeeded in his mischief, that fellow likely won't return tomorrow. We'll have to investigate recent strangers entering the village. I shall uncover the identity of this mysterious troublemaker. Beneath the silvery moonlight, a straw-hatted youth sprinted joyously along, paint bucket swinging in hand. Coming to a halt by a meandering river, Monkey D. Luffy found himself enveloped in nature's symphony, the chirping of birds and humming of insects the only companions in this secluded spot. With boisterous laughter echoing across the water, Luffy exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. What tremendous fun. How fortunate I inquired not only about the Hokage's residence but also his identity. It would have been quite the blunder to paint the wrong person. So that elderly gentleman was the Hokage. Is Hokage his surname? How peculiar these ninja names are." His stomach growled like rumbling thunder. Rubbing his abdomen, the young pirate captain lamented, "This hunger pains me. These woods must teem with game. It reminds me of training days with Rayleigh. How nostalgic." Abandoning his paint bucket, Luffy propelled himself with explosive energy into the forest's shadowy depths. Chapter 4. Speak Your Dreams Outside Konoha Village. By the banks of the Naka River. The deep forest echoed with the terrified roars and agonized cries of beasts. Before long, a bonfire flickered to life along the riverside. Plop. Luffy tossed the last bone aside, patted his stomach with satisfaction, and let out a contented burp. I'm stuffed. Beside him, a small mountain of bleached bones gleamed under the firelight, while the Naka River flowed silently onward. Stretching out lazily on the grass, Luffy muttered to himself, "It's so boring without my crew around." At this time, we'd usually be having a grand feast together. His companions had already achieved their dreams, eager to return home to their loved ones. Knowing his own time was limited, Luffy had chosen this reckless adventure into another world, unwilling to burden his friends. "Once this mission's done, I'll leave and keep exploring." A voice spoke from behind him. "You ate so much ramen earlier, and you're still hungry?" Sasuke had appeared unnoticed, eyeing the towering pile of bones. Luffy glanced back. The ramen was delicious, but there wasn't enough. "I could never get full on that." Sasuke's eye twitched. 32 bowls wasn't enough? What kind of stomach does this guy have? The Uchiha clan's lands bordered the Naka River. Nestled at the edge of Konoha, these woods were where Sasuke and his brother Itachi once trained together. Tonight, with Itachi absent, Sasuke had practiced alone until late. The bonfire had drawn him in, revealing the straw-hatted boy from Ichiraku Ramen earlier that day. "Too little? You ate 32 bowls," Sasuke remarked dryly, though usually reserved. Even he couldn't resist commenting on Luffy's appetite. Suddenly, Luffy sat up, his expression serious. "Back in my home, the East Blue, there's a famous saying." Intrigued, Sasuke leaned in. "What saying?" "If you're hungry, you eat until you're full." Sasuke blinked, then burst out laughing. "That's not a saying, you just made that up." Somehow, after just a few words with Luffy, the weight of his brother's absence had lightened. The boy's effortless cheer had a way of brightening the mood. "Nah, it's totally a real saying. I'd never forget something that important," Luffy insisted, flopping back onto the grass. With a chuckle, Sasuke settled by the fire. "I'm Sasuke." "What's your name?" "Monkey D." "Luffy." "I came here from another world to go on an adventure," Luffy answered, gazing at the stars. "An adventure? Another world?" Sasuke tilted his head. "There's nothing to explore in Konoha." Born and raised in the village, his days revolved around meals, sleep, and training. Even at the academy, it was just more of the same. At school, he had no friends, and life was unbearably monotonous. The only moments that brought Sasuke any joy were when he practiced ninjutsu with his brother. To him, the Hidden Leaf Village was utterly dull, far from a place where adventure could be found. "Exploring the unknown, that's what adventure is," Luffy declared, gazing at the starry sky. Exploring the unknown is adventure? Sasuke repeated the word softly. Adventure was something he had never considered before. In the lexicon of a shinobi, there were only missions, discipline, assassination, never words like freedom or adventure. Is adventure fun? Sasuke asked after a moment of thought. Yeah, it's amazing. If I couldn't go on adventures, I'd rather die, Luffy replied with a carefree grin. Sasuke's expression flickered. Is it really that exciting? But my family expects me to become an outstanding shinobi. I probably won't have the chance to go on adventures. Watching Luffy's unwavering confidence, Sasuke felt an unfamiliar pang of envy. Adventure has been my dream since I was a kid. What's yours? Luffy pressed. Sasuke hesitated. My family wants me to become a powerful shinobi, like the third Hokage's father, Sarutobi Sasuke. That's why they named me Uchiha Sasuke. You keep talking about what others want. What about your dream? Luffy interrupted, his tone firm. Me? Sasuke faltered. Tell me your dream, not what others expect of you. Luffy met Sasuke's gaze, unwavering. Shinobi were raised to obey orders, complete missions. Rarely were they encouraged to think for themselves. Luffy's question left Sasuke at a loss. My dream. Sasuke murmured, staring into the crackling flames. I don't think I've ever considered it. Luffy flopped back onto the grass, hands behind his head. Everyone has a dream. Think hard, you'll figure it out. Everyone does. Of course. The next night, Sarutobi Hiruzen slept fitfully. The AMBU had worked tirelessly all day. Yet there was no trace of the assailant from the previous night. It was as if the attacker had materialized out of thin air within the Hidden Leaf village. Who would have imagined the Hokage being ambushed within his own village? This was unprecedented in Konoha's history. Even Hiruzen himself had never anticipated such a thing. Had the assailant wielded a blade instead, Hiruzen would have become the first Hokage assassinated within the village. As he hovered between sleep and wakefulness, the faint scent of paint reached his nose. His eyes snapped open, only to see a crimson paintbrush hovering inches from his face. Splat! Before he could react, the brush smeared across his face, coating his skin in thick red paint, sealing his eyes shut. Even the unflappable Hiruzen couldn't suppress a startled cry at the sudden assault. Once again, the hand had reached in through the window. Hiruzen Sarutobi's vision was completely obscured. Yet his battle-hardened instincts propelled him to leap from his bed. Guided by memory, he lunged toward the door. Crash! The door splintered as he burst through, fleeing the confined space. A seasoned warrior knows to evade entanglement when blinded. As he wiped the crimson paint smeared across his eyes, the spectral hand in the room had already vanished. Yet again, this inexplicable defacement ignited his fury. Damnation! The two EMBU operatives from yesterday rushed in at the commotion. Before they could speak, Hiruzen's voice cut through, dark with ire. Again, no sign of the intruder? The shinobi bowed in shame, their failure to protect the Hokage palpable. We truly saw no one, Lord Hokage, to be toyed with consecutively, without even glimpsing his assailant. Such humiliation frayed the edges of Hiruzen's composure. His next words were a blade of command. Tomorrow night, deploy 10 ANBU. Seal this building. Chapter 5. Father aspires to become Hokage? Last night, Sasuke did not proclaim his dreams aloud like an impassioned youth, for he truly did not know what they were. Matters never contemplated before could not be decided upon simply because a straw-hatted boy posed the question. Yet after conversing with that peculiar youth, Sasuke found himself pondering the nature of dreams. So everyone could harbor their own aspirations, even the desire to become a stone? What an odd analogy. Seated upon a tree branch after school, Sasuke remained lost in thought, turning over Luffy's words from the previous day. Was it not a dream to have his brother train with him daily in ninjutsu? Sasuke! A voice abruptly shattered his reverie. Beneath the tree stood a stout, bespectacled boy with a round frame, the Uchiha crest emblazoned on his back. His name was Uchiha Take, a clansman and one of Sasuke's few companions. Shunned by the village, the Uchiha clan bred isolation in its children. Taciturn by nature, Sasuke had little success making friends at the academy. Among their kin, Take was one of the rare few who could engage him in conversation. Take was a notorious gossip, eager to share every trivial rumor he encountered. The reticent Sasuke made for an ideal listener. Practicing ninjutsu again? Take clambered up the tree and settled beside him. Focusing solely on training 1T make you the greatest shinobi. Then how does one become the greatest? Sasuke inquired. By mastering intelligence. Wield it skillfully. It becomes the most formidable weapon. My dream is to become an intelligence specialist. Possessing knowledge others lack could allow me to defeat even stronger foes. Take launched into an enthusiastic monologue. At the mention of dreams, Sasuke's eyes brightened. Your dream is to be an intelligence expert? Ah, yes, Take replied. How did you discover it? Sasuke pressed. Discover it? Take tilted his head. Does one need to search for it? It's simply what you yearn for even in your dreams. In dreams? Sasuke murmured the words. Something you ache to achieve, yet find difficult in reality. Take clarified, slinging a plump arm around Sasuke's shoulders. Lowering his voice, he added, enough of this dull talk. Sasuke, do you know what the elders have been up to lately? For days, the clan's adults had convened in secret at the ancestral shrine, emerging with grim expressions. Though Sasuke couldn't pinpoint why, the atmosphere felt palpably different. You know something? Intrigued, Sasuke leaned in. The Uchiha elders had been gathering frequently, yet no announcements followed, as was customary. The unusual silence had piqued the curiosity of every child in the clan. Uchiha Take suddenly claimed to know the contents of the meeting, which naturally piqued Sasuke's interest. There's no information I don't have access to, Uchiha Take declared with pride. Then hurry up and tell me, Sasuke urged. Take glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone, especially your brother. Knowing how close Sasuke and Itachi were, often training together, he emphasized this point. When have I ever leaked secrets? Just say it already, Sasuke assured. Last night, I waited outside my parents' bedroom for a long time, and finally, after they finished fighting, Take was visibly excited to share the secret. Fighting? Your parents fight every night? Sasuke found this detail odd and couldn't help interrupting. Well, not every night. Never mind, don't focus on that, Take deflected. But, Sasuke tried to press further, but Take cut him off. TCH, don't interrupt, Sasuke. Do you want to hear or not? Go on, go on. Sasuke was more interested in the clan's affairs. Take cleared his throat dramatically, as if announcing a momentous event. The clan head is going to become Hokage. Clan head? Sasuke was momentarily confused before disbelief flashed across his face. Father is going to be Hokage? Even if a shinobi of Konoha didn't understand their own parents, they certainly understood what it meant to be Hokage. Sasuke knew well, becoming Hokage wasn't something one could simply decide. It required strength, influence, prestige, connections, and more. His father might have the strength, but given the current state of the Uchiha clan, the other conditions seemed entirely out of reach. Take scratched his head with a chubby hand. I didn't hear the reason either, but my father said it himself. Once the clan head becomes Hokage, things will improve for us Uchiha. Maybe tonight, after my parents finish fighting, I can ask for more details. Sasuke chuckled at this. Your intelligence work is sloppy. Your father was probably just joking. How can you take it seriously? Take straightened, his expression solemn. Sasuke, you may doubt my character, but never my professionalism. I'm a shinobi destined to become an intelligence specialist. Do you think I can't tell whether my father was serious or not? No matter how Take explained. Sasuke remained skeptical. Without concrete evidence, a couple of vague statements meant nothing. I could say I want to be Hokage too. Does that make it true? Though unconvinced. Sasuke didn't outright dismiss him. Seeing Take flustered and red-faced, he quickly relented. Fine, fine. Your analysis is sound. I believe you. Really? Take peered intently through his thick glasses. Really. From now on, I'll be the Hokage's son, so you'd better show me some respect. The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from the forest. Animals fled in panic, howling as if pursued by some terrifying beast. I don't remember any predators around here, Take muttered, puzzled. A colossal rhinoceros burst forth from the depths of the forest. As it drew nearer, one could discern a figure clinging tenaciously to its back, gripping the massive horn with both hands. No matter how violently the enraged beast bucked and charged, it could not dislodge its unwelcome rider. Giant horned rhino. It's a giant horned rhino. Uchiha Takeo recognized the rare species and shouted in exhilaration. These creatures were exceedingly scarce. How had this one been found? In the brief moment of their stunned hesitation, the rhino had already thundered into the distance. Uchiha Takeo, eyes alight with excitement, leapt down from the tree and sprinted after it on his stubby legs. Sasuke, I'm going to check it out. Watching Takeo's retreating figure, Sasuke too gave chase. Chapter 6, Let Us Have a Feast. Luffy withdrew his hands from the rhino's horns, then stretched his right arm far behind him, muttering, Goma Goma no. Pistol. With a swift punch, his fist collided with the rhino's head. Boom. Crash. The massive beast collapsed by the banks of the Naka River, shaking the earth beneath them. By the time Uchiha Take arrived, all he saw was a straw-hatted boy standing beside the mountainous carcass. Glancing at the fallen beast, he gasped, "You killed it?" Take quickly reasoned that the great horned rhino must have exhausted itself from the chase, making this the perfect moment to strike. Noticing the boy lacked a forehead protector, he marveled at how a civilian could achieve such a feat. "This rhino is a rare breed," he remarked. "Its horns could fetch a fortune." Uninterested, Luffy shrugged. "Really? You can have them if you want. I'm just hungry. I only care about the meat." Take's eyes gleamed. "Ah, the great horned rhino is prized for its exquisite flavor. You have excellent taste." "Really? That is awesome." Luffy nearly drooled at the thought. With a dagger seemingly conjured from nowhere, Luffy cleanly sliced open the rhino's belly. Grabbing a long wooden pole, he effortlessly skewered the beast, lifting it as if it weighed nothing. The sheer ease with which he handled the massive creature left Take stunned. Holding one end of the pole, Luffy dunked the entire rhino into the river, shaking it vigorously to rinse off the blood. Satisfied, he propped it over a prepared bonfire. Wait a second. Take interjected, aghast. "You're seriously going to eat it like this?" Yeah," Luffy replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Oh, this is such a waste," Take lamented, clutching his head. "You can't just..." "Ugh, you have zero culinary skills." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "You're good at cooking?" "What kind of question is that?" "Address me as Master Chef," Take declared proudly. A self-proclaimed gourmet, Take was the only overweight shinobi in the Uchiha clan, having indulged in his own exquisite dishes for years. Watching such premium ingredients being butchered pained him like witnessing a priceless treasure tossed into flames. During his 2-year training with Rayleigh, Luffy had survived on wild game, roasting them over open fires, his sole culinary method. Immediately, Luffy thrust the skewered rhino toward Take. "Here, Master Chef." "What? Hey." Take instinctively grabbed the pole, only for the colossal weight to send it crashing to the ground. This guy's strength is insane. Take had assumed the rhino was light, given how effortlessly Luffy handled it. Now, struggling even to lift it, he couldn't help but gape in disbelief. "Fine, we'll process it on the ground," he sighed, taking the dagger from Luffy and starting to skin the beast. "Oh," Luffy watched eagerly. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded enthusiastically. Uchiha Take worked with the precision of a master butcher, meticulously carving the giant horned rhinoceros and arranging the meat on the grass. "Take, what are you doing?" Sasuke caught up and found Uchiha Take skinning and slicing the rhinoceros. Meanwhile, Luffy sat nearby, drooling like a hungry cat, watching Take handle the meat as if transported back to the sunny, observing Sanji in the kitchen. "How long have I missed? How did things escalate like this?" "I'm making grilled meat," Take replied without looking up, his hands never pausing. He cut the meat into chunks, skewered them on wooden sticks, then retrieved a small jar from his ninja pouch containing salt and other seasonings. With practiced ease, he sprinkled the seasoning evenly over the skewers before placing them near the bonfire. "What I meant was, why are you making grilled meat? And why would a ninja pouch contain salt?" Sasuke's expression darkened. Ninja pouches were supposed to hold kunai, explosive tags, and other tools. What kind of ninja carried salt and spices? No wonder Take always ranked last in the clan's combat assessments. Clearly, his focus wasn't on training. As the aroma of roasting meat filled the air, Luffy's mouth watered uncontrollably. "Master Chef, join my pirate crew and be my first crewmate." Luffy's eyes gleamed as he extended the invitation. Suddenly, he realized he needed companions, especially a chef, a musician, and the like. Otherwise, adventures would lose half their joy. Back when he first set sail, he sought strong allies like Zoro. Now that he was strong enough, he no longer prioritized combat prowess in his crew. The crew's name would remain the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy had no intention of changing it. As for why a pirate crew wasn't at sea, such thoughts never crossed his mind. After all, they'd wandered the deserts of Alabasta and still called themselves the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirate crew? What's that? Take clearly wasn't following. Luffy grinned between bites. "If you agree, you'll become a crewmate of the future Pirate King, the first member of this world's Straw Hat Pirates." "Pirate King? Never heard of him." Luffy blinked, then laughed. "You will, because my name will echo across this world." Take raised a hand. "Stop right there. Give up. I can't swim, so I'm definitely not becoming a pirate." Luffy beamed. "Great. I can't swim either." Take glanced at Luffy's straw hat and deadpanned. "You just want to form a combat squad, don't you? That name is way too casual." Luffy stubbornly stroked his chin. "Really? Well, I've decided. It's the Straw Hat Pirates." "Suit yourself. But I won't join such an idiotic team," Take muttered, handing out skewers to Luffy and Sasuke with a look of disdain. "Oh, Sasuke, you're here too." Luffy's gaze followed the skewers of meat. only then noticing Sasuke standing beside him. "Hey there," he exclaimed. "How oblivious can this guy be? I've been standing here for ages and he didn't even notice me?" Sasuke thought to himself. No wonder he's the man who devoured 32 bowls of ramen in one sitting. Despite his internal monologue, he politely replied, "Hello. Takashi isn't a chef." Sasuke interjected, remembering Luffy's question from yesterday. His dream is to become an intelligence specialist. Delicious. Luffy devoured an entire skewer in one bite, eyes sparkling. A master chef and an intelligence specialist? That's amazing. I've decided. You're joining my pirate crew. Don't make decisions for me, you idiot. I already refused you. Takashi Uchiha snapped back. Ha ha ha. Think about it again. If anything happens, I'll protect you, Luffy said, already polishing off 3 more skewers. An Uchiha ninja needing your protection? Takashi scoffed, matching Luffy by downing 3 skewers himself. Not to be outdone, Luffy grabbed 4 skewers and swallowed them whole. Are the Uchiha invincible or something? Takashi immediately seized 5 skewers, stuffing them into his mouth. MMPH, of course we are. Enough, both of you. Must you turn everything into a competition? Sasuke scolded, exasperated by their wastefulness. Of course, they chorused in unison. After their gluttonous showdown, Takashi, much to his chagrin, was defeated. He had lost an eating contest. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily. Let's have a feast. He jumped up, clutching fistfuls of skewers, his face alight with excitement. Hey. Feast? Why? Sasuke asked. Does a feast need a reason? Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of meat, waving his skewers animatedly. Come on, let's celebrate. He strode over to the bonfire and beckoned them. When I was adventuring in Skypiea, I learned this dance you have to do at feasts. It's so much fun. Join me. Sasuke and Takashi exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation and longing. Luffy's infectious joy and passion had stirred something in them. Ninjas lived by purpose, by reason. Their days were filled with training, assassination, missions, discipline, shaping themselves into razor-sharp blades. There was little room for individuality. That was why, when Luffy had asked about his dream, Sasuke had remained silent. Takashi, however, threw caution to the wind. Hand in hand with Luffy, he danced wildly around the fire. Hey, Sasuke, come on. Sasuke sat by the flames, watching with quiet envy but refusing to join. I must become as strong as my brother. I must control my emotions. I can't afford to let my guard down like this. The thought anchored him in place. In the dimly lit office at the root of the organization, Danzo sat silently in his chair with eyes serenely closed. Yamashiro Kazekage entered with measured steps. My lord, he announced with solemn urgency. There are developments from the Hokage's side that require your attention. Chapter 7. A formidable foe enters the village. Danzo sat in his rude office, reclining in his large high-backed chair with eyes closed in contemplation. Nearby, Fuyamanaka was delivering his report. Lord Danzo. Tonight, 2 Jonin and 8 Chunin from the ANBU have been deployed around the Hokage's residence, securing every possible approach. Danzo listened in silence, his expression unreadable. According to our informant within the ANBU, they seem to be hunting a ghost, Fu continued. Danzo's eyes snapped open, a knowing smirk curling his lips. A ghost? More like theatrics. The mobilization of dozens of elite ANBU operatives suggested their target possessed considerable power. But how had such a formidable force infiltrated Konoha without detection? The thought unsettled even Danzo. What are your orders, my lord? Fu ventured cautiously. Danzo closed his eyes once more. Just observe for now. Yes. Third night. Deep in the darkness outside the Hokage's residence, dozens of ANBU operatives lay concealed in the shadows. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, played the role of bait. Resting as usual in his bed, none among the ANBU knew precisely what they were hunting. Those who had witnessed the previous nights spoke of an enemy that was a hand, or rather, a shinobi capable of elongating his limbs. Was there a jutsu that allowed such elongation? His wife must be quite fortunate, some mused silently. The assailant had struck the Hokage, defiling him with red paint, an insult not just to the leader, but to all of Konoha. Was this a declaration of war? It had to be. The ANBU burned with indignation, vowing to capture this audacious foe. The moon crept across the sky, time inching forward. Doubt crept in. Would the enemy be foolish enough to strike the same location thrice? Meanwhile, Luffy stood at a corner dozens of meters away, paint bucket in hand, grinning widely beneath the night sky. Shishishi. They've really upped the guards, he chuckled. His observation haki effortlessly mapped every hidden ANBU operative. his arm flattened, stretching like a serpent along the ground, slithering silently toward the Hokage's residence. The limb tested angles, probing for an opening, but none presented itself. Every conceivable approach was sealed by the seasoned ANBU. Luffy scratched his chin. Can't sneak in like before. So annoying. Then, his frown melted into delight. Got it. Pulling a black cloth over half his face, he nodded decisively. If sneaking won't work, I'll just charge in. Robin said as long as I cover my face. They 1T recognized me. Luffy tossed the paintbrush into the paint bucket, then gripped the bucket handle with his teeth. With arms stretched forward like a slingshot, he took aim at the Hokage's bedroom. Goma Goma no. Slingshot. Even without activating Gear Second, his current speed surpassed that of CP9's Soru technique. His body shot forth like a cannonball towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's chamber. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as an entire wall of the Hokage's room collapsed. As if struck by a battering ram, the surrounding ninja, lying in ambush, were stunned. None had ever witnessed such a reckless intruder. Flipping midair, Luffy spotted the elderly Hokage fast asleep on his bed and promptly painted his face bright red with a few swift strokes. Poof! The figure on the bed vanished, merely a shadow clone. Ah, tricked. That's a fun move, Luffy chuckled, scratching his head. Seize him. Sarutobi's furious roar echoed from outside. Through the shattered wall, Luffy saw the real Hokage, clad in his official robes, standing behind two Umbu operatives. He recalled that the ninja in Wano also used similar techniques, something called ninjutsu. The Umbu encircled the ruined bedroom, cutting off escape routes. Who are you? Who sent you? What is your purpose? Sarutobi demanded, eyeing the paintbrush in Luffy's hand. Finally, the culprit behind the vandalism stood revealed. I'm Luffy. Can't tell you who sent me. My goal? To paint you head to toe. Hee, Luffy grinned. So, there is an organization behind this. Sarutobi scrutinized the boy, red vest, blue shorts, an ordinary straw hat. Face half covered by a black cloth, no forehead protector. He couldn't fathom which hidden village would harbor such a bizarre talent. To paint me? A pathetic excuse. Sarutobi scoffed, dismissing the absurd claim. A warrior of this caliber couldn't possibly act so frivolously. You can't escape. Surrender. Barked the lead Umbu. Luffy straightened, dead serious. Sorry, I refuse. Still playing tough when death looms? Sarutobi's expression darkened. Take him down. For Umbu hurled a barrage of kunai toward Luffy, who ignored the projectiles. Instead, he crouched low, his legs coiled like springs before launching himself forward. The Umbu barely registered a blur before the straw-hatted boy vanished. Crash. The bedroom floor shattered under Luffy's stomp, sending furniture and debris plummeting to the ground floor. The entire building trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Sarutobi's eye twitched. No time to mourn the wreckage before the enemy disappeared again. A gust of wind whipped past his face, followed by a damp, sticky sensation. The familiar stench of paint filled his nostrils. At this moment, the Umbu ninja before him was still glancing around searching for traces of the enemy. Luffy ran away laughing heartily, leaving behind only a bewildered Umbu ninja and the third Hokage with his face splattered in paint. Useless fools. Why aren't you pursuing him? The third Hokage, infuriated by the stench of paint clinging to him, finally lost his temper. Under the protection of an entire squad of elite Umbu, he had been humiliated yet again, his face smeared with paint. It was an absolute disgrace. The Umbu had never witnessed their usually composed and benevolent Hokage in such a rage. But before they could even move, Luffy had already vanished without a trace, leaving no path to pursue. Worthless. The third Hokage's composure shattered entirely. 3 days, 3 consecutive days of being drenched in paint, yet the perpetrator remained uncaptured. Anyone would have snapped under such circumstances. A flicker of unease stirred within him. The speed displayed by that straw-hatted youth was extraordinary. Within the shinobi world, only the late Minato Namikaze and the Raikage could rival such swiftness. No hand seals, no visible jutsu, yet such overwhelming power manifested instantly. His thoughts drifted to Might Guy, who had ascended to Jonin rank through sheer taijutsu mastery. The 8 Gates technique? Upon reflection, it didn't quite match. But why? Why did this stranger return daily just to paint him? The more indecipherable the enemy's motives, the more unfathomable they seemed. A formidable adversary had infiltrated the village. Determined to eliminate this lurking threat, the third Hokage made his decision. Summon Danzo. Chapter 8. Danzo takes over. Hiruzen Sarutobi was reluctant to seek Danzo's help for such a humiliating matter. After all, Danzo had long been waiting for him to make a mistake so he could seize power. Danzo had always sought to interfere with the affairs of the ANBU, and now, under these circumstances, he would undoubtedly demand authority under the guise of legitimacy. Asking others for assistance would only spread the shameful incident far and wide. A Hokage could suffer defeat, but such humiliation, if made public, would erode his authority. It was better to simply turn to Danzo. Though Hiruzen held little regard for Danzo, he had to admit, handling such matters was Danzo's forte. When Danzo entered the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was enduring the pain as he meticulously cleaned paint from his beard. Strand by strand, Danzo had already learned the details of what had transpired over the past few days. Seeing Hiruzen in such a state, he couldn't suppress a laugh. Ha! For the first time, Danzo, who rarely showed emotion, laughed so openly. Hokage-sama, personally repainting the walls. Danzo's smirk was as difficult to suppress as an AK's recoil. Without ceremony, he took a seat. Humph! Hiruzen snorted coldly and waved his hand, signaling the ANBU operatives hidden around them to withdraw. Once they had left, Danzo continued, Hiruzen, if you're old, just retire. What's the point of clinging to this position? Hiruzen slammed the table in anger. Humph! The Foundation is supposed to train new ENBU recruits. And these are the talents you send me? You're the professor of ninjutsu, the strongest in Konoha. If even you couldn't stop it, how can you blame your subordinates? Danzo shot back without hesitation. He had informants within the ANBU and had known for days about the nightly pain incidents targeting Hiruzen. He relished anything that undermined the Hokage's prestige. With a mocking grin, he added, Heh, the professor of ninjutsu. What's the use of knowing so many techniques? Seems like you're a master of all, but in truth, you're a master of none, utterly useless. I shouldn't have called this bastard here. Of course, it's just inviting humiliation. Hiruzen cursed inwardly, but he refused to let the taunts go unanswered. And what about you? What are you specialized in? Specialized in gouging out people's eyes. At this, Hiruzen deliberately glanced at the bandage covering Danzo's stolen Sharingan, Shirsue's eye. Danzo's expression darkened slightly. So, the third has spies en route as well. He had only acquired Shirsue's eye 2 days prior. How had Hiruzen already found out? Though secrecy was impossible, this was far too quick. Seeing Danzo's composure waver, Hiruzen felt a surge of satisfaction at the precise strike. We agreed. You are the root, I am the leaf. Yet now you keep trying to claw your way out of the dirt to become the foliage. Do you even have the capability? Danzo quickly regained his composure and countered. If you were capable, you wouldn't have been turned into a canvas 3 nights in a row. Old men should retire. Must you be the first Hokage to die in office? Is there some world record you're trying to set? I'll summon Enma right now. Then you'll see whether I'm old or not when you taste the power of the adamant staff. The two men exchanged heated words for quite some time, neither gaining absolute dominance. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his smoking pipe, packed it with tobacco, lit it, and silently took a couple of puffs, filling the Hokage's office with swirling smoke. Danzo lifted the nearby teacup and gulped down a large mouthful. His throat parched from the argument. Suddenly, the air grew still. Who is it? Danzo was the first to break the silence. I don't know. Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his expression grave. What does he look like? I don't know. Man or woman? I don't know. Probably a man. Maybe. Sensing that repeating, I don't know wasn't ideal, Sarutobi attempted to amend his answer. Useless. Danzo spat out a tea leaf in disdain. Who are you calling useless? Sarutobi's eyebrows shot up as he abruptly rose, ready to launch into another round of verbal warfare. Danzo replied calmly, I meant the ANBU operatives. Sarutobi plopped back into his seat. Today, I heard rumors that your office is haunted. What else? Should I admit that for 3 days straight, I couldn't stop someone from splashing paint on me? A person more powerful than the Hokage, moving freely through the village, that could easily cause panic. Danzo nodded in agreement. True, but the haunting excuse won't hold for long. Then why do you think I called you here? Sarutobi rolled his eyes. Damn it, I'm always cleaning up your mess. A surge of resentment rose in Danzo's chest, the frustration of being treated as a mere tool. Sarutobi parted his lips, but held back a retort. As Hokage, he knew when to yield and when to stand firm. Now was the time to let the others save face. If they kept arguing, dawn would break. And 2 grown men spending the entire night in the office would raise unnecessary questions. Seeing Sarutobi wisely backing down, Danzo refrained from further mockery. Tomorrow night, stay in bed. Leave the rest to me. With that, Danzo stood and left. My building collapsed. Where am I supposed to sleep? Clean up and sleep on the first floor. Without the second floor, the place is more open, less suffocating. Damn it, Sarutobi cursed, banging his pipe against the ashtray in frustration, tacitly accepting the plan. Naruto sat on the balcony like a scorned lover swindled out of money, staring blankly at the freshly cleaned Hokage rock in the distance. His emotions over the past few days could best be described as tumultuous. Suddenly, he grabbed his hair and wailed in frustration, I was tricked. I let my guard down. He ate 32 bowls of ramen from me. Couldn't he at least have painted the Hokage rock once? Not even once. The memory of Luffy's bright, carefree smile only deepened Naruto's despair. Back then, I thought he was the naive one. Turns out, I'm the idiot. That guy Luffy is probably laughing at me somewhere right now. It's all my fault. He said he was an adventurer from another world. Such an obvious lie. And I actually asked him for help. Iruka-sensei was right. Deceivers don't wear their dishonesty on their faces. They always disguise themselves as more honest than the most upright gentlemen. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto was vigorously tugging at his own hair when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Iruka-sensei, Mizuki-sensei. Looking up, Naruto saw his two academy instructors standing on his balcony railing. Iruka-sensei, people should enter through the door, Naruto grumbled. Iruka jumped down from the railing with a chuckle. We knocked for ages, but no one answered. Thought something might have happened to you, so we came around to check the balcony. Why are you pulling your hair out? Naruto thought to himself. There was no way he could tell Iruka about hiring people to vandalize the Hokage monument with pranks. Last time, Iruka had scolded him severely. Moreover, this time he'd been swindled. How utterly humiliating. That made it even more unspeakable. After some hesitation, he said, I just can't get the transformation technique right. It's frustrating. Practice makes perfect. Yanking your hair won't help. Iruka frowned. Yes, sir, Naruto replied dejectedly. Iruka, you're too strict. Naruto just started at the academy this year. I'm certain by graduation he'll master all the basic techniques, Mizuki said kindly with a gentle smile. Naruto, we brought you these. Mizuki placed a crate of milk on the table. Heard you haven't been eating ramen lately, just instant noodles at home. Growing kids need proper nutrition. Seeing the milk, Naruto brightened. Thanks, Mizuki-sensei. The milk had been purchased jointly by Iruka and Mizuki. Mizuki accepted Naruto's gratitude gracefully, glancing subtly at the stern-faced Iruka, but offering no further explanation. Gazing at the milk crate, Naruto felt his wounded spirit soothe slightly. With the delivery made and Naruto confirmed safe, Iruka prepared to leave with Mizuki. At the doorway, Iruka turned back. Stay home at night these next few days. No going out. Nagi as always, Naruto muttered under his breath. Mizuki explained, nothing major. Just word from the Hokage's office about ghost sightings at night recently. Better be cautious. Oh, wait, what? Chapter 9. Uchiha Shursui, do ghosts truly exist in this world? Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing the usually stern Iruka-sensei utter such words. Mizuki burst into laughter. Iruka, stop frightening the kid. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Iruka frowned but remained silent. Mizuki continued. It must be an enemy lurking in the shadows, pretending to be supernatural. The moment Naruto realized it was a person and not a ghost, his fear vanished, replaced by excitement. Has an enemy invaded the village? The Ambu have been searching for days without catching anyone. Don't go causing trouble, Mizuki said. Iruka's expression darkened. Mizuki, my bad. I spoke out of turn. Mizuki chuckled apologetically before walking away with Iruka. If even the Ambu can't handle this enemy, but I succeed, would that make me Hokage? Would the villagers finally praise me? Naruto's heart raced as he watched his teachers leave. Turning back, he noticed an envelope beside the milk crate. What's this? Inside were 3 crisp bills, 300 ri in total. 1 ri 10 yen. As per the original Naruto setting. This must be from Mizuki-sensei. He is so kind to me, not like strict Iruka-sensei at all. Naruto clutched the envelope, overjoyed. Every month. The third Hokage provided Naruto with a modest allowance for basic necessities, just enough for food and clothing. Of course, the funds were drawn from the inheritance of his parents, Minato and Kushina. After treating Luffy to 32 bowls of ramen, Naruto had exhausted his monthly budget, leaving him struggling even for instant noodles. Now, with Mizuki's unexpected generosity, he could indulge in his beloved ramen again. Without hesitation, Naruto dashed out in excitement. Meanwhile, Luffy dragged a massive wild boar toward a cave by the Naka River. At the entrance sat a young man with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. His eyes were missing, leaving only hollow, bloodied sockets, a chilling sight. This was Uchiha Shursui, who 2 days prior had been ambushed by Dans, robbed of one eye, and then gifted his remaining eye to his dear friend Itachi before leaping off a cliff in despair. Yet fate intervened. He survived the fall into the Naka River and was rescued by Luffy, who had been grilling meat by the shore. Having endured such torment, Shisui no longer wished to return to the Anbu or the Uchiha compound. After facing death, he now rested in the riverside cave, his heart as still as the water's surface. All I wanted was peace for the village. Why is it so difficult? Having brushed against death, Shisui felt disillusioned. Luffy, stacking firewood for roasting the boar, overheard and asked, "So, you thought suicide would bring peace?" Shisui's lips twitched, but no words came. With the wood piled high, Luffy grinned eagerly. "Use your magic to light the fire for me." His appetite was insatiable, 8 meals a day, each one non-negotiable. Between feasting and hunting, the local wildlife had nearly been wiped out. Shisui deftly formed a hand seal. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A basketball-sized fireball soared toward the pile of firewood, igniting it instantly. The control was impeccable. The stack remained undisturbed, only the wood catching flame. Wow! Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement again. That magic trick is amazing. Magician, join my pirate crew. Shisui remained silent, continuing to sit quietly. After rescuing Shisui, Luffy had spent the past 2 days learning about the circumstances leading to his suicide attempt. Understanding was one thing, but he couldn't fathom why anyone would choose to end their own life. In Luffy's dictionary, the word suicide simply didn't exist. As long as one was alive, any problem could be overcome. The aroma of roasting meat began to fill the air. The conflict between the village and my clan grew increasingly severe. Caught in the middle, I was torn. When my eyes were stolen, the last glimmer of hope for peace vanished. Death was my only escape. You shouldn't have saved me, Shisui sighed. You should fight like a man. Defeat the bastard named Danzo and take your eyes back, Luffy said, grabbing a skewer of meat and taking a bite. Shisui replied calmly. Some things cannot be resolved by killing. Danzo is a high-ranking official of Konoha. If I kill him, all bridges will be burned. No room for reconciliation remains. I entrusted my remaining eye to my closest friend. I believe he can lead our clan toward peace. Luffy chewed noisily, his words muffled. You're too wishy-washy. No fun at all. Solving things the pirate way is much more satisfying. A flicker of surprise crossed Shisui's serene expression. The pirate way? Luffy clenched his fist. Whoever wins gets to call the shots. Suddenly, Shisui recalled what Luffy had mentioned after rescuing him 2 days prior. Luffy claimed to be from another world. Something about being the Pirate King? Shisui had never heard of such a title and naturally remained skeptical. Seeing Shisui's missing eyes, Luffy had guided him in training observation haki, a strange ability Shisui had never encountered before. Despite his doubts, as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he practiced diligently and quickly grasped the basics. Within just 2 days, he could faintly sense the movements of birds, insects, flowing water, and even the breeze around him. The disorientation from his blindness lessened considerably. Mastering this ability wouldn't merely aid navigation, it could enhance combat reflexes. Shisui, ever the genius, immediately recognized the true value of observation haki. Perhaps this man truly was a ruler of his own domain. If he intervened, he might even persuade the daimyo to mediate the rift between the village and the clan. But this matter had nothing to do with him. Was it right to ask for help? As Luffy noisily devoured the meat, Shisui hesitated, wrestling with whether to voice his request. Peace had always been Shisui's ideal resolution. Finishing the last of the roasted meat, Luffy stood up contentedly. He picked up the paint bucket from the ground and strode off without another word. I'm leaving now. We'll come see you tomorrow. Luffy took a few steps before turning back. And don't you go trying to kill yourself again, all right? Shisui suddenly spoke up. How many days remain in your mission? He knew Luffy had been leaving every night to complete some task. Out of professional courtesy as a shinobi, he never inquired about the specifics. Luffy scratched his head. About 3 more days, I guess. And after those 3 days, will you be leaving this place? Yeah, there's nothing fun here, so I'll move on. Luffy paused, then added. All right, there's this chef I've got my eye on. Gotta recruit him before I go. Shisui blinked. A chef? Your shinobi squad needs a chef? He assumed Luffy's pirate crew was just another term for a ninja team. Of course a pirate crew needs a chef. I also want a musician, someone to liven up our feasts. Shisui, you should join us. Having a magician at parties would be great too. Since you've got nowhere else to go anyway, Luffy said casually. Shisui sighed. No. Someone like me would just be dead weight. I wouldn't be any help. Luffy's expression turned serious. Some companions aren't strong, but there's still people I want by my side. As long as I become stronger than anyone, I won't lose them. Shirsue's mind flashed to the moment Danzo stole his eyes. A thought stirred within him. If he were strong enough, could he protect everyone? He sat quietly by the Naka River, listening to the birds and insects. Though he had lost everything, an inexplicable peace settled over him. Uchiha Itachi returned home that day. "Brother, will you train with me?" Sasuke asked, hopeful, watching his brothers retreating back. "Sorry, Sasuke. Next time." Itachi tapped Sasuke's forehead gently, his voice apologetic. Sasuke had heard those words many times before. He would usually plead again, but this time, his smile froze as he stood motionless, staring at his brother walking away. Itachi's expression was as calm as ever. Yet beneath that composed mask, Sasuke saw a deep, unspoken sorrow. Chapter 10. My impeccable arrangement. Everything is prepared as instructed, my lords. Yamashiro Kazekage reported to Danzo. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood silently beside him, observing Danzo's arrangements with a skeptical gaze. "You're so certain he'll return?" Hiruzen couldn't help but ask. Danzo swept his eyes across the surroundings, a satisfied smile curling his lips. "That man is exceedingly self-assured." "Oh, how so?" "Though his motives remain unclear for now, his objective has undoubtedly not been achieved. Each time he appeared, he merely splattered paint upon you, nothing more. Knowing full well of our ambush, yet he persists. This suggests unfinished business of greater significance. Surely his purpose isn't merely to deface you with paint?" Hiruzen scoffed. A master of his caliber wouldn't indulge in such juvenile antics. "Moreover, you failed to capture him last time, didn't even inflict a scratch." In his eyes, the Hokage is now an object of contempt. "He will return." Hiruzen snorted, inwardly conceding to Danzo's reasoning, but unwilling to admit it. "You seem overly confident in your own judgment." Danzo waved a dismissive hand. "My arrangements are flawless." Hiruzen had suffered 3 consecutive defeats against the assailant, leaving him no ground for boasting before Danzo. As Hokage, however, he was well versed in the art of deflection. When outmatched in one matter, shift the focus to another. Abruptly, Hiruzen adopted a grave tone. "What of the Uchiha clan? How have you handled that matter?" Danzo stiffened slightly before motioning for Yamashiro and the others to withdraw. "Their rebellion is confirmed. Annihilating the entire Uchiha lineage is the optimal solution." "Annihilation? Without exception?" Hiruzen's expression darkened. "Who would you spare?" "At least the women and children." "Spare me the hypocrisy," Danzo interjected, crossing his arms and lifting his chin with cold pride. "Our goals align. Every threat to the village's stability must be eradicated. The Uchiha are no mere latent danger. They are a festering disease demanding immediate excision." "So you murdered Shisui?" "To ensure their rebellion would be absolute." Hiruzen's gaze flickered to the bandaged eye concealed beneath Danzo's wrappings. A sharp glint flashed in Danzo's visible eye. Shisui sought to halt the Uchiha uprising using Kotoame Tsukumi. Had he succeeded, their submission would have swayed the Fire Daimy's council against extermination. "I had no choice but to eliminate him before he could return. Otherwise, the Uchiha threat would have persisted indefinitely." "Is that truly all?" Hiruzen sighed. "I thought you coveted his Sharingan." The eyes were merely a pragmatic acquisition. "Waste not, want not." Hiruzen frowned. No major hidden village has ever purged an entire shinobi clan. Would such an act not tarnish Konoha's reputation? Danzo paused for a moment before speaking. "I shall arrange for the young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, to personally carry out the annihilation of his own clan. Even if word spreads, it will appear as internal strife among the Uchiha, with no significant ties to Konoha." "That's acceptable." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in relief. "You were born to scheme behind the scenes. The Hokage must compromise, something you're incapable of." Danzo burst into laughter. "Compromise? How can we strengthen the village by pandering to these weaklings? You obsess over compromise, calling it peace. But is peace truly born from concessions? Those worthless officials of the Fire Country. Enough." Hiruzen's expression darkened as he cut Danzo off. "I praise you for a moment, and your true nature resurfaces. With your temperament as Hokage, the Fire Country would sever Konoha's funding the very next day." "Fine, I won't waste words. My stance remains. If you have the means to remove me, then take the Hokage's seat." "I won't object." The two often clashed over the village's governance, fueling Danzo's growing ambition to claim the title for himself. Clearly, Hiruzen had no interest in continuing this fruitless debate. "Let's discuss your current arrangements instead." Danzo, too, recognized the futility of their argument. Despite their differing ideologies, Both acted for Konoha's sake. From the intelligence gathered these past 3 days, the target possesses formidable taijutsu and secret techniques, such as limb elongation. Within our village, we have a taijutsu specialist. Think of Might Guy and who often defeats him in sparring. Hiruzen recalled the green-clad, bowl-cut ninja. Kakashi? Danzo nodded. Even Kakashi doesn't overpower him through brute force. Taijutsu specialists often fall to those skilled in control-based ninjutsu. One-on-one. The disadvantage is manageable, but in team combat, it becomes glaringly apparent. Ordinary shinobi lack the speed of taijutsu users. Hence, I've summoned Narashikaku, master of the shadow imitation technique, Yamanaka Kazekage, adept at the mind-body switch, Aburame Toryun, whose venomous insects are unpredictable, and the experimental subject A, infused with the first Hokage's cells. All excel in control-based techniques. Hiruzen's expression shifted. Experimental subject A, the one Orochimaru engineered to wield would release. His proficiency is still lacking, Danzo replied impassively. Then why deploy him? Basic would release suffices to restrain targets. That's all we need. Have him report to the ANBU tomorrow. Damn you. Every promising recruit en route gets snatched away. Danzo cursed. Recite Root's full designation, Hiruzen retorted smugly. Officially, Root was the ANBU training division. Lately, the Hokage had been overwhelmed, his authority undermined before Danzo. But now, he savored this minor victory. Several ANBU captains had already secured optimal ambush positions, locations that maximized their jutsu's effectiveness. Nara Shikamaru excels in the shadow imitation technique, seamlessly blending into the darkness of the room. Yumeka F stands opposite on the second floor, his window directly facing the Hokage's bedroom, ready to employ the mind-body switch technique at any moment. Aburame Toryun's venomous insects have already infested Sarutobi Hiruzen's chamber. The experimental subject infused with the first Hokage's cells, known as Tenzo, now serves as the instructor for Team 7. Succeeding Hitaki Kakashi, he too melds flawlessly into the surroundings, poised to strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveys his bedroom, then glances at the setting sun in the west. The thought of sleeping in such a place tonight fills him with an odd sense of security. Hush! A fierce gust of wind sweeps past. Both men instinctively narrow their eyes. A shadow flickers before them, so swiftly that neither Kaga-level shinobi can react in time. Accompanied by a series of wild howls, a woo, a woo. The figure vanishes into the distance. Was that some kind of beast? Danzo finally turns to Hiruzen after a long pause, his voice trailing off abruptly. His pupils dilate in shock, his face frozen in disbelief. Hiruzen wipes his face, then extends his palm toward Danzo. A smear of bright red stains his hand. With a cold smirk, Hiruzen remarks, "And you called this foolproof?" The elite jonin lying in ambush nearby fall silent as they witness the sudden appearance of red paint on the third Hokage's face. Though splattered with paint for the third consecutive day, Hiruzen feels a faint, inexplicable satisfaction at seeing Danzo humiliated. No further explanation is needed. The pungent scent of paint is already unmistakable. That man just now, was it him? Danzo's shock remains palpable. Hiruzen nods. Indeed, his speed rivals that of the flying thunder god technique. Where did such a formidable figure come from? Danzo furrows his brow. Chapter 11. Has Shisui died? The Hokage grandpa? As Danzo was contemplating how to capture Luffy, a youthful voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, it's Naruto, greeted the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a warm smile. Having overheard from Mizuki about intruders in Konoha, Naruto had abandoned his ramen and rushed over to witness the commotion. What's going on? His words trailed off as he noticed the bright red paint smeared across the Hokage's face. It was impossible for the Hokage to have painted his own face. Yet, who would dare to face the Hokage? Strangely enough, the shade of red matched the very paint Naruto himself had used. The sight of red paint reminded Naruto of that straw-hatted boy who had devoured 32 bowls of his ramen. The memory of those wasted bowls still pained him. But for some reason, seeing the Hokage's painted face eased that ache slightly. Danzo stood silently nearby, arms tucked into his sleeves, his single eye flickering toward Naruto. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine under that piercing gaze. The one-eyed man's stare always unsettled him. Finding no spectacle worth staying for, Naruto chuckled awkwardly and turned to leave. Naruto, Hiruzen called out. Huh, what is it? Naruto turned back, puzzled. Hiruzen often scolded Naruto for his mischief, but this time, he realized the boy had been unusually well-behaved lately. Struggling for words, he finally said, "You haven't caused any trouble recently." Good. Naruto scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. I was planning to paint the Hokage rock, but with the old man's face already painted, what is the point? Time for ramen. He patted the frog-shaped wallet in his pocket, his gloom vanishing instantly. Watching Naruto depart, Danzo remarked coldly, "When do you plan to develop the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Hiruzen sighed impatiently. "As I've told you, the key is with Jiraiya. We must wait for his return. TCH. Other villages have rigorously trained their Jinchuriki. Look at Gaara of the Sand, same age as Naruto, yet already mastering his tailed beast's chakra. Meanwhile, we leave ours untamed. The village's decline stems from your lax leadership," Danzo retorted. "I've said it before, without Jiraiya's expertise, who else can train him? If the Nine-Tails goes berserk again, the village will be destroyed. Who'll take responsibility then?" Hiruzen shot back. "Hand him to Root. Yamato's wood style can suppress the Nine-Tails chakra. Within a year, we'll deliver an elite shinobi to your Umbu, one with Kaga-level strength. You insist on waiting for that pervert who writes smut all day and can't even be found. Didn't you always say the village would function just fine without any single individual? Why is he suddenly indispensable now?" Danzo grew increasingly displeased as Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. "Have you read it?" Hiruzen suddenly asked. "What?" Danzo stiffened, an uneasy flicker crossing his face before he hastily denied. "I haven't." "If you haven't, how do you know the content?" Hiruzen's lips curled into an odd smile. "I merely wanted to see what one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, spends his days doing." Danzo scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Who knew he'd be so unprofessional? How much longer must we wait for him to train the Nine-Tails? What's the rush?" "There's no war right now," Hiruzen retorted, irritation creeping into his voice as Danzo pressed the issue. "Eliminating the Uchiha will weaken the village's strength. We have a ready-made Jinchuriki. Why not utilize him properly? Then delay the purge. Let them serve as expendable forces when war comes," Hiruzen mused. "No, delaying invites disaster." Danzo rejected the proposal outright. With Shursui dead, they won't hold back. The longer we wait, the greater the village's losses. Konoha is like a patient in need of surgery. The operation will leave the body weakened temporarily, but recovery will come. Without it, the body will waste away slowly. Danzo's gaze hardened as he stared at the blood-red sunset on the horizon. By the Naka River. "Chef San, join my pirate crew." Luffy, mouth full of roasted meat, renewed his invitation to Uchiha take. In just 2 days, the two had grown remarkably close. Luffy hunted down various beasts, and Take prepared them in every imaginable way. Here by the Naka River, they bonded over meat, feasting with unrestrained joy. But this time, Take didn't rebuff Luffy as usual. Instead, he silently watched the river's flow, lost in thought. Noticing this, Luffy said nothing more and simply devoured his meal. The previous night, Take had done what he always did, crouching in a corner with his little notebook, eavesdropping on his parents' conversations to gather intel. And then, he heard something that stunned him. "Shursui is dead?" His mother's shocked voice seeped through the walls. "Yes." Itachi brought back news of his death, and a suicide note, his father replied, exhaustion lacing his words. "A suicide note? What did it say?" "I've grown weary of missions. If things continue this way, the Uchiha clan has no future, so I no longer wish to walk this path." "What does that mean?" "I don't know. Who killed Shursui?" "Suicide. Suicide. Impossible." His mother gasped. "That's what Itachi claims." "Itachi? His word alone?" "He joined the Umbu as a child, molded by their training. Does he even consider himself one of us anymore?" The clan leader confirmed the news of Shursui's suicide, and Uchiha Take's ears could no longer perceive any sound. His lips parted slightly, the notebook slipping from his grasp to the floor. It wasn't until his father's snores had echoed for a long while that he finally snapped back to reality, tears streaming down his plump cheeks. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were both prodigies of the Uchiha clan, yet their personalities stood in stark contrast, one cold and aloof, the other warm and radiant. Uchiha Take, with his meager talents and portly frame, had only managed to maintain a decent relationship with Sasuke. The rest of his peers either mocked him or kept their distance. But Shursui, a genius among them, would often greet him with a smile and patiently train with him in ninjutsu. His kindness wasn't reserved for Take alone. Shursui treated everyone with the same warmth. Such actions left an indelible mark on the young boy's tender heart. To Take, who knew little of the Umbu, the organization was a mysterious entity, a place where only the most perilous missions were undertaken. And missions required intelligence. Take silently resolved, in ninjutsu, I may never catch up to Shursui, but I will dedicate myself to mastering the art of gathering intelligence, becoming his right hand. Yet now, the very man he had idolized and revered was gone, just like that, and the circumstances of his death remained shrouded in uncertainty. Had his mother implied that Shursui might have been killed by Itachi? Why would one Uchiha genius do such a thing to another? I must uncover the truth behind this. No matter what, take, your grilled meat is delicious. Are you sure you want to join my pirate crew? Luffy's voice rang in his ears. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Uchiha Take replied, "Thank you for the offer. But my dream was never to become a pirate." Chapter 12. Dying on the path of adventure. When Luffy extended his usual invitation, Uchiha Take had always casually declined, never with such formality. Luffy paused, then grinned widely. "I see," he said. Standing up, he stretched toward the rising moon on the horizon. Later, before Uchiha Take could react, Luffy was already gone. Spending time with Luffy was always filled with laughter and joy. Somehow, this glutton ate more than anyone yet never seemed to gain weight. Honestly, Uchiha Take envied Luffy's metabolism. If he left, then so be it. After all, he always came back at this time for Uchiha Take's grilled meat. Tomorrow would likely be no different. Uchiha Take paid it no mind, instead focusing on how to investigate the truth behind his elder brother Shursue's death. Faced with an enemy in combat style they had never encountered before, Dan's and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged uneasy glances. Most ambushes relied on stealth, approaching unseen before striking at the opportune moment. But this assailant charged at blinding speed, attacking head-on. Visible, yet impossible to react to. If such speed could be sustained in battle, few in Konoha could defeat him in direct combat. Dan's was confident that, in a fair fight, his ninjutsu could counter a speed-based opponent. But this enemy refused to engage, striking and retreating without hesitation. Worse, aside from taijutsu, he used no ninjutsu at all. This left even Hiruzen, the professor of ninjutsu, at a loss. There was no way to identify the attacker. "Your turn," Hiruzen said, rubbing the paint from his hands as he turned to dance. The burden had finally shifted. Strangely, Hiruzen felt a flicker of relief. Even the fourth Hokage, the yellow flash Minato Namikaze, only used the body flicker technique at critical moments to catch enemies off guard. Never had anyone activated it outside a Jonin's detection range. Maintaining such speed just to charge in, attack, and flee. Arrogant, Dan sneered. Sustaining that speed must have consequences. If he attacks daily, he is still nearby. With a gesture, the hidden operatives emerged. "Well?" Dan's asked Aburame Torian. No matter how fast the enemy moved, unless he flew, traces would remain. When Luffy flashed past, Torian had already released tracking insects to follow his scent. And with something as pungent as a paint bucket, the trail was unmistakable. Torian nodded. "We have him, sir." "Good." Dan shot Hiruzen a smug glance. Hiruzen's lips twitched, but he said nothing. At first, he had dismissed the paint as a prank. Then, he assumed a simple intervention would suffice. When he tried harder each time, only to find himself utterly unable to grasp the other, did he finally sense that something was amiss. 3 days had already passed by then. Seeking help now would only bring humiliation by making a spectacle of the matter. He and Danzo had been classmates and colleagues, intimately familiar with each other's strengths. Since Danzo never missed an opportunity to mock his lack of decisiveness as Hokage, he might as well ask for his assistance. Besides, he was deeply curious who was playing this prank on him. And it might not even be a prank. There had to be some scheme behind it. Hiruzen Sarutobi racked his brain, but could not discern the reason. Danzo observed the 4 elite shinobi before him, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Fu, Aburame Torian, and the experimental subject A, who had integrated the first Hokage's cells and could wield would release, later known as Yamato, the replacement for Kakashi as Team 7's instructor. Together with himself and Hiruzen Sarutobi, this lineup was nothing short of formidable. Tracking down and capturing a single individual should pose no issue. "Shall we go take a look?" Danzo said to Hiruzen. "Uft, uft, uft." Luffy sprinted forward, blood spurting from his mouth with each step. Hopfed, hopfed. That was close, real close. Those guys looked pretty strong, might have been trouble without gear second. Laughing boisterously, he swung a paint bucket in his hand. From setting sail at 17 to becoming the Pirate King, only a few years had passed. Overusing his devil fruit abilities had ravaged his body beyond even Chopper's ability to fully heal, leaving him barely functional. Yet Luffy remained unfazed, his carefree laughter unchanged. The journey to becoming Pirate King had been incredible, especially with his crew by his side. All their dreams had come true. So, would they keep adventuring? They had circumnavigated the world, found Laugh-Tale, and claimed the One Piece. Though Luffy often seemed reckless as captain, he understood his crew's deepest desires better than anyone. Zoro longed to return to Shimatsuki village, where Kunao waited silently in her grave for the world's greatest swordsman. Nami wished to go back to Kokoyashi village, to her loving sister and the villagers, to taste the oranges from her orchard once more. Usopp yearned for Syrup village, where Kaya stood by the window, smiling tenderly as she listened to his tall tales. Sanji dreamed of the Baratai, where Zeph, like a father, and the rowdy cooks awaited. Chopper wanted to return to Drum Island, to stand before Dr. Hirulik's grave and recount his achievements. Frankie aimed to rebuild Water 7, where Iceberg waited, along with the revival of his teacher's shipbuilding legacy. Robin, having deciphered all the poneglyphs, longed for O'Hara, her homeland, the archaeological paradise she wished to restore. Jinbe's heart lay in Fishman Island, where his lifelong struggle for his people's equality remained unfinished. As for Brook, well, sailing the Grand Line once more to reunite with Laboon and fulfill the final wish of the Rumbar pirates was his greatest dream. Luffy absolutely refuses to burden his crewmates with his illness, nor does he wish to lie on a sickbed in a pitiful state. Roger chose to sacrifice his own life to usher in the great age of pirates. Luffy harbors no such grand ambitions. Becoming the Pirate King was merely a spontaneous declaration from his youth. At his core, he is an adventurer at heart. Having embarked on his thrilling voyage with such fervor, he cannot abandon his dreams simply because death looms near. If one could perish pursuing their aspirations, would that not be a form of bliss? Thus, he disbanded his pirate crew and set forth alone on new adventures. His comrades, having fulfilled their dreams, must have returned to their homelands by now. At this thought, Luffy felt a surge of joy for his friends and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha cough. Mid-laughter, another mouthful of blood escaped his lips. It seems he needs to replenish his vitality with some meat. The aroma of grilled meat. Suddenly catching whiffs of roasting meat, Luffy instinctively sprinted toward the source of the tantalizing scent. Chapter 13. Who did you splash paint on? Sure Sway. So it was you grilling meat. Luffy followed the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and discovered Uchiha Shursui tending to skewers over an open flame. The sizzling meat glistened with juices, its rich fragrance permeating the air. This grilling method seems familiar. Though Luffy often forgot trivial matters, anything related to food was etched permanently in his memory. With a smile, Shursui handed a freshly grilled skewer to Luffy and inquired, "This is my own unique method. Have you seen it elsewhere before?" Luffy eagerly devoured the offering. Shursui's question already forgotten. Not that it mattered. Shursui didn't press further. Before long, Luffy had polished off every last skewer. Rubbing his stomach in satisfaction, he laughed heartily. "Oh, I feel alive again." Ha. The meal had replenished the energy lost from his earlier ordeal. After a contented belch, Luffy finally spoke. "Not bad. You've already learned to hunt? Your progress with observation haki is impressive, faster than mine was back then." Shursui shook his head modestly. "Perhaps it's because I'm blind. Without distractions, I can focus better on honing observation haki." He then added sincerely, "Thank you, Luffy." Throughout his life, Shursui had always been the one aiding others. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he seldom required assistance himself. But Luffy had not only saved his life but also entrusted him with such a powerful technique. Unable to shake the feeling of indebtedness, Shursui had overheard Luffy's fondness for grilled meat the previous day. Today, he had gone to great lengths to hunt down a wild boar. In the process, he realized that the more he utilized observation haki, the more proficient he became, far surpassing the convenience of sight. This only deepened his gratitude. Working alone, he felled trees for skewers, skinned and cleaned the boar, and meticulously prepared the meat. Had Luffy been present, he might have recognized the method, identical to Uchiha Take. Too lazy to master any formidable ninjutsu from the flickering Shursui, had only bothered to learn his grilling technique. Yet, a single meal could hardly repay the debt of a life saved. For now, this was the only gesture Shursui could offer. Quietly seated nearby, he listened to the sound of Luffy's voracious chewing with a faint smile, heart brimming with contentment. Did something go wrong with today's mission? Only after Luffy had finished did Shursui speak up, having caught the scent of blood. Mission? Oh right. Luffy blinked before flopping onto the grass. No problems at all. If you ever face difficulties during a mission, perhaps I could offer some advice. Although Shursui had not fought Luffy directly, based on their interactions over the past few days, he judged that while Luffy was not weak, he was no shinobi. Previous missions had gone smoothly. Yet this time he got injured. Now that they were in Shirsue's area of expertise, he couldn't help but offer some tactful advice. Just splashing paint on the Hokage. Nothing difficult, Luffy said casually, hands behind his head as he gazed at the sky. But if you're talking about shinobi missions, that sounds kind of fun. Next time I wait. Shirsue abruptly cut him off, tense. You said you splashed paint on who? The Hokage. A skinny old man with white hair and a beard. Luffy added the description in case Shirsue didn't recognize him. Paint. Yeah, nothing else. What else is there? The mission was just to cover him in paint. So funny, ahaha. Luffy burst into laughter imagining Sarutobi Hiruzen drenched in red paint. Uchiha Shirsue fell silent. So that was why Luffy had been carrying a paint bucket these past few days. Leaving at set intervals, to vandalize the Hokage? What kind of operation was this? Shirsue didn't understand, but he was thoroughly shocked. Is there some deeper meaning behind this? He still wanted to grasp the reasoning behind Luffy's actions. Without understanding the motive, he couldn't offer proper advice. If someone feeds you, you help them out. Is that hard to get? But it'll be over in 2 more days. Luffy lay on the grass, staring excitedly at the sky. After that, I'm leaving. Want to join my pirate crew and come with me? Ignoring the invitation, Shirsue asked in disbelief. So, you're telling me you're going to keep painting the Hokage for the next 2 days? Yep. Luffy said it as if it were the most natural thing. You said the mission was for a week. 4 days are done. 2 left. That has 6. But a week has 7 days. Oh, really? Then 3 more days, I guess. Luffy nodded in sudden realization. Shirsue was at a loss for words. The absurdity of the situation left him speechless. Had anyone else said this, Shirsue would have assumed they were lying. But after observing Luffy these past few days, he knew the boy was blunt and straightforward, never deceitful. To repeatedly vandalize the Hokage for days, completely unharmed, returning each evening for barbecue? Could he have mistaken his target? As an AMBU operative, Shirsue was well aware of the third Hokage's capabilities. After a few clarifying questions, he confirmed Luffy's claims were entirely true. For days now, the third Hokage had been subjected to this paint assault. Have the Hokage's guards really grown so lax in my absence? With mastery over the secret art of observation haki, Luffy's strength was undeniable. However, the third Hokage is revered as the professor of ninjutsu, universally acknowledged as the strongest in the village. It's inconceivable that someone could outmaneuver him for 4 consecutive days, especially with ANBU operatives guarding him. An assassination attempt would have catastrophic consequences. Don't worry. Once you master Kinbunshika Haki, your sensory perception will far surpass the limits of your former sight, and your combat prowess will rise accordingly. Are you planning to take revenge on the one who stole your eyes? Luffy, noticing Shirsue's grim expression and muttered words, asked curiously. No. As I've said before, Dan's is a high-ranking official of Konoha. Confronting him would only destabilize the village. We simply hold different philosophies on peace. There's nothing to avenge, Shirsue explained. Having served in the ENBU for years, the term Shirsue heard most often was the greater good. He was taught to prioritize Konoha's stability and had always acted accordingly. When Dan's took his Manjiki Sharingan, Shirsue convinced himself it was a sacrifice for the village's peace, the very essence of the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the flames will forever burn. Since he had become a useless cripple, he might as well become nourishment for the future. Thus, Shirsue entrusted his remaining eye to Itachi, not to seek vengeance against Dan's, but to implore him to protect Konoha. If I couldn't find a way for the clan and the village to coexist, Itachi, a genius surpassing me, surely will. Neither the Uchiha annihilating Konoha nor Konoha eradicating the Uchiha is the outcome I desire. I wanted harmony for everyone, but I simply couldn't achieve it. Overwhelmed by anguish, Shirsue clutched his head, sinking to his knees with a stifled roar. Chapter 14. Is Uchiha Shirsue still alive? Aburame Toryun's tracking insects effortlessly located Luffy's whereabouts. Luffy had never considered concealing his trail, nor did he possess the skills to do so. Evasion and counter-surveillance techniques were utterly foreign to him. Aburame Toryun suddenly halted. Moments later, an inconspicuous insect alighted upon his finger. Retrieving the creature into his body, he turned to Dan's and reported, "My lord, the target has stopped ahead." The group's gaze shifted forward. Night had fallen, yet amidst the distant forest, flickering flames could be seen. Yamanaka F let out a derisive snort. A pitiful performance. What kind of ninja halts mid-flight to light a fire? Such crude traps might work on Jinin, but we have 2 Kaga-level shinobi and 4 J-nin here. This formation could dismantle a minor nation. Did they truly believe we'd fall for this? My lord, Aburame Toryun continued, there is another with the target. They appear to be roasting meat. Roasting meat? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other shinobi were taken aback. Never in their pursuit of enemies had they encountered such a scenario. An adversary pausing mid-escape to cook? It was as whimsical as a child's caprice, defying all logic. Hiruzen followed silently behind Dan's, maintaining his silence like an outsider. Aburame Toryun reported solely to Dan's. The true capabilities of Root's operatives remain unknown even to me. Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Dan's. Over the years, Root had been entirely under Dan's control, with Hiruzen, the Hokage himself, unable to intervene. Dan stared at the distant campfire glow and spoke impassively. Investigate who they are. Capture if possible, eliminate if necessary. Hiruzen's expression hardened as he studied Dan's intently. After a brief pause, Dan's added, the Hokage and I will provide rear support. Led by Aburame Toryun. The four Root Genin bowed in unison before dispersing swiftly into the forest. Hiruzen observed Dan standing motionless, hands tucked into his sleeves. The distant firelight flickering in his eyes. Dan's reasoned that their opponent had succeeded in splashing paint on Hiruzen's face only by exploiting the element of surprise, before the four ambushing Genin could take position. Now, the tables had turned. They were the hunters in the shadows, while their quarry stood exposed. Sending 4 Genin should suffice. Defacing the Hokage with paint was hardly a significant threat to stability. The true destabilizing force within the village remained the Uchiha. This was the lifelong struggle of their teacher. Senju Tobirama. I must fulfill his final wish, to eradicate the Uchiha, the greatest source of instability. A fleeting ruthlessness crossed Dan's face before he calmly said, let us proceed as well, Hiruzen. Luffy glanced at Shursui, who knelt on the ground, clutching his head in agonized screams. Konoha shinobi must sacrifice themselves for the village. This creed, imprinted like steel upon their minds, was etched indelibly into every Konoha ninja's consciousness. Shursui had no desire to betray the village alongside his clan. Thus, he contemplated using Kotoame Tsukumi to dispel their rebellious intentions. Unexpectedly, Danzo abruptly intervened and seized his left eye, believing suicide to be the optimal choice at this juncture. Shursui concluded it would both diminish the Uchiha's combat strength and spare him from explaining the loss of his eye, thereby preventing further animosity between Konoha and his clan. Willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of peace between both sides, Shursui made his decision. Even in the days following his death, these thoughts continued to plague him. He knew the time for action was imminent, yet he couldn't bear to witness the demise of those he knew. This agonizing dilemma, this torment of being torn between two impossible choices, was something Luffy had never experienced. He always found straightforward solutions. Thud. Without warning, Luffy strode over and delivered a sudden punch to the back of Shursui's head, knocking him unconscious. Finally, some peace, Luffy muttered. A man bawling like this is just annoying. Sleep it off. Whatever's bothering you will sort itself out. This abrupt action startled the 4 Jonin who had just arrived. Concealed nearby, infighting, Yamanaka Fu wondered aloud. At this distance, they no longer needed tracking insects to discern the figures before them. The 4 Jonin studied Luffy with keen interest. This was the one who had been vandalizing the Hokage's face daily. The boy wore a straw hat, a red vest, and blue shorts, with a scar under his left eye. Strangely, they detected no chakra emanating from him. He seemed utterly unremarkable. Is that really him? Nara Suzaku asked Aburame Toryun skeptically. The other two also turned to Toryun, their silent gazes echoing the same doubt. Could they have the wrong person? Toryun's expression remained grave. Even if he used transformation or clone techniques, my tracking insects wouldn't be fooled. There's no mistake, it's him. Yamanaka Fu, long accustomed to working with Toryun, noticed his unease. What's wrong? Toryun didn't respond, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Fu followed his gaze. What? That's Uchiha Shursui. Suzaku, familiar with Shursui's appearance from his time in the military police force, recognized him instantly. He is not dead? Did Itachi's intel mislead us? Toryun, ever cautious, extended his palm, releasing a black insect. The situation has changed. We await Lord Danzo's orders. Elsewhere, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a hint of nostalgia. It's been a while since we've undertaken a mission together, Danzo. Both had been students of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, training and completing missions side by side since childhood. Danzo merely grunted in response. Then, abruptly, he halted. Hiruzen stopped as well. watching as a tiny black insect vanished from Danzo's fingertip. Hiruzen recognized it, a messenger insect of the Aburame clan. This is a disposable insect, incapable of flying far, transmitting only a single message. These insects are specially cultivated by the Aburame clan for squad-based communication during missions. Danzo's brow furrowed, a shadow of malice flickering across his face. Hiruzen Sarutobi wondered silently. What message from the front could have darkened Danzo's expression so severely? What is it? Hiruzen asked after a prolonged silence. Shursui Uchiha is still alive. Hiruzen stiffened. Where is he? Shursui Uchiha had demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the village, something Hiruzen had witnessed firsthand. Danzo's theft of Shursui's eyes, driving him to suicide, had left Hiruzen deeply resentful. Yet, resentment aside, there was little he could do beyond the occasional veiled remark. Now, discovering Shursui was alive, Hiruzen's immediate instinct was to locate him. Slowly, Danzo raised his hand and pointed ahead. Right there. With the ones who attacked you. Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. The assailants from these past few days, they knew Shursui? Were they conspiring together? Chapter 15. Shadow Imitation Technique. Nara Suzuka's perplexity, the third Hokage's expression darkened as he glared at Danzo. Why is Shursui still alive? To his surprise, Danzo's face was even more grim. Shursui's survival was a serious problem. It meant Uchiha Itachi had lied, or Shursui had deceived his closest friend. Neither outcome was favorable. Uchiha Itachi was the only member of the Uchiha clan who had fully aligned himself with Konoha. If his intelligence reports contained omissions, or worse, fabricated information, it would jeopardize the entire Uchiha extermination plan. Alternatively, if Itachi was not at fault, and Shursui had outmaneuvered him, what was Shursui planning? Why had he appeared here? What was his connection to the assailant? Were the two conspiring against Konoha? Were there other accomplices? The situation had spiraled beyond control, a nightmare for any leader. A ruthless glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he quickened his pace. Soon, they arrived behind Aburame Torian. Capture them both. Hand them over to Ibiki for thorough interrogation. Yes. Torian responded respectfully. The other three operatives had already taken up concealed positions. To strike silently and capture the targets alive, among the four, Nara Suzaku was the most suited for this mission. His mastery of the shadow imitation technique had earned him a place en route after standing out in numerous squad operations. Another messenger insect fluttered silently from Torian's hand, heading towards Suzaku's ambush point. Ow! Why did you hit me? Shursui rubbed the back of his head. Luffy hadn't struck hard. Shursui had only been unconscious for a few minutes. Stop crying. It's pathetic, Luffy said dismissively, seated by the campfire, his shadow stretching long in the flickering light. Actually, your problem is easy to solve. Shursui, despite his agony, perked up at Luffy's confident tone. Tell me, what's the solution? Shursui jerked his head up, his hollow eye sockets somehow radiating hope. The sight was both absurd and unsettling. Luffy, accustomed to Brook's eyeless skull, remained unfazed by Shursui's intense gaze. Simple, really. If Luffy could teach something as profound as observation haki, his advice had to be reliable. Shursui was eager. Your clan leader wants to rebel so he can become Hokage, right? Well, that is one way to put it, Shursui admitted with a nod. Then tell him to just change his name to Hokage. No fighting needed, instant promotion. What do you think? Luffy asked with complete sincerity. Had Uchiha Take been present, he would have burst into laughter and mocked Luffy mercilessly. But Shursui shook his head gravely, explaining in earnest, I'm afraid that won't work. The clan leader desires the authority of the Hokage, not merely the title. So your leader, driven by personal ambition, instigates rebellion. Does that make him a villain? Wouldn't peace be achieved simply by defeating him? Shursui sighed deeply. Since the death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the Uchiha clan has gradually been isolated, to the point of being effectively quarantined. The resentment among our people has grown, and if the clan leader does not act, he cannot quell their fury. The first Uchiha leader, Madara, incited the clan to defect from Konoha, which displeased the village's higher-ups. 5 years ago, when the Ninetales suddenly attacked Konoha, the three-tomo pattern of the Sharingan appeared in its eyes. It's not unreasonable for Konoha to remain wary of the Uchiha. Conflict is imminent, and I've exhausted every means to prevent it. What troubles me is that both sides have their reasons. It's impossible to blame any single individual or faction. So, Luffy, I can't solve this by simply defeating someone. Luffy pondered seriously before replying. How can peace be achieved through negotiation? Isn't peace forged through battle? If you can't coexist, then why stay together? I think your first leader wasn't wrong. His words struck Shui like thunder, shattering the foundational teachings of the will of fire instilled in him since childhood. He stood frozen. Peace through strength? The stronger the force, the greater the peace? Immediately, his thoughts turned to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The years of endless disputes within the clan flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Leader, we don't want more bloodshed. Are we leaving Konoha? But the Uchiha ancestral lands are here, along with Konoha's resources. Everyone is accustomed to this life. Starting over would be. The Uchiha and Senju clans founded Konoha together. How do we end up like this? Not a single Uchiha has ever become Hokage. It's unfair. Shui muttered to himself, his expression shifting restlessly. He felt as though he had grasped the key to resolving the conflict, yet it remained just out of reach. Luffy didn't understand why Shui was so agitated. He had merely spoken his mind. Growing bored, Luffy stood up. I should go find the cook. Maybe there's more grilled meat. Wait. As he tried to step forward, his legs refused to obey. Why can't I move? Luffy frowned in confusion. Beside him, Shui also rose, his voice low. We've been caught in a shadow imitation technique. Shui's mastery of observation haki was still unrefined. He hadn't sensed the ambush. Luffy, utterly unfamiliar with ninjutsu, hadn't even noticed. The two stood rigidly in place. Shui strained against the binding, but his body remained immobile. He exhaled in resignation. A shame. If my Sharingan were still intact, I could easily break this technique. Given its strength, it must be a master of the Nara clan. No sooner had he spoken than three figures emerged slowly from the forest ahead. At the forefront stood Aburame Toryun, flanked by Yamanaka Fu and Yamato. Clearly, Nara Suzaku was concealed within the forest, employing his shadow imitation technique to restrain Luffy and Shui. My apologies, Luffy, Shui uttered sincerely, standing rigidly beside him, gaze fixed ahead. Why apologize? Luffy mirrored his stance, tilting his head in confusion. They're undoubtedly here for me. I've dragged you into this, Shui explained. Don't sweat the small stuff. Luffy dismissed casually before raising his pinky to idly pick his nose. Aburame Toryun stiffened in bewilderment. While Yamanaka Fu muttered in disbelief, is Suzaku joking? The Hokage and Lord Dans are watching. Why control an enemy to pick his nose? Yamato spoke for the first time. Perhaps he seeks to demonstrate his prowess before the elders. To restrain multiple foes while individually manipulating their actions, Suzaku's shadow imitation has reached a terrifying level. Toryun scoffed but remained silent, inwardly conceding to Yamato's assessment. After all, the three were root operatives. While Nara Suzaku had been transferred from the military police force, an unspoken tension lingered between them. Hidden among the trees, Nara Suzaku stared in horrified disbelief. Did I just pick my nose? Chapter 16. The power of Shunshin. Shui Nara Suzaku doubted his own eyes. But in the next moment, all his doubts vanished. He watched helplessly as his left hand rose uncontrollably once more, the little finger extending straight out before plunging effortlessly into his own nostril, twisting vigorously. With a soft pop, the finger withdrew. Instead of the usual satisfaction that followed such an act, Suzaku felt only a chilling dread creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head, making his scalp prickle. He had cast the shadow imitation technique. Yet somehow, the opponent had reversed it and taken control. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, he recalled an old conversation among his clansmen about a peculiar, almost negligible flaw in the shadow imitation technique. If the target was restrained without external assistance, they could theoretically break free through sheer physical force, but only if their strength exceeded the caster's by at least threefold. Among shinobi, even with natural disparities in physical power, such a gap was unthinkable. Thus, it was widely accepted that the shadow imitation technique could only be countered by Jinjutsu, nothing else. That was precisely why Nara Suzaku had concealed himself within the forest to cast the technique, ensuring his opponent couldn't retaliate with illusions. Yet here he was, witnessing the impossible. Not only had his technique been broken, it had been turned against him. Shadow imitation technique. Release. Suzaku hastily dispelled the jutsu, wiping cold sweat from his brow. At least by canceling the technique, he could sever the enemy's control. Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Dan stood conversing casually. That boy with the straw hat, he's the one who's been harassing you these past few days? Dan asked, studying Luffy with detached interest. Yes, it's him, Hiruzen confirmed without hesitation. 2 days prior, Luffy had only covered his face with a black cloth, leaving his distinctive straw hat and clothing unchanged. Combined with his unmistakable physique, Hiruzen's seasoned eyes recognized him instantly. Seeing the shadow imitation technique effortlessly restrain Luffy, Dans couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This is it. The nuisance who troubled you for 4 days. This level of skill? Hiruzen's heart sank as he watched the enemy immobilized, only to immediately hear Dan's mocking tone. Of course, Dans wouldn't miss a chance to ridicule me. Ever since their teacher had chosen Hiruzen as Hokage, Dans had nursed a quiet resentment. Hiruzen usually brushed it off with the occasional retort, but this time, the paint incident had left him thoroughly humiliated. At first, he hadn't taken it seriously. Pranks like these were childish, reminiscent of Naruto's antics. Annoying, yes, but hardly worth summoning 4 elite J-Nin over. How many J-Nin did Konoha even have? It would have been absurd. Besides, Hiruzen trusted his own strength. Yet some problems were like reflections on water, seemingly within reach, only to slip through one's fingers. Upon taking action, I realized no matter how I stretched, I couldn't reach. Faced with Danzo's mockery, the best response from Hiruzen Sarutobi was silence or changing the subject. Shikaku, what are you doing? Hiruzen noticed something odd about Nara Shikaku's movements. Why are you constantly picking your nose? As a shinobi, personal hygiene is important. Hiruzen glanced between the straw-hatted boy picking his nose and Nara Shikaku. Danzo scoffed. Controlling an enemy to pick their nose? How childish. Shikaku, who had just released the shadow imitation technique, looked flustered. Lord Danzo, I was being controlled. Hiruzen and Danzo were startled. You were controlled? What do you mean? The next second, the 2 Kage-level shinobi instantly understood and turned toward Luffy. Not good. 3 minutes earlier, the 3 elite Jonin watched as the straw-hatted boy, under control, incessantly picked his nose, his gaze completely ignoring them. Yamanaka Fu sneered. Does this Nara Shikaku really need to flaunt his clan's secret technique like this? Everyone here has their own specialties. Yamato nodded in agreement. Aburame Toryun frowned but still commanded. Tenzo, use would release to restrain them both. Wait, Yamanaka Fu interrupted. If he wants to show off, let him. The shadow imitation technique drains chakra. We'll act in a few minutes. Let Shikaku exhaust himself. At this distance, even if he breaks free, he can't escape. Nonsense. Have you forgotten the shinobi code? How can you be so reckless during a mission? Though Aburame Toryun also found Nara Shikaku arrogant, as the temporary leader, he reprimanded Yamanaka Fu's absurd suggestion. They've already. Before Yamanaka Fu could finish, Shursui suddenly moved. The shadow imitation technique was released. Using observation haki, Shursui instantly assessed the strength of the 3 shinobi before him. Had Luffy not been there, Shursui might have surrendered for the sake of the village's peace. But after hearing about Luffy's antics of painting the Hokage monument, Shursui felt compelled to save him. After all, if he couldn't even save the life of his savior, what right did he have to speak of peace in the shinobi world? Just as Shursui was strategizing, he suddenly felt the technique's hold loosen. The shadow imitation technique had been released. Regardless of why the enemy had lifted it, as a prodigious shinobi, he wouldn't overlook even the slightest opening in battle. Grabbing Luffy by the collar, Shursui swiftly pulled him away. What's happening? Luffy dangled in the air, utterly confused. Would release. Great forest technique? Yamato reacted instantly, his right arm transforming into a massive tree, its wooden tendrils lashing toward Shursui. Observation haki. Shursui effortlessly weaved through the storm of vines. So it's an ability similar to Admiral Ryakuji's? Luffy observed the wooden tendrils encircling them with a mixture of curiosity and exhilaration. Shursui's observation haki detected 3 additional figures approaching from the opposite forest. Not good. It's the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. He had no desire to engage the Hokage in combat. And even dealing with the 3 elite Jonin before him was already a formidable challenge, let alone 2 additional shinobi of Kage-level prowess. Without hesitation, he swiftly formed a single-handed seal. Suddenly, he vanished from the spot, dragging Luffy along with him. Luffy, mid-celebration with a raised fist, blinked in confusion. What just? His punch met only empty air. Ignoring Luffy's bewildered shouts, Shursui flickered through the terrain like a phantom, putting dozens of meters between them and the trio of Aburame Toryun in an instant. As Toryun and his companions prepared to unleash their jutsu, a murder of crows descended upon them in a flurry. By the time the dark wings dispersed, both Shursui and the straw-hatted boy had vanished without a trace. So this is the prowess of Shunshin no Shursui, Toryun murmured, staring at the empty space where the Uchiha had stood. Chapter 17. The Shadow of Regret. What a display of the legendary Shunshin no Shursui. No sooner had Dan's and Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived than Shursui vanished in a series of lightning-fast movements. What happened? Dan seethed, his voice laced with fury. They were completely restrained. Any of these elite Genin could have captured them effortlessly. How did they break free and escape? Nara Shikaku, who had followed behind, could only offer a helpless explanation. Lord Dan's, my shadow imitation technique was disrupted. Within mere minutes, Shursui had already carried Luffy several kilometers away before unceremoniously tossing him into the Naka River. Without hesitation, Shursui dove in after him. After a grueling struggle, Shursui finally dragged Luffy onto the opposite bank, both of them gasping for air. With a dull thud, Luffy collapsed onto the grass, coughing up mouthfuls of river water. Even as the Pirate King, he remained hopelessly incapable of swimming. Shursui wiped his brow, an apologetic expression crossing his face. I had no idea you couldn't swim. Gah, I almost drowned. What was that for, Shursui? Luffy sputtered between coughs. Catching his breath, Shursui sat on the riverbank and explained, we couldn't win that fight. Our only option was to run. Luffy scowled, crossing his arms. How do you know we couldn't win if we didn't even try? There was no need to try. Shursui replied firmly. You might not recognize them, but I do. For Elite Genin, along with the third Hokage and Dan's, there wasn't a shred of hope for victory. Besides, you've been coughing up blood lately. You need to see a doctor. He exhaled slowly, still shaken. I don't know why the shadow imitation technique was released so suddenly. We were just lucky. If it had held for even a minute longer. Even my body flicker technique wouldn't have saved us once the Hokage and Dan's arrived. That was too close. Luffy sat up, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. That old man is really that strong. Having spent his days splattering the third Hokage with paint, Luffy had never witnessed the man's true power. Shursui gave him a pointed look. The Hokage simply chose not to retaliate against you. But judging by today's pursuit, you've finally provoked him enough to send an entire squad after us. We need to lay low for a while. Luffy nodded, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Then tomorrow, when I go to paint him again, I'll fight him properly. Shursui's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, what did you just say? You're going back. The others present were equally stunned by Nara Shikaku's revelation. The shadow imitation technique was broken? From restraint to release. In just minutes? To dismantle it so quickly. There had been no sign of Shursui weaving genjutsu, and the straw-hatted boy beside him lacked even a trace of chakra. It was impossible that he could have countered the technique. Shan Zhongfeng wore an expression of utter disbelief as he murmured, even without his eyes. Shursui could still cast genjutsu that affected Zhuge hiding in the woods? We didn't even sense it. Is this the power of Shunshin Shursui? Nara Zhuge thought to himself. So that's it. It wasn't brute strength, it was Shursui's illusion. Aburame Toryun's tracking insects, released into the surroundings, circled for a while before returning. Sir, we've lost the target. Should we mobilize route operatives to search the area? He reported to Danzo. Before Danzo could respond, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Enough. He's just a mischievous boy who doesn't even know ninjutsu. No need to waste further effort chasing him. Danzo's voice was icy as he stated. Shursui being alive is a serious problem. Hiruzen shifted the topic. Shursui lost his Sharingan, yet he can still use the body flicker technique? Gazing in the direction where Shursui had vanished, Danzo mused. That boy possesses two variations of the body flicker technique. The first, developed in his youth based on his Sharingan's abilities, allows him to create multiple shadow clones within a specific range, alternating between solid and illusory, while swiftly shifting between them to attack enemies. The second, perfected in his later years, enables high-speed movement within a designated area with just a single-handed seal. What he used just now was the second variation. Hiruzen nodded. You seem quite well informed. Danzo smirked arrogantly. Is there anything in this village that escapes my notice? Why didn't you tell me? Hiruzen pressed. It was in the weekly report. Couldn't you read it yourself? Danzo snapped. Hiruzen sighed. As the Hokage, his endless obligations left him little time to dwell on such trivial matters. You've driven a prodigy of the Uchiha to rebellion, Danzo. Hiruzen said darkly. Unfazed by the accusation, Danzo replied calmly. Lord Hokage, we must accelerate our plans regarding the Uchiha. I told you. Give me more time to find a solution that satisfies both sides, Hiruzen retorted impatiently. With Shursui alive, further delays introduce too many variables, Danzo countered, his expression grim. His voice lowering, Danzo insisted. Hiruzen, we cannot postpone the plan against the Uchiha any longer. This was also the second Hokage's dying wish. Tobirama Senju's deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha had been inherited flawlessly by Danzo. Though our teacher despised the Uchiha, he balanced suppression with diplomacy, even taking Uchiha Kagami as a student. Your relentless oppression will only backfire. If we wait, before Hiruzen could finish, Danzo cut him off irritably. Wait for what? For them to strike first? More lives will be lost. With a look of exasperation, Danzo sneered. Making you Hokage was undoubtedly our teacher's greatest mistake. Look at what you've accomplished. Under your leadership, Konoha will only continue to decline. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Danzo's bandaged right eye, his thoughts drifting back to the fleeting silhouette of Shursui moments earlier. Lord Hokage, do you also wish to resolve the Uchiha rebellion peacefully? Indeed. Do you have a viable solution? I can utilize the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan to ensure the Uchiha clan's eternal loyalty to Konoha. This way, bloodshed can be avoided. Excellent. Hiruzen recalled his conversation with Shursui days prior, only for news of the young man's suicide to surface shortly after. Coincidentally, someone had been smearing paint on Hiruzen's person these past few days. Now, face to face with the blind Shursui, realization struck Hiruzen. This was Shursui's lingering resentment toward him. Ah, Shursui. Truly a kind-hearted soul. Even in his discontent, he merely resorted to a harmless prank. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Danzo, meanwhile, continued his relentless tirade. His words laced with urgency to eradicate the Uchiha before complications arose. Witnessing Danzo's aggression, Hiruzen's temper flared. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Becoming Hokage had been Danzo's lifelong ambition. Unyielding, he roared back, you'll regret this, Hiruzen. Typically, such a declaration would be punctuated by Danzo slamming the door on his way out. But here, lacking an office door to vent his frustration, the gesture fell flat. Compensating, he whipped his sleeve through the air with exaggerated force. The supple fabric cracked like a whip, producing two sharp snaps before he stormed off with a disdainful scoff. The four Jonin stood rooted in place, exchanging uneasy glances. Hiruzen exhaled wearily. Danzo, if you were to become Hokage, Konoha would crumble all the faster. Chapter 18. The extermination plan accelerates within the Uchiha compound. Three shinobi stood in Itachi Uchiha's path. Itachi, began one with delicate features and narrow eyes, his voice icy, regarding Uchiha Shursui's suicide in the Naka River 4 days ago. We wish to hear your account of the incident once more. This man was Uchiha Nabi, a member of Konoha's military police force and one of the few Uchiha who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. He had long harbored suspicions toward Itachi for joining the Umbu and often shadowed him. The other two were also elite clansmen who had unlocked the three-tomo Sharingan. Listen, Itachi. Another snapped, scrutinizing him as if he were a criminal. If you dare betray the Uchiha clan, we will never forgive you. You. Itachi's voice remained eerily calm, devoid of emotion. Are you doubting me? Isn't it obvious? The third sneered. How could you not be suspicious? The moment the words left his lips, without so much as a sound, all three collapsed to the ground, claiming to act for the Uchiha clan. Yet spouting such arrogance. You are selfish fools who cannot fathom the depths of my resolve. Slowly, Itachi lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes revealing the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Recalling Shursui's final words before leaping into the Naka River, Itachi steeled his heart. I have lost all hope for this pitiful Uchiha clan. With that, he strode away. Around the corner, his father, Fugaku Uchiha, witnessed everything in silence. Root headquarters. Dan's office. Itachi, Dan Shimura intoned gravely, leaning on his cane behind the massive desk. Do not be swayed by the third Hokage's talk of compromise. When the time comes, he will side with Konoha without hesitation. Itachi stood before him, listening in silence. Dan pressed on. And you, Itachi? What is your choice? Will you perish alongside your clan? Or will you stand with Konoha, sparing only your younger brother and eradicating the rest of the Uchiha before their rebellion begins? At the mention of his brother, a flicker of light passed through Itachi's eyes. The last vestige of hesitation vanished. The higher-ups will never allow the Uchiha to revolt. They will exterminate the clan preemptively. And you, a double agent for both Konoha and the Uchiha, are the perfect instrument for this task. Dan's voice was low, almost hypnotic, leaving Itachi no alternative. No one else is capable. Will you accept this mission? I will. Itachi's reply was immediate. 3 days, Dan stated after a pause. I expect results within 3 days. Understood. The tone behind Itachi's Umbu mask was terrifyingly composed. As Itachi turned to leave, Torian Aburame spoke from the shadows. Sir, can he truly accomplish this alone? A faint smile curled Dan's lips. To preserve the Uchiha's honor and reputation, it must be him alone. An internal Uchiha conflict, resulting in their annihilation, with no ties to Konoha. How convenient. Shino Aburame hesitated for a moment before asking, what about the Hokage's side? Danzo suddenly narrowed his sharp eyes and glared at him. Is that something you should be considering? Shino immediately lowered his head and took a step back. As for whether Itachi could complete the mission, Danzo pondered briefly before speaking. Take the root members and stand guard outside. If the Uchiha clan refuses to act with dignity, you will help them achieve it. Clap, clap, clap. From the shadows of the room, the sound of slow applause suddenly echoed. Shino Aburame tensed, instantly assuming a combat stance. Danzo, however, remained seated, utterly unfazed. Lord Danzo, your methods are truly meticulous. A man wearing a single-eyed spiral mask emerged from the darkness. Shino's face betrayed his shock. Who is this man? How long has he been here? My tracking insects didn't react at all. How is this possible? Danzo spoke first. What brings you here? Thud. The man reached into the air and, as if performing a magic trick, materialized a bound figure before tossing him at Danzo's feet. Danzo glanced at the unconscious person on the floor, his brow furrowing slightly. What is the meaning of this? Shino also looked down. The captive was small in stature. Limbs tightly bound, his clothes bearing the Uchiha crest. A child? No. More accurately, a chubby little Uchiha. I'm here to refine your plan. The masked man said lightly, his tone laced with amusement, as though he and Danzo were old acquaintances. Oh, elaborate. Danzo understood the weight of this man's words. This man was the true successor chosen by Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, masquerading as Madara himself. Having received the real Madara's guidance, even Danzo could detect no flaws in his disguise. Moreover, Danzo had no need to scrutinize the man's identity. As long as their interests aligned, cooperation was possible. The plan to eradicate the Uchiha was nearly flawless, save for one minor variable. What variable? Danzo asked, his expression indifferent. You already know. Obito pulled a chair over and sat beside Danzo. Otherwise, why would you accelerate the timeline? The flaw is Shursui Uchiha isn't dead. At the mention of Shursui's name, a flicker of unease passed through Danzo's eyes. You couldn't kill him in time. If he returns to the Uchiha compound, it would complicate things. So, have you come to mock me? Danzo took a sip of tea from the table. Didn't I just say? I'm here to perfect your plan. Obito gestured toward the unconscious boy. This kid is Uchiha take. He's south extremely close to Shursui. So close that he even tried investigating the truth behind Shursui's supposed suicide. Ha. Obito couldn't help but laugh. I caught him tailing Itachi. You know how Itachi and Shursui are, don't you? Like brothers, right? But do you realize that Shursui and this little fatty are as close as brothers? Danzo raised an eyebrow. Is that all? What else? Enough with the feigned ignorance. You know Shursui's temperament better than anyone. With this little fatty, Shursui's problem is solved. Danzo nodded and said to Torian Aburame, take him to find Shursui. Handle it cleanly. Yes. Torian Aburame grabbed the unconscious Uchiha take, still lying on the ground, and departed with his orders. Watching Torian leave, Obito sneered. Oh ho. Handle it cleanly. Has Konoha become so refined in its euphemisms for killing now? Danzo shot Obito a glance, his tone laced with displeasure. Do you have other business? Madara? The two had already collaborated twice in secret, each for their own interests. Their first collaboration occurred when Obito saw a wielder of the Rinnegan consumed by hatred. He approached Danzo for assistance, hoping he would mediate a partnership with Hanzo of the Salamander from Amigakure. They persuaded Hanzo to strike against the Akatsuki, an organization founded by Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Hanzo, already harboring intentions to eradicate the Akatsuki, readily agreed. This successfully ignited Nagato's hatred for the world, fueling his obsession with gathering the tailed beasts to create a devastating forbidden weapon. Coincidentally, the Eye of the Moon plan also required the collection of the tailed beasts. Their second collaboration unfolded during the Nine Tails attack on Konoha. Obito aimed to weaken the village and seize the Nine Tails, while Danzo sought to frame the Uchiha clan and eliminate them, hence the three-tomo pattern in the Nine Tails' eyes. Their schemes only partially succeeded. Konoha was indeed weakened. But thanks to the efforts of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the Nine Tails was not stolen. Instead, it was sealed within Naruto. Though the Uchiha were not immediately exterminated, the three-tomo in the Nine Tails' pupils deepened the villagers' resentment and suspicion toward them. The clan was relocated to the village's outskirts, thoroughly marginalized and ostracized. This extermination of the Uchiha served as the final act of the Nine Tails incident. For this matter, even if Danzo hadn't summoned him, Obito would have come regardless, because he, too, desired the vast collection of Sharingan eyes. Since we're old acquaintances, why not chat a while? Obito said cheerfully. Next time. Right now, Itachi should be looking for you. Chapter 19. Unseen means undone. Deep into the night, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat alone in his armchair, enveloped in swirling tendrils of smoke. His gaze pierced through the hazy mist, settling upon the portrait of his revered mentor, Senju Tobirama, hanging on the wall. Master, he murmured, your wish shall soon be fulfilled. If all goes as planned, Danzo will act tonight. Within days, we shall receive word. Hiruzen took one final drag from his pipe before tapping the ashes into a nearby tray with a crisp clink. Itachi still lives, but it matters little. Danzo will handle it. A wry smile touched his lips. I pale in comparison to you, my teacher, where you achieved perfection alone. Danzo and I barely scraped by with joint effort. Danzo willingly played the role of the blade, even maintaining the fade of coveting the Hokage's seat before outsiders. A taxing performance indeed. The dirty work falls to him, while I reap the rewards and goodwill. His sacrifices outweigh mine. Hiruzen chuckled softly, his eyes drifting to the Hokage hat resting upon his desk. Though impatient by nature, he could never truly bear this mantle. Yet, I've caught him sneaking this hat onto his head more than once. He rose, kneading the stiffness from his lower back. You always place the right people in the right roles, a skill I must strive harder to master. Tomorrow, he would have the house repaired. That peculiar boy Itachi had brought, Luffy, with his inexplicably stretchable limbs, had left the residence drafty after days of chaos. Was it a ninjutsu? A Kekkei Genkai? No matter. Danzo would detain him for Root S experiments soon enough. Reports would follow. Root S laboratory, the very site of Orochimaru S human experiments. Shedding his outer robe, Hiruzen lay upon his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Tonight, at last, I may rest undisturbed. Meanwhile, along the desolate streets, a diminutive figure emerged from the shadows. Cloaked in secrecy, he pressed against the walls, creeping toward the Hokage's residence. A ninja mask concealed his face, his bulging waist pouch betraying his readiness. Yet his unmistakable golden hair gave him away. Uzumaki Naruto, armed to the teeth, had come to aid the Hokage upon hearing of the intrusion. Unbeknownst to him, Yinbyu operatives stationed around the building had long since noted his approach. Unless he crossed they would remain hidden. A Jinchuriki was, after all, a village's most vital weapon, never truly left unattended. Though outwardly neglected, scorned by villagers, and left to survive on meager means with only the Hokage's hollow comforts, Naruto remained under Root's relentless surveillance. The watching Root operatives observed his furtive advance, but made no move to intervene. Naruto's antics were routine by now. As long as there was no threat to life, no attempt to leave the village, no signs of rampage, and no external enemies attempting to seize him, they would not intervene no matter what Naruto did. At the last corner, Naruto cautiously peeked out. MPH. Before he could even finish his exclamation, a hand clamped over his mouth, and he was swiftly dragged away by the collar. The hidden Anbu operative stationed nearby tensed, glancing in his direction, only to find Naruto gone. Probably wandered off to pull another prank somewhere else. Naruto's mischief was infamous in Konoha, and the ANBU were well acquainted with his antics. His sudden disappearance didn't raise any alarms. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps pounded in Naruto's ears as he was hauled away. He felt like a kite tossed violently in a storm, swaying uncontrollably in the wind. With his mouth still covered, he couldn't utter a word. Two Root ninjas stiffened in shock. Who is that? The rumors about a powerful intruder in the village, could they be true? Boom. A communication seal exploded midair. Without hesitation, the two Root operatives gave chase. Minutes later, the scenery around Naruto shifted from buildings to dense forest. They had left the village. I'm done for. Absolutely done for. I must have been captured by the same enemies who attacked the old man Hokage recently. His stomach churned with dread. They brought me to this remote place to silence me for good. Aha. My first solo mission, and I've already been caught. This is it. Regret not at him. Will they torture me? I want to talk, no matter what. But what would they even ask me? Irika-sensei was right. I never should have wandered near the Hokage's place. Naruto had stuffed every ninja tool he owned into his pouch, convinced he was fully prepared. Yet, the moment he arrived, he was snatched away. Abruptly, the person carrying him skidded to a halt, a sudden stop from breakneck speed. Any elite J-nin witnessing it would have marveled at the sheer control over their own body. Naruto, however, Felt like his insides had been violently stirred. Then, release. Gah. The moment his feet touched the ground, Naruto yanked down his forehead protector and vomited. The relentless sprint had left him dizzy and disoriented. After emptying his stomach, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the grass with a dull thud. Under the pale moonlight, he finally got a clear look at his captor. Ah, you're Lu. Lu. The figure before him wore a straw hat, a red vest, and blue shorts. The outfit was familiar, but the name escaped him. Yo. Naru. The other seemed equally stumped. Uzumaki Naruto. Monkey D. Luffy. They declared their names in unison. Oh, it's you. Naruto exhaled in relief, his tense shoulders relaxing as he slumped onto the ground. You gave me quite a fright. I thought we'd encountered an enemy. What brings you here? He inquired with puzzled eyes. Luffy grinned mischievously, lifting the object in his hand and presenting it before Naruto. The sight was all too familiar, a bucket of red paint. At once, memories flooded Naruto's mind. 32 bowls of ramen swindled from him in deception. The very scene he had replayed in his mind countless times, seething with frustration, had now materialized before him. You fraud. Naruto spat, his voice thick with accusation. Luffy scratched his head, bewildered. Fraud? What exactly did I deceive you about? You broke your promise. You agreed to do something, and yet you never followed through. Naruto retorted, indignation burning in his words. The accusation stung Luffy, whose pride in his word was unshakable. I did do it, he insisted loudly. You didn't. Naruto shot back with equal fervor. I've been working on it all this time. Luffy protested. And I've been watching. There wasn't a single trace of your work. Naruto countered, arms crossed defiantly. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't done. If I didn't see it, how am I supposed to believe you did anything at all? Luffy paused, the anger in his expression fading as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You make a fair point. Seeing is believing. That's a reasonable demand. 32 bowls of ramen. Naruto lamented, clutching his chest dramatically. Not once did I catch even a glimpse of that paint. Had I seen it just once, I wouldn't be this furious. With a solemn nod, Luffy bowed deeply. My apologies. I failed to consider your perspective. Straightening up, he flashed a determined grin. Well then, if that's how it is, tonight, I'll make sure you see it with your own eyes. How does that sound? Chapter 20. You're painting on the Hokage? Seeing such a sincere apology, Naruto's anger had already subsided considerably. Upon hearing the offer to witness the prank firsthand, his excitement immediately surged. Great. I definitely want to see it with my own eyes. For the first time, he would be on site, watching someone else pull off a prank. The exhilarating sense of detachment from consequences thrilled him just thinking about it. Luffy picked up the paint bucket and strode toward the village. Wait, Luffy. Naruto called out to him, rustling through his bulging waist pouch. Naruto pulled something out and handed it to Luffy. A ninja mask. Wear this. Gotta look professional. Luffy took the black ninja mask and tied it on, flashing Naruto a thumbs up. So much cooler now. Ninjas really know their stuff. Puffing his chest with pride, Naruto wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Let's go? Luffy turned and dashed toward the village. Within moments, he had left Naruto far behind. Just as Naruto opened his mouth to yell for him to slow down, whoosh. A long, snake-like arm stretched back and grabbed Naruto by the collar. Swoosh. Naruto was yanked through the air in a graceful arc, landing right beside Luffy. Wait. Hold on. The memory of his earlier motion sickness made Naruto shudder, and he hastily protested. If you carry me like that, I'll get dizzy and throw up. Luffy blinked in realization. Oh, should have said so earlier. With a swift motion, he tossed Naruto onto his back and sprinted forward, sandals slapping against the ground as they raced toward the village. The two root ninjas who had just caught up froze in confusion. What the hell is going on? One of them scowled. That damn fox brat is playing games with us. Wasted a communication scroll for nothing. If the duty jonin shows up and finds nothing wrong, we're in for a scolding. The other snapped, stopped yapping, and chased them. Luffy, with Naruto on his back, was already speeding away. The root ninjas had no time to waste and immediately gave chase. Whoa, this is so fast. Now properly seated, Naruto finally experienced Luffy's full sprinting speed. Luffy laughed. Feels like flying, right? What's flying? Like a machine that flies. A flying chicken. Naruto scratched his head. Luffy stretched his rubber arms to demonstrate, eventually getting the concept of an airplane across. By the way, how did your arms stretch like that earlier? Naruto asked in all once he steadied himself. Oh, that? Easy. I ate the rubber fruit. The rubber fruit. That exists. Is it tasty? Tastes awful. Then why do you eat it? Accident. ended up turning into a rubber man. A rubber man? Yeah, my body can stretch like rubber now. What an intriguing thing. Do you have more of these fruits? You want to eat it? Luffy exclaimed in surprise. This is a devil fruit. Eating it will bring the curse of the sea upon you. Huh, devil fruit? A curse? That sounds terrifying. What kind of curse? If you eat a devil fruit, you can no longer swim. If you fall into the water, your body will sink endlessly. Isn't that a dreadful curse? Luffy recalled the time he accidentally consumed the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Back then, he had vowed to become a pirate, but after eating the devil fruit, he could no longer swim. Fearing his dream of piracy would be crushed, he nearly cried in despair. Even now, as the Pirate King, the memory still unsettled him. That's it? Naruto found it rather absurd. Yeah, isn't it terrifying? Terrifying? Not at all. Naruto scoffed. Compared to stretching your arms, not being able to swim is nothing. I barely swim once a year. Forget swimming, I don't even like taking baths. Trading a useless skill like swimming for the ability to stretch your arms freely? That's an absolute bargain. Really? Ever since I was little, I wanted to be a pirate. Not being able to swim is a big deal, you know, Luffy said, scratching his head. So, did you become a pirate? I'm the Pirate King now, Luffy declared with pride. Then you're still just a pirate, aren't you? Oh well, yeah, I guess I am. Ha 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 ha. Naruto had no friends in the village, and no one ever talked to him the way Luffy did. Though Luffy was 19 and Naruto only 6. The age gap felt non-existent. It was as if they were peers, laughing and chatting freely. As they walked into the village, their laughter echoed through the streets. This way. This way. Naruto pointed toward the Hokage rock, shouting as he watched Luffy sprint toward the third Hokage's residence. Luffy showed no sign of turning. Wrong way. It's over here. Frustrated, Naruto grabbed Luffy's face and stretched his cheeks far out. Finally, Luffy stopped. That's the Hokage rock. You can see it from here. How could you get it wrong? Are you directionally challenged? Naruto hopped off Luffy's back and pointed again at the moonlit monument. I'm not the one who gets lost. That's Zoro's thing. Luffy grumbled, annoyed at being labeled as directionally impaired. We're going to paint the Hokage rock. Wait. No, you're going to paint it. First, you have to. Naruto launched into an enthusiastic explanation of his valuable experience in vandalizing the Hokage rock. Huh? Hokage rock. Hokage. Luffy scratched his nose with his pinky, brows furrowed in confusion. It's the Hokage rock, not the Hokage, Naruto corrected. Same difference. Doesn't he sound that different to me? Luffy glanced between the massive Hokage rock and the third Hokage's residence before picking his nose again. It's a huge difference. If you paint the Hokage, I'm done for. Naruto suddenly recalled the crimson paint smeared across the third Hokage's face yesterday and the sinister glint in Danzo's eyes, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. A dreadful realization surged from the depths of his heart. Hey, Luffy. Have you been painting the Hokage these past few days? Yep. Yeah. Naruto clutched his head, crouching on the ground in despair. Who told you to do that? You're ruining me. You did. Wasn't this your mission for me? Luffy replied matter-of-factly. Watching Naruto's distress, Luffy burst into laughter and gave him a hearty slap on the back. Don't sweat the small stuff. The Hokage monument. Same difference. His boisterous laughter echoed through the cold, empty streets, mingling with Naruto's anguished wails. In the shadows of a nearby alleyway, a glint of light reflected off a pair of glasses as Kabuto Yakushi observed the pair with half his face concealed. An intruder. And he has already evaded the rude operatives while keeping the Jinchuriki close. No forehead protector, no detectable chakra signature. As Orochimaru's top spy, Kabuto had known about the Hokage's paint mishap for days. A force this formidable entering Konoha, regardless of their objective, was no ally to the village. If possible, such power must be exploited. So he had Mizuki accidentally nudge Naruto in the right direction, just as planned. Naruto had encountered the intruder, though the outcome wasn't what Kabuto had envisioned. His ideal scenario? The intruder seizing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, sparking a battle that would drain Konoha's strength. The more chaos, the better for Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto decided to keep watching. I'm doomed. Doomed. Naruto's voice now eclipsed Luffy's. You painted the Hokage? If they find out, I'll be expelled from the academy for sure. After a moment's thought, Naruto seized Luffy's shoulders. Luffy, you did this. I had no part in it. You can't rat me out. Luffy grinned. Relax. No one else gonna find out. Naruto exhaled in relief. Good. Their commotion had roused the entire street. Who the hell is making noise in the middle of the night? Dear, it's that fox brat, a woman muttered to her husband. The fox boy is talking to someone, laughing like he is happy. Don't call him boy, he is a demon. When that thing laughs, it means it's hungry for flesh. Go to bed, she hissed, frightening her child. Figures it's the fox, always so lively at night. Must be because the attack happened after dark. That s when its kind thrives, isn't it? Get out of our village, demon, plague, curse. The insults grew uglier with each word. Then, a barrage of rotten vegetables and spoiled eggs rained down upon Naruto and Luffy from the windows of nearby houses. Luffy, his face and body splattered with the foul-smelling egg residue, merely laughed heartily without a care. Meanwhile, Naruto stood motionless, a decaying cabbage atop his head and his face drenched in the repulsive liquid, his fists clenched tightly as an expression of deep-seated inferiority and despondency washed over him. Noticing Naruto's demeanor, Luffy's countenance abruptly shifted to one of solemn gravity. Chapter 21 Naruto. Join my pirate crew. Naruto lowered his head and silently turned to leave. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. You bastards! Naruto isn't some demon fox. The shout reverberated across the entire Konoha village. This was Luffy. Even after becoming the Pirate King, he still retained the heart of a child. You can laugh at me, but you will never mock my friends. After their brief encounter, Naruto had already become a friend in Luffy's heart. From the moment he became aware of the world, Naruto had been alone, facing discrimination, insults, and scorn every day. He could only respond with outrageous pranks and an indifferent attitude to shield himself from the pain. Luffy's kindness and sincerity were like a warm ray of sunlight piercing through endless darkness, like a firm hand reaching out to a drowning man. That shout made Naruto feel, for the first time, that someone stood beside him. The third Hokage and Iruka occasionally showed him concern, but after their words, they would return to their own lives. The villagers' disdain for Naruto never changed, and he felt no sense of belonging to the village. His constant boasting about becoming Hokage wasn't truly about the title. It was just a desperate cry for recognition. He had always wanted to be part of Konoha, yet he was always pushed away. And now, the first person to truly acknowledge him was an outsider. But that didn't matter. As long as someone recognized him, that was enough. Naruto stopped in his tracks, his entire body trembling, tears welling in his eyes without him realizing. Luffy's voice rang out again. Naruto, you're not a demon fox. You're my Nakama, standing in the center of Konoha. Luffy shouted these words, the very words Naruto had always wanted to scream but never dared, in front of the entire village. That's right. I'm not a demon fox, Naruto repeated in his heart. At this moment, Luffy was the light Naruto had been waiting for all his life, ever since awakening the Nika form of his gum-gum fruit. Luffy's ability to inspire had grown even stronger. As the five elders had said, wherever Nika goes, he brings laughter. He is called the warrior of liberation, the sun god Nika. Naruto didn't dare turn around, afraid Luffy would see his tear-streaked face. Who's causing trouble here? Dark figures swiftly closed in from all directions. After Luffy's roars, the slumbering village awakened, lights flickered on in windows one after another. Soon, the two were surrounded by shinobi. Hidden in the shadows, Kabuto stepped back, concealing himself further. Always the calculating one. Even he was stunned by Luffy's actions. What kind of fool is this? Hiruzen Sarutobi jolted awake from the commotion, throwing off his blankets and storming to the window in anger. What in the world is going on? Sleep never came easily to the elderly, and these past few nights of vandalism had robbed him of proper rest. Tonight, when he had finally managed to drift off, he was rudely awakened once more. Who the hell is this, making such a racket? Did they grab a megaphone or something? Dozens of shinobi surrounded Naruto and Luffy, sealing them off completely. Luffy paid no mind to the encircling crowd, grinning at Naruto as he said, Naruto, join my pirate crew. Yeah, okay. Naruto nodded firmly in agreement. Many of the surrounding shinobi had lived through the Nine-Tails attack years ago. Countless had lost loved ones and friends in that tragedy. Hearing Luffy openly invite Naruto to become a pirate, how could they simply let go of what the village had paid for in blood? Yet they never considered that Naruto was a living, breathing person, not an object, not a weapon, and certainly not some faction's private property. He shouldn't be treated like a possession, but as a human being. Unable to hold back, the shinobi began berating him. Naruto, are you betraying Konoha? Deserting the village is punishable by death. Joining some nonsense pirate crew is treason. Think carefully. Naruto wiped the tears from his face, instead of cowering at their threats. He grinned. In the past, as a mere academy student, he would have cowered before this crowd of Chunin and Jonin. But now that he decided never to be Konoha's shinobi again, ranks like Chunin, Jonin, even Hokage, meant nothing to him. He had once dreamed of becoming Hokage, of being liked by everyone, of having friends. But now, none of that mattered anymore. If everyone despised him, if the village had no use for him, then why not join a pirate crew and set off on adventures with Luffy? Seeing the sudden resolve in Naruto's eyes, Luffy smirked in satisfaction but stayed silent. Pirates, bandits, anything with thief in its name can't be good. Naruto, are you really going to throw yourself away like this? The shinobi's scolding grew harsher. Their words the same old recycled venom. If pirates are like Luffy, then I'll gladly join his crew. As he spoke, a weight lifted from Naruto's chest, leaving him lighter than ever. His mind cleared, as if a fog had dissipated. The Naruto who wanted to be Hokage was gone. Now, he only wanted to be a pirate. Maybe in another world, there was still a shinobi realm, a Konoha, and a boy named Naruto clinging to his dream of becoming Hokage. Naruto chuckled bitterly at the thought. But in this world, he was done playing along. Luffy stood beside him, silently observing with a smile. Naruto, stop this foolishness. The voice belonged to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Usually warm and grandfatherly, it now carried an edge of severity. Naruto turned toward the sound. There, atop a rooftop, stood Hiruzen, his gaze sharp as lightning. The sternness flickered briefly before Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice regained its usual gentleness. Naruto, if you're facing difficulties, you can always voice them. Why resort to such extremes? Hidden in the shadows, Yakushi Kabuto listened to the Hokage's words and thought of Danzo, another high-ranking official. The memory of being deceived by Danzo and mistakenly killing his foster mother, Nono, was an eternal wound in his heart. Kabuto couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How fitting for the Hokage of Konoha, the epitome of hypocrisy. Paired with Danzo's shamelessness, they truly make a despicable duo. The entire village despises you. Yet you're not allowed to protest. The moment you voice dissent, you're labeled as extreme. Kabuto's thoughts seethed with bitterness. Is this the distortion of human nature or the collapse of morality? Meanwhile, Naruto met Hiruzen's gaze without flinching. Luffy flashed his trademark grin. Hey, wanna see? With so many people watching, can you still pull it off? Naruto smirked. Though he didn't fully grasp Luffy's capabilities, an inexplicable certainty filled him. Luffy could achieve anything. As Luffy reached into the paint bucket and lifted the brush, Hiruzen's lips twitched imperceptibly. He subtly gathered chakra, focusing intently on Luffy. Naruto, watch closely. Don't accuse me unjustly again, Luffy said, locking eyes with the third Hokage. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, revered leader of the village, found himself taking an involuntary half-step back. Chapter 22. Are you here to steal the Nine Tails? Arrogant fool. How dare you speak disrespectfully to the Hokage? Humph. You even think of raising a hand against the Hokage. Do you take us for useless bystanders? The surrounding shinobi, unaware of the trials their revered Hokage had endured these past days, burned with indignation at the sight of Luffy raising a paintbrush as if to challenge him. Death before dishonor. Exchanging blows between shinobi was commonplace, but to insult the Hokage with paint? That crossed the line. Before Luffy could even act, the enraged shinobi unleashed their fury. Fire release, fire dragon jutsu. Wind release, wind blade. Water release, water dragon bullet. A storm of kunai and shuriken rained down upon Luffy. The fire dragon, amplified by the wind technique, swelled to monstrous proportions. Though not aimed at Naruto, the scorching heat still licked at his skin. At his level, barely a graduate of the academy, Naruto stood no chance of dodging these attacks. A direct hit would leave him severely wounded. To the other shinobi, this was no issue. As long as he survived, they could heal him afterward. Besides, the Nine-Tails chakra granted formidable regenerative abilities. As for Naruto's feelings, shinobi were raised as tools. Tools had no emotions, nor did they need them. A tool existed only to obey its master. Naruto's legs trembled as he faced the onslaught, kunai like a downpour. Shuriken slicing through the air, and the roaring inferno of the fire dragon. Then, he straightened his back. If he had made a bold declaration, he would see it through to the end. Naruto. Luffy crouched, paint bucket in one hand and brush in the other, shouting at him. Naruto blinked, confused. Luffy grinned wildly. Airplane, combine. Oh, Naruto immediately understood. This was the same pose Luffy had used to carry him into the village earlier. He had even explained what an airplane was. I'll be the fuselage, Luffy yelled. And I'll be the pilot. Naruto leaped onto Luffy's back, exhilarated. Too bad Sure Sway and Take aren't here. We could have made a giant airplane. Luffy lamented. Having witnessed Luffy's speed firsthand during their journey, Naruto was confident they could escape. That must be the plan, right? Surrounded by so many shinobi. With the Hokage present as well, victory was impossible. But to boldly declare his intentions in front of all these Chunin and Jonin, and then successfully flee? That would still be impressive. Naruto's heart raced with excitement. The moment he felt Naruto secure on his back, Luffy sprang into action. Kunai, Shuriken, and the fire dragon were already upon them. Whoosh, Luffy charged straight into the crowd. Hey, ow, over there. Who just bumped into me? Who stepped on my foot? Why is there a kunai in my butt? Ack, it hurts. Stop the jutsu. Use taijutsu to grab him. Chaos erupted like a boiling pot. Luffy was like a bull in a china shop, darting left and right, yet no one could lay a hand on him. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had learned his lesson this time. The moment Luffy charged into the crowd, he swiftly retreated beyond it. Rubber, Gatling, rat-at-at-at, Luffy's paintbrush whirled relentlessly, striking each ninja's face with uncanny precision. Naruto burst into uproarious laughter. He had expected Luffy to whisk him away to safety, but instead, the Rubberland boy had plunged straight into the fray to paint the shinobi. At first, Naruto had worried about the danger, but within seconds, he was grinning from ear to ear. Hiruzen's expression, however, darkened with every passing moment. This straw-hatted boy is even faster than before. That day, when he painted my face in front of Dan's, was that not even his limit? The shinobi world was no stranger to speedsters. Those who mastered the body flicker technique were formidable, yet not invincible. And because Luffy had only displayed his abilities through pranks these past few days, Hiruzen had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Until now, for the first time, he observed Luffy's movements from a bystander's perspective. The boy weaved through the crowd effortlessly, untouched by any attack. This wasn't merely speed, it was flawless control over his body, coupled with battle-hardened instincts. Troublesome, Hiruzen muttered under his breath. This speed, it rivals Minato's flying thunder god, yet requires no prior markings. He's like an enhanced version of the Yellow Flash. Even as the Hokage, Hiruzen had few counters against such velocity. But the greater concern was the bond forming between this boy and Naruto. The way Naruto beamed with trust sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. His true objective is finally revealed. This straw-hatted boy is after the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto. Then, the image of Shisui standing beside Luffy flashed in his mind. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Could the Uchiha clan be plotting to seize the Nine Tails? Even Shisui, with his honest face, has he betrayed Konoha? And this boy, where did they even find him? Suddenly, Hiruzen's pupils constricted in realization. That mysterious organization Jiraiya mentioned Akatsuki. For years, Jiraiya had gathered intelligence on Akatsuki. Yet even he knew little. Its members were rogue ninja from major villages or formidable wanderers. Konoha's intelligence network had files on every known missing nin. None matched this straw-hatted fighter. Is he a self-taught rogue shinobi? That would explain why he hasn't used any jutsu beyond taijutsu these past few days. Hiruzen scrutinized Luffy's movements. A specialist in physical combat. Like Might Guy? But why would Akatsuki, dormant for so long, aid the Uchiha? Unless their true target has always been the tailed beasts, concealed within the shadows. Kabuto observed Luffy darting through the crowd with astonishing speed, deftly splashing paint upon the shinobi with precise movements left and right. Such velocity, such accuracy. Could this be the body flicker technique? Yet there was no chakra fluctuation, no hand seals. Was this some form of Kekkei Genkai that enhanced speed? Perhaps a unique bloodline limit akin to Kimamaro's or Yugo's. Orochimaru-sama would undoubtedly find this new vessel fascinating. Moreover, having caused continuous disturbances in Konoha these past few days, he made for a worthwhile target to approach. A faint smirk curled upon Kabuto's lips. With Naruto slung over his back, Luffy abruptly shifted his trajectory, charging straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every individual present had already been painted. Only the Hokage remained untouched. Enma, engage. Unnoticed by most, Hiruzen had already summoned Enma. The Monkey King glanced at Luffy weaving through the masses and remarked dryly, Hiruzen, have you truly resorted to calling me for a mere child? Enough nonsense. This is a formidable opponent. Hiruzen snapped. Very well. Enma's playful demeanor vanished as he transformed with a boom into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen flung out several sealing tags with a sweep of his hand, then grasped the staff and slammed it into the ground. Adamantine sealing art. Enma's solar prison. From the earth emerged a colossal simian hand, seizing Luffy within its palm with unerring precision. Chapter 23. The Train King Luffy. The bustling Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly continued forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof, poof. Two shadow clones materialized, surrounding the massive, clenched fist of the Enma staff. Without pause, the third Hokage weaved another sequence of seals. He knew this momentary success was sheer luck. There was no room for escape. Sealing technique, triple Rashomon. A shimmering green triangular barrier enveloped the Enma staff, gripping Luffy, sealing it firmly within. As expected of the Hokage, mastery over an S-rank sealing technique with such ease. What a careless fool, Kabuto remarked with a hint of regret. Possessing unparalleled speed in the shinobi world, yet falling prey to the third sealing technique. Lord Orochimaru has lost another intriguing specimen. Only when the Enma staff was securely trapped beneath the emerald barrier did Sarutobi allow himself a breath of relief. Finally caught. Have you had enough? His commanding voice boomed across the battlefield. The shinobi stood frozen, faces smeared with red paint, drowning in humiliation. The silence was thick with awkward tension. Lord Hokage, what is the enemy's origin? Their movements are erratic. No discernible technique. Was this midnight spectacle meant to disgrace Konoha's shinobi? Idiot. Can't you see he's carrying the fox brat? He came to steal our Jinchuriki. That fox brat actually trusted the enemy. We should replace him with a more compliant vessel. Voices rose, each louder than the last, masking their collective shame. Sarutobi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the seal. His thoughts raced. The triple Rashomon won't hold indefinitely. How to restrain and transport him? Ropes are impractical. The straw-hatted youth was unharmed. Sarutobi had doubted the seal would even land. Yet it succeeded, almost as if he allowed it. The moment the seal lifted, the boy would dart away like a monkey, untouchable. Intentional or not. He must not escape. Turning to an ANBU operative, Sarutobi ordered, summon a Nara clansman skilled in the shadow imitation technique. Yesterday, Nara Sasaka's shadows managed to bind him, until Shirsue's Genjutsu intervened. With Shirsue absent, shadow manipulation is our best option. No need. They're already here. Danzo's voice cut through from behind. The commotion had shaken the entire village. Alongside Aburame Toryun, Yamanaka Fu, Yamato, and Nara Suzaku, root operatives had assembled. Impressive as always, Lord Hokage, capturing the intruder single-handedly. Danzo's praise was flat. His cold eyes locked onto the seal. Extract him for interrogation. I wish to know which faction dares invade our village to abduct a Jinchuriki. As he spoke, a muffled voice echoed from within the barrier. Goma Goma no. Balloon. Boom. The entire seal trembled violently. Rubber pistol. Rubber machine gun. The seal continued to shake incessantly. Cracks had already begun to form where it met the ground. Dan's and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged glances, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. This was a scene that would only occur when sealing a tailed beast. If it were a real tailed beast, the three-way seal wouldn't hold. Don't worry, I don't sense any chakra fluctuations from him. Just incredible speed, Hiruzen said, though it was unclear whether he was reassuring himself or Dan's. The tremors of the three-way seal grew increasingly violent. Yamato, Dan suddenly commanded. Understanding immediately, Yamato swiftly formed hand signs. What style? Thorn murder technique? Wooden spikes erupted from the ground, twisting and coiling around the three-way seal. In moments, the massive seal was completely entangled in thick wooden tendrils. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku pressed his foot against the seal's shadow, hands clasped together, ready to unleash his shadow imitation technique at any moment. By now, other shinobi who lived farther away, Kakashi, Might Guy, Karina Waihai, and Asuma had arrived. Yo, Kakashi, what's going on here? Guy asked, eyeing the wooden cocoon. Kakashi glanced expressionlessly at the now fully wrapped seal and shook his head, signaling his ignorance. Without witnessing the sealing process firsthand, anyone would be baffled by the multiple layers of jutsu encasing it. You don't know either? Guy asked, oddly cheerful. Kakashi raised a hand, motioning for silence, then tilted his head as if listening for something. Armament hockey. Rubber rocket launcher. A deafening explosion followed. Crash. The wooden prison shattered, a massive hole blown through one side. Splintered fragments rained down upon the gathered shinobi. Now, Hiruzen roared. Simultaneously, Nara Shikaku formed his hand signs. A shadowy figure shot out from the broken seal, accompanied by joyous laughter. Luffy, right now, we need to run. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Why? Luffy asked, puzzled. Because after a prank, you always run, or else you'll get caught. Oh, got it. Luffy agreed, then caught sight of Hiruzen's stern face. Finish the prank first, then run. Secret technique, shadow imitation jutsu. The seal's shadow elongated into a thin line, darting forward and merging with Luffy's shadow. Slap. Nara Shikaku suddenly leaped up, landing beside Dan's, and struck him across the face. You bastard, Dan snarled, enraged that Shikaku would attack him mid-battle. He retaliated with a vicious backhand, sending Shikaku flying. Yet, in a bizarre twist, Shikaku's body seemed dragged by an unseen force, rapidly sliding in the direction Luffy had fled. Danzo, what the hell is Suzaku up to? As Danzo turned his head, he noticed the familiar streak of red paint smeared across Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Damn it, freshly escaped from the seal, and yet still found time to vandalize the Hokage's face. Danzo's expression darkened as he sharply gestured after him. Root operatives and A and B shinobi immediately gave chase, joined by the other paint-splattered ninjas. Old man, what's going on? What just broke out of the seal? Asuma, having just arrived, was utterly bewildered. Spotting the crimson streak on his father's face, he couldn't help but ask. Hiruzen, equally at a loss, merely scoffed. Who knows what that thing was? Asuma. Kakashi, why have you uncovered your Sharingan? Might Guy stared in surprise as Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the crimson three-tomo eye. Guy blinked in confusion. Kakashi's expression was grave. If you were caught in the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, could you break free using sheer physical strength? Guy pondered seriously before answering. If I open at least 6 of the 8 gates, it should be possible, though it depends on the opponent's skill level. You mean the one who escaped the seal? Even Guy, dense as he was, grasped the implication. He broke the shadow imitation? Kakashi shook his head. Not broke. He reversed it, controlled Nara Suzaku instead, then slapped Danzo. What? Hey, Guy, where are you going? Kakashi called out as Guy suddenly bolted. If he's a taijutsu master, I'll test him myself. With that, Guy sprinted full speed after the commotion. Kakashi tilted his head upward. The moon hung round and luminous in the night sky past 1 a.m. His gaze then dropped to the chaotic scene below, Luffy carrying Naruto on his back, leading a train of furious shinobi through the village streets like a runaway locomotive. Every window in Konoha was alight. The village has never been this lively before. With a languid sigh, Kakashi tugged his forehead protector back over the Sharingan. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kabuto Yakushi had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 24. Might Guy, is there anyone more passionate than me? What? Go, go, go? Naruto cheered excitedly on Luffy's back. In Naruto's heart, this single night brought him 100 times more joy than all the past years combined. Luffy carried Naruto on his back, racing several laps around Konoha village. He was simply too exhilarated to end this delightful game. Having arrived in this unfamiliar land, he finally had so many people to play with. Naruto, swept up in the excitement, didn't think too deeply about it. Meanwhile, the pursuing ninjas saw this as a grave insult and provocation, chasing them with even greater fervor. Over the years since leaving the East Blue and becoming the Pirate King, Luffy and his crew had been pursued like this countless times. Now, this familiar scene unfolded once more. If Luffy ran at full speed, he could have easily shaken them off, but he didn't want it to end. So he controlled his pace, keeping just enough distance to remain visible yet unreachable. As they ran, Luffy noticed an interesting figure. At the forefront of the chasing ninjas was a man in a green jumpsuit, with a bowl-cut hairstyle and thick eyebrows, sprinting remarkably fast, closing the gap between them. When one person in the crowd moves exceptionally quickly, it becomes difficult to maintain the perfect distance from everyone. And that thick-browed man seemed to be accelerating even more. Oh, interesting. Trying to race me? Seeing someone challenge him, Luffy's interest was piqued. He increased his speed. Might Guy's eyes sparkled as he noticed Luffy speeding up. Whoa. He sensed my speed and responded. Is this the unspoken bond between taijutsu masters? He respects me. I can't let him look down on me. Run, youth. Might Guy accelerated again. Luffy matched his pace. Guy pushed harder. Luffy did the same. After several rounds of this back and forth, the two, along with Naruto, had unknowingly left the village far behind, leaving the 100 pursuing ninjas in the dust. I've never encountered such an incredible taijutsu specialist. Guy realized he had reached his limit, yet the distance between them hadn't shrunk at all. He's handling this effortlessly. Will I just admit defeat? Humph. I'd never surrender so easily. His competitive spirit ignited. Might Guy roared. 8 gates formation. First gate. The gate of opening. Release. The moment the words left his lips, his speed surged. Oh, he's catching up. Luffy turned his head, grinning as he saw Guy closing in. Hee. I picked up a little trick from CP9 to boost my speed too. Rokushiki, Soru. Aya. Naruto yelped as the sudden acceleration nearly threw him backward. Good. This is exhilarating. Seeing the gap widen again, Guy didn't falter. His excitement only grew. Second gate. The gate of healing. Release. Let my youth burn brighter. Third gate. The gate of life, release. Reverse lotus. With a single breath, surpassing him. Boom crash. Might Guy's speed surged exponentially, breaking the sound barrier as his body compressed the air, creating a sonic boom. In an instant, he appeared beside Luffy. Kid. Might Guy flashed Luffy a thumbs up and winked with his left eye. Luffy grinned and returned the gesture. Old man, you're strong, but I won't lose. Naruto, hold on tight. Gear second. Steam billowed from Luffy's body as he turned and winked at Might Guy before blasting forward. Naruto, unable to keep his grip, was flung into the air. Before he could hit the ground, an arm shot out, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him back. With one hand clutching Naruto, Luffy sprinted forward at breakneck speed. Boom, boom, like two supersonic jets skimming the earth. Luffy and Might Guy tore through the forest, their thunderous passage toppling trees and sending wildlife into panicked flight, shattering the night's tranquility. Fourth gate, gate of injury, open. Fifth gate, gate of closing, open. Sixth gate, gate of view, open. Side by side they raced once more. In sheer speed, Might Guy had surpassed Luffy in gear second. Exchanging a glance, both grinned fiercely. Then, splat. Mid-competition, Luffy suddenly coughed up blood. Might Guy halted in alarm. Kid, are you hurt? Ahahaha, it's nothing. Really, splat, splat. Luffy waved it off casually, only to spit out more blood. Years of relentless battles had ravaged his body, leaving him with little time left. Even Chopper couldn't heal him. Only medication sustained him. Venturing into this new world without Chopper's remedies, maintaining gear second for so long had pushed his body beyond its limits. Thud. Naruto slid off Luffy's back and collapsed onto the ground, legs trembling from the terrifying ride. Luffy, you're injured? Naruto asked with concern, wiping the blood from his lips. Luffy grinned. Don't worry. I just need some meat to recover. You're fast, old man. Faster than CP9's Lucci, even faster than me. That's amazing. Luffy praised. Though initially pleased at catching up, Might Guy's mood soured upon realizing it was only due to Luffy's condition. I lost. With that declaration, he dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. Luffy tilted his head. What are you doing? Before chasing you, I set a rule for myself. Might Guy panted between push-ups. If I failed, I'd do 1,000 push-ups. Clearly, I failed completely. So, 1,000 it is. But old man, you did catch up to me. No, I didn't. Victory must be achieved with honor, without a trace of deceit. After exerting such immense effort, only to catch up with someone coughing up blood, this is utter defeat. My apologies, I shouldn't have called you a patient. Luffy scratched his head and grinned. You're quite the strict old man. But it's fine. Chopper says I have some health issues too. Naruto quipped, I think your brain's the real problem. Who pushes themselves this hard in a race while injured? Suddenly, Luffy dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. Kid, what are you doing? Might Guy asked, perplexed. Our match isn't over yet. Let's see who can finish 1,000 push-ups first. Luffy replied with a determined smile. Excellent. If I lose, I'll walk 1,000 laps around the village on my hands. Guy declared, his spirit blazing. Ha ha ha, you're one interesting old man. My father taught me this, self-discipline through training. Oh, quite an effective method. Right. I always knew it was a great way to train. You're the first person who's ever agreed with me. Guy felt as though he'd found a kindred soul. Let's go? Luffy powered through his push-ups at an astonishing speed. Yosh, give it your all. Guy matched his pace with equal fervor. 8 gates. Gear second. Their competition escalated, each pushing their limits further. Luffy spat out another mouthful of blood. Yet his speed never faltered. Guy watched in awe, thinking, could there truly be someone in this world more passionate than me? I must train even harder. Let my youth burn brighter. With renewed vigor, Guy accelerated his push-ups, his spirit ablaze. Chapter 25. Young man, the 8 gates technique suits you better. I lost again. Might Guy said dejectedly. Luffy, utilizing the power of his rubber fruit, bounced up and down like springs with his arms and legs, performing push-ups so fast they left after images. Might Guy couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed. Though some might argue that Luffy was cheating by using his devil fruit ability, to Might Guy, a loss was a loss. Young man, how did you train to achieve such speed? Might Guy asked after finishing his final push-up, turning to Luffy, who had long since finished and was now sitting idly, picking his nose. Train? This is just my devil fruit ability, Luffy replied, scratching the back of his head. Devil fruit? What's that? Might Guy had never heard of such a thing. It's a fruit that gives you powers when you eat it, Luffy explained after a moment's thought. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with envy. You gain abilities just by eating it? That's incredibly convenient. If only there were a devil fruit for ninjutsu, he mused. Imagining himself exchanging jutsu with Kakashi, just the thought excited him. Maybe there is. I'm not sure, Luffy said, rubbing his chin. Both Might Guy and Luffy were straightforward individuals, and their conversation flowed naturally. Old man, that technique you used to suddenly boost your speed, is that ninjutsu? Luffy asked. Might Guy puffed up with pride. No, it's not ninjutsu. It's taijutsu. Luffy's eyes lit up. Taijutsu? Might Guy nodded. I don't have the talent for ninjutsu, so I focused on taijutsu. This technique is called the 8 Gates Formation. Anyone can learn it. Ooh, that's an amazing taijutsu. Pleased by Luffy's praise, Might Guy grinned. Impressive, right? Aside from Kakashi, you're only the second person to recognize how powerful this technique is. Then, his expression turned serious. Young man, there's something. I must be honest with you. Your body is incredibly strong, but the method you're using to enhance your power is reckless. It causes far more damage to your body than the 8 Gates technique. Luffy laughed carelessly. Choppers told me the same thing. But this is a technique I came up with myself to protect my friends. Might Guy's expression shifted to one of deep respect. He raised a thumbs up. You devised your own training method? To go that far for your comrades, truly admirable. After a moment of thought, Might Guy continued, Young man, if you don't mind, would you consider training in the 8 Gates technique? It's far less damaging to your body, and the results are no worse than your. He hesitated, unsure how to refer to Luffy's technique. Gear second. This move is called Gear second. Luffy supplied. Naruto, who had been silent until now, finally interjected, Gear second? Does that mean there's a Gear third, Gear fourth? Of course. There's Gear third and Gear fourth. Isn't that obvious? Luffy declared matter-of-factly. Naruto gave a thumbs up. You're a genius at naming things. Luffy puffed out his chest proudly. Am I not just a genius? This name is really cool, right? I told you Zoro and the others have no taste. Naruto rolled his eyes, feeling the conversation was going nowhere. Second gear, huh? Might Guy murmured the name before continuing. The 8 Gates won't lose to your second gear. Would you like to learn it? As a fellow master of physical combat, Guy could immediately see the toll second gear took on Luffy's body. That a self-taught technique could push physical limits to such extremes, it stirred a rare admiration in him. He couldn't bear to watch such raw talent and vitality go to waste. Luffy bowed deeply with utmost respect. Of course I want to learn. Please teach me. The training will be extremely harsh. Since when has training not been harsh? Luffy thought back to his days under Garp's brutal regimen and the 2 grueling years with Rayleigh. A look of reverence crossed Guy's face. My apologies for underestimating you. Luffy clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. This boy doesn't even consider training painful. In that regard, he has already surpassed me, Guy mused silently. The 8 Gates isn't some secret art. The method is simple. Train your body until it can withstand the strain of opening each gate. But the cost outweighs the gains, so most shinobi abandoned it. Few in the ninja world possess the sheer will to reach a level like mine. Half-hearted training in the 8 Gates is worse than mastering a handful of jutsu. If one had my level of perseverance, why limit themselves to taijutsu? 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 2,000 squats, and a 100-kilometer run every single day. That's the entire training regimen. Simple, right? But remember, consistency is everything. Guy flashed his signature thumbs up. Asu. Luffy saluted. Guy pulled out a worn notebook from his pocket and handed it over. These are the chakra meridian diagrams for the 8 Gates. Once your body is strong enough, you can attempt to open them one by one. Remember, everyone has these gates. Train hard enough to endure their burden, and anyone can unlock them. But the 8th gate, the gate of death, opening it means certain death. This is crucial. His tone was earnest, as if instructing Lee all over again. Understood, young man. Luffy tucked the notebook into his pocket and nodded solemnly. Got it. So there are 8 incredible gates in the human body. Guy beamed, raising his thumb. The 8 gates are incredible. You grasp things quickly. I've nothing left to teach you. Hey, how are you two having such a smooth conversation while talking past each other? Naruto couldn't help but interject. Thanks, old man. You're really awesome. Luffy bowed gratefully. Might Guy hesitated for a moment before speaking, though it may lack fervor. I feel compelled to advise you. Given your current physical condition, it would be prudent to seek medical treatment before commencing your training in the 8 Gates. Luffy responded with solemn determination. Training cannot be postponed for convenience, just as battles may commence at any unforeseen moment. Hearing these words, Might Guy was deeply moved. He bowed respectfully to Luffy and said, My apologies for overstepping. Luffy nodded gravely in return. Indeed, it was somewhat presumptuous, but no matter. Let us strive together. Farewell. Farewell. Might Guy waved as he bid Luffy goodbye. Watching Luffy's retreating figure, Might Guy felt an inexplicable sense of incompleteness lingering in his mind. After pondering for a while, he suddenly struck his left palm with his right fist in realization. Why were the village's shinobi pursuing this young man? Well, such a passionate youth could hardly be a villain. He's far more spirited than Kakashi, after all. Oh, I forgot to ask his name. Throughout their spirited conversation, where one addressed the other as old man and the other as young man, Might Guy had even imparted the secrets of the 8 gates. Yet neither had thought to exchange names. No matter. Among us warriors of burning youth, names need not be known to forge bonds of camaraderie. With this philosophical reflection, Might Guy turned and began walking back toward the village. After only a few steps, he suddenly flipped upside down, supporting himself on his hands to continue his journey. Nearly forgot. I must discipline myself by walking back to the village on my hands. To have almost neglected my punishment is a grave lapse in self-discipline. Perhaps an additional 1,000 sit-ups as penance. Hidden in the shadows, observing all of this, Kabuto Yakushi could only think. Indeed. Chapter 26. End yourself. Shursui, not far away, beneath the shadow of a towering tree, Kabuto Yakushi silently observed the exchange between Luffy and Might Guy. Their sparring, their conversation, the passing of knowledge, and their farewell. A simple mind, a peculiar physique, afflicted by illness, truly perfect experimental material. Half of Kabuto's face, illuminated by moonlight, curled into a satisfied smile. Lord Orochimaru will be most pleased. Now, all I need is to find a way to get close to him, befriend him, and then... Kabuto adjusted his glasses smugly. After all, someone who can so easily befriend Might Guy must be incredibly gullible. Uchiha Shursui, I found you. Aburame Toryun emerged from behind a tree, gripping Uchiha Take by the collar. In a small clearing within the forest, a bonfire crackled. Skewers of meat were densely arranged around the flames. So, this is how you spend your days in retirement? Toryun sneered. As a shinobi, you've resigned yourself to the life of an old man? Shursui sat by the fire, his hollow eyes turning toward Toryun's voice, his head tilting slightly, as if listening intently. All around him, parasitic insects had already gathered. Toryun's voice was icy. For the sake of Konoha, you should have willingly died. Yet here you are, clinging to life like a coward. I threw myself into the Naka River and survived by chance, Shursui replied. Is it so wrong to live quietly, disturbing no one? Lord Dan's is being unreasonable. Disturbing no one? Toryun scoffed. Then who was it that splattered paint all over the Hokage's face these past few days? Shursui stiffened. Luffy's prank on the 3rd Hokage had nothing to do with him, but after yesterday's battle, their fates had become entangled. There was no explaining it now. The shinobi code is clear. The dead keep the best secrets. Surely you know this. For the village, I've already died once, Shursui said calmly, rising to his feet. Don't move. Toryun snapped. Stay seated. It's better that way. Listen carefully, don't act rashly, and make an irreversible mistake. Hearing this, Shursui slowly sat back down. The prowess of Shunshin no Shursui, I witnessed it firsthand yesterday. For Jainin couldn't he capture you? There's a reason I've come alone today. Ow. Toryun pinched the unconscious Uchiha Take's rear, jolting him awake with a yelp. So it's... Shursui's observation Haki had already sensed the figure in Toryun's grasp. It had been difficult to discern who it was, but given Take's age and unmistakable appearance, there was no one else in Konoha quite like him. Recognize who it is. Toryun released his grip, letting Take drop to the ground. Shursui and I, you're alive. Take scrambled up, his eyes widening as he spotted the very person he'd been longing to see. Ignoring the pain in his backside, he beamed with joy. Take, is that you? Shursui's observation Haki allowed him to vaguely discern the silhouette of a chubby boy lying on the ground. Uchiha Tehiko surveyed his surroundings. This forest was no longer the one near the Uchiha clan's territory by the Naka River. He remembered losing consciousness while tracking Uchiha Itachi through the woods adjacent to the Uchiha compound. He had followed Itachi to an abandoned house, but dared not approach too closely, hiding instead within the dense foliage of a towering tree to observe from afar. There, he witnessed Itachi conversing with a man wearing a spiral-patterned mask. Though Takehiko lacked prowess in ninjutsu, his lifelong pursuit of intelligence gathering had honed his lip-reading skills to perfection. While the masked man's words remained obscured, he could clearly interpret Itachi's side of the conversation. After catching only a few phrases, the spiral-masked figure abruptly vanished. Then came a sharp pain at the back of Takehiko's head. Darkness swallowed him. His purpose for tailing Itachi had been to uncover the truth behind Uchiha Shursui's death. Yet now Shursui stood alive before him. It seemed the entire clan had misjudged Itachi. No, that wasn't entirely true. The fragments of Itachi's conversation that night. For now, Takiko pushed those thoughts aside. Struggling to his feet, he wobbled on unsteady legs, determined to reach Shursui. Then, a light tap grazed his shoulder, as if someone had greeted him. Turning his head, he found a shinobi clad in black, his face concealed by a mask. The Leaf Village forehead protector gleaming above his brow. A searing agony erupted where he'd been touched. Aburame Torian paid him no further mind. Addressing Shursui directly, "In your own life, Shursui, I may not match your speed, but don't imagine you can save him with your body flicker technique. My nanoscale poisonous insects have already infiltrated this child's body. His survival hinges on my whim, or rather, on yours. Of course, you're free to walk away and watch as he writhes in torment. Choose your death or his. The toxin is potent. Time is short." Torian spoke with casual assurance, as if certain Shursui would choose self-sacrifice. After all, Shursui had repeatedly risked himself to protect comrades in battle. Even Dans, who prioritized cold pragmatism above all else, had instinctively recognized the leverage this hostage provided when Toby delivered Takiko. Before Shursui could respond, Takiko gritted through the pain and shouted, "Shursui, he's lying. I'm not poisoned. Run." Torian chuckled approvingly. "Well done, little one. Keep it up. The more you plead like that, the less he'll consider fleeing." Shursui sank to the ground with a quiet sigh. Perhaps this is for the best. His hand drifted to the kunai at his waist. Naruto walked alongside Luffy. "Hey, Luffy, where'd the guys chasing us go?" "Huh? Dunno. Got tired, I guess." Luffy trudged forward listlessly, his stomach growling. "Meat. I need meat." Having ridden on Luffy's back the entire time, Naruto still brimmed with energy. "Luffy, how many people are in your Straw Hat Pirates?" Maybe 1, 2, 3. Well, several people anyway." Luffy thought of Zoro, Nami, and the others. After all, they were all part of the same pirate crew, so they should be counted together. He counted on his fingers, but hunger sapped his energy to focus. Where are they? They're in another world. In this world, it's just the two of us from the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy replied weakly. Another world? So they're all dead? Being a pirate has such a high mortality rate, Naruto remarked in surprise. Luffy remained silent, his mind drifting to where Itachi might be. "So, where are we going now?" Naruto pressed. "Meat. Meat? Yeah. Growl. Ugh. I'm so hungry." Suddenly, Luffy perked up, halting abruptly as his nose twitched incessantly. His head swiveled like a scent radar, scanning the air for the faintest trace of an elusive aroma. "This way." Luffy hoisted Naruto onto his back and broke into a sprint. What? Did you find something fun?" Naruto, now accustomed to Luffy's erratic energy, clung to his back and asked. "Meat." Luffy dashed toward the drifting scent, drooling as he ran. Chapter 27. The Surging Conqueror's Haki. Luffy's wrath. Shursui raised a kunai to his own throat and declared, "Remember what you promised me." "Of course," replied Aburame Torian with a casual smirk, releasing Uchiha Takeo's hand as a gesture of goodwill. "I bear no grudge against this little fatty. No need to make things difficult for him." The Uchiha clan extermination plan had already been set in motion. Letting this chubby boy go merely granted him 2 or 3 more days of life. The bond between Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi ran too deep. The moment Shursui leaped into the Naka River, Itachi's heart plunged into absolute darkness. If Itachi were to discover that Shursui still lived, it could jeopardize the entire massacre. This was an outcome that the entire Konoha leadership would never tolerate. Finding another executor as perfectly suited as Uchiha Itachi, in status, strength, and willingness, was an impossibility. Just as Dans pondered how to assemble a team to eliminate Shursui, Toby delivered Uchiha Takeo like a gift in the midst of a snowstorm. This man, who bore the name of Uchiha Madara, possessed such intimate knowledge of Konoha's internal affairs that it unsettled Dans. Seeing Shursui's compliance, Torian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As expected, everything is proceeding precisely as Lord Dans foresaw. The moment Shursui tightened his grip on the kunai, poised to slit his own throat, a figure barreled toward them at breakneck speed, accompanied by a deafening, raucous cry. "Miawe-awe-it! Meat, meat, meat! So delicious! I want meat!" A gale force wind whipped past. Naruto tumbled to the ground beside the campfire. Luffy, already crouched before the flames, snatched up skewers of roasted meat and devoured them voraciously. "Luffy?" Shursui recognized the familiar presence through his observation haki, his kunai hesitating mid-motion. Luffy's hands moved in a blur. searing through the air as he snatched up every piece of meat within reach, stuffing them into his mouth with reckless abandon. Ow, that hurt, Naruto groaned, picking himself up and plopping down nearby. Wow, you can really eat. My 32 bowls of ramen were definitely not enough. Luffy's chewing was a frenzied symphony, his cheeks bulging like overstuffed sacks. He had no time to respond, only to eat. Enticed by the aroma, Naruto reached for a skewer. Snap! Luffy's elongated arm shot out, swiping the meat from Naruto's grasp and leaving behind nothing but a bare stick. Naruto blinked, then grabbed 2 more skewers. Snap! Snap! Gone again. Uft, uft. 2 more sticks spat out. Naruto shot to his feet, indignantly seizing an entire handful of skewers. Whoosh! A serpentine arm coiled around the fire, snatching the entire bundle from his grip. Luffy, what the hell are you doing? Naruto roared. MMH, gulp, I'm eating meat. Luffy garbled between mouthfuls, still shoveling in more. You stole the meat right out of my hands. Nah. Luffy protested even as his hand darted out to plunder Naruto's next skewer. Liar. Am I not your crewmate? Is this how you treat me? Ugh, arg. I'm sick. Luffy swallowed all the meat in his mouth in one gulp and declared with righteous indignation. I just coughed up blood earlier. I need meat to recover. This meat is my medicine. Surely a crewmate wouldn't steal medicine from their captain? After saying this, he continued stuffing handfuls of meat skewers into his mouth. Naruto. What kind of captain is this? I feel like I boarded the wrong ship. Naruto glanced around and finally noticed Shursui and Aburame Torian. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry to interrupt. Carry on with whatever you're doing. Aburame Torian's lips twitched, as if we're just casually busy here. Then, he recognized Naruto. The fox brat? What's he doing here? Never mind them. Killing Shursui takes priority. Hurry up and finish this, Torian said coldly. Around Shursui, the swarm of Kakache tightened its encirclement. At this point, no matter who came, Shursui had to die. Behind Shursui, the sound of Luffy noisily chewing meat echoed. Hearing that familiar sound, Shursui felt slightly reassured. Torian, seeing Shursui hesitate, grabbed the trembling Uchiha take from the ground, his gaze fixed on Shursui. You don't want this little fatty to die in front of you, do you? I hope you keep your word. In Shursui's observation hockey vision, take S plump. Small frame trembled in pain. Suddenly, he shouted, Luffy, after I die, please take home. Naruto finally realized that these 2 shinobi, both wearing Konoha headbands, were locked in a fight to the death. Seeing the blind shinobi being forced to take his own life, he urgently interjected, You're from the same village. Why kill each other? Just then, Luffy, who had been eating beside him, suddenly stopped. He dusted off his clothes and slowly stood up. Shursui, you take him home yourself. I don't know the way around here. This blind guy is called Shursui, from the Uchiha clan? Naruto heard Luffy call his name and noticed the Uchiha crest on Shursui's back, the same symbol Sasuke wore. Luffy adjusted his straw hat expressionlessly, glancing at Take, who was shivering from poison. Torian sneered at Luffy. You're fast, but that one tea work on me, covered in poisonous insects. Torian didn't take this straw hat wearing brat seriously, always relying on speed and making a mess with paint. He tightened his grip on Take's neck. Shursui, what are you waiting for? Do you want to watch this kid die? Shursui raised the kunai in his hand with a bitter smile. Luffy, Take's been poisoned. I have no other choice. There was no response from behind. Huh? Something felt off. Shursui's observation hockey could sense the outlines and emotional colors of everyone present. Luffy's usual red silhouette had turned pitch black, an unmistakable aura of rage. The ability of observation hockey allows one to perceive the emotions of others. Ordinary emotions manifest as white, anger as black, joy as red, and friendliness as green. Luffy, who is always cheerful and laughing, has typically radiated red or green hues. It was the first time Shursui had ever seen black emotions emanating from Luffy. Uchiha Take, poisoned by the phosphor beetle, felt his vision blurring. Hearing Shursui call out Luffy's name, he mustered his strength to speak. Luffy, you're here too? Run. Get away. Luffy remained silent. The cold moonlight bathed his figure, casting a shadow from the brim of his straw hat that obscured his eyes. At this moment, not a trace of a smile lingered on his face. Aburame Torian felt an inexplicable tension, as if some ferocious beast had locked onto him. After a brief silence, Luffy raised a hand to adjust his straw hat, his eyes suddenly glaring at Torian as he roared, "Put down my ship's cook." Crackling sounds filled the air as arcs of electricity sparked around him. Dark red lightning erupted from Luffy's entire body, Conqueror's Haki. Activated. The swarm of Kakache surrounding Shursui dropped lifelessly, as though doused in insecticide. The crimson lightning was the physical manifestation of Conqueror's haki. Streaks of red electricity instantly bound Toryun's limbs, much like how Shanks once restrained Admiral Raikaju with his own haki. Now the Pirate King, Luffy's Conqueror's haki surpassed even Shanks. Toryun felt as though 1,000 needles pierced his heart, his mind struck by a hammer at blinding speed. Blood trickled from his lips as the sheer force of the haki lifted him into the air, suspended helplessly. The Uchiha he had been holding fell to the ground. What is this? Red lightning. Is this boy using lightning release? A shinobi from Kumogakure? Toryun struggled to keep his eyes open, bewildered by the scarlet electricity crackling around Luffy. Such overwhelming lightning release. Through sheer willpower, Toryun resisted unconsciousness. In his dazed state, he saw the straw-hatted boy stretch his arms far behind him, extending over a dozen meters. What kind of jutsu is this? His arms, they've elongated and turned black. Realizing an attack was imminent, Toryun desperately summoned his insects to shield his body. With his last ounce of strength, he shouted at Shursui. This boy has poison insects inside him. Kill me, and he dies too. Shursui urgently called out to Luffy. Luffy, stop. Killing him won't help. Ignoring Shursui entirely, Luffy bellowed, Goma Goma no. Jet Culverin. This was the last sight Aburame Toryun would ever see. The world fell silent in an instant. Then, his body was severed at the waist, shattered like a broken doll, as it was sent flying into the distance. Chapter 28. The might of Conqueror's haki. Luffy placed a palm on his forehead, gazing in the direction where Aburame Toryun had been sent flying. Whoa, he flew really far. Shursui stood dumbfounded, despite no longer possessing eyes. See, problem solved. Huffed. Luffy turned toward Shursui, only to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring the blood-streaked Shursui, his arm stretched out abruptly, grabbing Naruto by the campfire, and his body launched toward him. Thud. Hey, ow. What are you doing? Naruto grumbled as he collided with the flying Luffy. How dare you steal my barbecue while I was fighting? Luffy snapped, reaching out to snatch the skewer from Naruto's hand. Naruto dodged swiftly, causing Luffy to crash onto the ground. Immediately, Luffy snatched the skewer from the ground and began devouring it. Your barbecue? This was just lying by the fire. Who knows who it belongs to? Naruto retorted, sitting opposite him and taking large bites as well. You saw me spit blood earlier, right? Yeah, barbecue is my medicine. Huh, Naruto, how could you steal my medicine? Piss off. How dare you talk to your captain like that? Ignoring Luffy's nonsense, Naruto asked, Luffy, what was that move you used earlier? Conqueror's haki. Can you teach me? Nah, it's innate. Can't be taught. Oh, never mind then. Who was that guy you sent flying? No idea, Luffy mumbled between mouthfuls of meat. Conqueror's haki. So besides observation haki, there's Conqueror's haki too? Shursui lowered the kunai in his hand, wiping the blood from his face with a bitter smile. Luffy had always claimed to be the Pirate King. Shursui had thought it was a joke. But after witnessing him obliterate Aburame Toryun in a single strike, he believed it now. Is this the power of the Pirate King? Unfathomable. Aburame Toryun had been one of Danzo's elite guards, yet he was eliminated so effortlessly. Damn it. Shursui suddenly remembered. Uchiha Take was poisoned, and now Aburame Toryun was dead. There's no one left who can cure this poison. Frantic, he bent down to check on Uchiha Take. Surprisingly, his breathing remained steady. Luffy, you shouldn't have killed Aburame Toryun, Shursui sighed, carrying Take over to the campfire. That bug guy was called Aburame? Was he a woman? Such an ugly woman. And a weird name, Luffy muttered, face still buried in his food. It's Aburame Toryun, idiot, Naruto corrected. Why couldn't we kill him? Naruto asked. Shursui recognized that the boy Luffy had brought was Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but he had no time to dwell on it now. He was a shinobi of the Aburame clan. Their secret technique involves manipulating insects. He injected Take with Kakache. Only he could have expelled them. Naruto frowned in concern. What do we do now? He actually looks fine. If you hadn't mentioned poison, I'd have thought he was just asleep. Naruto glanced at the unconscious Uchiha Take and spoke. Shursui, relying on his observation haki, couldn't perceive others' expressions. Hearing Naruto's words, he paused momentarily before replying. Perhaps the poison hasn't taken full effect yet. After all, Aburame Toryun came to force him to commit suicide. It's reasonable that he delayed the activation of the phosphor beetles. Time was of the essence. They needed to find a medical ninja immediately. But in this desolate wilderness, where could they possibly locate one? Returning to Konoha was out of the question. It seemed the only option was to take Uchiha Take back to the Uchiha clan's territory and have their medical ninja intervene. Shursui lifted Take into his arms and stood. Luffy looked up and asked, Shursui, where are you going? Take's been poisoned. I'm taking him to a doctor, Shursui explained. Already moving toward the Uchiha district. It seems you're in trouble, a voice remarked. From the trees emerged a man who stepped into Shursui's path. His face bore a gentle, harmless smile, radiating an air of helpfulness. In Shursui's vision, the man's aura shimmered in a soft green hue, symbolizing goodwill. Who are you? My name is Kabuto Yakushi, a medical ninja from the village. Is this child ill? Perhaps I can assist. Shursui racked his memory for the name. As a member of Konoha's military police force, he was familiar with the names of all Chunin and above in the village. Kabuto Yakushi. The name didn't ring any bells. Given his age, didn't he seem like a student from the academy, perhaps a genin? An older genin, a medical ninja. His skills were likely questionable. Just when they needed a medical ninja, one conveniently appeared. Such coincidence was too suspicious. Time was critical. It was better to return to the clan for proper treatment. Apologies. But please step aside, Shursui said. Kabuto's true target was Luffy. Uchiha Take's fate mattered little to him. If Shursui wished to leave, so be it. Offering medical aid was merely a pretext to approach Luffy. Let him try. He is already here, Luffy suddenly interjected, chewing on a skewer of meat. Shursui halted immediately. After witnessing Luffy's display of conqueror's haki, his words carried undeniable weight. Strength commanded belief, and those who possessed it were naturally trusted. Kabuto gestured for Shursui to lay Take on the ground. Before examining him, he politely murmured, "Pardon the intrusion." Shursui nodded in acknowledgement. Kabuto's demeanor, so consistently amiable, mirrored Shursui's own. The difference was that Kabuto's kindness was feigned, while Shursui's was genuine. Though not a medical ninja himself, Shursui had seen enough battlefield injuries to recognize Kabuto's exceptional skill. It struck him as odd. Konoha's medical corps was perpetually understaffed, yet such a proficient healer had escaped his notice. Luffy, you spat blood earlier. Shouldn't this doctor take a look at you too? Naruto asked, watching Kabuto meticulously examine Take. He recalled how Luffy had coughed up blood after defeating Aburame Torian. Forget it, even Chopper couldn't cure my illness. Just let me eat meat. Luffy laughed heartily. After a while, Kabuto Yakushi paused his examination. His expression puzzled as if encountering a perplexing dilemma. Shursui asked with concern, well, can you treat him? If not, don't force it. I'll take him back to the Uchiha clan. Our medical ninjas might have a solution. Kabuto pondered for a moment before conducting another examination, growing increasingly baffled. Strange. I clearly saw Torian Aburame implant the phosphor beetles into this child's body. Why are all the insects dead? Could this be the Aburame clan's weakness? When the host dies, the insects perish as well? Under Shursui's repeated inquiries, Kabuto lifted his head with a warm smile. This child isn't poisoned at all. He is simply exhausted and asleep. Shursui reached out to check Uchiha Take's pulse, finding it steady and strong. Why? Shursui withdrew his hand, perplexed. Kabuto shook his head. I don't know the reason. The examination shows that all the phosphor beetles inside him have died. The tiny insect remains will be expelled naturally through metabolism within 24 hours. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Shursui hadn't expected the dreaded phosphor beetles to vanish just like that. While Kabuto remained clueless, Shursui suddenly recalled the dark red lightning Luffy had unleashed earlier. He remembered the sight of the Kakache insects dropping lifelessly to the ground when that ominous lightning crackled through the air. How Shikahaki? It can annihilate phosphor beetles inside a human body without harming the host. Its destructive power rivals that of lightning release, yet its precision is akin to medical ninjutsu. Both overwhelmingly powerful and exquisitely controlled. Lost in thought, Shursui stood frozen. Unaware of Shursui's sudden daze, Kabuto rose and settled by the campfire. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, a medical ninja. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who has already become the Pirate King. I came here from another world just for adventure. I heard you're recruiting crew members. Can I join? A doctor? Sure, why not? Chapter 29. Never seen someone with such tenacious vitality. Hey, Luffy. Do you recruit crew members so casually? I thought I was pretty important. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little disheartened seeing how carefree Luffy was about adding new members. Of course you're important. Luffy burst into laughter, giving Naruto a hearty slap on the back. Kabuto offered an understanding smile. Luffy must have given it careful consideration before making this decision. Yeah, right. Naruto clearly didn't buy it. This guy seems kind of fake. Are you really planning to make him our partner? Naruto found Kabuto's constant smiling demeanor rather insincere. Naruto-kun, saying that to someone's face is a bit rude, you know. Kabuto turned his ever-smiling face toward Naruto. Oh, then I'll be more careful next time. I'll say it behind your back. For some reason, Naruto just couldn't stand Kabuto's attitude. Thank you. Ha ha ha, you guys are hilarious. Luffy clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Shursui, holding Uchiha Takeo, moved closer. Thank you, Luffy. Feeling the steady breathing of Uchiha Takeo, Shursui suddenly spoke with genuine gratitude. No need to thank me. Luffy waved his hand dismissively. Shursui then turned to Kabuto. Could you examine Luffy? He's injured too. Kabuto, who had already noticed Luffy coughing up blood earlier, feigned surprise. Luffy is injured? Inside, however, he was ecstatic. Finally, he could get his hands on such precious experimental material. The first bloodline limit in the ninja world capable of freely altering body length and shape. And Luffy's astonishing speed. Such a unique physique was irresistible to a research-oriented ninja like Kabuto. Kabuto approached Luffy. Luffy-kun, you'll need to lie down for the examination. Oh, sure. Luffy immediately sprawled out on the ground, adding, Dobe, from now on, call me Captain. Understood, Captain. Kabuto's earlier examination of Uchiha Takeo had been highly professional. The observant Shursui immediately recalled Luffy's earlier injury and realized he needed treatment as well. He watched Kabuto intently, worried he might deliver bad news. Naruto, unfamiliar with medical ninjutsu, eyed Kabuto with deep suspicion. Meanwhile, Luffy lay on the ground, his arms stretching repeatedly to grab roasted meat from the campfire, stuffing his face messily. Shursui frowned, concerned it might interfere with the treatment. Luffy, before he could finish, Kabuto smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. He lifted Luffy's vest and froze. Before him was a massive X-shaped scar, along with countless other smaller marks. Just from these scars, one could imagine the brutal battles Luffy had endured. To have suffered so many severe injuries and still recover completely. Which doctor had treated him? Their medical skills must have been extraordinary. After a moment of observation, Kabuto Yakushi focused intently, placing his chakra-infused hands flat against Luffy's chest as he meticulously examined the internal condition of the pirate's body. A prolonged silence ensued, during which Kabuto's usual smirk faded, replaced by an expression of profound contemplation as if grappling with an enigma of the ages. The assembled group watched in hushed anticipation, the only sound being Luffy's ceaseless munching on meat. Naruto, ever impatient, was the first to break the silence. You examined him for ages earlier and said there was no poison. Now you're telling me Luffy isn't even injured? Being a medical ninja must be easy. Kabuto's brow furrowed slightly. After a long pause, he lifted his gaze and met Naruto's eyes with a faint smile. Indeed, Luffy has sustained no injuries. TCH, Naruto rolled his eyes. Even Shursui seemed skeptical. But he clearly coughed up blood earlier. That is also true, Kabuto conceded with a nod. The conclusion that Luffy is unharmed is the result of thorough examination. There was a trace of pride in his voice as he added, I dare say any medical ninja would arrive at the same diagnosis. As for the matter of his vomiting blood, it involves highly specialized knowledge, one that requires extensive explanation. I fear you might doze off before I finish. But if you wish to hear it, we do. Get on with it. Naruto interjected immediately. Kabuto slowly formed hand seals before extending a palm. This is the mystical palm technique, which accelerates wound healing. Naruto observed as Kabuto's hand became enveloped in a faint emerald glow of chakra. When the human body is injured, cells gradually regenerate on their own. Medicine and ninjutsu merely sterilize and expedite the process. So you're saying Luffy's body heals automatically? After vomiting blood, he just recovers? Naruto pressed. In essence, yes. Kabuto affirmed. Naruto mulled it over. Then his condition isn't serious at all. Not necessarily, Kabuto countered, shaking his head. You say one thing, then another. What exactly is it? Naruto groaned, thoroughly bewildered. Shursui, noticing Naruto's persistent interruptions, intervened. Naruto, let Kabuto finish. Sticking his tongue out at the medical ninja, Naruto fell silent. Kabuto resumed with a faint smile. If cells are too severely damaged to regenerate, the old ones are replaced through division, forming new cells. However, every cell in the human body has a finite number of divisions. He paused, his tone growing graver. And Luffy's cells have exhausted every last one of theirs. Naruto absorbed this with little reaction, but Shursui stiffened. This was fundamental medical knowledge. He had studied it himself. According to his former instructor, once a person's cells could no longer divide, death was imminent. Then Luffy is. Shursui swallowed the words on the brink of death before they could escape. Theoretically. Yes, Kabuto replied, his usual composure slipping for the first time as a shadow of solemnity crossed his features. Naruto glanced at Shursui, then at Kabuto, utterly perplexed by their conversation. Yet, Kabuto murmured, gazing at Luffy who lay sprawled on the ground, still devouring meat with relentless vigor. I have never witnessed a life force so indomitable. Though Luffy's cells could no longer divide into new ones, each one burned with an extraordinary vitality. How to describe it? Kabuto mused. Each cell is like a person brimming with unshakable resolve, desperately striving to mend itself. A shadow crossed his expression. Yet no matter how fiercely they heal, cells still perish, especially when the body is pushed beyond its limits. That is why Luffy coughs up blood in battle. Shursui whispered, almost to himself, every fight shortens his life. To go so far for Tama. Naruto suddenly interjected, wait, Luffy spat blood when he carried me while running away. Was that also? Kabuto nodded solemnly. Yes, but he was just playing around then. Naruto recalled Luffy's exhilaration during his race with Might Guy, struggling to comprehend. He was racing Might Guy purely for fun, who would willingly sacrifice their lifespan. For mere amusement. The three exchanged uneasy glances, silence thickening between them. Done checking me yet? Luffy called from the ground, stretching lazily. Huh. Ah, yes, Kabuto replied. Then let us throw a feast. In an instant, Luffy sprang up, energy undimmed. His eyes swept the gathering, and a wide, carefree grin split his face. Nearly everyone he befriended in this world stood present, a crackling bonfire, sizzling meat. To deny a celebration now would be nothing short of criminal. Chapter 30. The New Pursuit Squad, Captain Kakashi Crash. With a single palm strike from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the adjacent earthen wall collapsed halfway, revealing a terrified mother and daughter huddled together in their nightwear at the corner of the bed. Their frightened gazes peered through the shattered remnants of the wall at the third Hokage. Hiruzen turned awkwardly to face the assembled shinobi, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at the streaks of red paint staining his cheeks. Gentlemen, this disgrace upon my face is your shame. Before him stood hundreds of Konoha shinobi, their heads bowed in humiliation. Apart from late arrivals like Asuma, Kakashi, and Might Guy, most bore at least one, if not several, stripes of crimson paint. Have you fulfilled your duty to protect this village? Hiruzen thundered. You've all witnessed it, an enemy of such strength, roaming freely through our streets for days. What were the Ambu doing? What of the police force? Danzo, his face swollen from the slap delivered by Nara Shikaku, glowered darkly. I warned you, he sneered. This village requires discipline, a return to the will of fire. This disarray, this lack of resolve, when will Konoha reclaim its former glory? Luffy had not only painted over 100 shinobi, but led them on a humiliating parade through the village, ensuring the entire populace bore witness. By dawn, rumors would spread like wildfire across the shinobi world, each version more exaggerated than the last. For Danzo, whose ambition was to restore Konoha's supremacy, this humiliation was unbearable. Nara Shikaku, having been controlled by Luffy to strike Danzo before being struck back, now sported a matching swollen cheek. Dragged away by his own shadow imitation technique, he returned battered and limping. Spotting Danzo's bruised face, his handiwork, he shrank back into the crowd. And your rude operatives, are they not failures? Hiruzen lashed out at Danzo. I entrusted this matter to you first. I gave you a chance, and what did you do with it? Nothing. This marked the first time Hiruzen had publicly rebuked Danzo. Days of being painted by Luffy demanded a scapegoat, lest the Hokage's authority crumble. His fury was calculated. Magnify the enemy's threat, condemn his subordinates' incompetence, and distribute blame seamlessly. Danzo's jaw twitched, but for once, he held his tongue. On this matter, he had no rebuttal. To argue now would only drag his reputation down alongside Hiruzen's. The position of Hokage might very well fall into someone else's hands. Everyone remained silent as Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed his torrential fury. At this moment, inaction was the wisest course. Once the Hokage exhausted his anger, the storm would naturally pass. Any attempt to explain, no matter how justified, would be futile, only fueling his rage further, for at this moment, the truth held no significance to him. Half an hour later, Hiruzen finally ceased his tirade. The room was enveloped in silence, and no one dared to speak. To reignite his temper now risked another half hour of reprimands. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the assembly before settling on Kakashi in the distance. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique failed. My sealing jutsu couldn't restrain that boy either. Perhaps Jinjutsu is the answer. The Uchiha clan is out of the question. Dans is no master of illusions. Kakashi, however, excels in all forms of ninjutsu, including Jinjutsu, and with his Sharingan. Just as Hiruzen was about to speak, clap, 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 a peculiar sound approached rapidly. Heads turned toward the source, where a man sprinted toward them upside down, hands planted firmly on the ground. The eccentric figure flipped upright before Kakashi and declared, "Kakashi, I've faced that taijutsu master. What a fiery youth he is." In the stifling quiet, only Might Guy's voice rang out. The gathered shinobi stared, their expressions conveying the inevitable realization, of course it would be him. Such an awkward moment could only be defied by Guy's unparalleled ability to disregard discomfort entirely. Kakashi shot him urgent glances, silently pleading for restraint. Unfazed by the collective scrutiny, Guy flashed a thumbs up. Ah, truly, the dawn in Konoha awakens the flames of youth. Youth. My foot. Hiruzen's eye twitched, but he refrained from engaging with this untamable beast. Scolding him would be pointless. Dans, however, seemed intrigued. What taijutsu master? You fought that boy? Indeed. His taijutsu was formidable. Our clash was a passionate, youthful exchange. Dans. Hiruzen blinked. Where is he now? He left, Guy replied. Left? If you won. Why didn't you bring him back? Hiruzen noted Guy's unscathed condition, surely a sign of victory. Bring him back? I couldn't have even if I wanted to. I lost. Decisively. Dans frowned. You bear no injuries. What did you compete in? Rock, paper, scissors? No. A foot race. Guy grinned sheepishly. The crowd. I opened 6 of the 8 gates, and still lost. Gasps rippled through the assembled J-nin. Among Konoha's elite, only a handful could best Might Guy in combat. If one were to simply compare running speed, surpassing Might Guy, that would be an impossible feat. Not even Kakashi could achieve it. Moreover, this was Might Guy who had opened the 6 gates of the 8 inner gates. Yet he lost, and admitted his defeat was utterly complete. Though Might Guy may be irritating, he would never lie. What kind of monstrous entity was that youth? Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Dans exchanged glances, both seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. A singular thought surfaced in their minds. They must dispatch shinobi skilled in Jinjutsu. Simultaneously, their gazes turned toward Kakashi. Kakashi. Hiruzen's emotions were now perfectly controlled, no longer as agitated as before. Hokage-sama. Kakashi faced Hiruzen with impeccable courtesy, offering a respectful bow. Among all the J-nin, no one possesses as much experience in countering taijutsu specialists as you. As Hiruzen spoke, the others instinctively turned their attention toward Might Guy. That's right, Kakashi. You're the best at handling taijutsu fighters. Might Guy laughed heartily under the collective scrutiny. Ignoring Guy's boisterous laughter, Hiruzen continued, assemble a team of your choosing. Eliminate the enemy and retrieve the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Any difficulties? That boy is our enemy. Only then did Might Guy grasp the situation. Kakashi replied with unshaken composure. No difficulties. Chapter 31. Friends and Missions, Kakashi's Choice. Kakashi, is that boy an enemy of the village? Might Guy hurriedly caught up with Kakashi after leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice brimming with concern. Probably. That boy doesn't seem like a bad person. And Naruto didn't look like he was being kidnapped. He was even more energetic and passionate than me. Might Guy recalled his competition with Luffy and Naruto's enthusiastic cheering. The scene hardly resembled a hostage situation, which was why he hadn't even considered the possibility of a Jinchuriki abduction. Do I look like a villain to you? Kakashi paused, turning his head slightly to glance at Might Guy. Though, someone being more passionate than you is quite the rarity. Don't joke around. How could you ever be a villain? Might Guy chuckled warmly before frowning in confusion. But is that boy really a bad guy? Kakashi ignored him and continued walking. Might Guy stopped in his tracks, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. Oh no, I already became friends with him. What's his name? Might Guy rushed forward again, catching up to Kakashi. Kakashi halted mid-step. You became friends with him, yet you don't even know his name? Might Guy hesitated before admitting sheepishly, I forgot to ask. Kakashi. Guy, do you know his name? Kakashi, I don't either. Guy, what abilities does he have? Kakashi, no idea. Huh, at least I'm better than you in one thing. I know his taijutsu is incredible. Might Guy suddenly brightened with pride. Kakashi cast him a sidelong glance. Which is exactly why the Hokage assigned me to deal with him. Why? Might Guy froze before his expression darkened with indignation. Kakashi, what are you implying? I demand a duel. Take it up with the Hokage. Kakashi resumed his leisurely pace toward home. Seeing that Kakashi wouldn't engage, Might Guy grumbled for a moment before letting the matter drop. Why did you choose Kurenai and Asuma for your squad? Am I not enough? Might Guy asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Kakashi shot him a disdainful look. Mind your phrasing. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. If you don't explain, I'll never understand. Kakashi, are you looking down on me? Might Guy's thick eyebrows furrowed in irritation. Kakashi sighed softly. Asuma is the Hokage's son. Understand now? I get that he is the Hokage's son. But why does that matter? Might Guy shook his head vigorously, utterly bewildered. Kakashi exhaled again. This unknown boy has been painting graffiti on the Hokage's face for days. Do you really think he is just some ordinary troublemaker? The Hokage's ANBU failed. Dan's S route failed. But they gathered intelligence. Capturing that boy requires my abilities. Might Guy listened intently, his expression a mix of comprehension and lingering confusion. And if I do capture him, who gets the credit? Kakashi countered. Might Guy answered without hesitation. You caught him, so the credit is yours. And who am I to claim such a monumental achievement for myself? Kakashi's voice was dry. Those outside the Hokage's inner circle, the greater their merits, the swifter their demise. Kakashi's voice carried an icy edge. Might Guy gasped in astonishment. Surely the Hokage wouldn't be so envious of talent? I've never sensed such a thing. Kakashi regarded him with a solemn gaze. Guy, you're different from the others. Don't waste your time dwelling on these matters. Understood, Might Guy replied earnestly. Just know this. As long as Asuma is involved, the Hokage remains at ease. And we remain safe. Moreover, bringing him in has another advantage. Another advantage? Guy was puzzled. Why would Kakashi willingly share credit, claiming it was beneficial? If we succeed, he takes the lion's share of the glory. If we fail, the consequences won't be as severe. Oh. A flicker of understanding crossed Guy's face before he pressed further. Then why bring Kurenai into the team? Her Jinjutsu, you can perform the same techniques. Why hide Kurenai Asuma? Kakashi and Might Guy had all been classmates at the academy, familiar with one another's strengths. Kakashi clicked his tongue. Kurenai and Asuma are lovers. Rumor has it they're already discussing marriage. Ah, I see. Finally, the realization dawned on Guy. By that logic, Kurenai could also be considered part of the Hokage's faction. With half the team aligned with the Hokage, any substantial credit division would appear perfectly justified. No one could accuse the Hokage of unfairness. Guy exhaled deeply. The world beyond taijutsu is far more intricate than he imagined. After a prolonged silence, Guy remarked, Kakashi, I never took you for a gossip. Kakashi? This is basic intelligence gathering. You fool. As they neared Kakashi's home, Guy hesitated before voicing his concern. Kakashi, can I abstain from taking action when the time comes? Kakashi remained silent. Guy's thick brows furrowed in distress. So I still have to fight? Honestly, that boy has done anything truly malicious. He has stolen anything of value, nor injured anyone, just some paint and harmless pranks. He knows no ninjutsu. Isn't even a shinobi. His taijutsu is formidable. In a one-on-one, I'd surely lose. Yet he never attacked me. Instead, he challenged me eagerly, encouraged me passionately. Aside from you, he is my second friend. Kakashi, if you were ever branded a rogue, I'd never raise a hand against you. Guy's voice grew fervent, his chest pounding with conviction. Kakashi finally spoke. I never intended to act in the first place. What? Guy could scarcely believe his ears. If you didn't plan to fight, why accept the mission? Why not refuse the Hokage outright? By now, they stood at Kakashi's doorstep, pushing the door open gently. Kakashi revealed an empty home, save for himself. Pale moonlight spilled across the living room wall, illuminating the portrait of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. In the photograph, Hatake Tsukumo gently rests his hand upon young Kakashi's head, smiling under the moonlit glow that casts a tender warmth over the scene. Kakashi gazes up at the image of his father but does not respond to Might Guy's question. Instead, he counters, Guy, which do you think is more important, friends or missions? Without hesitation, Might Guy declares, friends, of course. Kakashi steps into the living room, flicking on the light as he remarks, that's why we're friends. Might Guy follows, plopping onto the sofa with a grin. Of course we are. You're my lifelong rival after all. Kakashi's thoughts drift to his father, who had abandoned a mission to save his comrades, only to be condemned, even by those he rescued. He never believed his father was wrong, nor could he comprehend why he chose to take his own life. After the tragedies involving Obito and Rin, Kakashi became even more convinced that comrades mattered more than missions. Might Guy, however, doesn't grasp the weight behind Kakashi's words. He visits often enough to make himself at home without invitation. But your either-or question is too extreme, he adds. Missions are important too. We can't disregard the dedication and sacrifices shinobi make to complete them. Kakashi nods. You're right. Missions are important. What are you even saying, Kakashi? Might Guy frowns, baffled by the cryptic exchange. Kakashi retrieves a short blade from a drawer, fingers tracing its cold edge. Earlier, you asked why I didn't outright refuse the Hokage. HM? Tell me, to the Hokage, which is more important, missions or friends? Might Guy answers instantly. The Hokage oversees the entire village. Of course, missions come first. When Kakashi remains silent, Guy hesitantly backtracks. Or, friends. Kakashi's voice is quiet, detached. To the Hokage. Neither matters. Only the seat beneath him holds importance. At the heart of Konoha, the shinobi have dispersed. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Dans offers a knowing smile. Hiruzen, Kakashi is far more pragmatic than his father. A useful asset. What nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen glares at him before shifting the subject. What of Itachi's situation? Dans tucks his hands into his sleeves. Rest assured, arrangements have been made. Flawless execution. He has full confidence in Aburame Toryun's reliability. Flawless again? Hiruzen scoffs. And what of Itachi? Dan's voice turns icy. Tonight. Chapter 32. The Straw Hat Crew's objective. Uchiha Take awakens. A banquet begins. Luffy, with a meat skewer in each hand, danced gleefully with Naruto by the bonfire. Shursui and Kabuto, preferring tranquility, remained seated gracefully beside the flames. Their gazes fixed on the flickering light. Uchiha Take continued to slumber peacefully, undisturbed by the lively commotion. The scene was one of unprecedented joy. The shinobi, accustomed to discipline, missions, jutsu, and sacrifice, had never experienced such liberation and carefree abandon. What Luffy brought was beyond their imagination, something they had never even conceived. Kabuto recalled his days in the orphanage, a life of material scarcity, yet brimming with simple happiness. His practiced, artificial smile softened imperceptibly. Shursui, listening to Luffy and Naruto's boisterous laughter as they danced hand in hand, felt an inexplicable sense of serenity. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. Having died once, Shursui reflected on his past plan, using Kodo Amatsukami to quell his clan's rebellion. Even if it had succeeded, would a compliant Uchiha clan truly ensure lasting peace? Watching Luffy, whose life was fleeting yet filled with genuine joy, Shursui suddenly grasped a deeper truth. Happiness and peace, were they truly things that could be dictated by the will of a select few? The first Hokage had united the Senju and Uchiha clans to establish Konoha. Yet now, peace seemed achievable only by eradicating the Uchiha. As Shursui pondered these questions, a growing unease settled within him. But it no longer mattered. He was blind now, neither a Konoha shinobi nor an Uchiha, stripped of his Sharingan. Surely, he would no longer be entangled in such conflicts. Shursui thought of Danzo's plan to eliminate the Uchiha. If executed, his clan would vanish from the world. His mind turned to his dear friend, Uchiha Itachi. Before leaping into the Naka River, Shursui had entrusted his left eye and the Uchiha as hope to Itachi. Itachi is stronger than I ever was. Perhaps he can guide the clan further. The thought of Itachi still maneuvering within the clan brought Shursui a measure of comfort. Shursui-san, wrestling with a difficult thought? Kabuto inquired softly beside him. An old dilemma, Shursui replied, turning his hollow gaze toward Kabuto with a faint smile. An old dilemma? Resolved now? Kabuto's smile remained, though his tone carried a hint of surprise. No, I simply skipped it. Kabuto, is there truly no way to save Luffy? Shursui asked, his empty eyes fixed on the bonfire. Biological laws dictated. As of now, there seems to be no solution, Kabuto answered, regret lacing his voice. Are there methods in the shinobi world to defy such laws? There are. Orochimaru possesses several forbidden techniques that could be attempted. If all else fails, there's always the omnipotent Hashirama cells, and successful cases are not uncommon. Danzo's arm brimming with Sharingan eyes was crafted from Hashirama cells. Didn't it serve him well? Currently, Luffy's condition involves issues with every cell in his body. Could a full-body transplant of Hashirama cells work? Indeed, Yamato of the Root is a living testament to its success. Yamato received the transplant during infancy. Among 60 experimental subjects, 59 infants perished. Only Yamato survived. The success rate is abysmally low. Luffy is already an adult. Could he endure such a transplant? These thoughts swirled in Kabuto's mind, unspoken. Whether Luffy lived or died was of no concern to him. Luffy's vitality might be formidable, but its extent held no relevance to Kabuto. This rare constitution merely aligned with Lord Orochimaru's requirements, an exquisite specimen for experimentation. If Lord Orochimaru desired it, Kabuto would procure it. Judging by Luffy's displayed intellect, Kabuto deemed the task far from arduous. The true challenge lay with Itachi, the prodigious shinobi beside them, whose combat prowess and experience might unveil Kabuto's intentions. Fortunately, Itachi had declined Luffy's invitation to join the crew. They would likely part ways by dawn. Meanwhile, Naruto, drenched in sweat, returned to the fireside, exhilarated by Luffy's tales of the Grand Line. Yet, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face as he confessed, "Luffy, standing up to those villagers felt great, but the truth remains, I harbor a demon fox within me. Would the rest of your crew despise me?" Luffy erupted into laughter. "Don't sweat it. Our crew-s got a skeleton who plays music, a cyborg pervert, a talking reindeer, a lecherous cook, a three-sword-wielding swordsman, a money-obsessed navigator, all kinds of wild characters. Adding a demon fox to the mix? That's just another level of awesome." Naruto's eyes sparkled as if he found kindred spirits. "Really? I can't wait to meet them. Luffy, you mentioned Skypiea. Do I have a shot at going there?" Luffy planted his hands on his hips, roaring with mirth. "Of course. If you want to go, you'll get there." Naruto vibrated with excitement. "I definitely want to go. A giant golden bell, all those magical dials. I wouldn't even need ninjutsu, just attack with the shells." Luffy settled back by the fire, brimming with pride. "Yeah, the Grand Line-s packed with the weirdest, rarest stuff. Only true adventurers uncover 'em." Naruto nodded solemnly. "Then I'll become an adventurer too. Go for it." Luffy cheered. Their conversation drifted to Itachi and Kabuto, trained shinobi who dismissed the tales as childish bravado. Yet Naruto pressed for details with earnest curiosity. Seizing a lull, Itachi inquired, "Luffy, what is your Straw Hat Pirate's ultimate goal?" "Every endeavor in life requires a purpose. For a ninja, having clear objectives is even more crucial." Luffy pondered seriously before declaring, "My goal is adventure. First, I'll sail around the world." "Such an aimless ambition?" Shursui pressed. "Who cares? I'll figure it out when the time comes," Luffy replied, taking another hearty bite of his meat skewer. "What a grand aspiration." Kabuto remarked with a faint smile, though inwardly he thought, "Sailing around the world? With that body of yours, you probably won't last that long. Shursui, join my pirate crew." Luffy extended the invitation once more. Shursui merely shook his head with a quiet smile, declining without words. His reasons had already been stated, and he saw no need to repeat them. His heart was as still as water, indifferent to all things. Shursui was a man of integrity and kindness, likely unfamiliar with the daily life of pirates. Kabuto decided to reveal the truth, hoping to stir conflict between Shursui and Luffy. "So, Captain," Kabuto began, "how does our pirate crew sustain itself?" "Sustain? Hygiene?" Luffy blinked in confusion. Kabuto chuckled. "Traveling to so many places requires funds. Shouldn't we plan our next plundering target?" Naruto gasped in surprise and excitement. "Huh? Are we going to pillage?" Luffy vehemently shook his head. No, I never rob people. Everywhere I go, someone offers me meat willingly," Shursui suggested. "In that case, why bear the name of a pirate and invite infamy, if all you seek is adventure?" "That won't do," Luffy retorted, slightly irritated. "I'm the Pirate King. How can I abandon the title of a pirate?" Naruto frowned skeptically. "How can you expect people to just offer you meat wherever you go?" Luffy waved his skewer triumphantly. "See, this was given to me." Naruto paused. Wait, where did this meat even come from? It hadn't occurred to him until now how had roasted skewers appeared by the campfire. Shursui spoke up. "I prepared them. Since Luffy helped me, this is my gratitude. See, I told you, people always give me meat." Luffy boasted proudly. Naruto still didn't grasp it. "So you're just helping others in exchange for food? You call yourself a pirate, but you're doing good deeds?" Luffy countered. "What is strange about that? Pirates can help people too. Then how is that being a pirate?" "Of course it is. How does that resemble piracy? How does it not?" As their argument escalated, a faint voice suddenly rose from the ground. Where am I?" The group fell silent, turning their attention to the source of the voice. Uchiha Take had awakened. Chapter 33, Letting Others Die is Not Sacrifice. Uchiha Take rose from the ground, his vision blurry from the excruciating pain and the corrosive effects of the phosphorus destruction insects. The first figure he discerned was Uchiha Shursui. "Shursui and I. It really is you. I wasn't dreaming, you're alive." Overjoyed, Take flung himself into Shursui's embrace. Earlier, amidst the haze of agony, he thought he had heard Shursui's voice, the voice of the one he had longed for. I heard someone forcing you to take your own life. I kept screaming for you, but you wouldn't answer. Then, I heard you call out Luffy's name. Ah, as if you'd know Luffy. What a ridiculous dream. Burying his face in Shirsue's chest. Take recounted the nightmare. I even dreamed you lost your eyes. How horrifying. He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Then, he looked up and froze. Shirsue smiled gently at him, but where his eyes should have been were only hollow, darkened sockets. Shirsue and I. Your eyes. What happened? Take stammered. His voice breaking. Shirsue laughed dryly. Well, we are Uchiha. Losing an eye or two is practically tradition. Take's expression twisted in fury. Was it Itachi? It had to be him. No, Shirsue shook his head. Don't trouble yourself with such things, child. Take wiped his tears. But the clan, they all say Itachi killed you. Shirsue paused. Oh, is that what they believe? Did Itachi not deliver my suicide note? He did, Take admitted. But no one believed it. Shirsue sighed. Poor Itachi. Don't ask any more. This has nothing to do with him. But, Take couldn't shake the unease. Then, the memory of what he had witnessed before losing consciousness resurfaced. Itachi meeting secretly with that masked man. The masked man's lips were concealed, rendering Take unable to decipher his words, but Itachi's declaration burned in his mind. I've decided to act tomorrow night. Help me slaughter the entire clan, except Sasuke. The rest is none of my concern. Take seized Shirsue's sleeve in panic. I remember now. Itachi is conspiring with that masked man to kill us all. Masked man? Kill who? Shirsue frowned in confusion. The one with the spiral pattern mask. Tomorrow night? No, wait. What time is it now? Tonight? Oh no. Take glanced at the sky, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yakushi Kabuto's expression flickered before he offered reassurance. Calm down. That's impossible. The Uchiha are one of Konoha's great clans. How could two people wipe them out? Internally, however, he sneered. Konoha exterminating the Uchiha? Why is that so surprising? My foster mother, Nan, was silenced simply for refusing to continue as a spy. All by Danza's design. Slaughter. Slaughter. The weaker Konoha becomes, the more easily Lord Orochimaru's plans will succeed. Uchiha Take's eyes gleamed. The Uchiha are a great clan. Two people alone could never wipe us out. Exactly. Our clan has over 100 members. Many of them elite warriors. And with the clan head overseeing everything, there's no way just two could annihilate us. Beside them, Uchiha Shirsue stiffened as if struck by lightning upon hearing Take's words. Itachi intends to slaughter the entire clan? Shirsue knew this was no jest. It was one of the plans proposed by Dans to Konoha's higher-ups to suppress the Uchiha rebellion. Most of the elders had approved it. Only the third Hokage had opposed it, mediating to temporarily suspend the plan. The third Hokage had assured them he would find a solution that satisfied both sides. Shirsue had believed him wholeheartedly. After all, he was the Hokage, the finest inheritor of the will of fire. He would find a way. But then, Dans had stolen his Sharingan. Does this mean the Hokage's negotiations failed? Has Itachi also accepted Danza's plan? Does he truly believe exterminating the Uchiha is the best solution? The masked man, Shirsue recalled Itachi mentioning him. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara and had appeared near the Uchiha compound months ago before vanishing. If he truly was Madara, then this was dire. That was a shinobi powerful enough to rival the god of shinobi himself, Hashirama Senju. If he and Itachi were working together, then the annihilation of the Uchiha was no mere jest. Suddenly, Take seized Shirsue's arm, his voice urgent. Shirsue and I. The Uchiha are a great clan. Two people couldn't possibly wipe us out, right? That's impossible, isn't it? If it were true, there'd be some sign. Wouldn't he there? When Shirsue remained silent, failing to affirm his words, Take's voice grew quieter. Abruptly, he stood, ready to bolt toward home. No. I have to go back and see. The moment he rose, a firm grip clamped onto his arm. Turning, he saw Shirsue's hand, and his expression twisted in disbelief. A terrible realization surged within him. Shirsue and Itachi was telling the truth, wasn't he? Take's voice trembled. He's really going to slaughter the clan tonight. He desperately hoped Shirsue would deny it. But Shirsue's face only flickered with guilt, silent confirmation. After all, he had been complicit in this. He had failed to stop it. You knew about this, didn't you? Take's voice shook harder as he read Shirsue's expression. You knew. Why? His voice exploded with betrayal. Fury igniting as he violently wrenched his arm free. The sting of treachery from someone he trusted most burned through him. What's going on? Naruto, who had been eagerly asking Luffy about his adventures by the campfire, suddenly turned his attention to the commotion nearby. Cook, what happened? Who knows? Our crew members argue all the time, nothing serious, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Relieved, Naruto resumed his conversation. Meanwhile, Uchiha confronted Shisui with burning fury. You knew about this? Why didn't you report it to the clan leader? Then it struck him. Itachi was the clan leader's eldest son. Is this the clan leader as well? Does he intend to annihilate our entire clan? Shisui hesitated before answering. It's for the sake of the village's peace. Killing every last Uchiha will bring peace. Years of indoctrination under the will of fire had conditioned Shisui to prioritize Konoha's stability above all else. Even when Dan stole his eye, Shisui felt no rage, let alone a desire for vengeance. I am an Uchiha. It's only natural the village distrusts me. My mistake was not using Kodo Amatsukami sooner to quell the rebellion. Rather than blaming Dan's, Shisui turned his criticism inward. The clan leader is leading our people into rebellion. There's no other way, Shisui murmured somberly. Rebellion? Uchiha froze, recalling fragments of his parents' hushed conversations. Sacrificing the Uchiha clan will preserve the village's peace and prevent further bloodshed. It's the most optimal solution. Shisui repeated the words of Konoha's elders as if they were self-evident. If my parents die, what good is peace? Did I rebel too? Tears streaked Uchiha's face as he roared. My sister is only 3. Did she join the rebellion? This is a necessary sacrifice for the village's peace. Even as he spoke, Shisui faltered under Take's piercing gaze. Kabuto Yakushi observed coolly. Does slaughtering one side truly bring peace? Forcing others to die isn't sacrifice, it's selfishness. Shisui stood motionless, struck by the words. Chapter 34. The first mission of the Straw Hat Crew. Only voluntary acts can be called sacrifice. By what right do you few presume to decide the fate of the entire Uchiha clan? The flickering flames of the campfire reflected in Yakushi Kabuto's glasses. Shisui murmured in confusion. Forcing others to die isn't sacrifice, it's selfishness. Am I a selfish person? But they were rebelling. Kabuto smirked. Why did they rebel? You understand better than I do. Should the actions of one individual condemn an entire clan? If that were the case, Orochimaru committed atrocities and became a rogue ninja. Why didn't the third Hokage, his mentor, resign in disgrace? Do other clans not have criminals among them? Why is it only the Uchiha who are oppressed? Simply because the second Hokage despised the Uchiha, his disciples continued the persecution. Do you call that justice? Kabuto's relentless questioning left Shisui speechless. When Danzo captured you, why didn't you surrender? Why didn't you take your own life? Why did you flee, Shisui? Exhausted. Shisui no longer had the energy to question how Kabuto knew about his and Luffy's encounter with Danzo. This proves that the will to survive is instinctive. What the Uchiha did wasn't rebellion, it was survival. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The more Shisui listened, the more Kabuto's words seemed irrefutable. The flames of his will of fire were slowly extinguishing. The first Hokage once famously declared, "Be it my friend, my brother, or even my own child. If they dare oppose the village, I will show no mercy." So, slaughtering the Uchiha for the sake of peace was justified. You believe that too, didn't you, Shisui? Kabuto's expression grew increasingly disdainful. Listen to our glorious first Hokage, willing to kill his own friends, brothers, and children for Konoha. How noble. He burst into laughter. Uchiha a child of 7 or 8, saw the torment in Shisui's eyes, but didn't he understand his struggle. He only knew one thing. His parents must not die, abandoning friends, brothers, and children. What kind of village is left to protect? If the clan is wiped out, what meaning does peace hold? It's putting the cart before the horse, Kabuto sneered. Memories of his foster mother, Nan's death, resurfaced. How she had been betrayed by Danzo for refusing further espionage. In Take's fury, Kabuto saw his younger self. With Shisui already branded a rogue ninja and Danzo's wrath inevitable, even if he reported this, no one would believe him. That was why Kabuto spoke so boldly. Shisui whispered, putting the cart before the horse. Has it been wrong from the very beginning, since the first Hokage? I'll save my parents myself. Frustrated by Shisui's hesitation, Take turned and stormed away. Watching Uchiha's receding figure, Yakushi Kabuto remarked impassively, even a child knows to save their own parents first. I'm coming with you. Shisui abruptly stood and chased after him. The village's assembled extermination squad will undoubtedly be formidable. In my current state, I won't be able to stop them, but it doesn't matter. Dying alongside my clan is better than suffering here in torment. Having resolved himself, Shisui felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. Within moments, he caught up to Uchiha, scooping him onto his back without hesitation. Thank you, Shisui, Take murmured, tears and snot streaking his face as he clung to Shisui's back. No, Take. I should be thanking you, Shisui replied, his steps quickening as he sprinted toward the Uchiha compound. Observing their departure, Kabuto smirked with satisfaction. The Uchiha clan had better resist with everything they've got. Let them whittle down Konoha's strength a little more. His gaze then drifted toward Luffy and Naruto, who were chatting animatedly. Kabuto rose and approached them. So, you love adventure, do you? Formed a pirate crew? And you, king of the pirates, is it? His voice dripped with feigned enthusiasm. Let me guide you. Straight into Orochimaru-sama's hands. The swift defeat of Aburame Toryun meant little to Kabuto. Lightning release merely counters insects. And with such a frail body, that Crimson Lightning 1T last long. He was utterly confident Orochimaru would effortlessly subdue this precious specimen. After all, even Kimimaro, despite his formidable power, fell under Orochimaru-sama's control. What chance does this one have? Why do they leave? Luffy asked, eyeing Kabuto's serene smile. Before Kabuto could feign ignorance, Naruto cut in. They went back to save Take's parents. Kabuto stiffened. This nine-tails brat. His hearing is that sharp? He seemed engrossed in conversation, yet he was eavesdropping all along. Hey, why didn't you tell me sooner? Luffy scolded. You said stuff like this happens all the time. Naruto shot back. I meant arguments happen all the time. Crew members don't just leave without telling their captain, not on my ship. Luffy crossed his arms indignantly. Anyone leaving has to say it to my face first. He never even accepted your invite, Naruto muttered. He did. Luffy insisted. When? Naruto blinked. He will next time. Luffy huffed. Huh. Naruto's brain short-circuited. What? Shisui and Take might die. After Kabuto meticulously detailed the blood feud between Konoha and the Uchiha, both boys shouted in shock. Luffy had only caught the key points, the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Shisui and Take's deaths, while Naruto's comprehension remained unclear. To avoid suspicion, Kabuto opted for blunt honesty. After all, the Uchiha's fate meant nothing to either of them. Kabuto Yakushi saw no need to lie about such trivial matters. Ordinary passers-by would merely sigh at the fate of the Uchiha clan before going about their business. When one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konohagakure, mobilized its forces to eradicate an entire ninja clan, it was beyond any individual's power to intervene. These grievances had festered since the era of the first Hokage, leaving outsiders like them powerless to change anything. After recounting the history with a tone of lament, Kabuto concluded his tale. So the village was founded jointly by the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, the clan's first leader? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. His history lessons at the academy had only mentioned the first Hokage uniting various ninja clans, never specifying the Uchiha, let alone Madara's name. What a strange relationship, Naruto mused. They were both enemies and comrades. Kabuto nodded. Precisely because of that complexity, the Uchiha clan's tragedy unfolded, Shisui's eyes being gouged out, and now their impending annihilation. Luffy stood up abruptly. Kabuto, which way is the Uchiha compound? Kabuto blinked in surprise. Luffy, even if you go, you won't be able to help. You'll just throw your life away. Naruto turned to him. Luffy, are you going to save them? Of course. They're our nakama. Luffy's words reminded Naruto of how he had shouted in front of the entire village earlier. Naruto. You're not the demon fox. You're my nakama. Naruto sprang to his feet. Let's go save them. Kabuto, did you two even listen to a word I just said? Luffy declared with unwavering resolve, I've decided. The Straw Hat Pirates' first mission in this world is to rescue our cook. After tasting Shisui's grilled meat, Luffy had already claimed him as part of the crew. Kabuto sighed internally but still attempted to dissuade them. Luffy, you won't be able to save them like this. Luffy snorted, nostrils flaring. You'll just be walking to your deaths. Just tell me which way the Uchiha compound is. Luffy completely ignored Kabuto's warnings. Fine. It's that way. Exhausted, Kabuto pointed in the direction. He couldn't help but feel his judgment had faltered. This test subject wasn't as obedient as he'd hoped. Luffy crouched slightly, stretching out his arms. Naruto. Merge. Naruto let out a battle cry and leaped onto Luffy's back. Pilot in position. Fighter jet, ready for takeoff. Then, in unison, they turned to Kabuto. Kabuto. Aren't you merging too? Kabuto. Chapter 35. Aburame Toryun's failure? Make Kakashi work overtime. Half an hour earlier. What? The cursed tongue eradication seal on Aburame Toryun has vanished. As Dans reached his doorstep and pushed open the door, an anomaly registered in his mind. Though he couldn't discern what exactly had transpired with Torian, the disappearance of the seal could only mean one thing. Something had gone terribly wrong. A mission that should have been foolproof, yet he had failed. Tonight was the long-awaited Uchiha massacre, a night Dan's had anticipated for over a decade. And now, Shursui, that unpredictable variable, remained unresolved. Dan's fury ignited. Bang! The force of his push sent the door flying into the living room, shattering a solid mahogany coffee table into splinters. Standing amidst the wreckage, Dan surveyed the debris with a face like thunder. The curse tongue eradication seal, exclusive to root operatives, was a curse mark that paralyzed anyone who attempted to divulge information about Dan's. Every root shinobi bore this mark upon their tongue, but the seal held another hidden function. Whenever it was triggered, dismantled, or if the root member perished, Dan's would sense the disturbance. Paralysis and detection. This was how Dan's identified compromised agents. Torian had likely been slain by Shursui. Has Shursui grown so ruthless that he disregards even the safety of those close to him? Steadying himself, Dan's retrieved a transceiver from his robes. On its small screen, a red dot pulsed. Every root transceiver was equipped with a tracking function. While the signal remained, he needed to dispatch an investigation immediately. Tonight, every elite root operative had been mobilized for the Uchiha extermination. Annihilating the Uchiha had been Dan's ambition for years. He refused to divert manpower from that operation. His gaze fixed on the blinking dot. Dan's mind raced. Torian's signal could vanish at any moment. There's no time to waste. Someone must investigate at once. Moreover, Torian's last known location was perilously close to the Uchiha compound. Shursui must not be allowed to interfere. If Itachi encounters him, the entire plan could unravel. But if even Torian had failed, sending a mere Nin would be futile. Only a Nin would suffice. And at present, Root had no available Nin to spare. A surge of frustration coiled within Dan's. Root's forces are still too few. Then, inspiration struck. Bending down, he retrieved a telephone from the wreckage and dialed a number. Upon hearing Kakashi's remark that the third Hokage cared only for preserving his position, Might Guy frowned in disapproval. Kakashi, aren't you being a bit too harsh on the Hokage? Perched gracefully on the windowsill, Kakashi ran his fingers along the chakra-infused tanto inherited from his father, offering no rebuttal. Kakashi, why wait until tomorrow to act? Guy pressed, puzzled. That boy just left the village. Now is the perfect time to pursue him. With the scent still fresh, summoning Pakin should make tracking him effortless. Parker was one of Kakashi's summoned creatures, the 8 ninja hounds, exceptionally skilled in tracking. You don't want to fight, do you? Kakashi remarked indifferently. Besides, I have no intention of working overtime for something like this. That may be true. Might Guy scratched his head. But I've never seen you so lacking in motivation before. Why are you doing this? It can't just because I mentioned that boy was my friend, right? Kakashi did not answer Might Guy's question. Instead, he stared at the chakra short sword in his hand, lost in memories. After his father's suicide, Kakashi lived in solitude. His life consisted of nothing but missions, one after another. One question haunted him. Why had his father taken his own life? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had once assigned him to guard Kushina Uzumaki during her pregnancy. Hiding in the shadows, watching the happiness of another family, Kakashi's expression remained cold, though a faint envy stirred within him. It only deepened his resolve to uncover the truth behind his father's death. Because suicide was never without reason, no one simply chose it without cause. Minato had done this to pull Kakashi out of the darkness. In truth, though Kakashi dwelled in shadows, his heart had always held light. Yet his loneliness, his genius, it made him untouchable, distant. Kakashi began investigating in secret. His initial target was the comrade his father had saved, the very one who had shamelessly turned against him, becoming the final straw that broke his father's spirit. On the surface, this ungrateful man seemed the culprit. But to avenge his father, would it mean killing the very person his father had once rescued? Kakashi sensed something far more complex at play. As his investigation continued, he uncovered the mastermind behind the rumors, Danzo. Back then, his father's reputation had soared high enough to make him a potential candidate for Hokage. Danzo, coveting the title, had orchestrated the plot to ruin him. And the kind, benevolent third Hokage, despite the rampant rumors, had done nothing to stop them, allowing the slander to spread unchecked. His father had stood in Danzo's path to power. Danzo's actions, though ruthless, were understandable. But why had the third Hokage, already seated in power, chosen to fan the flames? He was already Hokage. His father had harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Why had he, too, sought his father's demise. Was there some hidden secret? Kakashi scoured archives in secret, yet found no answers. Until one day, his gaze fell upon the faces of the past Hokages carved into the mountain. A bolt of realization struck him. He stood frozen, tears streaming down his face. The reason had been right before him all along. No need for further investigation. The second Hokage was the first S brother. The third was the second S student. The fourth was the student of the third S student. The Hokage of Konoha was always chosen from within the Hokage lineage. Without exception, his father had been too strong, his reputation too great, unintentionally defying this unspoken rule. Indeed, every Hokage had been powerful, their prestige undeniable, their right to the title unquestioned. When another ninja, equally formidable and renowned yet unrelated to the Hokage lineage, emerges, he is inevitably doomed. My father perished for such a ludicrous reason. How bitterly ironic. Danzo exploited the very sense of duty and honor my father held dear, weaving rumors that became his demise. The third Hokage could have intervened, yet he allowed events to spiral toward tragedy. Upon uncovering the truth, Kakashi resisted the reckless impulse for vengeance. Such a path would only lead to his own demise. He resolved to endure, to bide his time, and to await the opportune moment. Tonight, witnessing Luffy brazenly deface every ninja, even the third Hokage himself, Kakashi sensed a shift in the winds. If this audacious youth continued his antics, Konoha might undergo a seismic transformation. Dingling, the telephone on the desk shattered his reverie. Who would call at this hour? Might Guy, having grown bored of Kakashi's silence, had dozed off on the sofa but stirred at the ringing. Kakashi lifted the receiver, his voice calm. It's me. Understood. No issue. After hanging up, Guy blinked sleepily. Who is it? Danzo. Wake up. We're working overtime tonight, Kakashi said, patting Guy's shoulder. Danzo set down the phone and pressed a sequence into his communicator. Wind. Sure Sway may be heading your way. Intercept him. Under no circumstances should he meet Itachi. Roger. Has Itachi made his move? He.S. inside. No activity yet. Earlier, Yamanaka F had used the mind-body switch technique to scout the Uchiha compound through a rabbit's eyes. All appeared normal. Itachi had yet to act. Root operatives lurked in the shadows, vigilant. Satisfied with the arrangements, Danzo's expression softened slightly. Yet the memory of Sarutobi's paint-smeared face unsettled him. Without a word, he strode out, leaving the disheveled room behind. Chapter 36. The relentless pursuit team. The sudden ringing of the telephone startled Asuma, who had been reclining on the bed with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He casually reached for the receiver. Beside him, a drowsy Kurenai Waihai blinked her eyes open, only to flush with embarrassment upon seeing Asuma answering her home phone. Annoyed, she pinched his waist sharply. Hello, Al? Asuma winced, his greeting stretching into a pained yelp. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Who is it? Kurenai asked, noting the gravity in his expression. Kakashi. Kurenai frowned. This is my house. How inappropriate for you to answer like that. What if Kakashi finds out? Asuma shrugged nonchalantly. I'm here all the time. Who doesn't he know? Get out. A pillow came flying at his face. Get dressed. We need to leave immediately. Urgent mission. Asuma deftly blocked the pillow with one hand while stubbing out his cigarette with the other. Throwing off the covers, he grabbed his clothes from the floor and dressed swiftly. Me too? Kurenai asked, already pulling on her own attire. You forgot? The old man assigned Kakashi to form a squad tonight. We're part of it. Why did Kakashi choose us? Asuma pondered briefly. Probably because we were classmates, easier coordination. Soon, the four of them gathered at the village gates. No time to waste. We'll talk on the move, Kakashi declared before breaking into a run. Kurenai, Asuma, and Might Guy followed without hesitation. Shino Aburame from the Foundation has gone missing. According to Dan's intel, it's connected to that straw-hatted intruder from earlier. Our squad been dispatched to investigate. Kakashi. Aren't you summoning Pakin? Might Guy asked, puzzled by the lack of tracking mean kin as they pressed forward. Relying on instinct alone seems a bit inefficient. Dan's gave me precise coordinates. Kakashi pulled a communicator from his pouch as he ran. A blinking red dot pulsed rhythmically on the small screen, a device from his ANBU days. Designed to track allies. Might Guy nodded approvingly. Dan's still working this late? Impressive dedication. The signal could vanish any moment. We need to hurry, Kakashi explained. Upon reaching the marked location, Asuma scanned the deserted surroundings skeptically. You sure this is the place? There's no one here. Kakashi, this urgent mission doesn't seem very urgent. He remarked dryly. Usually, we arrive mid-battle. Tonight? Might Guy echoed the sentiment. Kakashi, Did Dan's give you the wrong coordinates? Kakashi glanced at the red on his communicator, then surveyed his surroundings before swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A small dog appeared, wearing a Konoha headband tied around its forehead. Hey, Kakashi, what do you want at this hour? Pakken crossed his tiny arms, his voice gruff. Pakken, scout the area for anything unusual, Kakashi ordered. TCH, you think I have nothing better to do at night? Unlike you, single and free? Despite his grumbling, Pakken sniffed around meticulously. Kurenai blushed at Pakken's remark, grateful the darkness concealed her embarrassment. Soon, Pakken halted beneath a tree, pointing upward with a tiny paw. There's something up there, Kakashi. The group looked up, barely discerning a dark mass among the branches. I'll check it, Al. Guy, ever impulsive, leapt forward, only to be yanked back by Kakashi. Let me. Asuma swiftly formed seals. Wind release, wind cutter. An invisible blade of wind sliced through the branch supporting the object. Thud boom. The mass crashed to the ground. Under the moonlight, they finally saw what it was, the upper half of Shino Aburame's body, his communicator still glowing faintly in his pocket. Kurenai stifled a gasp behind her hand. She had seen death before, but never a corpse in such a state. Kakashi knelt, examining the remains. Time of death, about half an hour ago. Danzo called around that time, Asuma noted grimly. Shino must have died, right as Danzo was speaking to him. As Kakashi pondered, Asuma studied the severed wound at the waist, his expression grave. Instant kill, no other injuries. This wasn't he done by a blade. Across from him, Guy added. Doesn't he look like ninjutsu or taijutsu either? Even the strongest punch would just pierce through. This looks more like a massive, high-speed log or battering ram hit him. Gaia's eyes sparkled. Could someone really master taijutsu to this level? Don't be ridiculous. Who fights with a giant log? Shino wouldn't just stand there. The enemy must have another method. Definitely not taijutsu, Asuma retorted, dismissing Gaia's enthusiasm. Kurenai steadied herself. If one strike did this. The gap in their strength is terrifying. Is this the one we're tracking? She left the rest unspoken, but they all understood. If so, chasing him might be futile. As seasoned jonin, assessing an enemy's strength was second nature. The other three had also discerned this conclusion but chose to remain silent. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. Pakken, take a sniff. Can you detect the enemy's scent? Though visibly reluctant, Pakken dutifully pressed his nose to the remains of Aburame Toryun. Inhaling deeply, after a pause, he confirmed, there's definitely another person's scent here. He then scoured the ground around the corpse, sniffing intently before lifting his head and addressing Kakashi. Strange. I can't pick up this scent anywhere nearby. It's almost as if this severed body was flung here from somewhere else. Good thing I'm a sensory-type ninja hound, Pakken muttered before abruptly sitting upright, his nose twitching as he meticulously filtered through the myriad odors in the air. Minutes later, he broke into a run. Follow me. Kakashi and the others immediately pursued. Soon, Pakken halted before a roaring bonfire. Here, they stayed for quite a while. Scattered around the fire were skewers of meat, some still impaled on sticks, while discarded wooden skewers littered the ground. Unable to resist, Pakken snatched up one of the skewers and took a hearty bite. Not bad, he mumbled through a mouthful. The four exchanged glances. Asuma surveyed the scene and remarked. Judging by the traces, there were 5 of them. They lingered for about half an hour. Pakken picked up another skewer, smacking his lips. They killed someone and then stuck around to barbecue? Kurenai exclaimed in disbelief. Kakashi had earlier estimated Toryun's time of death to be roughly 30 minutes prior. These people murdered Aburame Toryun and then had the audacity to light a fire and roast meat nearby? When did they leave? Kakashi demanded. Pakken licked the bare skewer, savoring the remnants. 3 minutes ago. Kakashi, you couldn't have mentioned that sooner? Kakashi snapped, aiming a kick at the ninken. After them, Pakken nimbly dodged. Grinning smugly, they split into 2 groups. Which one do we chase? Kakashi considered briefly. The one whose scent you detected first. And with that, the 4 vanished into the night, trailing behind Pakken. Chapter 37. The Uchiha must stick together within the dense forests of the Uchiha clan's territory. A peculiar formation darted swiftly forward. Naruto, why do you enjoy being the landing gear? Naruto asked curiously. At that moment, Kabuto Yakushi was carrying both Naruto and Luffy on his back as he sprinted. Naruto clung to Luffy's back, while Luffy, in turn, wrapped his legs around Kabuto's waist and stretched his arms forward. The trio indeed resembled an aircraft skimming across the ground. Kabuto inwardly grumbled. Was I supposed to choose to be the nose, the tail, or the wings instead? To strike some absurd and embarrassing pose like the two of you? Do I look like I enjoy being the landing gear? Do you have any idea how hard I'm trying to blend into this team? One of the fundamental rules of espionage: seamlessly integrate into the group while conducting covert investigations. When Naruto and Luffy had invited him to join their bizarre formation, Kabuto's instincts screamed at him to refuse. Yet, as a seasoned intelligence operative, he had no choice but to accept. Choosing to become the landing gear might very well be the most agonizing decision of his entire spy career. Still, it was all worth it. Kabuto could feel Luffy's legs coiled tightly around his waist, winding around him like rope on a spool. What an extraordinary Kekii Jinkai. What a rare specimen for research. As he ran, Kabuto discreetly reached down and pinched one of the legs wrapped around him. Luffy's limbs had warmth, much like an ordinary person's skin, yet there was something distinctly different. What exactly sets it apart? What's the underlying principle? The questions gnawed at Kabuto, tempting him more than once to drag Luffy straight into a laboratory for a thorough dissection. Beyond being a spy, Kabuto shared Orochimaru's obsessive passion for medical science. His primary mission now was to deliver Luffy to Orochimaru, and with the added bonus of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was an unexpected windfall. Lord Orochimaru will be overjoyed. Kabuto had zero interest in rescuing the Uchiha, so instead, he was leading them in circles around the clan's territory. From their conversations, it was clear neither Naruto nor Luffy had any idea where the Uchiha district actually was. If we keep wandering aimlessly, they'll eventually give up in frustration. Kabuto, are we going the right way? Naruto suddenly asked from his perch. Of course this question was coming. Good thing I prepared an answer. Kabuto allowed a confident smile to curl his lips. Telling them they were going the wrong way would make it seem like he was deliberately misleading them. Unacceptable. Claiming they were on the right path when they never arrived would be an outright lie. Based on his observations so far, Luffy had little patience for deception. To avoid losing Luffy's trust, Kabuto had crafted the perfect response. I'm simply following the direction Itachi left in. The Uchiha clan's location is highly secretive. Even I don't know the exact position. A flawless deflection, showing effort while shifting the blame. Then what do we do? Naruto pressed anxiously. Luffy said carelessly, we just need to ask someone for directions. A sly smile curled at the corner of Yakushi Kabuto's lips. This place was usually deserted. There was no way anyone could be found to ask for directions. How could there possibly be anyone in this godforsaken place? Naruto thought Luffy was talking nonsense. Luffy placed his right hand on his forehead, scanning the surroundings before pointing to the left. There are people over there. We can ask them. Naruto followed Luffy's finger and gasped in surprise. Huh, there really are people. Kabuto turned his head. But the distance was too great. Only faint silhouettes could be seen standing in the distance. The triumphant smirk on his face vanished in less than a second. Looks like 4 people, he muttered, his tone a mix of excitement and disappointment. Luffy shook his head seriously. No, 4 people. And a dog. Kakashi. Pakken paused, lowering his head to sniff the ground intently. The sense of 2 groups intersected here before splitting apart. Did they meet here to plot something? Yugao asked. Which group do we follow now? Pakken turned to Kakashi again. Stay on the original trail, Kakashi said firmly. The scent they had been tracking belonged to Uchiha Take. Because Aburame Torian had been holding on to him, traces of his smell lingered. Luffy, however, had sent Torian flying with a jet bazooka. There had been no physical contact, so no scent was left on him. The one who had interacted with Torian was undoubtedly the more valuable lead. Move out. The target is close. The 4 of them followed Pakken, continuing toward the Uchiha compound. They're moving. Hurry and catch up to ask them. Luffy urged as he saw the distant figures shift. With no choice, Kabuto reluctantly gave chase. Shursui halted at the edge of the Uchiha district. From here, the lights of the residential area within the clan grounds were visible. Shursui and I, let's hurry inside. Uchiha Take urged from his back, eager now that they were so close to home. There are people ahead. Shursui's observation haki sensed them, many figures concealed in the woods ahead. Their killing intent was palpable. Their ambush positions expertly chosen. Had Shursui not mastered observation haki, he would never have detected them all. Shursui and I, what do we do? Take asked anxiously when Shursui remained silent. I'll take you in. A voice spoke from behind them. Shursui whirled around in shock. A man wearing a spiral pattern mask. Uchiha, Madara. The name escaped Shursui's lips, recalling Itachi's words. At this time, Obito was acting under Madara's name. Heh, so Itachi told you everything. What close friends you are. Behind the mask, Obito let out a mocking laugh. Danzo's subordinates are truly useless, he remarked, glancing at Uchiha Take. You personally delivered the hostage. only to have Shisui snatch them back. Are you truly Uchiha Madara? Do you know about Itachi's plan to annihilate the entire clan? Under these circumstances, if we could persuade the founding clan leader, Uchiha Madara, to intervene, then takes parents and the Uchiha clan might still be saved. That was Shisui's desperate hope. Yet the response he received was chilling. I know. Obito slowly advanced toward Shisui. As the founding clan leader, will you simply stand by and watch the Uchiha clan perish? Shisui demanded, unwilling to accept this. Obito's voice turned sharp. Perish? Wherever Uchiha Madara stands, there the Uchiha clan exists. Do you think numbers alone define the Uchiha? You are nothing but traitors who betrayed our lineage. The words left Shisui momentarily speechless. They say the Uchiha clan breeds madness. It seems the founding leader was the maddest of them all. Stop. Don't come any closer. Shisui warned as the figure claiming to be Madara drew nearer. Whoosh whoosh. Two kunai flew from Shisui's hand as he wrapped one arm around Uchiha Take and formed a hand seal with the other. Whether this man was truly Madara or not, Shisui had no intention of fighting here. His priority was escape, using the body flicker technique to shake off this lunatic. In an instant, Shisui teleported several meters away. Then, a voice whispered from behind him. Where do you think you're going? Shisui turned his head to find Madara standing mere inches away, close enough to touch. How did he move faster than the body flicker technique? There was no time to ponder. Shisui threw a punch, only for his fist to phase straight through the man's body. Shisui, he's a ghost. Take cried out in terror. What do you want? Shisui asked coldly, realizing neither fighting nor fleeing was an option. Madara grinned. Itachi has too much on his hands. I'm here to help. Shisui. Obito's hand closed around Shisui's throat, his tone eerily calm. Tonight, no one gets left behind. The Uchiha clan must remain whole. The space around the spiraling mask began to distort. Chapter 38. Mass teleportation, a crowded chamber. Indeed. Following the locals was the right choice, Luffy declared cheerfully, his observation haki sensing the dense crowd ahead. You actually guessed correctly? Naruto found it somewhat unbelievable that they had located the Uchiha clan's territory so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Kabuto Yakushi silently observed the group, his mind racing. These individuals possess remarkable abilities. What business do they have at the Uchiha compound now? Could it be related to Danzo's failed extermination operation? Or perhaps reinforcements for the Uchiha? Someone's ahead. Kakashi raised a hand, signaling the group to halt. His gaze fell upon Shisui, who stood conversing with Obito in the distance. Kabuto, trailing behind, immediately stopped as well. They've paused. Something must be happening up ahead, he murmured. Luffy leapt down from Kabuto's back, scanning the area with his observation haki. There are tons of people ahead. What a lively scene. If we can't get through, let's just leave. Only a foolish pirate would charge into certain death, Kabuto remarked, having already grasped Luffy's temperament. Predictably, Luffy grinned. Good thing I'm a smart pirate. How else would I become the Pirate King? Kabuto nodded in exaggerated agreement. Yes. Let's turn back and pretend we were never here. Maybe Shisui and the others noticed the ambush and left too. No, I see Shisui stopped ahead. He can't get in either, Luffy corrected, his observation haki identifying Shisui and Itachi. Luffy, your eyesight is incredible. Naruto squinted into the distance, seeing nothing but swaying tree shadows under the moonlight. Kabuto ventured cautiously. Should we call him and leave together? Luffy beamed. No, we'll take him in with us. What? Kabuto felt his intelligence being insulted. A single night with Luffy is more exhausting than 3 years of undercover work in Konoha. How? Before Kabuto could finish his question, Luffy had already vanished. Turning, he saw the rubber man gripping 2 massive trees, his arms stretching impossibly far as he pulled back. Are you? Naruto, however, sensed impending disaster. Luffy, you're not planning to yep? Luffy grinned. No, we'll die? Naruto clutched his hair in horror, already understanding Luffy's intentions. Kabuto's gaze fixated on Luffy's elongated arms, now stretched over a dozen meters with no sign of stopping. A fanatical gleam flickered in his eyes. I must obtain a sample for research. Goma no. Catapult. Luffy roared, taking aim at Shisui's direction. No. Naruto howled, tearing at his own hair. With a thunderous boom, Luffy launched into the air, one arm snagging a screaming Naruto and the other clutching a bewildered Kabuto, hurtling them all toward Shisui. Ahead, chaos awaited. Kakashi observed for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. That unmasked man is Uchiha Shisui. Might Guy turned his gaze. Are you certain? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Kakashi nodded in confirmation. During my time in the Umbu, we collaborated on missions together. Could it be that Uchiha Shursui killed Aburame Torian? Asuma stepped beside Kakashi, following his line of sight toward Shursui. Waihai Kurenai instinctively moved closer to Asuma. A sudden chorus of screams erupted behind them. Before the four could react, an immense force sent them hurtling through the air. Their collective cries echoed mid-flight. Obito activated the Kamui of his Manjiki Sharingan, intending to teleport Shursui and take directly into the Uchiha compound. Uchiha clansmen should perish within their own territory. A twisted cycle of fate, he mused. The space before them began to twist and distort, half of Shursui, and Take's bodies already being pulled into the vortex. Obito himself was halfway vanished when a massive object came hurtling through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks, crashing directly into the warping space before disappearing along with Obito. Did you hear those screams just now? A root operative on perimeter duty whispered to his comrade. No. Are you hallucinating? The shinobi strained his ears but heard nothing. Strange. I could be sworn. Perhaps you're overworked. Trying for a child shouldn't be rushed. Is that the reason? Of course. I've more experience in this than you. Back in my day, my hallucinations were worse than yours. Uchiha compound. Edge of the residential district. A derelict hut, Obito's chosen teleportation point. The cramped space, long abandoned, teemed with rodents and insects scurrying freely. Its sole advantage? Seclusion. No neighbors. At the center of the room, a swirling vortex materialized in the air. Thud. Obito emerged first, followed by Shursui and Take. Obito's grip remained locked around Shursui's throat. Konoha's lapdog. Die. He tightened his hold, intent on ending Shursui then and there. His sole condition for aiding Itachi had been claiming every Uchiha's Sharingan. Shursui, eyeless, was now expendable. Then chaos. The vortex disgorged a tangle of bodies, all colliding into Shursui's back. Horrified, Obito watched as Shursui's face lurched toward his own, close enough to kiss. He jerked his head aside at the last second. Cheek pressed against Shursui's as the human tide pinned them both against the wall. The hut was now packed. What the hell? Where did all these people come from? How many did I teleport? Disoriented, Obito questioned reality itself. This had never happened before. He simply couldn't comprehend why so many people were pouring out of the portal. Under normal circumstances, even Obito would find it extremely difficult to transport such a massive group at once. From his current position, Obito couldn't even discern who these people were. Sending them back? Absolutely impossible. Firstly, replicating the exact operation to transport them all back simultaneously would be exceedingly difficult. Secondly, regardless of who they were or their purpose here, allowing them to cause any significant disturbance within the Uchiha clan's territory was out of the question. Any commotion could jeopardize tonight's carefully laid plans. The solution? Toss them all into the Kamui dimension and deal with them individually after completing the mission. Temporarily abandoning his intention to kill Shursui, Obito activated his ability once more. The group found themselves bewildered, violently flung across space, inexplicably transported into this cramped chamber, and now contorted into awkward positions amidst the crushing crowd. Though seasoned shinobi like Kakashi possessed considerable combat experience, the severely limited visibility and chaotic entanglement of bodies made it impossible to assess the situation or distinguish friend from foe. This scenario perfectly played to Obito's advantage with Kamui. With everyone immobilized, they might as well have been standing still, allowing Obito to absorb them effortlessly. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan once more, Obito summoned the enormous distorting space of Kamui. In an instant, the chamber stood empty again. Obito exhaled in relief, suddenly appreciating how spacious this small room truly felt. Vanished? A polite voice inquired from the corner of the room. Excuse me. Might you know where my crew members have disappeared to? Chapter 39. Obito, did I just capture a mercenary squad? Luffy arrived last, having carried everyone over by flying. The moment he landed, he leapt onto a roof beam, narrowly evading Obito's Kamui. The others had vanished into thin air, leaving Luffy bewildered as he huddled with the remaining group. Fortunately, one person remained in the room. Obito had meticulously planned his scheme, first eliminating Shursui, then commencing his massacre of the Uchiha clan, starting with Takahashi. Yet his plans were disrupted by an inexplicable group of intruders, even nearly locking lips with Shursui in the chaos. The mere thought sent a shudder down his spine. Suppressing his fury, he strode toward Luffy in silence. Do you know where they went? Luffy asked from his perch on the beam. Obito vanished, reappearing before Luffy, poised to unleash Kamui once more, only to freeze. The straw hat, red vest, blue shorts, Wasn't this the same brat who had splattered paint all over the third Hokage? During his infiltration of Konoha, the most sensational news Obito had heard was the repeated humiliation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, by an unknown vandal. Despite the combined efforts of Anbu and Root, the perpetrator remained at large, leaving chaos in his wake, yet evading capture effortlessly. Konoha hadn't been entirely unsuccessful, however. Skirmishes had yielded fragments of intel, a lone fighter, a taijutsu master with elastic limbs, wielding a peculiar Kekkei Genkai. Obito, too, had discreetly gathered information on this enigmatic figure. After all, the Akatsuki kept close watch on elite shinobi across nations, ever ready to recruit. Yet, despite Akatsuki's vast intelligence network, Obito had never encountered rumors of a straw-hatted taijutsu prodigy. Could one of the other great villages have secretly cultivated such a fighter? Assassinating a Hokage was understandable, but defacing one with paint? Studying Luffy's youthful, somewhat vacant expression, Obito questioned the intel's validity. So, you're the one who has been painting the third Hokage these past few days? Yep, Luffy affirmed with a nod. Obito blinked, taken aback by the candid admission. Just you? He scoffed, throwing a punch aimed at Luffy's left shoulder. Unfazed, Luffy neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he retaliated with a strike toward Obito's abdomen, only to abruptly redirect his fist upward at the last moment, targeting Obito's chin. Simultaneously, his left shoulder knocked Obito's punch aside. Staggering back, Obito murmured, impressed, not bad. Luffy grinned. Shishishi. What had seemed like playful exchanges were, in truth, a series of calculated maneuvers. Each time Obito phased through reality, Luffy adjusted his strikes, ultimately countering with his shoulder, marking only the second time since Minato's Flying Thunder God that Obito had been struck. Minato Namake's anticipated Obito's movements, utilizing the blinding speed of the Flying Thunder God technique to strike before his opponent could react. Like all who first faced Obito, even the legendary Yellow Flash found himself momentarily stunned as his fists and weapons passed harmlessly through the phantom form. Monkey D. Luffy's punches lacked the instantaneous teleportation of Flying Thunder God, nor were they based on prediction. Yet his attacks seemed to dance between tangible and intangible, visible yet unpredictable. Obito found himself perplexed by this unfamiliar ability. Assessing the straw-hatted youth's capabilities, a sliver of wariness surfaced in Obito's mind. Yet curiously, this boy showed no hostile intent whatsoever. Naturally, Obito saw no reason to make unnecessary enemies. Moreover, observing the youth's recent actions, he appeared to be a potential recruit. What purpose did you have in painting the third Hokage? Obito inquired. Luffy tilted his head skyward in contemplation before answering. Purpose? None really. Just completing a job. A job? Obito's voice carried a note of excitement. So you're a mercenary then? Similar to our Akatsuki organization. Remembering Naruto's 32 bowls of ramen, Luffy considered this compensation. Yeah, I was hired, he nodded. Which organization do you belong to? Obito pressed. Luffy puffed out his chest proudly. The Straw Hat Pirates. Obito's gaze lingered on the worn straw hat. He sighed internally, realizing he couldn't expect straightforward answers. Since this mercenary wasn't targeting him directly, there was little cause for concern. After all, mercenaries followed money. Perhaps he could be persuaded to join Akatsuki for the right price. Recalling the sudden appearance of multiple individuals from the spatial vortex, Obito asked, "How did you end up transported here with me?" "Dunno," Luffy answered honestly. "I flew in." "Flew in? With what objective?" "To save my friends." "You have companions?" Obito's eyebrows rose in surprise. "An entire mercenary squad? You've asked enough questions." Luffy's voice carried irritation. "You still haven't told me where my friends are." Obito nodded to himself. For consecutive days of painting the Hokage alone had seemed improbable. A mercenary team made far more sense. Suddenly, comprehension dawned. Some faction had hired these mercenaries to undermine Konoha's prestige, striking at the village's very foundations. Killing a Hokage would merely prompt the selection of another, but eroding the legendary reputation established by Hashirama Senju. Exposing Konoha's incompetence to the world, that would leave the village at a severe disadvantage in all diplomatic matters with other ninja villages. No subsequent Hokage could remedy such damage. What a brilliantly terrifying strategy. As this realization settled, another truth became apparent. The mercenary team capable of executing such a plan must possess extraordinary strength. No two-man cell in Akatsuki could accomplish such a mission. While assassinating a Hokage was difficult, some within their ranks might manage it. But this operation required something far more subtle and devastating. To paint the Hokage's face 4 times in succession without harming a single hair on his body and escaping unscathed is an almost impossible feat. Perhaps only I am capable of such a thing. Obito thought with pride, though the spot on his back where the 4th Hokage's Rasengan had struck suddenly ached faintly. With no one left in Konoha who can perform the 2nd stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, who can possibly stop me? Hey, where are my friends? Luffy grew irritated as Obito continued questioning him without answering his own inquiry. Obito abruptly recalled the individuals he had just sucked into his Kamui dimension. Could this straw-hatted boy's companions be the ones trapped in that alternate space? Earlier, he hadn't bothered distinguishing who was who. He had simply swept them all into his Kamui realm. Describe your companions, and I might help you find them, Obito said, hoping to extract more information about these mercenaries. Luffy began counting on his fingers. A cook, a doctor, a fox demon. Should be 4 people. A cook, a doctor, a fox demon. Likely code names. Obito nodded, committing these aliases to memory. Further convinced that Luffy was indeed a hired blade. What's your name? Monkey D. Luffy. Obito paused. That was an unusually long code name. Most shinobi organizations used 1 or 2 characters, like Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, whose code name was Zero. How could a mercenary group be so unprofessional? Recalling the number of people in the room earlier, there had been more than 4. Regardless of who the others were, at the very least. His Kamui dimension now held an entire mercenary squad, one skilled enough to toy with the Hokage. A surge of triumph coursed through Obito. Coming to assist Itachi in the massacre had yielded an unexpected windfall. And then, a touch of smugness, no matter how formidable these mercenaries were. Hadn't he effortlessly trapped them in another dimension? Such capable mercenaries could easily be recruited into the Akatsuki. After all, mercenaries only cared about money. Kakuzu's funds should satisfy them. His demeanor shifting entirely, Obito spoke politely to Luffy. Don't resist. I'll send you to your friends now, but you'll have to wait a little longer. Luffy nodded cheerfully. Okay, Kamui. Luffy vanished. Gazing out the window at the darkening sky, Obito murmured, Itachi is about to begin. No time to waste. First, assist Itachi with the plan. Then, negotiate with these mercenaries. Chapter 40, Fugaku's Plan, the bustling Kamui dimension within the Uchiha compound, Itachi Uchiha, clad in his dark shinobi attire. Perched atop a telephone pole like a solitary hawk. His crimson Sharingan, marked with 3 tomo, surveyed the entire Uchiha residential district with an unyielding gaze. At the clan leader's residence, Mikoto Uchiha gently entered Sasuke's bedroom and softly nudged his shoulder. Sasuke, wake up, she whispered. Rubbing his eyes, the young boy murmured, Mother. What is it? Mikoto smiled tenderly. It's time for your ninjutsu training. Sasuke glanced at the clock on the wall, the hands pointed to 1:25. He remained silent. Noticing his hesitation, Mikoto teased, Didn't you always say you wanted to surpass your brother? At your age, he could never sleep at this hour. The mere mention of his brother instantly invigorated Sasuke. He sat up, dressed swiftly, and slung his small cloth pouch, filled with various shinobi tools, across his shoulder. Standing at the doorway, he clenched his fists. I'll work hard. I'll become as great a shinobi as my brother. Mikoto chuckled. Is that all the confidence you have? Sasuke raised a small fist. Then, I'll become even greater than him. As he stepped into the living room, he froze. Father. He immediately bowed upon seeing Fugaku seated solemnly in the center. Fugaku gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before Sasuke hastily slipped out the door. The clan leader's gaze lingered on the path his youngest had taken before finally withdrawing his attention. Mikoto ran her fingers over the warmth left on Sasuke's bed. Her eyes clouded with melancholy. After a moment, she rose and joined her husband in silence. Will he come? She asked softly, staring ahead. Fugaku observed the laurel tree in the courtyard before answering. He will. After Shirsue's death, his resolve is unshakable. Mikoto hesitated. If our clan fights with everything we have, is there a chance? Fugaku shook his head. None. Danzo has orchestrated this for years. We stand no chance. What if we seek the Hokage's help? Didn't Shirsue say he opposed Danzo's plans and sought a peaceful resolution? A bitter smile touched Fugaku's lips. How naive. 3 days ago, the elders suddenly imposed a curfew. No Uchiha may leave the village, and after sunset, all must remain within the compound. That order bore the Hokage's seal. Mikoto covered her mouth in shock. The annihilation of our clan was inevitable. After Shirsue's death, I silenced the dissenters who questioned Itachi, not out of favoritism. Fugaku exhaled heavily. No matter who it was, I would have done the same. Moreover, Only by doing so could the sole surviving member of the Uchiha clan be allowed to live, even if he were branded a traitor. The moment the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, departed, it was not that we abandoned him, but rather that he abandoned us. What was once boundless as the ocean for fish to leap freely had now become a cage, leaving us at the mercy of others. Alas, I failed to comprehend it at the time. Mikoto had never seen her husband so disheartened. Gently, she reached out and clasped Fugaku's hand. He squeezed it in return and murmured, "You've endured much." Mikoto shook her head, her eyes dimming with sorrow, and fell silent. The two sat quietly on the tatami in the living room, the intermittent chirping of insects in the garden the only sound that broke the stillness. After a long pause, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke, "Come in. There are no traps." The door slid open. Uchiha Itachi stepped inside, a long sword gripped in his hand. "So, you stand with them now." Fugaku remained seated with perfect composure, as though it were any ordinary day. "We have no wish to raise our hands against our own son." Itachi's blade trembled slightly as he gazed at his parents' backs. "Father, mother." Mikoto spoke softly, "We understand, Itachi." Fugaku added, "Itachi, promise me one last thing, take care of Sasuke." Tears spilled from Itachi's eyes, splashing onto the hilt of his sword. "I will. Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to yours, our suffering will be but a fleeting moment." Fugaku's gaze remained steady, fixed ahead. "Though our beliefs may differ, we are still proud of you. You truly are a kind-hearted child." The desolate expanse of Kamui suddenly stirred with life as 8 figures materialized in an instant. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Take, Kabuto, and Naruto. Chaos erupted as bewildered voices filled the space. None could fathom how they had been transported from the outskirts of the Uchiha compound into this strange realm. Kakashi's eyes swept the surroundings, widening in shock as he noticed the countless photographs of Rin, Noera displayed on the shelves. The seasoned Jonin quickly regained their composure. But Naruto and Take remained the loudest, one demanding to find his captain, the other desperate to save his parents. Asuma seized them both by the collars and snapped, "Enough. Both of you, quiet down." Might Guy, having circled the perimeter, returned to Kakashi's side. "Kakashi, there are no doors, no windows, no exits whatsoever. It's as if we're trapped in some kind of barrier." Kakashi finally snapped out of his daze. His gaze lingered on Shirsue's hollow eye sockets before shifting to Kabuto, Take, and Naruto in turn. Kabuto and Take were unfamiliar faces, but Naruto, how had he ended up here? Kakashi had witnessed the straw-hatted boy carrying Naruto out of the village. If Naruto was here, where had that boy gone? Following Parker's relentless pursuit, they finally tracked down Shisui and the masked man. Was it Shisui or the masked man who killed Aburame Torian? Where did that overwhelming force that sent everyone flying originate from? And what is this peculiar space all about? "Hey, we're all shinobi from the same village. What a coincidence." Might Guy exclaimed with enthusiasm. "All from Konoha?" Kakashi was startled. He hadn't noticed before, but all 8 individuals present were indeed Konoha shinobi. Only the straw-hatted boy and the masked man, outsiders to the village, had not entered. Are the 2 of them accomplices? Kakashi's mind raced. This must be an attack targeting Konoha shinobi. Determined to uncover the truth, Kakashi decided to first understand everyone's purpose for being here. Since Yukushi Kabuto was a genin, and Taki and Naruto were mere children, he directed his inquiry towards Shisui. "Uchiha Shisui, could you share your objective and experiences before arriving here?" Shisui himself was bewildered. Originally transported by Uchiha Madara, how had he suddenly ended up confined with so many others? Still, there was no reason to conceal his mission to save his clan. Briefly recounting his recent ordeal, Shisui answered candidly, "Taki and I only came to rescue our clansmen. We were transported here by Uchiha Madara's jutsu. Danzo stealing the Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha clan facing annihilation tonight? Uchiha Madara's return? Extermination? Impossible." Asuma's expression darkened with skepticism at the outlandish tale. Might Guy and Waihai Kurenai mirrored his disbelief. Having always upheld the will of fire and never ventured into Anbu or Root, they were unfamiliar with Konoha's darker undercurrents. "And you?" Kakashi asked Kabuto, his tone measured. He trusted no one blindly, intending to gather information before analyzing their predicament and finding an escape. Faced with Kakashi, a jonin, Kabuto adopted a demeanor of respectful deference, perfectly befitting a genin. Politely, he explained, "I was abducted by the straw-hatted boy and brought here." He summarized Luffy's intent to aid Shisui and his own reluctant involvement with the Straw Hat Pirates while attempting to retrieve the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for the village. Kakashi remained impassive. Naruto, however, bristled with indignation until a sudden disturbance above interrupted him. Thud. Another figure tumbled into the space. Huh. That guy wasn't lying. He really sent me to my friends. Luffy sat up, adjusting his straw hat with a boisterous laugh. Chapter 41. Kakashi's speculation. The Nine-Tails strikes again? Captain. Naruto called out smoothly. Luffy. Uchiha Take exclaimed with delight. Yo, kid. We meet again. Might Guy winked with his left eye and waved. The moment Luffy entered, multiple voices called out to him. Kakashi froze in surprise. Why is this straw-hatted boy here too? Was my earlier assumption wrong? He was locked up as well. Does that mean he isn't an accomplice of the masked man? Kurenai leaned closer to Asuma and asked, Is that the boy who painted graffiti on the Hokage? Asuma glanced at Luffy, who was chatting animatedly with Uchiha Take and Naruto, and replied, I've never seen him in person, but based on the intel, the description matches. Is he really that strong? Kurenai eyed the grinning Luffy skeptically. Beside them, Might Guy praised, Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable taijutsu. Ah, I remember now. You lost to him in a match. Kurenai recalled Might Guy admitting his defeat upon returning to the village. Might Guy nodded solemnly. I lost. It was a truly exhilarating battle. Kurenai. Meanwhile, with Luffy, ha ha ha, wasn't he flying through the air exciting? Luffy laughed boisterously at Naruto. Naruto scowled. Not fun at all. There was no safe way to land. Captain, next time you pull something like that, think it through first. Sorry, Luffy apologized, though his grin never faded. Shursui, intrigued, asked, Luffy, how did you all get in here? He distinctly remembered that when he and Take were transported by Uchiha Madara, there had been no one else around. How did we suddenly end up crammed into a tiny room with a crowd, only to be sent into this space? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it. Luffy shrugged. We were flying through the air, and then somehow ended up in a small room. There was this guy with a swirly mask, super friendly, who sent me here to find you. A man with a swirly mask. Shursui pondered silently. That must be the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara. He knows the Uchiha clan is doomed tonight and intends to wipe them out himself. And yet, Luffy calls him friendly. It was clear that no useful information would come from Luffy. Shursui shifted his gaze to Naruto and Kabuto. Both shook their heads, indicating they had no idea. Naruto genuinely didn't know. He hadn't even graduated from the academy yet. Obito's space-time ninjutsu was something even Kakashi struggled to comprehend, let alone Naruto. As for Kabuto, he simply chose not to speak. At this point, Orochimaru was still part of the Akatsuki. After Itachi annihilated their clan and joined, the two had even crossed paths. Orochimaru had coveted Itachi's body, attempting to seize it as a vessel, only to fail. Currently, Kabuto was not only a spy in Konoha but also a double agent working under Sasori within the Akatsuki. Therefore, he possessed some understanding of the Akatsuki members. Aware that there was a fellow named Toby who wore a spiral mask with similar abilities. He knew the capabilities of the masked man and was also familiar with Luffy's powers. At the scene, only he could elucidate the situation clearly. Regrettably, he had no intention of explaining it to Shursui. Many had witnessed Luffy stretching his arms, and in the shinobi world, elongating limbs wasn't particularly extraordinary. However, the elasticity Luffy displayed when launching all three of them simultaneously proved his body not only possessed the ability to stretch but also exhibited rubber-like properties. Luffy's Kekkei Jinkai was far too unique, an ability never before seen in the entire shinobi world. Kabuto Yakushi had no desire for others to learn of it. Lest complications arise. Straw Hat, you, Asuma suddenly addressed Luffy. His mission upon joining the squad was to capture the Straw Hat and retrieve the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He had intended to directly demand Luffy accompany him to the village afterward. Kakashi tapped Asuma's arm, interrupting him. That straw-hatted boy earlier mentioned a man wearing a spiral mask. This alternate dimension is likely his creation. There's a strong possibility he's watching us from the shadows, waiting for us to exhaust ourselves in battle. The Straw Hat doesn't seem hostile toward us. Revealing our mission now and engaging in a mutually destructive conflict benefits no one. Asuma nodded. You're right. As always, you think ahead, Kakashi. So, what should we do now? Kakashi's tone grew solemn. Speaking of the man with the spiral mask, I seem to recall something from the past. 7 years ago, my first year as a Jonin. Back then, all of you were still Chunin. Asuma sighed. We were classmates. Everyone knows you became a Jonin at 12. No need to bring that up again. Get to the point. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. At that time, a horrific incident occurred in the village. The nine-tailed fox attacked. The moment these words were spoken, not only Asuma but also Kurenai, Waihai, and Might Guy's expressions darkened. That event was a wound in the hearts of all Konoha shinobi. After all, during the Nine Tails assault, Konoha had paid a steep price, the loss of a Hokage, a Jinchuriki, dozens of Jonin, and hundreds of Chunin and Jinin, before the catastrophe was quelled. Even Asuma's mother, the third Hokage's wife, Saratobi Bawako, and Kurenai's father, Waihai Shinko, had perished in that tragedy. Naturally, so had the parents of Naruto's teacher, Iruka. Kakashi continued, at that time, witnesses reported seeing a man wearing a spiral mask in the village. And just now, Shursui referred to this masked man as Uchiha Madara. As a shinobi capable of rivaling the first Hokage, he had once demonstrated the ability to control the Nine Tails with his ocular prowess. Thus, the appearance of the Sharingan's three tomo in the Nine Tails' eyes during the last attack was hardly surprising. The mysterious man reappeared in Konoha, once again seizing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The air grew thick with tension as Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy surrounding Kakashi froze in horror, their gazes simultaneously locking onto Naruto. Naruto shivered involuntarily under the piercing stares of the three elite Jonin. This time, Kurenai's voice trembled, her words trailing off in dread. Might Guy, his expression grave, turned to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi, are we facing another Nine Tails attack? Can Konoha withstand an assault of this magnitude? That's precisely why engaging with the Straw Hat Boy now would be utterly unwise, Kakashi replied calmly. Right, absolutely, we mustn't fall into the enemy's trap, Asuma hastily agreed. Kakashi's gaze drifted toward the photographs of Rin Noara scattered around them, his thoughts deep and contemplative. Our priority now is to find a way to get Naruto out of here. Asuma sighed in frustration. But none of us possess space-time ninjutsu. Might Guy turned to Shursui and Luffy with determination. Shursui, Straw Hat Kid, let's work together and find a way to escape. Sure. Luffy and Shursui answered in unison. Chapter 42, Kakashi's Manjiki. Kakashi, is this the way? No need to fight Luffy. Might Guy seemed pleased. Kakashi? Kakashi was lost in thought, staring at a photograph nearby. Having aligned the team's objectives, he finally had time to examine the contents of this peculiar space. The area was eerily empty, save for a few framed photos, each one depicting Waigao Yuzuki. Gazing at Waigao's smiling face in the photograph, Kakashi was instantly transported back to that fateful moment when his Chidori had pierced her heart. It was a pain he would never forget, yet one he desperately wished to bury. The masked man with the spiral pattern, Waigao's photographs, and this alternate dimension, there had to be a connection between them. This is a photo of Rin. She was your teammate in Team 7, wasn't she? Might Guy recognized the person in the image. At his words, Asuma and Waihai Kurenai also recalled. Kurenai's face lit up with admiration. Your Team 7 instructor was the fourth Hokage, renowned as the Yellow Flash during the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi, you have no idea how envious we were back then. Asuma pondered for a moment before adding, though at that time, Minato-sensei wasn't yet the Hokage. I remember there was another member of your team, a late bloomer named Obito Uchiha. He died during the Battle of Canopy Bridge. Ow. Kurenai pinched Asuma's side sharply, signaling him to stop. Might Guy continued, Rin also perished in that battle. Since then, Team 7 has only had Kakashi left. Asuma suddenly understood. No wonder Kakashi took the initiative to become the new Team 7 instructor. Strangely, though, not a single academy graduate has passed his test to become his student since then. I wonder what kind of graduate could ever meet his standards. Kakashi seemed deaf to their words, his gaze fixed on the photograph, lost in thought. After a long silence, Kakashi suddenly asked, Shursui, based on your knowledge, does the three-tomo Sharingan possess the ability to manipulate space-time? Shursui contemplated seriously before shaking his head. Never heard of such a thing. But your deduction isn't wrong. That masked man's teleportation and space-time ninjutsu, they're both powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. When he grabbed my neck to activate his ability, I could feel it. From Kakashi's words, Shursui had already guessed his line of thinking. Before losing his sight, Shursui had relied solely on his eyes, making it difficult to discern the Sharingan hidden beneath Obito's mask. But because Shursui was blind, Obito had boldly used his Manjiki abilities at close range, only for Shursui to perceive everything clearly through his Kenbunchika haki. The opponent had indeed wielded the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Each pair of Manjiki Sharingan possesses unique abilities. There's a chance that man really is Madara Uchiha, Shursui sighed, his expression somber. If that's the case, then this dimension must be something he created. We can only wait for him to take the initiative to teleport us out. Otherwise, Even if each of us possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, we wouldn't be able to escape this place. Uchiha Madara? Kakashi shifted his gaze back to the photo of Rin Noara. Lost in thought. Suddenly, Might Guy began doing push-ups. Guy, what's your reason for punishing yourself this time? Kurenai Waihai asked curiously. As longtime classmates, they were accustomed to Guy abruptly launching into training exercises mid-conversation, his way of self-punishment. But his reasons were always unpredictable. I was careless and got captured by the enemy. I'm punishing myself with 1,000 push-ups, Guy declared between reps. Why punish yourself? Everyone makes mistakes, Asuma Sarutobi reassured, lighting a cigarette. Especially when facing someone like Uchiha Madara, a man who rivaled the first Hokage himself. Kurenai promptly snatched the cigarette from his lips. Guy shook his head. That kind of thinking lacks passion. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have slipped up. Even if it's Uchiha Madara, I'd kick him into the sky. Asuma burst into laughter. Guy, the Uchiha specialize in Genjutsu, your taijutsu's natural counter. There's no way you could kick Madara away. I believe in you, old man. You can do it. Guy looked up to see Luffy and Shursui approaching and immediately brightened. Hey kid, what's your name? Having been mocked by Kakashi before for not knowing his friends' names, Guy made sure to ask Luffy directly. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's already become the Pirate King. Pirate King? Impressive. I'm Might Guy. Got it, old man Guy. Guy winced slightly. Just Guy is fine. You can drop the old man part. Sure thing, old man. Kurenai stifled a giggle. Asuma scrutinized Luffy with the intensity of an interrogator. After all, this was the same person who had repeatedly attacked the Hokage and abducted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Though Kakashi had advised against conflict, Asuma remained wary. Need any help? Luffy called out to Kakashi. Kakashi stood motionless, seemingly deaf to the question. Shursui shook his head gently. Luffy, there's nothing we can do. Our only option is to wait for Uchiha Madara to release us. Why? Shursui explained the situation in detail. Luffy smacked his fist into his palm. Oh. So it's some kind of mysterious space. Asuma thought skeptically, this kid's not all there. Did the old man misjudge him? Shursui and I, what about my parents? Uchiha Take fretted. Shursui remained silent, though inwardly he pondered, whatever Madara's motives are. He came this time with the sole purpose of slaughtering the Uchiha clan. Was it resentment over our refusal to follow him years ago? Luffy exclaimed angrily. So the masked man was actually evil? Next time I see him, I'll definitely knock him flying. At that moment, Kakashi lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo. Shursui froze. He had completely forgotten that Kakashi also possessed a Sharingan. Years ago, some within the clan had even suggested reclaiming it, but the clan leader had rejected the proposal. Just as Shursui was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a surge of ocular power. The others continued chatting casually, oblivious, but Luffy turned his gaze toward Kakashi. How was this possible? Kakashi's 3 tomo Sharingan had transformed into a Manjiki Sharingan. Shursui's shock was beyond words. A trickle of blood seeped from Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan as the space before him began to distort. Drawn by the warping void, the others turned their attention toward him. The distorted space gradually formed a hole the size of a basketball, though it was highly unstable, trembling violently. Kakashi, you did it? As expected of my eternal rival. Might Guy, having just finished 1,000 push-ups, strode over with enthusiastic praise. The group gathered, peering into the opening. Through the hole, they could see a courtyard. Bodies of Uchiha clansmen lay strewn across the ground in disarray. In one corner, several Uchiha members knelt with their hands bound behind their backs. And there, standing in the center of the courtyard, was the masked man, his kunai dripping with fresh blood. Chapter 43. Obito's eyeball collection plan. The masked man seemed to sense something. Lifting his gaze toward the opening Kakashi had created, locking eyes with the group. Ah, it's Uncle Inabi. Uchiha Take gasped in shock. He noticed his neighbor, Uchiha Inabi, sitting on the ground, drenched in blood. Mom. Take then spotted his mother among the bound captives, her hair disheveled as she crouched amidst the group. The masked man stood beside Uchiha Inabi, a bloodied kunai in hand, before turning his attention upward to the others. Asuma seethed with anger. So this is Uchiha Madara? The audacity, slaughtering Konoha shinobi right under our noses. Waihai Kurenai frowned in confusion. How did he bypass the village's barrier and sentries? For such a massacre to go unnoticed by the Umbu Might Guy, ever impulsive, immediately reached forward, attempting to force his way through the opening. But before his hand could even touch it, the unstable, distorted portal vanished without warning. Kakashi clutched his bleeding left eye, panting heavily. Guy, I'm sorry. This is my first time using the Manjiki Sharingan. I can't control it perfectly yet, nor maintain stability. Has Kakashi's Sharingan truly awakened into the Manjiki? The copy ninja, previously recorded as possessing only a 3-tomo Sharingan, this changes things. Kabuto silently noted in his mind. Guy pressed. Can't you just teleport us out like Uchiha Madara did? Kakashi took a few labored breaths. I've only just begun to grasp the Manjiki's mechanics. I haven't figured out how to transport specific individuals yet. Shusui's eyes widened in astonishment. For a first attempt, this is remarkable. I've never seen a non-Uchiha awaken the Manjiki before. Most can't even evolve their Sharingan beyond the Tomo stage. Then again, this is Kakashi, the prodigy who became AJ Nin at 12. Guy turned to Kakashi with determination. Kakashi, just one more try? I need to punch that guy. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi's legs gave out, sending him collapsing to the ground. Are you hurt? Luffy immediately reached out to steady him. Brows furrowed in concern. Kakashi shook his head weakly. The chakra drain from activating the Manjiki is overwhelming. Suddenly, Take clung to Shusui's leg, tears streaming down his face. Shursui and I, what do we do? I saw Mom and my little sister tied up too. Shusui's expression darkened. Are you sure? Separated by dimensions. Even his observation haki couldn't penetrate the other side. Huh. Take's body flickered, then vanished into thin air. That kid, he was teleported out, Kakashi murmured, staring at the empty space where Take had stood. Where'd Take go? Naruto gaped, bewildered by the sudden disappearance. Then, within the alternate dimension, an enormous screen materialized, as if projecting a film, displaying the masked man's location in vivid detail, complete with sound. Through the visual depiction, one could observe the masked man gripping Uchiha Take's collar with chilling indifference as his glacial gaze swept across the assembled crowd. Damn it! Asuma growled through gritted teeth, his voice thick with fury. This is outright provocation. The expressions of the others darkened with barely contained rage. The masked man had already detected the unstable spatial rift created by Kakashi. Far from showing alarm, he conjured a massive projection within the dimensional void, ensuring everyone could witness the unfolding events outside with crystal clarity. How utterly audacious. Kakashi, I know you're watching from within, Obito mused coldly in his mind. Use my eye to witness firsthand the fate that befalls those who betray friendship and vows. Only one other could wield spatial ninjutsu of this caliber, Kakashi, who possessed the counterpart to his own Manjiki Sharingan. Let us begin, Obito declared with imperious disdain, flinging Uchiha Take toward the crowd before addressing the sea of bound Uchiha clansmen. The family of this man stepped forward. An elderly man with silvered hair, his hands bound behind his back, struggled to rise from the throng. Behind him emerged a woman and a child. The elder stood resolute before Obito, his countenance unshaken by fear. Spirited, Obito remarked approvingly before turning to Uchiha Inabi. Your father? Inabi's eyes blazed with wrath. He's your damn elder. Close enough. Kinship is what binds us, Uchiha, Obito mused, his kunai flashing in a swift, merciless arc. A crimson spray erupted as the elder's throat was slit. Father! Inabi howled in anguish, his limbs shattered, rendering him powerless to intervene. Obito observed Inabi's unchanged 3-tomo Sharingan and sighed in disappointment. This won't do. You must strive harder. Awaken the Manjiki. Perhaps then you could strike me down? This is your sole chance. Seize it. Nearby, a boy of 7 or 8 trembled violently, his legs quaking beneath him. Oh, Obito inquired with deceptive gentleness, as though engaging in neighborly small talk. And who is this to you? And my grandfather, the child stammered. His face splattered with the old man's blood, terror etched into his features. Did you love him? Obito pressed, his tone suddenly tender. The boy nodded weakly. Why yes. Loved him, yet couldn't even awaken a single tomo? Obito scoffed, his voice laced with derision. Kneeling before the child, Obito tilted his head toward the woman. And her? The boy froze, tears streaming as he whispered, and my mother. Good, Obito murmured, satisfied. Then, with unsettling softness, he asked, do you love your mother? I'll kill you, you bastard. Inabi roared, his eyes burning with unquenchable hatred. Obito cast a dismissive glance at Inabi, whose eyes bled, yet remained unchanged. Pathetic. You claim to cherish your kin, yet your heart betrays you. If you truly cared, why hasn't your Sharingan awakened yet? These words struck Uchiha Inabi dumb. Was he truly such a cold and heartless man? The boy frantically shook his head, stammering, No. I don't love my mother. Obito's kunai flashed, slicing the boy's throat. Blood sprayed as he collapsed instantly. If you don't even love your own mother, what use are you? The woman standing nearby had remained silent until now. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, first to her father-in-law's corpse, then to her son's. Twin trails of bloody tears streaked down her cheeks. Her pitch-black pupils transformed into crimson Sharingan with a single tomo, and she lunged at Obito with desperate fury. Success. Obito chuckled darkly, effortlessly deflecting her attack before slashing her throat. He turned to Uchiha Inabi with a smirk. Even your wife loved your child more than you did. No. Inabi's roar of anguish filled the air as the woman crumpled to the ground, her eyes burning with unfulfilled vengeance. At that moment, Itachi appeared atop the courtyard wall, his black cloak billowing. His crimson Manjiki Sharingan gleamed ominously in the dim light. What happened? His voice was ice. Obito cast him a sidelong glance. We had an agreement. All the Sharingan belonged to me. I'm merely collecting them. Itachi's gaze swept over the fallen clansman in the courtyard. His response was chillingly indifferent. You're too slow. Chapter 44. The Nika form revealed. I can get you out. Hearing Itachi say it was too slow, Obito retorted, Oh? And what would you suggest? Itachi glanced indifferently at the corpses of their clansmen scattered at his feet, his expression unreadable. At this rate, you won't finish by dawn. He drew his longsword, its blade glinting coldly under the moonlight. Line them up and cut them down one by one. If anyone awakens the Sharingan, separate them. Simple. Isn't it? Obito studied Itachi's detached gaze and chuckled. That's a bit extreme, don't you think? Dead is dead. Faster is better. I'm in a hurry. Blood dripped from Itachi's blade, mirroring the merciless glow of the moon. Within the alternate dimension, Obito recounted the atrocities casually, executing Uchiha clansmen with chilling nonchalance. Even hardened shinobi like Asuma, accustomed to bloodshed, were incensed by Obito's brutality. To them, the Uchiha were still part of Konoha, fellow shinobi. The slaughter of Konoha's owned by an outsider ignited their fury. Might Guy's eyes burned with rage as he clenched his fists and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, can you use your ability again? Asuma tightened his grip on his chakra blades. Women, more empathetic by nature, brought tears to Kurina's eyes. Naruto, too, seethed, cursing under his breath. Only Kabuto smirked inwardly. See, this is how Konoha treats its own. Join them, and your life is forfeit, nothing but lambs for slaughter. All eyes were on Kakashi. Kakashi steadied his breathing, gauging his remaining chakra. From the moment the screen appeared in the void to witnessing Obito massacre Uchiha Inabi's family. Only 10 minutes had passed. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the masked man and the projection. How did you become this, Obito? The instant Kakashi activated his Manjiki Sharingan to open a portal, he knew. The masked figure wielding space-time ninjutsu wasn't Uchiha Madara. It was his former teammate, friend, comrade, his savior, Uchiha Obito. For those 10 minutes, Kakashi's heart had been torn between denial and despair. He refused to believe the masked man was Obito, even as every clue pointed to the truth. The cheerful, kind-hearted boy from his memories bore no resemblance to this merciless butcher, whether he is Obito or not. I'ma stop him. Drawing upon his last reserves of chakra, Kakashi channeled it into his Manjiki. Everyone, I'll do my best to reopen the portal, but the exit won't be any larger than before. Mike thumped his chest. I'm not afraid. For these innocent villagers, I'll take the risk. Kurenai and Asuma nodded solemnly at Kakashi, signaling their readiness. Shursui remained silent, burdened by guilt over the plight of his clan, feeling partially responsible. Kabuto suddenly interjected. What happens if someone gets stuck while passing through? If the space-time tunnel collapses afterward? Naruto shot him a glare. What's the point of such demoralizing questions now? Kabuto replied calmly, It's not demoralizing. It's preparation for contingencies. You preparing won't change anything. Humph. Naruto trailed off, realizing his own words were equally discouraging, and turned away with a cold snort. Kakashi glanced at Kabuto and said evenly, I don't know. Luffy, supporting Kakashi, suddenly declared, Just focus on creating the exit. I'll get you all out. Kakashi eyed him skeptically. You can send us out? Yep. Luffy nodded confidently. We're doomed, Naruto muttered under his breath. Every time Luffy made such claims, disaster followed. Kabuto overheard and shuddered, recalling Luffy's earlier declaration, I can get us all inside. In the chaotic aftermath. This time. I agree with you, he admitted reluctantly. On the large screen, the Uchiha clan members had risen, facing imminent slaughter. Uchiha Takeo stood beside his mother, visibly uncertain. Kakashi had no time to question Luffy's methods. Even a small opening wound hindered trained shinobi. Under the collective gaze of his comrades, Kakashi slowly stood, his Mangeki Sharingan locking onto an empty space. Blood streamed from his left eye as the air twisted and warped, forming another portal, this one larger and more stable than before. The copy ninja truly is a genius, Kabuto mused inwardly. A non-Uchiha mastering the Mangeki so swiftly on his second attempt. Might Guy, ever impulsive, spotted the portal beside him. Through it, the massacre of the Uchiha unfolded. Without hesitation, he leapt in like a diver plunging into water and got stuck. Guy, that idiot. Even Kakashi lost his composure. You can't even use basic ninjutsu. Let those who can transform go first. Pull him out. He barked. I told you, Luffy said, dusting himself off as he stood. I'll send you through. Taking a deep breath, the rhythmic pulse of drums, joyous and invigorating, echoed around them. Thump, thump, thump. A surge of righteous indignation against injustice welled up in every heart. Asuma turned to Kurenai beside him and inquired, Kurenai, do you hear that? Kurenai nodded solemnly. The rhythmic drumming. It seems to emanate from that boy's very being. Kabuto's eyes gleamed with fascination as he gazed at Luffy. Luffy-san, what other wonders do you harbor? Reveal them all to me. Ah, Luffy's hair has turned white. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. In moments, Luffy's eyebrows and hair had completely whitened. Stretching one elongated arm, he seized Might Guy's exposed leg. Kakashi regarded him with puzzlement. What are you, Pop? Like a cork bursting from a bottle of wine. Might Guy was abruptly propelled outward. You'll kill him like this. Kakashi roared in alarm. Luffy grinned mischievously, gripping Kakashi's arm with one hand and seizing Asuma nearby with the other. Relax. I can make anything I touch as elastic as rubber. Upon assuming his Nika form, he could harness the awakened power of his devil fruit, granting Kakashi and the others rubber-like properties. What is this? Kakashi suddenly felt his body soften, his balance wavering. Both he and Asuma were yanked into the air, under the widening eyes of horror from the onlookers. Luffy proceeded to stuff Kakashi and Asuma one by one into the portal, kicking them through. Not again. Naruto muttered despairingly as Luffy's stretching arm hurtled toward him. Soon, every occupant of the alternate dimension had been forcibly expelled by Luffy. As his boisterous laughter faded from the space, the portal Kakashi had conjured vanished without a trace. Chapter 45, A Rescue from the Heavens, Annihilation Within a Month. In the courtyard, the Uchiha clansmen rose to their feet, forming a line as Itachi had commanded. You should have listened to Shursui and stayed away, murmured the mother of Uchiha Take, her voice laced with reproach as she learned of his reckless return. Mother, Take faltered, words failing him. His gaze swept across the courtyard, strewn with the lifeless bodies of clansmen, faces he knew all too well. The vegetable vendor, the bun seller, the elegantly dressed aunties who strolled through the village, all now lay motionless in pools of crimson. The fiery determination that had driven him back to save his mother began to cool, replaced by creeping dread and helplessness. Just as Shursui warned, he thought bitterly. Coming back was nothing but a death wish. Mother, forgive me, he whispered, gripping her hand tightly, drawing a fragile comfort from her presence. This is my fault. I never trained hard enough. She caressed his head gently, her smile tender yet sorrowful. Foolish child. Even at your best, you stood no chance against them. This was never your burden to bear. Among the crowd, several Uchiha men exchanged silent glances, their resolve hardening. They had been ambushed in their sleep by Uchiha Obito. Outmatched from the start, bound effortlessly, and herded into this courtyard. Witnessing the fate of Anabi's family, they saw no reason to await slaughter like lambs. If death was inevitable, they would meet it with defiance. As the line formed, a woman pushed her way to the front. Michiko, what are you doing? Get back here. A man's voice called out in alarm. She turned, her lips curving into a bittersweet smile. Forgive me, dear. All those times I pestered you, do you love me more? Or your mother? Throwing tantrums when you wouldn't answer. Her voice wavered. Well, now you'll have your answer. Whoever awakens your Sharingan. That is who you love most. Humph. Even now, you dare compete with me? A silver-haired matriarch stepped forward, chin lifted proudly as she shoved past the younger woman. My son, make me proud, she declared, her voice firm. Mother-in-law, why must you cut in line? Michiko's face twisted with indignation. The elder smirked. So you can witness where his heart truly lies. Spare us your theatrics. Age should know its limits. With a sharp tug, Michiko yanked the older woman behind her. Afraid to face the truth? The matriarch retaliated, elbowing her way forward. Soon, the two were locked in a scuffle, each desperate to die first. Enough. Obito's voice cracked like a whip through the chaos. Must you squabble over such nonsense? Once order was restored, he turned to Itachi with a sneer. Stand guard. Ensure none interfere. Itachi's gaze was glacial. You need my help to handle this? Pathetic. Perhaps an unforeseen incident may occur? Obito cast a fleeting glance at the bloodstained longsword in Itachi's grasp. The moment Itachi sought Obito's assistance in executing the clan extermination plan. Obito discerned this was not solely Itachi's will. It undoubtedly stemmed from orders issued by Konoha's higher echelons. Upon completing the massacre, Itachi would unquestionably find himself unable to remain in Konoha. Thus, Obito casually extended an invitation for Itachi to join the Akatsuki organization. Itachi accepted. Joining Akatsuki would also allow him to gather intelligence. What a cunning scheme by Danzo. Obito inwardly sneered. He harbored no illusions of Itachi's loyalty to Akatsuki. For none of its members joined out of allegiance, each pursued their own ambitions and motives. As long as Itachi proved capable, Obito saw no issue in absorbing this Konoha spy into their ranks. Sensing the chakra fluctuations of Kakashi's Manjiki, Obito deliberately refrained from interference, even amplifying the spectacle to provoke them. Let the Konoha shinobi, Kakashi among them, be sufficiently motivated to emerge. This extermination mission was Itachi's burden, not his own. Should obstacles arise, Itachi would be compelled to eliminate them. If a few more Konoha ninja fell by Itachi's hand, Danzo would surely seethe in helpless fury, wouldn't he? Ha! A surge of dark satisfaction welled within Obito. Itachi, as if sensing something, abruptly lifted his gaze skyward. Something approaches, Itachi murmured, his expression grave. Obito too turned his eyes upward. The dead of night was shattered as dark masses descended from the heavens, hurtling toward the courtyard. Bewilderment flickered in Obito's mind. What were these? What trick was Kakashi playing? Amid the ranks of the Uchiha, 5 grown men, having somehow loosened their bonds, lunged forward with kunai in hand, charging recklessly at Obito and Itachi. As the blades neared Obito's body, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the Uchiha clansmen. Success. Yet the 3 assailants passed clean through Obito's form, their momentum carrying them forward as their bodies phased through his. A crimson gleam flashed in Itachi's eyes. Instantly, all 5 coughed blood and collapsed. A ripple of despair and mourning swept through the Uchiha. They had not anticipated the chasm of strength between them. Obito shot Itachi an irritated glance. Must you kill them all? Men of such spirit might have awakened the Sharingan. Itachi, his attention fixed warily on the sky, replied coldly, no time for games. Finish this and leave. The falling objects now loomed directly above the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be human figures, curled tightly into balls. At that speed, won't they be dashed to pieces upon impact? Obito remarked in astonishment. Thud, thud, thud. No sooner had he spoken than the figures struck the ground. Yet, instead of being reduced to pulp, they rebounded like rubber balls, bouncing several times before finally coming to rest. As they rose to their feet, Obito's pupils contracted in shock. Kakashi, Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki boy, Shursui, and an unfamiliar shinobi wearing the leaf headband, Yakushi Kabuto. Might Guy was the first to rise, flexing his limbs in awe. Such an extraordinary ability, he murmured. Then, with a playful wink toward the Uchiha clansmen, he declared, I've come to rescue you, my Uchiha friends. That brat, how dare he deceive me? Obito seethed, glaring at the assembled figures. These were all Konoha shinobi. How could there possibly be mercenaries as Luffy had claimed? Thud thud, thud thud thud. From the heavens descended a rapid, invigorating drumbeat, the drums of liberation, a symbol of freedom and emancipation. At the sound, the fear and hesitation in the Uchiha clansmen's eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve and the will to strike down their foes. Luffy landed in the center of the courtyard with a boisterous laugh. Obito stared in bewilderment. Since when did this kid's hair and eyebrows turn white? The massacre plan had taken an unexpected turn, and Itachi's expression darkened with irritation. Then, his Manjikyu Sharingan spun sharply as his gaze locked onto the figure behind Kakashi. Uchiha Shursui, Tsukuyami. Kakashi, having just landed and already exhausted his chakra from using his Manjikyu twice, was in no condition to fight. This was the first time Itachi had formally unleashed the power of Tsukuyami since awakening his Manjikyu. Everyone in the courtyard, including Luffy, collapsed under the Genjutsu, their bodies limp. Only Shursui remained standing, his hollow, eyeless sockets fixed upon Itachi. A trail of blood dripped from Itachi's left eye as he stared in disbelief. You're still alive. Chapter 46. The battle of geniuses, Itachi versus Shursui. Yes, I'm still alive. Shursui sighed as he gazed at the fallen Uchiha clansman. Paralyzed by Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami is purely an ocular genjutsu. Without eyes, you've managed to evade it, Obito remarked with a smirk. Shursui, you entrusted me with protecting Konoha's peace and the Uchiha name. I fulfilled that duty. There was no trace of joy in Itachi's eyes. Had he reunited with his dearest friend Shursui just a day earlier, Itachi might have been overcome with elation, perhaps even embracing him. But now, he had just slain his own parents, plunging himself irrevocably into darkness. The Uchiha name? Shursui repeated softly. Eliminating these traitors naturally preserves the Uchiha's honor. A flicker of ferocity crossed Itachi's face. Itachi. Shursui hesitated before continuing. I was wrong. We were both wrong. You weren't wrong. Itachi suddenly roared in fury. Neither was I. Slaughter them all, and the village will know peace. Shursui shook his head. Itachi, this isn't peace. Obito let out a derisive laugh. With everyone dead, peace is inevitable, isn't it? Madness gleamed in Itachi's eyes as his bleeding Sharingan fixed on Shursui. You claim this isn't peace? I say it is. The very thing I've devoted myself to, you dare deny it? His voice trembled with fervor. After a long silence, Shursui murmured, I'm sorry. Sorry. Itachi sneered. If I'm right, why apologize? Obito understood. After killing his parents, Itachi had burned all bridges. In his heart, protecting Konoha had become an absolute, unshakable truth. The massacre of his family to safeguard the village was already done. If it were deemed a mistake, everything he had sacrificed would be rendered meaningless. His actions would become nothing but a cruel joke. Perhaps he hadn't even realized it himself. Yet, faced with Shursui's doubts, his reaction was one of violent agitation. Itachi swung his blade through the air with a menacing grin. Step aside. Once I slaughter them all, you'll witness true peace. I must stop you before you stray further. Shursui took a resolute step forward, shielding the unconscious clansman behind him. Stop me? Itachi threw his head back in laughter, as if hearing the most absurd jest. Then his gaze sharpened like a blade. You've become an obstacle to peace as well. Very well. Let us settle this. Determine once and for all who the true genius is. A bitter smile touched Shursui's lips as a kunai materialized in his hand. In the same instant, Itachi's sword flashed toward him. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of a single crossing, their blades had clashed multiple times, ringing clear and sharp. Itachi's expression faltered. Despite losing his eyes, Shursui's taijutsu remained flawless. Even attacks from blind spots were deflected with precision. Sheathing his sword, Itachi formed hand seals. Shursui mirrored him without hesitation. Their speed was nearly identical. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. The two shouted simultaneously. Boom. Two scorching fireballs collided midair. The massive explosion of flames radiated outward with such intense heat that the very air seemed to desiccate. Even Obito, standing nearby, instinctively retreated several steps to avoid the searing aftermath. He refrained from intervening to assist Itachi in swiftly defeating Shursui. Seizing this opportunity, Obito wished to gauge the true prowess of Itachi, who had only recently awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. From their mouths erupted clusters of flame resembling seeds of the phoenix flower, each projectile hurtling toward the other with precision guided by chakra control. The fiery blossoms danced through the air, colliding in mid-flight like a dazzling pyrotechnic display, painting the night with ephemeral beauty. Obito observed with keen interest, remarking, Fire release is the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu, honed through the same rigorous training. At this rate, neither will prevail. Uchiha Itachi swiftly drew his long sword, closing the distance with a fierce downward slash toward Shursui. The advantage of reach was undeniable. Shursui wielded only a kunai. Yet, with his right hand gripping the kunai and his left forming seals, Shursui invoked the body flicker technique. Itachi's blade cleaved through empty air as Shursui materialized behind him, driving the kunai into Itachi's back. Poof! The struck Itachi dissolved into nothingness, a shadow clone. Shursui strained his observation haki, still unrefined in distinguishing between clones and the true body. Suddenly, a blade erupted from beneath the earth, piercing through Shursui's chest. Yet no blood spilled. Instead, a murder of crows burst forth from his body until it vanished entirely. Crow clone technique. These crows were, in truth, the summoned creatures of Uchiha Shursui, later claimed by Itachi after his demise. Huh. A duel of clones, exquisite. Obito applauded with delight. The more fiercely Konoha's shinobi fought, the more it pleased him. Damn it. Itachi's mind raced. He had embedded Shirsui's gifted Manjiki Sharingan within the eye socket of one of these crows, never anticipating Shirsui's resurrection. Itachi swiftly formed seals, attempting to summon the crows himself. But with their true master returned, the creatures no longer obeyed his command. No time. Itachi exhaled a torrent of flames while hurling a volley of shuriken. The blades passed through the inferno, transforming into blazing projectiles streaking toward the crows. Fire release. Phoenix flower nail crimson. If he could not reclaim them, he would annihilate them all. Itachi's resolve was absolute. Poof, poof, poof. Before the shuriken could strike, the crows vanished one by one, their summoning dispelled. Uchiha Shirsui's true form reappeared. As he turned around, a crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan emerged within the hollow socket of his left eye. Uchiha Itachi showed no fear. Instead, he spread his arms and mocked, "Come, use Kodoame Tsukumi to permanently alter my thoughts." Obito paused, silently contemplating. Is this left eye the one capable of permanently changing another's will? Was the one Danzo stole merely able to influence minds temporarily? Uchiha Shirsui shook his head and said, "I told you, we were both wrong. Peace achieved by forcibly altering others' wills through ninjutsu is not true peace." Ha! Itachi laughed wildly, gripping his blade with one hand as he tilted his head toward the sky. "Shirsui, you remain as hypocritical as ever." As he spoke, fresh blood gushed from his right eye. Amaterasu. Shirsui, having reclaimed one of his Sharingan, formed hand seals at a speed several times faster than before. Phantom body flicker technique. This was the renowned skill that had earned him the title Shunshin no Shirsui. With his Sharingan, he created multiple phantoms that attacked alongside his true form. Phantoms that would not vanish even when struck. Suddenly, 6 Shizuis appeared on the battlefield. One of them ignited in black flames before dissipating, the cursed fire gradually extinguishing. The remaining 5 Shizuis turned their gaze toward Itachi in unison and spoke as one. Enough. Itachi, stand down. Chapter 47. Insulting a duelist shall never be forgiven. The outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory. An ambush circle of root shinobi. How are things inside? A low voice resonated. Yamanaka F. was controlling a rabbit, peering through a breach in the courtyard wall to observe the battle within. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he immediately released the mind-body switch technique and bowed respectfully. Lord Dan's. After listening to F's report on the situation within the Uchiha compound, Dan's nodded. Good. Though we failed to prevent Shirsui from entering, at least Itachi has accomplished the most crucial step, killing the Uchiha clan head. Reconciliation between them is now impossible, and the Uchiha extermination plan cannot be halted. Though the outcome was imperfect, Dan's deemed it acceptable. Let the Uchiha slaughter each other within. The root need only guard the perimeter and wait for the opportune moment. Suddenly, displeasure flickered across Dan's face. Why have Kakashi and his team infiltrated the compound? What were you all doing outside? My deepest apologies. We truly do not know how they appeared inside. Dan's considered the elusive space-time ninjutsu of Uchiha Madara. Perhaps he had brought Kakashi's squad in. Does he intend to eliminate them as well? Among them is the 3rd Hokage's son, Sarutobi Asuma. How will I explain this to my old friend if something happens? After a moment of contemplation, Dan's commanded, heighten your vigilance. Any Uchiha attempting to leave, kill them on sight. F hesitated before asking, should we attempt to rescue Kakashi and the others? Dan's gaze remained fixed on the Uchiha compound as he replied indifferently, under these circumstances, our presence inside would be inappropriate. Yes, understood. Stand down? So I still have the choice to stand down. Itachi laughed bitterly, blood streaming from his eyes as he listened to Shirsui's words. After all this, I can still choose to stop. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his gaze. Even after awakening the Manjiki, I still cannot defeat you, Shirsui. Since becoming close friends, Itachi had never once triumphed over Shirsui in combat. In Itachi Shinden, Shirsui taught Itachi the art of wielding shuriken with unparalleled mastery. Naturally, part of the reason was Shirsui's slight age advantage. In taijutsu, Itachi found himself at a disadvantage. Against the body flicker technique, Amaterasu is nearly impossible to land. What will you do now? Obito silently analyzed the battle's progression. Itachi turned his gaze toward the unconscious Uchiha clansmen and Kakashi's team lying on the ground. Fresh blood seeped from his right Manjiki. Amaterasu. Damn it. Shirsui's 5 shadow clones darted forward, attempting to intercept the black flames. Those on the ground, already incapacitated by Tsukuyami, could not evade even ordinary shuriken, let alone Amaterasu. Once ignited, the black flames of Amaterasu would only extinguish after consuming everything in their path. In an instant, 3 of the shadow clones were engulfed in the inferno. Too wide. The range is too vast. This time, Itachi's Amaterasu had been unleashed with overwhelming breadth. Shirsue's 5 clones stood no chance of blocking all the black flames. As the black flames were about to engulf Kakashi and the others, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. A pitch-black hand reached out from the side, astonishingly seizing the dark inferno midair. The hand, serpentine in its motion, traced a wide arc through the sky, gathering every flicker of the obsidian fire into its grasp. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu had reached its limit. He ceased the torrent of black flames, clutching his right eye in agony. Obito, meanwhile, froze in shock. That kid? He truly lacked any semblance of common sense, daring to grasp the flames of Amaterasu barehanded. Rising from the ground was Luffy, now reverted to his ordinary form. He had awakened earlier and observed the battle from the sidelines. His right arm, sheathed in armament haki, clutched the writhing mass of black fire without so much as a flinch. I thought your fight with Shisui was an honorable duel, Luffy thought, his gaze hardening. Like Zoro's first clash with Mihawk back then. Win or lose, I'd have watched till the end. His eyes blazed as he glared at Itachi, fury lacing his voice. I never expected you to be this despicable. Dragging innocent people into a duel, disgraceful. Those who dishonor battle I'll never forgive. Duel? Itachi sneered, blood trickling from his right eye. A shinobi's victory demands any means necessary. Yet inwardly, shock surged through him. How is he standing unscathed after Tsukuyami? Even a prodigy like Kakashi had needed a week's recovery after falling to that genjutsu. How could anyone shrug it off instantly? Itachi had absolute faith in his illusions. Since awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, Tsukuyami had never failed to cripple its victims. Never had he encountered someone utterly unaffected. Within Tsukuyami's realm, time, space, and even pain were under the caster's control. The victim endured days of torment, agonies indistinguishable from reality. Everyone should have suffered 3 days of torture. Why is he unharmed? Luffy grinned, unfazed. Heh, you call that torture? It was nothing. I've been through way worse. In a world where shinobi struck hard, yet faltered under equal force. None could fathom Luffy's resilience. Itachi's illusions held no novelty for him, mere tickles against his iron will. If you attack the innocent, Luffy said, slowly raising his fist wreathed in black fire, you'd better be ready for what comes next. Obito's gaze darted between Luffy's blazing fist and his eerily calm expression. A realization struck him. Everyone who emerged from Kamui was a Konoha shinobi, not a single mercenary. Which means this kid alone was the one tormenting the 3rd Hokage with paint these past days. He this strong? I thought him a fool. How wrong I was. And that body to withstand Amaterasu's flames. What kind of monster is he? Obito was still lost in thought when Luffy suddenly threw a punch toward Itachi. Retreat. Seeing Itachi unable to evade the strike, Obito employed his spatial ninjutsu to appear beside him and pull him away. After painstakingly creating a genius who harbored hatred for Konoha, he couldn't allow him to fall so easily here. Luffy's fist, missing its target, continued forward, crashing into the courtyard wall behind Itachi. With a thunderous boom, the wall crumbled. The black flames clinging to Luffy's fist transferred to the shattered bricks, igniting them in a roaring blaze. Glancing at the unconscious figures strewn across the ground, Luffy clenched his fists and began pounding his chest. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. The drum of liberation. Luffy's hair and eyebrows turned white as plumes of steam billowed from his mouth. With a resounding explosion, his body erupted with dark crimson lightning. Conqueror's haki, rippling violently across the battlefield. The courtyard walls, struck by the scarlet electricity, collapsed in a deafening crash, though the unconscious were miraculously spared. Heh, he, ha 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 ha. Luffy roared with laughter, wreathed in swirling white mist. Each drumbeat carried an invigorating, inspiring force. Those who had succumbed to Tsukuyami's illusions began stirring awake. Their faces no longer twisted in fear, but alight with determination and resolve. The Uchiha clansmen, fists raised, bellowed in unison, slay the traitor. Defend the Uchiha. Chapter 48. Nika form versus Susanoo. Facing the oppressive weight of Conqueror's haki, Obito felt waves of suffocation, without even exchanging blows. He already sensed that Itachi stood no chance against this opponent. Abandoning his spectator mentality, Obito turned to Luffy and said, "Kid, you're just here for the money. Drop this mission, and I'll pay you more." He assumed Luffy had taken a contract to protect the Uchiha clan, a conclusion drawn from experience. Actions speak louder than words. Why else would a mercenary defend strangers unless paid? This was a lesson imparted by Kakuzu. Bounty hunters never work at a loss. Luffy shook his head. "I don't want money." Obito frowned. "Then what do you want?" After a pause, Luffy grinned. "Meat. Lots and lots of meat." "Meat? What an absurd demand." Obito waved dismissively. "That's no issue. I can give you all the meat you want." Luffy pointed firmly at Itachi. "Nah, right now, I just want to punch him." His voice bore no resemblance to Obito's. Did someone steal his Sharingan from beneath the rocks and transplant it, just like me? Kakashi studied the masked man, finding no familiarity in his presence. Asuma spoke up, voice heavy. "Itachi, why ally with outsiders to slaughter your own kin? Stop this madness before it's too late." Meanwhile, Might Guy stepped beside Luffy, flashing a thumbs up. "Luffy, your drumming fires me up. Let us fight together." Luffy jabbed a finger toward Itachi. "The fire guy's mine." Guy nodded. "Got it." Itachi remained silent, his lips curled in cold mockery. "We'll handle the Uchiha traitor ourselves," declared a revived clansman, confidence surging. Luffy, Shursui interjected, stepping forward with slight stiffness. "Let me finish what I started." His haste to save lives had cost him, trapped by Amaterasu's flames while shifting between illusions. Gritting his teeth, he channeled Chakra Nu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 6 illusions materialized once more. This time, he didn't T-wait, he charged. Bam! The clones recoiled as if striking an invisible barrier. A purple wall blocked Shusui's path. Whoa! Luffy's eyes sparkled, riveted. Only then did the others realize. It wasn't a wall. It was a skeletal giant, half-formed, towering. The first stage of Susanoo. "Now that's cool." Luffy cheered. Naruto groaned. "Hey, that's the enemy, Luffy." Toby's pupils dilated abruptly. "This is the third power only unlockable by the Mangekyou Sharingan. Susanoo. Truly a remarkable genius, to awaken Susanoo even at this stage. Protected within the skeletal embrace of Susanoo." Uchiha Itachi glared fiercely at his clansmen. "Traitors? You are the traitors. Witness the true power of the Uchiha." The colossal skeletal hand of Susanoo swept toward Shursui, who nimbly evaded, launching relentless attacks against the towering construct. Yet, Susanoo remained unshaken. Finally, boom, Shursui was sent flying. Simultaneously, dozens of voices roared in unison. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Countless blazing spheres surged toward Itachi as the Uchiha clansmen, reinvigorated by the drums of liberation, realized a bitter truth. Even in weakness, even against overwhelming odds, resistance was the only path. Surrender meant annihilation. Seeing his kin unite against him, Itachi's fury deepened. "Spare me your righteousness. Protecting the village, that is justice." Susanoo's massive hand descended upon the Uchiha, poised to crush several into oblivion. Rubber shield. Boom. The deafening impact shattered the night's silence. Luffy, his arms transformed into hockey-reinforced shields, intercepted the blow. "My turn." Grinning with all 8 teeth, Luffy turned to Naruto. "Check this out." In his Nika form, Luffy materialized a sleek, white aviator's goggles. "Whoa, so cool." Naruto gasped in admiration. Securing the goggles, Luffy declared, "Prepare for an airstrike." His legs blurred as he sprinted mid-air, darting with impossible agility. Rubber Gatling. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A relentless barrage of fists rained upon Susanoo, shaking it violently, yet leaving it unscathed. Wham! Tracking Luffy's trajectory with his Sharingan, Itachi's skeletal hand struck with precision, sending Luffy hurtling like a baseball through several buildings. Crash! Itachi sneered at the wreckage. Annoying fly. A chill gripped Kakashi and the others. With Luffy down, their exhausted, Tsukumi-afflicted ranks stood little chance. Faced with Itachi's resolve to purge the clan, their fate seemed sealed. 8 gates formation. 6th gate, gate of view, open. Without hesitation, Might Guy surged forward in a blur. Reverse Lotus. His kick collided with Susanoo in a shockwave of force. This hardness. Might Guy felt the sensation of his kick connecting with Susanoo. It seems defeating Itachi requires opening more gates. Kakashi. This move was originally prepared for you. The 8 gates. Just as Might Guy was about to activate more gates, a familiar laughter rapidly approached. Ah! Luffy came running back. The crowd. What in the world is this? The entire shinobi world had never seen anything like it. I'm back. Naruto, standing below, waved excitedly at Luffy, cheering him on before turning to the nearby Uchiha clansmen with pride. Isn't our captain amazing? Itachi regarded Luffy coldly. I don't have time to play with you. If you don't reveal your true strength, don't regret it when you die. On the night of the massacre, he had only killed his own parents and a handful of Uchiha clansmen. If this dragged on, dawn would break. Haha, this is so much fun. Luffy landed, reverting to his human form, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. It seemed that in this battle state, Luffy endured severe side effects. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes gleamed as he observed the experimental material, his thoughts racing. If Lord Orochimaru could modify this and eliminate these side effects, it would be perfect. You seem very confident in your defense, Luffy said, slowly advancing toward Itachi. Susanoo provides absolute defense. You're only setting yourself up for defeat, Itachi replied coldly. Luffy took a deep breath, his right hand darkening with armament haki. This punch was strong enough to send CP9's Rob Lucci flying. Let us see how you handle it. Leaning against a tree in the courtyard, Luffy stepped back, the trunk softening and stretching as it rubberized. Goma Goma no. With a sudden release, Luffy shot forward like a launched rocket. His haki-coated fist, propelled by immense acceleration, struck Susanoo with devastating force. Boom. Susanoo's form shattered. The fist continued its trajectory, aimed directly at Itachi's face. Obito reached out, and in an instant, both he and Itachi vanished. The next moment, they reappeared in Itachi's home. On the floor lay his parents, lifeless in pools of blood. A terrified voice rang out, "Brother, what happened to father and mother?" Sasuke, clutching a small cloth bag, stood frozen at the entrance of the living room. Chapter 49. The Uchiha clan must be annihilated tonight 1 hour ago. His mother had gently woken him, smiling as she encouraged him to train diligently in ninjutsu. How could everything have changed so drastically upon returning home? The young Sasuke felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, unable to comprehend the horror before him. Stuttering, he choked out, "Brother, who did this?" Whoosh. A kunai flashed through the air, slicing open a wound on Sasuke's arm. Clutching his injury, he stared in terror as his brother emerged from the shadows. Those crimson Sharingan eyes coldly fixed upon him. What are you doing, brother?" Itachi's left eye, the Mangeki, swirled ominously. Suddenly, Sasuke was thrust back in time. His parents sat solemnly on the tatami, his brother standing behind them, blade in hand. "No, stop!" Sasuke screamed, but no one could hear him. When the Jinjutsu shattered, he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for breath. After a moment, he staggered to his feet and bolted outside, sprinting into the streets. Itachi appeared before him, blocking his path. Sasuke froze, trembling uncontrollably. Itachi spoke calmly, "Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then hate me, despise me. Survive in disgrace, running and hiding, clinging to your wretched life. And when you possess eyes like mine, come before me." His Sharingan spun once more, and Sasuke crumpled into unconsciousness. Obito reappeared beside Itachi, watching the fallen boy. Weariness and frustration flickered across Itachi's face. "I must go back. Tonight's mission cannot end in such absurdity." Obito waved a hand dismissively. What should a shinobi do when a mission becomes impossible? Call for reinforcements? Itachi's eyes narrowed in realization. "You are the reinforcement I summoned. Why didn't you act?" Earlier, consumed by Shirsue's betrayal, Itachi had been hellbent on slaughtering everyone. But after Obito extracted him, his rationality returned, and something felt amiss. This man, who claimed to be Madara Uchiha, seemed to prey only on the weak, skilled at slaughtering clansmen and stealing eyes, yet quick to flee from true adversaries. Was this really the legendary warrior? Obito's tone turned grave. "There's something I must confirm with you." "What?" "To ensure the village's peace." "Is there anything you wouldn't do?" Obito pressed. Itachi scoffed. "Of course not. Spare me your childish taunts. My parents' deaths proved my resolve to protect Konoha." "Good." Obito grinned, raising a thumb in approval. "Then kill Kakashi and the others as well." Itachi stiffened. Images flashed through his mind. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Naruto. The Hokage's son. The Nine-Tails vessel. All of them. Itachi frowned. "My mission was to eliminate the Uchiha. Why kill Kakashi and the others? Moreover, Asuma is the son of the third Hokage. That Straw Hat boy is clearly their friend. From their words, it's evident they intend to obstruct your mission. To ensure the mission's success, shouldn't you eliminate them all?" Itachi, a prodigy in his youth, was merely a teenager at the time. He sensed something amiss in Obito's words but couldn't immediately refute them. Seeing his hesitation, Obito smirked. "For the sake of the village's peace, You were willing to kill your parents and your entire clan. Would the third Hokage not sacrifice his own son for the same cause? All for the peace of the village, he wouldn't blame you. Itachi fell into contemplation, finding a twisted logic in Obito's reasoning. No matter the circumstance, Obito never missed an opportunity to expose the hypocrisy of Konoha. He continued, of course, to complete the mission, to ensure the village's peace, any sacrifice is justified. Isn't that the essence of the will of fire? Have you forgotten? Then, should we strike back? Obito shook his head. That Straw Hat boy is formidable. And with Kakashi, Shisui, and the other Jonin assisting them, a direct confrontation would be difficult to win. Itachi, a seasoned shinobi, had been blinded by rage earlier. Now, with a cooler head, he acknowledged the truth in Obito's words. The moment Luffy's hockey-infused fist shattered the Susanoo, Itachi had tasted the terror of death. Do you have a better plan? Or are you suggesting we abandon the mission? Itachi retorted, unable to devise a solution himself. Obito replied, the covert ops unit you serve is called the Assassination Tactical Squad. Yet here we are, turning assassination into a frontal assault, hardly befitting its reputation. Tonight, we must return to the art of assassination. Itachi's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, elaborate. I'll create some chaos for them. While they're distracted, you strike from the shadows. The Uchiha are numerous. They won't be able to protect them all. Curious, Itachi asked, what kind of chaos will you unleash? Obito grinned darkly. Just seize your opportunity when it comes. Watching Obito vanish before him, Itachi glanced at the unconscious Sasuke on the ground before concealing his presence and darting back toward the compound. Danzo stood atop a towering tree, silently observing the turmoil within the Uchiha district. After tonight, the Uchiha clan, a thorn in Konoha's side for generations, would be eradicated. Danzo thought of his mentor, Tobirama Senju, and sighed inwardly. All that remained was to quietly eliminate the Uchiha and later declare their rebellion to the world. After all, it was no secret that many Uchiha harbored resentment toward the village. A rebellion would hardly be unexpected. Boom. What? A deafening explosion suddenly erupted within the Uchiha compound. F. Yamanaka coughed up blood and collapsed. Medic! Someone shouted. Shinobi from the medical corps rushed to treat him. The mind-body switch technique. The small creature he was controlling was attacked. The assault was astonishingly swift, so rapid that Yamashiro had no time to dispel his jutsu. Danzo gazed at the unconscious Yamashiro, his thoughts churning. What exactly transpired within the Uchiha compound? What has Itachi done to stir such chaos? Regardless, tonight, the Uchiha clan must be eradicated. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat behind his desk. The crystal ball before him glowed faintly, its surface reflecting the courtyard teeming with Uchiha clansmen. As the Hokage, he had naturally received word of Danzo's operation. The annihilation of the Uchiha was a pivotal event for Konoha, and on such a critical night, sleep was out of the question. Watching the colossal Susanoo manifest within the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, my teacher was right. The Uchiha are indeed a clan of malevolence and peril. As he observed Luffy's flamboyant techniques culminating in a single punch shattering the Susanoo, Hiruzen instinctively touched his own face, so often defaced by paint, and shuddered at the thought. Had that fist struck him instead, Itachi had failed. Root operatives, representing Danzo, were mobilizing to assist in the purge. Suddenly, Hiruzen bolted upright from his chair. Why are Kakashi and the others there? Even Asuma. What business do they have in the Uchiha compound at this hour? Chapter 50. Since the rebellion has begun, let's see it through to the end. Vanished. Luffy's punch met empty air as the Susanoo shattered, and Itachi disappeared before his eyes. Ended before it even began. Luffy grumbled, dissatisfied. That giant skeletal warrior was so cool, I wish I could transform like that. Kakashi and the others worked together to untie the ropes binding the Uchiha clansmen. I'm starving. Lately, I get hungry way too fast. Luffy plopped down, rubbing his belly with a puzzled expression. Luffy, thank you. Uchiha Take placed a large plate of cooked meat in front of him. This courtyard was Uchiha Take's home, and he knew exactly what Luffy liked. Without hesitation, he brought out a generous serving of meat. Wow, meat. Thanks. Luffy eagerly grabbed it and started devouring it. Naruto, I told you someone would treat us to meat. Right? Luffy spoke between mouthfuls, glancing at Naruto and Kabuto. Naruto clenched his fists in frustration. I'm still too weak. I couldn't even join that intense battle. Luffy laughed heartily, then trained harder. Meanwhile, Kabuto observed Luffy, whose hair had returned to its usual black, his body trembling slightly. He was suppressing the urge to immediately study Luffy. ninjas use so many amazing techniques. I really want to learn some too, like that guy who controlled the skeletal warrior. Luffy mused between bites. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen gathered to express their gratitude to their savior. Thank you for saving us, young man. Your taijutsu is incredible. So our hero loves meat. Quick, bring out all the meat from our homes. Soon, Luffy's table was piled high with roasted meat, cured meat, pickled meat, steamed meat, and more. Just as Luffy was happily feasting, a clansman who had gone to gather news returned. Uchiha Tekai, a member of the Konoha military police force and a 3-tomo Sharingan wielder, carried an unconscious Sasuke into the courtyard, his voice heavy. The clan leader and his wife are dead. Sasuke is under a genjutsu, unconscious. The Uchiha clansmen erupted in shock, their faces twisting with fury. The deaths of the clan leaders must be connected to Itachi and that masked man. If the masked man was busy capturing us here, then Itachi must have been the one who killed them. Patricide and matricide. An unforgivable crime. Even in the shinobi world, such acts were met with disgust and condemnation. Uchiha Shursui, the one who knew the full truth of the situation, was the most shaken. Itachi killed his own parents? I was too late. To protect the village, he had gone this far. Shursui recalled their discussions about the conflict between the clan and the village, Itachi's unwavering loyalty to Konoha, the conviction in his eyes. His belief in the will of fire had led him to stand firmly on the village's side. Of course, Shursui had agreed with Itachi's stance back then, which was why they had become such close friends. That night, the moment the two crossed paths, not only did their former friendship shatter completely, but their ideals also diverged irreconcilably. Shursui no longer believed the will of fire was an absolute truth. At least regarding the systematic oppression of the Uchiha clan, he had once considered it justifiable. Now he saw it for what it was, a self-fulfilling prophecy. The village had already deemed the Uchiha wicked and problematic, then crafted policies to suppress them. When the clan resisted, the higher-ups interpreted it as proof that the oppression was necessary, just not harsh enough. So, they tightened their grip further. This vicious cycle only amplified dissent within the Uchiha, drowning out voices of peace. Many now advocated leaving Konoha, just as Madara once proposed. Under Danzo's influence, even such discussions were branded as treason. Of the 3 Uchiha who had once confronted Itachi, and Nabi was dead, Tekka and Yashiro remained. With the clan head and his wife gone, they and Shursui were now the strongest. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others had been tasked with retrieving the straw-hatted boy and the 9 tails. Yet, the boy seemed harmless. Naruto came and went freely, making retrieval unnecessary. Instead, the chaos within the Uchiha compound left everyone bewildered, under the weight of their gazes. Shursui recounted everything he knew. Yashiro, the eldest, cast a sorrowful glance at the piled corpses of Uchiha clansmen in the courtyard. Lately, the clan has been divided, rebellion, exodus, or submission. Most refuse to abandon their ancestral home, yet they won't endure Konoha's humiliation any longer. The debates rage on, with no consensus. Tekka added, Itachi was always silent, even more so after joining the Umbu. We never knew his thoughts. But you, Shursui, you've been our bridge to the village, striving to mend our plight. We saw your efforts. We were grateful. His voice darkened. When word came of your suicide, we knew something was wrong. We confronted Itachi, demanding answers, only to be struck down by his Jinjutsu in an instant. A pause. You awakened your Manjiki on the battlefield, watching comrades die. Itachi was your closest friend. You die suddenly, and he awakens his? Suspicious, no? A bitter scoff. And now, he aids the village in slaughtering us. Asuma growled if it were me. I'd be rebel too. After all, as the youngest son of the 3rd Hokage, he had little exposure to the village's politics and possessed a somewhat rebellious temperament. Kakashi, supported by Might Guy, looked utterly exhausted and remained silent. Might Guy, placing himself in the shoes of the Uchiha clansman, was equally torn, unsure of what to say. Waihai Kurenai tugged gently on Asuma's sleeve, signaling him to speak less. Uchiha Yashiro, filled with hope, asked, Shursui, what should we do next? Shursui understood. Yashiro was inquiring about the Uchiha clan's next course of action. To stay or to leave. Staying was no longer an option. But, leaving Konoha? Shursui had witnessed the ambush of numerous rude operatives lurking beyond the clan's territory. Had the Uchiha clan truly been cornered into a dead end? Was the annihilation of their lineage truly inescapable? Ah, I'm full, Luffy declared, patting his stomach with satisfaction. Why is everyone so quiet? Luffy stood up and approached, asking, if we've chosen rebellion, Then let's see it through to the end. Chapter 51. The power feared by the world government. Nika's true ability to rebel or not. Even without intending to rebel, this is the fate we've been dealt. What, then, would become of us if we truly rose in defiance? The Uchiha clansmen murmured among themselves, unable to believe Luffy's words. It's impossible. We don't possess strength like yours. Are you suggesting you'll aid us in rebellion? Even with your power, it cannot be done. You don't understand the full might of the village. Our best chance is to slip away under the cover of night. Perhaps then, we might survive. Agreement rippled through the crowd. Yes, that is a sound plan. Now that we know the extermination order came from Konoha's higher-ups, we cannot remain in the Uchiha compound. We must leave at once. After much discussion, the consensus was clear. Escape was their only option. Luffy, to defeat an enemy requires strength. Right now, we are utterly incapable, Shisui said solemnly. Indeed, a quiet departure is our safest path. The Uchiha, shaken by the night's horrors, had lost their fighting spirit. Did none of you feel it? Luffy asked earnestly. Freedom. Freedom? The word hung in the air, foreign to the shinobi lexicon. Yet, as the clansmen recalled the drumbeat's resonance, they remembered the surge of emotion, the urge to break free, to soar beyond their chains. So that's what freedom feels like. A life without oppression, without shackles. Something they had never dared to imagine, now, tantalizingly within reach. If we leave Konoha, we'll be free, one clansman ventured. Abandoning the ancestral Uchiha lands? That isn't freedom, it's exile, another countered bitterly. Why must the Uchiha bear the labels of extremism, madness, and evil? These are nothing but invisible chains. A third voice cried out in frustration. Yes, we must shatter the chains forced upon us. The mood shifted. Those who had once advocated flight now burned with defiance. Even Shisui, Tekka, and Yashiro felt the embers of rebellion stir within them. What is this? Shisui wondered, his heart alight with unquenchable resolve. Is this Luffy's influence? Then chaos. Trouble. A lookout sprinted into their midst. Masked shinobi are closing in from all sides. Who are they? Yashiro demanded sharply. Shisui's expression darkened. Root operatives, most likely. Itachi failed, so they've come to finish the massacre. Tekka's voice was venomous. Does Dan's truly crave the Uchiha's annihilation so desperately? Meanwhile, on Dan's end, no sooner had Yamanka collapsed than Toby appeared. After conferring with Itachi, he approached Dan's, the first step of his scheme unfolding. The extermination has encountered an unforeseen complication, he relayed smoothly. The Uchiha have gained a formidable ally. Tonight, Danzo must eradicate the Uchiha clan. When Obito declared Itachi's failure, Danzo would inevitably lead his root ninjas to clean up the remnants. Obito didn't believe that joining forces with Itachi would make them incapable of defeating Luffy. However, he had no intention of risking his life for Danzo's schemes. The ideal scenario was to manipulate Konoha's forces, turning them against each other in self-inflicted chaos. The Uchiha clansmen drew kunai, explosive tags, shuriken, and other ninja tools from their pouches. Even those who hadn't mastered jutsu brandished kitchen knives and wooden sticks. At the forefront stood Uchiha Tekka and Yashiro, both wielding the three-tomo Sharingan. Witnessing the fervor of the Uchiha, Kakashi turned to Luffy and said, "No matter how high their morale, the gap in strength is too vast. The outcome remains unchanged. Let Shisui lead them to escape. We can buy them some time." Indeed, young man, though their passion is admirable, I must concede Kakashi speaks the truth, Might Guy added solemnly. Luffy grinned at Kakashi. Look at them, how desperately they wish to send their enemies flying. Kakashi let out a bitter chuckle. Without power, one can only endure and bide their time. Placing a hand over his heart, Luffy declared, I may not know their strength, but they, too, can be as free as I am. Now, witness the power that has terrified the world government for 800 years. Having become the Pirate King, Luffy had long mastered the abilities of the Nika fruit. Though Kakashi didn't understand his words, he watched intently. Luffy began swinging his arms, pounding his chest. Thump 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 thump. Thump 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 thump. Thump 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 thump. Root ninjas materialized around the courtyard, sealing it off completely. The rhythm of the drums of liberation grew faster, stirring an inexplicable urge among the root operatives. Some even smiled, swaying as if tempted to dance. The Uchiha clansmen's fervor intensified. Destroy them. If they call us traitors, then let's show them treason. Root ninjas are nothing special. This is Uchiha territory. We won't retreat. We demand equal rights. Danzo sneered at the enraged Uchiha. As my teacher said, the Uchiha are truly madmen. Then, his pupils constricted in shock. The clansman's eyebrows and hair were gradually turning white, just like the straw-hatted boy. Their eyes burned not with fear, but exhilaration, eager to strike. The root ninjas had never seen such a gaze from cornered prey. Uchiha Tekka, now white-haired, leaped first, soaring over 10 meters high, astonishing even himself. Danzo barked, "Stop him now? Tonight. Not a single Uchiha shall escape." Countless kunai and shuriken hurtled toward Uchiha Tekka. With no leverage to evade midair, he seemed destined to be pierced through. In desperation, Uchiha Tekka kicked violently against the air itself, miraculously propelling his body to move freely through the void. Among the Uchiha clansmen, peculiar transformations began to manifest. Some strode effortlessly through the sky, others swelled into towering giants, while a few stretched their limbs like rubber, mirroring Luffy's elastic abilities. Witnessing this chaotic spectacle, Luffy erupted into joyous laughter. "Haha, that's more like it, Uchiha warriors." Kakashi blinked in confusion. "Warriors?" "Indeed," Luffy explained, "they have now become warriors of liberation. The Nika fruit grants its power to all who yearn for freedom and resist oppression, no matter how formidable an individual may be. True strength lies in empowering the masses. That is what the world government fears most." Thus, the Uchiha warriors, awakened in their Nika forms, surged forth against the root ninja. Chapter 52, Danzo vs. Shursui. Single-eyed Susanoo hearing Luffy's words, Kakashi asked in astonishment, "Liberation warrior? Resisting injustice? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Or a secret technique? Does such a thing exist in the shinobi world?" Even with thousands of copied techniques, Kakashi still couldn't comprehend the nature of Luffy's abilities. Watching the Uchiha clansmen fight, Luffy grinned cheerfully. "Huh? Nika isn't ninjutsu. Nika is just Nika. Nika grants the power to fight freely, as one desires. An auxiliary enhancement type ninjutsu?" Kakashi glanced at Danzo standing atop the courtyard wall, hands tucked in his sleeves, and immediately recalled his father's fate. He felt his heartbeat subtly synchronizing with the rhythm of distant drums. His body, weakened and incapacitated after enduring Tsukuyomi, was gradually recovering. His gaze shifted to the Uchiha clansmen battling against root operatives. Their hair had turned white, and they had gained fragments of Luffy's power. However, the strength of their punches matched their own capabilities, nowhere near Luffy's level, who could shatter a Susanoo with a single strike. Most importantly, the fear, panic, and confusion in the Uchiha's eyes had vanished. Each of them now shone with unwavering determination. Asuma and the others refrained from intervening, uncertain which side to support. If Shursui's claims were true, that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was the village's plan, then, as Konoha shinobi, they ought to aid Danzo. Yet, witnessing the Uchiha's plight and recalling their own observations, they knew the clan had indeed suffered injustice. Asuma approached Kakashi and whispered, "Kakashi, what should we do?" As the leader of the tracking squad, his teammates had to follow his orders. Kakashi looked at Danzo calmly and replied, "We've all fallen under Itachi's genjutsu. We're in no condition to fight." Asuma nodded silently. Might Guy clenched his fist enthusiastically, declaring, "But I can still..." Before he could finish, Kakashi's composed gaze silenced him. Guy suddenly understood and murmured, "Ah, Kakashi, you're waiting for Danzo to join the battle before striking, aren't you?" "Kakashi." Naruto tugged at his hair enviously, exclaiming, "Ack, I wish I had power like that too." Though the night's battle had ignited his spirit, he knew his strength was too lacking to participate. As a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, "I'm still way too weak," Naruto lamented once more. Luffy chuckled, "Getting stronger takes time. I trained with Gramps until I was 17 before setting sail." Naruto pointed at Shursui, who stood observing the battle, and asked curiously, "All the Uchiha have changed. Why hasn't Shursui?" Regaining his composure, Kakashi explained, "Perhaps Shursui still harbors doubt. After all, he was raised to believe in serving Konoha above all else. Moreover, Shursui possessed a gentle temperament, often exercising restraint even in battle, rarely inflicting harm upon others." The transformation of the Uchiha clansmen left Danzo utterly dumbfounded. Since when had the Uchiha clan possessed such formidable abilities? Why had there been not a single shred of intelligence regarding this over all these years? His meticulously trained root ninjas now found themselves subtly outmatched against the Uchiha's counterattacks. If the Uchiha were allowed to escape tonight, such a golden opportunity would never present itself again. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, who was bouncing about cheerfully nearby. According to Obito's account, this straw-hatted youth had defeated Itachi, introducing numerous variables into tonight's Uchiha extermination plan. "No matter who stands in my way, Anyone who obstructs the completion of this massacre shall perish. A ruthless glint flashed across Danzo's face as his hands swiftly formed seals. Kakashi's expression darkened. This is bad. Danzo took a deep breath. Wind release, vacuum bullets. The chakra accumulated in his mouth was fired like bullets, streaking toward the Uchiha clansman. Shisui, who had remained uninvolved in the battle until now, suddenly moved. Bang, bang, bang. 6 afterimages materialized, pulling the clansman away from the path of the vacuum bullets. Wind-style techniques were notoriously sharp. Evasion was the only viable option, as blocking them outright was nearly impossible. Despite Shirsui's desperate efforts, some clansmen were still struck, their arms, thighs, and even abdomens pierced clean through. Uchiha Tekka, both arms perforated, plummeted from the sky. Seeing the apologetic look on Shirsui's face, Tekka merely laughed heartily. Blood streaming from his wounds. Don't sweat the small stuff, Shirsui. I've never experienced such exhilarating combat before. All those years before this, what a waste. With bloodied hands. Tekka slapped Shirsui on the back. Shirsui jolted, as if startled from a dream. Stop overthinking it. Just do what you want to do. Shirsui murmured. Do what I want. Danzo sneered coldly at him. Oh, you've reclaimed your other eye. Perfect. Hand that one over as well. Wind release. Vacuum serial waves. From his mouth, Danzo unleashed multiple scythe-like wind blades, each extending over a dozen meters. There was no way the clansmen could evade these. Without intervention, casualties were inevitable. You're right. In that instant, clarity struck Shirsui. He cast aside his restraints, letting his heart synchronize with the drum of liberation. In a flash, Shirsui's hair turned white, and a long-lost smile graced his face. His left Mangeki Sharingan whirled. Susanoo 99. A colossal green Susanoo manifested, its massive hand intercepting Danzo's vacuum serial waves. Hidden in the shadows, Itachi, poised to strike at the clansman, was inwardly stunned. Shirsui can activate Susanoo with just one eye? His talent truly surpasses mine. Similarly concealed, Obito couldn't help but grumble internally. Good thing I didn't force a direct confrontation with Itachi. The losses would have been catastrophic. Such a gifted ninja. Driven to become a rogue by Danzo. How splendid. After tonight, perhaps an attempt can be made to recruit him into the Akatsuki. The Emerald Susanu's chest armor parted, unleashing countless arrows of Viridian chakra. Ahahaha. Magnificent, Shirsui. Luffy, upon witnessing the green Susanoo, shouted with unbridled joy. In an instant, he leaped atop the colossal skeletal warrior's head, his eyes gleaming with golden excitement as he pressed his face against the Susanoo, rubbing it affectionately. Such an incredible skeletal giant. Absolutely marvelous. I adore it. Danzo, unfazed by the incoming emerald arrows, bit his thumb and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A massive Baku materialized beside him. The creature inhaled sharply, drawing the Susanoo's arrows into its gaping maw. The sheer force of suction destabilized everyone, pulling them toward the beast. Wha? An elephant. Luffy's excitement soared at the sight of the long-nosed Baku. I'm gonna catch that elephant. My pirate crew needs a pet like that. With a resounding boom, the Emerald Susanoo's arm elongated dozens of meters, seizing the Baku by its throat. The raging winds ceased. Shirsui. Danzo. For a moment, all combat was forgotten as every gaze turned toward Luffy. Chapter 53. Danzo's Kotoemitsu Tsukumi. Luffy out of control. Shirsui stood frozen in shock, his mind racing. He had merely heard Luffy's command to grab that elephant, and instinctively, his Susanoo had reached out to seize the Baku. But then, the Susanoo's arm had stretched. This defied all logic. His Susanoo possessed no such ability. Perched atop the Susanoo's head, Luffy grinned wildly and shouted, Shirsui, pull that elephant over here. I want it as my ride. A thought struck Shirsui. Could Luffy's abilities be influencing his Susanoo's form? He decided to test it. The Susanoo's other arm extended toward the Baku. Normally, Shirsui's Susanoo, anchored to the ground with only its upper half exposed, couldn't move freely. Yet now, its elongated arms clamped firmly around the Baku, squeezing until the beast thrashed helplessly, gasping for air. Danzo's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Since when did the Susanoo have such capabilities? These accursed Uchiha truly were formidable. With a swift hand seal, he dismissed the summoning. Poof! The Baku vanished. The elephant's gone. Luffy exclaimed, bewildered. Then, glaring at Danzo, he bellowed, Hey, Pineapple Head, where'd you take my ride? Ignoring the question, Danzo signaled his route operatives to retreat before weaving another series of seals. His chest swelled, and from his mouth erupted spiraling blades of razor-sharp wind. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. This was no ordinary technique, where the vacuum sphere resembled machine gun fire. The great sphere was akin to artillery. Kakashi and the others, shielding the Uchiha clan's non-combatants, had already withdrawn beyond the courtyard's ruined walls. Even from a distance, the battle remained visible. Witnessing the sheer destructive force of Danzo's wind jutsu, Might Guy slumped in frustration. Against wind-style users, my taijutsu feels almost useless. Kakashi kept his gaze fixed on the fight. Watch how the Straw Hat Kid handles it. Facing the onslaught of the vacuum great sphere, Luffy's expression sharpened. Clenching his fists, he dropped into a battle stance and called to Shursui, "Follow my lead. Move the giant like this." Channeling his armament haki through his feet, Luffy infused the Susanu's arms with its power. Armament haki, Susanu. As Luffy threw a punch from the Susanu's crown, Shursui mirrored the motion. The colossal fist, now sheathed in black haki, collided with the storm of wind blades. Boom. Shattering them effortlessly. For the first time, shock flickered in Danzo's eyes. This outcome was inconceivable. His vacuum wave had at least left cracks in the Susanu's arms, but now, a single reinforced punch had obliterated his strongest wind technique. Might Guy's eyes lit up with realization. Kakashi, now I understand why you told me to learn from Luffy. Do you also intend to activate Susanu with a single eye, so we can coordinate and fight the enemy together? As your eternal rival, to receive such recognition from you, I am truly moved. Kakashi cast a silent glance at Might Guy. What exactly do you understand? If I could activate Susanu with one eye, would I even need to cooperate with you? As the two conversed, Luffy's booming voice erupted from the side. Gomu Gomu no. Gatling. The colossal fist of the Susanu, shrouded in armament haki, descended upon Danzo like meteors. The surrounding root shinobi, witnessing their leader at a disadvantage, hurled kunai and shuriken toward Luffy, accompanied by a barrage of elemental ninjutsu, wind, fire, water, and lightning. Yet the fists, reinforced by armament haki, remained impervious to flames, water, and blades alike. Danzo, unwilling to take the blows head-on, dodged frantically. His gaze flickered toward the Uchiha clansmen observing from a distance, and frustration seethed within him. After waiting over a decade for this moment, to have it ruined by some straw-hatted brat from who knows where. Assessing the battlefield, Danzo reluctantly conceded that tonight would not be the night to eradicate the Uchiha. Years of meticulous planning, undermining their reputation among Konoha's leadership, stealing Shursui's eye, manipulating Itachi, had weakened the clan to its lowest point in history. All for this decisive battle. And now, mere steps from victory. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he evaded. Shursui, drenched in sweat, strained to maintain the Susanu. The sheer chakra and stamina required were immense. Through their brief interaction, he had learned that Luffy's greatest passions, aside from devouring meat, were sheer, unbridled fun. Grateful for the boy's intervention in saving his clan, Shursui pushed himself to sustain the spectral warrior, if only to indulge his savior. Yet even Shursui was stunned. How could Luffy's power amplify the Susanu to such an extent? In truth, he rarely employed the technique. Few foes warranted it, and at this stage, the Susanu was cumbersome, inefficient. Gomu Gomu no. Random shot. The fists, previously locked onto Danzo, suddenly flailed wildly, shattering trees beyond the courtyard, cratering the earth as if bombarded by artillery. The watching Uchiha scattered in alarm. Shursui jolted, swiftly halting the Susanu. Luffy, what are you doing? Luffy scratched his head. Sorry. But, isn't this fun? Swinging a giant skeleton's fists around. Don't you think that's awesome? You nearly hit allies, you idiot. Naruto bellowed, gaping at the 3-meter-deep pit left by the Susanu's stray strike. Luffy crossed his arms. Swinging fists is only fun if there's a target. Something is amiss. This isn't Luffy's normal reaction. As Shursui listened to the heated argument between Luffy and Naruto, a sudden realization struck him. Though Luffy often appeared reckless and impulsive when it came to serious matters, his mind was sharp. He would never gamble with others' lives so carelessly. Yet now, he seemed unable to control himself, acting in such a dangerous manner. This situation, Shursui felt an unsettling familiarity. His gaze snapped toward Dan's in the distance. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk curled at the corners of Dan's lips. Kodoame Tsukumi. Dan's was using the power of his Mangeki Sharingan, the right eye that once belonged to Shursui. Kodoame Tsukumi, the ability to subtly manipulate another's thoughts without their awareness, bending circumstances to the user's will. During the 5 Kage Summit, Dan's had employed this very technique to influence Mifune, steering the meeting to his advantage. What Why isn't this skeleton giant moving? Luffy swung his arms a few times, but the Susanoo remained unresponsive. Luffy, Shursui shouted urgently. Dans is controlling you with Kotoa Tsukumi. You don't actually enjoy recklessly commanding the giant. Lies. I love controlling giants. Frustrated by his inability to manipulate the Susanoo despite multiple attempts, Luffy grew visibly irritated. He shoved his thumb into his mouth and took a deep breath, Gear 3rd. Gasps of horror rippled through the crowd as Luffy's stomach ballooned to over 10 times its normal size. Then, with a mighty leap, he launched himself into the air. A colossal fist descended from the heavens, crashing down toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, Dan smirked inwardly. The stronger you become, the greater the destruction. Go on, rage to your heart's content. Chapter 54, The Honorable and Righteous Danzo. Boom. 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 The small courtyard was utterly demolished under the colossal fists of Gear 3rd Luffy. The very earth trembled beneath the force of his strikes. Strong, too strong. This body Kabuto Yakushi retreated to a safe distance, his eyes gleaming with fascination as he gazed at the titanic Luffy in the sky. Quick, cover the evacuation. Kakashi immediately commanded Asuma and the others. My guy was the first to move, activating the third gate of the 8 inner gates and executing the reverse lotus, swiftly relocating the Uchiha clansmen to safety. Both the Uchiha and Root shinobi scattered in all directions, desperately dodging the massive fists raining from above. Danzo, relentless, continued issuing commands through Kotoa Tsukumi. Kill the Uchiha. Yet, even as Luffy swung wildly in the air, he roared, I want to control the fun giant, not kill people. Danzo stiffened slightly. Could there truly be someone beyond Kotoa Tsukumi as control? He turned to his Root operatives and ordered them to exploit the chaos, hunting down the fleeing Uchiha. The Root shinobi, disciplined and efficient, moved without hesitation. Among the Uchiha, those who had awakened the Nika form rallied to resist. The two factions clashed once more. Shursui observed the pandemonium with a heavy sigh. There is only one way to resolve this. No one has to die. Everything must be settled with fairness and justice. I had vowed never to use this ability again. His gaze settled on Danzo, who stood triumphant in the distance. A decision solidified in his heart. Forgive me, Danzo. I never wished to use this technique on you. I had hoped you would reflect and recognize your mistakes on your own. But now there is no other choice. Drawing every last ounce of his chakra, Shursui concentrated it into his left eye. The dark pupil suddenly blazed crimson, morphing into the intricate pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan. Hidden nearby, Obito stiffened at the sight. Is he going to use that technique? Invading the enemy's mind, rewriting their will. He glanced at Itachi crouched beside him. Is that the jutsu you once spoke of? The power capable of inciting war? Could it truly be that formidable? Itachi's past descriptions had bordered on the unbelievable, leaving Obito torn between skepticism and dread. Itachi, his eyes locked on his former friend, remained silent. Obito scanned the battlefield once more before vanishing into thin air. Shursui's Mangeki spun violently as he fixed his gaze upon Danzo. Blood streamed from his eye. Kotoa Tsukumi, activate. In an instant, the Mangeki reverted to the 3-tomo pattern. Danzo froze for a single second. Then stop. All of you, return at once. Danzo bellowed at his Root operatives. Though bewildered, the Root shinobi obeyed without question, for in Root, Danzo's word was absolute. They ceased their assault immediately and withdrew to his side. Luffy, too, released his Gear 3rd and Nika form, landing amidst the ruins of the courtyard. He blinked in confusion as he surveyed the devastation. Huh, what happened to the courtyard? Kabuto immediately approached. Captain, how did you transform into a giant just now? Luffy turned his head and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Sorry. I inflated myself by pumping air into my body. Kabuto wiped the blood splattered on his face, unfazed, and grabbed Luffy's hand to examine it. There's no wound on your thumb. How did you pump air inside? Meanwhile, the Uchiha clansmen were still peering from a distance, unaware of what was happening. Danzo abruptly tore off the bandage covering his right eye and strode toward Shursui. In place of his right eye was unmistakably a Mangeki Sharingan. Danzo, what are you doing? Uchiha Tekka and Yashiro, despite their injuries, rushed forward to intercept him. Shursui slowly raised his hand, his voice weak yet calm. Don't act. It's already over. Over? What is over? Tekka frowned in confusion. The Uchiha clansmen and Kakashi's group were equally bewildered. Tekka stepped in front of Shursui, blocking Danzo's path. Stay back. Danzo halted immediately. I'm sorry, I should have used this technique sooner, Shursui said, his gaze falling upon the wounded Uchiha. Why are you apologizing? Tekka snapped. pointing at Danzo. He should be the one apologizing. With a thud, Danzo dropped to his knees. Han and I, Sumamason, placing his hands on his knees. Danzo bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground in a formal gesture of remorse. Tekka recoiled in shock. Danzo, what kind of trick is this? Ignoring the question, Danzo suddenly plunged his fingers into his right eye and ripped it out. Shursui, please accept my apology. Extending his bloodied palm, he offered the Mangeki Sharingan with utmost sincerity. Tekka took the eyeball and handed it to Shursui. With a sigh, Shursui accepted his own eye. Relieved, Danzo bowed again, his forehead touching the ground. Thank. Shursui caught himself, then smiled wryly. Well, this is mine to begin with. I want to thank you for it. Danzo lifted his head, his face etched with profound guilt. Still kneeling, he shifted his body to face the Uchiha clansmen, and bowed once more. Han and I, Sumamason, clansmen of the Uchiha, my apology is insignificant. I do not expect your forgiveness. His voice trembled with remorse. My sins are beyond redemption. The only atonement left is death. In one swift motion, he drew a kunai and stabbed it toward his own heart. Luffy, stop him. Shursui had sensed Danzo's intent and shouted in advance. He knew only Luffy could intervene in time. Whoosh. Luffy's arm instantly stretched towards Danzo, swiftly snatching away the kunai. The turn of events was too rapid, too convoluted, too full of twists. Everyone was stunned. The root ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do. Uchiha Yashiro approached Shursui and asked in a low voice, Did you use Kodo Amatsukami? Shursui nodded slightly, apologizing, Forgive me. I couldn't think of any other way to resolve this. I had vowed never to use Jinjutsu to alter another's will again. Yachiro replied, Techniques hold no inherent morality, only the wielder does. You acted wisely and saved us all. Uchiha Tekka, observing the stark contrast in Danzo's demeanor, asked curiously, What kind of Jinjutsu did you cast on him? Shursui took a few steadying breaths before answering softly. I embedded in Kodo Amatsukami a single command. From this moment onward, become an honest and righteous Danzo. A righteous Danzo? Tekka and Yashiro gaped in astonishment. To reshape a man's nature in an instant, such was the terrifying power of this illusion. Obito reappeared beside Itachi. Shursui's ocular ability surpasses even your descriptions. Such a convenient power. How I covet it. Itachi's gaze lingered on Shursui in the distance, his thoughts inscrutable. After a long pause, he turned, only to stiffen in surprise. Why have you seized him? In Obito's grasp was a struggling figure, Naruto, bound and gagged, kicking wildly. Chapter 55, Hiruzen, it's time to step down. Why arrest him? Obito chuckled darkly. To unleash the Nine Tails once more. Only that level of chaos will create the perfect opportunity for you to eliminate the rest of the Uchiha clan. Eliminate the rest of the clan? Itachi's gaze fell upon Dan's, who knelt on the ground with an expression of earnest sincerity. A flicker of confusion passed through Itachi's eyes. The plan for the clan's annihilation had deviated far from its original design. Watching Dan solemnly kowtow an apology to Shursui and the others, Itachi murmured, The village has achieved peace. The reason for slaughtering the clan had been to prevent greater bloodshed, to stop the Uchiha from betraying Konoha. Slowly, Itachi sheathed his long blade. Obito sneered from the side. Oh, Dan suddenly turns righteous? What terrifying ocular power. When Itachi showed no reaction, Obito continued mockingly. If you'd programmed that Jinjutsu to make Dan's marry the third Hokage, that might have worked too. Itachi finally turned his gaze to Obito, pausing for several seconds before replying coldly, You're disgusting. Then his eyes caught sight of Naruto in Obito's grasp. His expression hardened. What are you doing? Obito grinned. Didn't I say? Cause chaos, then seize the moment to wipe out the Uchiha. Chaos? Itachi's voice was icy. You intend to release the Nine Tails again? To throw the entire village into turmoil? His blade gleamed under the pale moonlight as he raised it toward Obito. Obito smirked, unfazed. Itachi, you'd raise your sword against me? You're already a missing mean, a traitor to the Uchiha. Kill me, and where will you go? Your parents are dead, but the rest of your clan lives. Is this the outcome you want? Itachi's grip tightened. I sacrificed my clan, killed my parents, to protect the village's peace. Unleashing the Nine Tails would destroy Konoha. I won't allow it. Peace. Obito's eyes flashed with something sharp and cruel. How Navi? A shinobi hoping for peace? If the world knew peace, shinobi would lose their purpose. And what meaning does others' peace hold for me? If the world were at peace, would it bring back those I love? A swirling void appeared before him. Before Itachi could react, Obito vanished, taking Naruto with him. Dan's remained kneeling. offering apologies to the gathered crowd. The root operatives had all surrendered. In a corner, Luffy devoured meat with unrestrained enthusiasm, gifts from grateful Uchiha households. After the earlier battles, his hunger was insatiable. Engrossed in his feast, he failed to notice Naruto's disappearance. Meanwhile, Kabuto carefully collected droplets of Luffy's blood splattered across his face, storing them in a small vial. Precious research material. Mustn't waste it. The earth-shaking battles had drawn the attention of Konoha's other shinobi. At the perimeter, Yamashiro received Danza's order to stand down. The ninjas from Konoha's prominent clans had all arrived. The Hige, the Inuzuka, the Akimichi, the Nara, the Aburame, the Yamanaka, and the Sarutobi clans. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself appeared at the scene. The sight of Dan's kneeling on the ground left the crowd utterly stunned. The usually cunning and unyielding Dans was now prostrating himself, offering sincere apologies to each of them one by one. First, he kowtowed 3 times toward the Uchiha clan, pressing his forehead to the ground as he spoke in a loud, remorseful voice. I am sorry, Shursui. I should never have stolen your eye or plotted against your life. I am sorry, members of the Uchiha clan. I had no right to distrust you without reason, nor to ostracize you unjustly. Worst of all, I should never have used the excuse of village peace to manipulate Uchiha Itachi into exterminating your clan. Then, he turned to Hatake Kakashi, performing another 3 deep kowtows. His body fully pressed against the ground in absolute submission. I am sorry, Kakashi. I should never have spread slanderous rumors to tarnish your father's name, simply because his prestige made him a potential candidate for Hokage. Nor should I have bribed the very ninja your father saved, coercing him to betray your father, leading to his suicide. Kakashi frowned slightly and shifted his stance, avoiding the gesture of respect. My guy cast a sympathetic glance at his friend. So that was why Kakashi's father had taken his own life. Dans then adjusted his kneeling position, facing Hige Hayashi, the head of the Hige clan. I am sorry, Hayashi. I should never have agreed to the Raikage's demand to sacrifice the Hige clan leader's head in exchange for peace between our nations. It was nothing more than a ploy to suppress your clan. There were other solutions. Your brother did not need to die. Hayashi regarded Dans coolly. Dans, that was the decision of Konoha's higher-ups. You alone could not have dictated it. Dans shook his head earnestly. Yet I was complicit, and for that, I must apologize. Kabuto. Dans turned toward Yakushi Kabuto, who inwardly tensed. He wouldn't apologize to me too, would he? If he does, my cover will be blown. I am sorry, Kabuto. I should never have used your foster mother, Nan, to manipulate you, and I should never have forced you to kill her with your own hands. A flicker of cold fury flashed in Kabuto's eyes. Like Kakashi, he subtly sidestepped, refusing to accept Dan's apology. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long since arrived. Listening to Dan's shocking confessions, though he wished to intervene, he found no justification to stop him. Hiruzen. Hearing his name, Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. Hiruzen, we were both wrong. Dans knelt upright, his gaze piercing and uncharacteristically clear, so much so that it unsettled Hiruzen. This was not the Dans he knew. That pure, resolute light in his eyes. The last time he had seen such a look was on Namikaze Minato. Hiruzen, you must step down. Dan spoke with unwavering conviction. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly. Never had he imagined that Shursui would employ Kotoa Tsukumi on Danzo. Merely days ago, Shursui had been nothing more than a ninja who rigidly adhered to the Hokage's commands, devoid of personal will. His gaze drifted toward Luffy, who was ravenously devouring food in the corner. It was this boy's sudden appearance that had influenced Shursui. One by one, the ninjas were developing their own convictions, rendering them utterly unmanageable. We who engage in such machinations and frame the loyal cannot rightfully claim the title of Hokage. Danzo pressed, his voice unrelenting. Konoha requires a leader of unwavering integrity and selflessness. Danzo had stripped away all pretense, laying bare words that should have remained confined to shadows. This left Hiruzen at a loss. How could one argue against righteousness and selflessness? As Hiruzen carefully weighed his response, a thunderous explosion erupted in the distance. A searing, frenzied chakra, both immense and eerily familiar, sent a ripple of dread through every Konoha shinobi present. The terror of 9 years ago, when the Nine Tails had held them in its thrall, surged back into their hearts. At the village's center, a tempest of crimson chakra raged as the colossal Nine Tails threw its head back and howled. Luffy turned toward the spectacle, eyes gleaming with excitement as he flailed his arms. Whoa, that's one huge fox. Chapter 56, The Unsealing Technique, Nine Tails Strikes Again. Obito transported Naruto into the Kamui dimension. Lifting Naruto's shirt, his gaze fell upon the familiar seal glowing around the boy's navel. This is the 8-trigram seal. Obito paused, then chuckled darkly. So, because I broke the 4-symbol seal on Kushina, Minato fused 2 layers of it to create this 8-trigram seal for his son? His laughter deepened, low and mocking. Minato, your love for your child knows no bounds. Without the key, fully unraveling this seal is impossible. But I don't need to extract the 9 tails completely, just make Naruto lose control. Kushina had been a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of suppressing and wielding the 9 tails power. But Naruto remained oblivious to the monstrous entity sealed within him, let alone able to control it. He lacked the strength to restrain the beast's fury. All Obito needed was to destabilize the seal. Once the 9 tails chakra surged forth, it would consume Naruto's consciousness, plunging Konoha into chaos. That would suffice. Hands weaving through signs. Obito pressed a palm against Naruto's navel and roared, unsealing technique. The same jutsu that had once unraveled Kushina's seal. The markings around Naruto's navel flared violently. Even unconscious, his face twisted in agony. Crimson chakra engulfed his body as tails of energy sprouted from his back. By the 4th tail, the Kimui dimension trembled. Enough. A swirling portal opened, and Obito hurled the 4-tailed Naruto through it. The boy crashed into the heart of Konoha, now awake, but slipping into delirium. Confusion flickered in his eyes as he stared at his chakra-cloaked hands. Rage and hatred flooded his mind, demanding release. His tails multiplied. High above, Obito watched coldly as Naruto writhed in torment. Danzo has only himself to blame for this, he mused. His plan was to eliminate Shursui and seize his Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet he only obtained one eye and let Shursui escape. Had he succeeded, none of tonight's events would have unfolded. Uchiha with awakened Sharingan are rare. Whether I gather enough eyes tonight depends on you, Naruto. The night draped over Konoha like an oppressive shroud, thick and suffocating. Naruto, now sprouting 6 tails, stood amidst the ruins, his humanity drowned beneath the beast's fury. No trace of the boy remained, only a miniature 9 tails. Roaring at the heavens before slamming its claws into the earth. The ground quaked in response. The slumbering villagers of Konoha were abruptly awakened. The 9-tailed fox had returned. Everyone, flee. I told you long ago that demon fox brat should have been banished from the village. Where's the Hokage? Naruto, having lost all reason, began rampaging wildly. Houses crumbled like fragile paper toys, instantly reduced to fine dust, shattered tiles, and debris flying like hidden weapons. Panic-stricken villagers, like headless flies, wailed and scattered in all directions. At this moment, nearly all of Konoha's strongest shinobi were gathered in the Uchiha clan's territory. No one had the mind to watch Danzo's apology anymore. As one, the ninjas surged toward the village center where the 9 tails raged. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt disheartened. After so many years as Hokage, even if he had no great achievements, he had certainly worked hard. Especially after maintaining the image of a benevolent elder for so long. Now, thanks to Danzo, that reputation lay in ruins. Years ago, Minato had sacrificed his life, using the dead demon consuming seal to imprison half of the 9 tails within Naruto. Now, with Minato gone, it fell to him, his former teacher, to wield that forbidden technique once more. Hiruzen intended to use this final chance to salvage his image. Politics were politics, but his desire to protect Konoha was genuine. Danzo, meanwhile, immediately recalled the experimental subject infused with the 1st Hokage's cells, formerly known as Tenzo, now called Yamato. Spotting him in the crowd, Danzo ran alongside him. Tenzo, use would release to suppress the 9 tails. Then, I will reseal it. Danzo planned to perish alongside the beast using the 4-symbol seal. Having turned over a new leaf, he now despised his former self. In his heart, he believed only death could atone for his sins. Elsewhere, Luffy, gnawing on 2 lamb legs, leaped onto a tree and gazed toward the 9 tails. Whoa, that fox is huge. Then he saw the destroyed houses and fleeing villagers near the beast. His grin faded. Stuffing the lamb legs into his mouth, he gripped the tree branch with both hands. Goma Goma no catapult. Like a cannonball, Luffy shot toward the 9 tails, swiftly overtaking the ninja still sprinting below. By now, Naruto had grown 8 tails. The massive fox's claw swung toward a nearby house. Boom. Yet after the deafening crash, the house stood unharmed. As the dust settled, a straw-hatted boy stood before the 9 tails. Hey, fox, stop wrecking stuff, or I'll punch you, Luffy said sternly, pressing his hat down with one hand. Enraged at being thwarted, the 9 tails roared and charged. Luffy grinned, flashing 8 white teeth. as his fingers stretched instantly. Gomu Gomu, no fishing net. His 10 fingers intertwined, forming a vast net. The nine tails lunged and plunged straight into it. Luffy's elongated arm coiled around the nine tails as he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Let's take this fight elsewhere, Fox." The crimson chakra of the beast seared Luffy's rubbery flesh, yet undeterred. His grin only widened with manic delight as inspiration struck. With a mighty heave, he swung the bound bijou behind him like a pendulum, rubber, yo-yo. The nine tails became a blazing comet, hurled through the air before abruptly halting mid-flight, suspended like a grotesque plaything. Luffy's laughter boomed as he unleashed another titanic throw, "Fly away, Fox." The beast streaked across the sky, a scarlet meteor soaring over Konoha, over the stunned ranks of shinobi sprinting toward the village. The third Hokage, Dan's clan leaders, and Elite Jonin froze in unison, necks craning as their eyes tracked the absurd arc of the flying fox. A thunderous crash echoed as the nine tails plowed into the distant forest. Silence. Then, after it, the command shattered the stillness, sending the shinobi scrambling toward the impact site. Wah ha ha ha. Luffy's joyous cackle rang out as he catapulted overhead, a streak of reckless euphoria against the chaos. Chapter 57. Father and son reunited, shocked Minato finally. "I can have a proper fight with you, Fox." Luffy stood before the nine tails, swinging his arms excitedly. The nine tails noticed Luffy and lunged at him. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed, unleashing earth-shaking explosions. Growing even more enraged, the nine tails began gathering chakra in front of itself. Not good, that's dangerous. Luffy dodged sideways as the tailed beast bomb narrowly missed him. The massive orb of energy, glowing like a scorching meteor, soared into the distance before detonating. The resulting explosion illuminated the night as bright as day. Naruto had already manifested nine tails, completely out of control. The shinobi hurried toward the nine tails, their hearts sinking as they witnessed the rampaging nine-tailed fox devastating the forest. This was different from the last time, during the era of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The village no longer had any skilled sealing masters proficient in the four-symbol seal, nor were there any suitable Uzumaki clan members to become Jinchuriki. This meant they could no longer use the four-symbol seal to create a new nine-tails Jinchuriki. Even if they resorted to the dead demon-consuming seal like Minato had, it would only destroy the nine tails outright. If word got out that Konoha had lost its tailed beast, attacks from other villages would surely follow. Gomu no. Siege cannon. Luffy thrust both palms forward to meet the second tailed beast bomb. The moment his hands made contact, the orb exploded violently. Whoosh. Wah-ea. The arriving shinobi could only watch as the straw-hatted boy was sent flying overhead. The nine tails was surrounded by the shinobi, but none of their techniques could fully suppress it. No one can withstand the nine tails in this state, Dan's muttered grimly as he watched shinobi being swatted away one after another. Unless it's an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Dan's and Hiruzen Sarutobi both realized this simultaneously, exchanging glances. Dan sighed in remorse. The only Uchiha with the Manjiki now is Shursui. Unfortunately, his left eye's Kodo Amatsukami was used on me, and his right eye's was just used on that straw-hatted boy. This is all my fault. I am Konoha's greatest sinner. There is one other who possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. Hiruzen suddenly called out to Kakashi, "Kakashi, can you still use your left eye?" Kakashi, looking exhausted, replied apologetically, "I'm truly sorry, Lord Hokage. My left eye has already been used twice tonight. I can't activate it again. It's over." Konoha had only two methods to control the nine tails. One was the powerful ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan. The other was the wood-release techniques of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The current experimental subject, Yamato, could use wood-release, but without Hashirama's strength. He stood no chance against Naruto with nine tails unleashed. Dan's knew all too well. Once Naruto manifested five tails, control became impossible. Yamato, use your wood-release to slightly restrain the nine tails movements. Leave the rest to me, Dan said calmly. Hiruzen glanced at him. No, I'll go. If I die, perhaps you'll finally become Hokage. Danzo shook his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, I am unworthy to be Hokage, nor even to call myself a Konoha shinobi. This is my only chance at redemption. Please, let me go. Hiruzen, if you treat every shinobi in Konoha with fairness and uphold true integrity, I believe you will become a fine Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Such words from Danzo's lips were bitterly ironic. The power of Kodo Amatsukami was truly formidable. What a pity, such strength could have been wielded for great purpose. This fleeting regret passed through Hiruzen's mind before he recalled Danzo's earlier exposure of his misdeeds in the Uchiha district. Even without the Nine-Tails emergence, his tenure as the third Hokage was already untenable. Perhaps it's better to die here, for the sake of the village. In the distance, the forest blazed, ignited by a tailed beast bomb, the flames casting a crimson glow across half of Hiruzen's face. Where the leaves dance, the flames will never die. The phrase surfaced in his mind, so fitting for Konoha, so stirring. A faint smile touched Hiruzen's lips. What a heroic last line for an old man like me. To be truly upright. That doesn't sound so bad. Sealing space. Within the seal on Naruto's abdomen, a dark void bled. His eyes burned crimson. His mind consumed by rage, consciousness lost. Come here, boy. Tear off that seal. The Nine-Tails, caged behind colossal iron bars, rumbled in a deep, resonant voice. The massive gate bore a talisman inscribed with intricate sealing formulae. Naruto, moving without thought, rose and staggered toward the beast. Just as his fingers brushed the seal, a firm hand yanked him back. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, clarity returning to his gaze as he stared at the golden-haired stranger before him. The fourth Hokage? The man's cloak bore the insignia, Yondaime Hokage. Naruto. The stranger spoke first, warmth in his tone. How do you know my name? Naruto asked, bewildered. Because I named you. You're my son. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, smiled. Naruto froze, then laughed through sudden tears. So the third told you nothing, it seems, Minato murmured. Bam! Naruto lunged, driving a fist into Minato's stomach. Because of you, I suffered. The village hated me. No matter how hard I tried, no one ever acknowledged me. At 7 years old, fresh into the academy, his punch was feeble, painless. Minato's expression softened with remorse. Naruto, how old are you now? 7. I'm sorry, Naruto. I never meant for you to endure so much. Yet inwardly, Minato reeled. 7. At the tender age of 7, Naruto's seal was broken, triggering a violent rampage. What was the third Hokage doing? What had happened to the village? Naruto shook his head and said, It's all right. I've made good friends and become a pirate now. A pirate? Minato Namikaze was momentarily bewildered. Do you mean you want to grow up to be a sailor? He assumed the 7-year-old had simply confused the terms. No, I mean a pirate. I'm a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Naruto declared proudly. Straw Hat. I've never heard of a Jinchuriki's intelligence being affected. Minato murmured to himself. Our child with Kushina has become a pirate? Naruto continued enthusiastically. My captain is amazing. He can grow huge, stretch his body, and even fly through the air with me. Though we don't always land safely, huh? One time, he couldn't wait to introduce Luffy to his dearest family. Hearing this, Minato stood frozen, utterly speechless. Chapter 58. Join my pirate crew, Kurama. The nine-tailed fox lashed its tails wildly, forcing the elite shinobi to maintain a cautious distance. Luffy emerged from behind the gathered ninjas, dusting off his straw hat with a boisterous laugh. Wahaha, this fox is strong. He glanced around, as if searching for something before turning to the nearest shinobi. Hey, have you seen Naruto? The others exchanged bewildered glances, but remained silent. Unfazed, Luffy cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted into the distance. Hey Naruto, where are you? Come out and see this huge fox. Kabuto approached, gesturing toward the rampaging Kyuubi with a grave expression. Luffy, that is Naruto. Luffy stared at the beast for a moment before smacking his fist into his palm in sudden realization. Oh, so that's why the villagers called him a demon fox. Kabuto shook his head. Naruto isn't the fox. The fox was sealed inside him. Danzo stepped forward, slowly removing his outer robe to reveal the intricate markings of the four-symbol seal. The Kyuubi is a manifestation of chakra, pure rage given form. Without restraint, it will only bring destruction. The third Hokage joined him. Danzo, since neither of us will yield, let us act together. Whoever seals the beast first shall bear the sacrifice. Kakashi, supported by Might Guy, limped forward. Lord Hokage, I've recovered some chakra. Let me attempt the Mangekyo once more. Guy frowned at Kakashi's bleeding eye. Kakashi, you should rest. I still have my ultimate technique, one I was saving to defeat you. Danzo's gaze hardened. Enough. As the one who has sinned against Konoha, my life is the most fitting offering. If I fail, the rest of you may act. But Konoha's shinobi will protect this village. Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Rage? Sacrifice? Dying? What are you all talking about? Young man, as an outsider, you wouldn't understand the Kyuubi's nature, Danzo explained patiently. Having faced it, you've witnessed its devastation. Leave this to us. Luffy's expression darkened. If you kill that fox, what happens to Naruto? After a heavy pause, Danzo answered. Naruto will die. Luffy cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. Then I'll save him. Before Danzo could protest, boom. Luffy vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing directly before the Kyuubi. Planting his hands on his hips, he shouted, "Hey, Fox, let Naruto out." The enraged beast ignored him, its massive claws tearing through the earth and sending gales that nearly snatched Luffy as had away. Danzo and the third exchanged a glance before advancing. Undeterred, Luffy leapt skyward. Gear third. Armament Haki. A colossal black hand materialized in the air. Whoosh. One of the Nine-Tails' tails was seized by this enormous grasp. Luffy hoisted the beast and slammed it into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently, sending people dozens of kilometers away fleeing their homes. Mistaking the upheaval for an earthquake, within Luffy's grip, the Nine-Tails resembled nothing more than a helpless chick. No matter how it roared, bit, or thrashed, escape was impossible. Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged glances, mutual astonishment reflected in their eyes. Did this boy hold back when fighting me? Danzo, though his will had been altered, retained his memories. Recalling their earlier battle, he sighed inwardly. Hiruzen touched his face, relieved. At least it was just paint. The gathered shinobi gaped as Luffy pummeled the Nine-Tails. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Even the first Hokage subduing the beast couldn't have been more terrifying than this. Thud. The Nine-Tails was hurled to the ground. It ceased struggling, its massive chest heaving. Crimson-slitted eyes glaring at Luffy with smoldering fury. I'll bide my time, then tear out his throat. Luffy descended, landing before the beast with a grin. Now we can talk properly. I'm made of rubber, not very tasty. The Nine-Tails stiffened. This brat hears me? Luffy's observation haki allowed him to perceive the beast's voice. Placing a hand on its massive paw, he said, "Of course I hear you." The shinobi witnessed an unforgettable sight, the gargantuan Nine-Tails sitting obediently, its Nine-Tails swaying gently behind it. Beside it, the straw-hatted boy, dwarfed in comparison, sat cross-legged, chatting cheerfully. Are they conversing? He understands a tailed beast's speech, and the beast is speaking back, calmly. Legends say the Nine-Tails is pure chakra, the embodiment of rage. Yet here it is, talking peacefully. Slowly, the shinobi edged closer. They heard the boy speaking as if to himself. That old man you liked? He has been gone 1,000 years. All this time, you've been fought over, sealed, used, never free to do as you please. No wonder you're angry. He grinned. You're actually a pretty kind fox. The shinobi collectively blinked. Kind? The Nine-Tails? In what world? Luffy tilted his head, meeting the beast's gaze. I'm strong, right? The Nine-Tails stared down, confusion flickering in its eyes. Luffy stood, extending a fist. I can protect you. From now on, no one will seal you, use you, or take you against your will. His grin widened. Join my crew, Kurama. The beast froze. Then, slowly, its eyes shimmered with unshed tears. It lifted a massive paw, gently bumping it against Luffy's fist. The sealed space. Minato Namikaze, upon grasping the situation outside, spoke with grave solemnity. So it's that man with the spiral mask again. No wonder your seal was disrupted. There is no one in the village capable of sealing the Nine-Tails once more. Most likely, the Hokage will sacrifice himself, resorting to the dead demon-consuming seal. You must return swiftly to prevent your teacher from making a needless sacrifice. I shall restore your seal. Extending his palm, Minato pressed it against the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Hey, Naruto, come here and tear off the seal. I'll help you control the rampaging chakra. A gruff voice rumbled from the cage behind them. Minato frowned. Stop deceiving him. Nine-Tails. When he grows older, the two of you may communicate properly. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Fourth Hokage, this is none of your concern. I'm speaking to my brother, Naruto. Brother? Seeing Minato's bewilderment, the Nine-Tails growled impatiently. Fourth Hokage, don't bother fixing that shoddy seal. Just tear it off and let me stay comfortably. I want to take over Naruto's body. Minato had never heard the Nine-Tails speak this way before. He couldn't help but ask why? Why? The Nine-Tails replied matter-of-factly. Because we are both members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Shouldn't we help each other? Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. You're a member of the Straw Hat Pirates too? Of course. After a moment of thought, Naruto declared, then tell me our captain's full name. If you can. I'll tear off the seal. Minato's expression darkened. Naruto, absolutely not. Monkey D. Luffy. The Nine-Tails repeated earnestly. Our captain's full name is Monkey D. Luffy. He came from another world to seek adventure. Brother. Naruto cried joyfully, rushing toward the iron cage. Bam! Minato seized him firmly. Don't be fooled, Naruto. Once I restore your seal, you'll return to normal. Naruto pushed Minato's hand away resolutely. Father, as a true pirate, the first rule is to trust your comrades. Seizing the moment of Minato's hesitation, Naruto tore off the seal in one swift motion. With a thunderous clang, the massive iron gate swung open, and the cage vanished entirely. The Ninetales felt the weight of its restraints dissolve. Throwing back its head, it roared with laughter before charging toward Naruto. Minato, merely a wisp of consciousness, was powerless against the fully unsealed Ninetales. It's over. Konoha is truly finished. Then, he watched as the Ninetales and Naruto embraced in jubilant celebration. Brother, let us set sail with our captain and embark on an adventure. Chapter 59. Seizing the other heavenly gods, Shusui's resolve. Luffy and the Ninetales stood facing each other. Fists pressed together. The Ninetales' form shrank, its crimson chakra rapidly dissipating, revealing Naruto before the crowd, now bathed in a golden radiance. Naruto's pupils had transformed into vertical slits like the Ninetales, his tail beast mode. Whoa, looking sharp, Naruto. Luffy's eyes gleamed with admiration. A miniature Ninetales, condensed from chakra, materialized on Naruto's shoulder. I'm Kurama now, Captain. I found Naruto and brought him back safely. It exclaimed excitedly. Luffy grinned. Nice work, Kurama. Heh, the captain praised me. The tiny Kurama on Naruto's shoulder puffed out its chest, laughing triumphantly. Luffy eyed the little fox and asked Naruto, can I get one on my shoulder too? Naruto shook his head. Sorry, Captain. You're not a Jinchuriki. It's not possible. No sooner had he spoken than golden chakra surged from Naruto through their connected fists, enveloping Luffy in a golden glow. A miniature Kurama appeared on his shoulder as well. Who said it's impossible? In this mode, I can share my chakra with others. You still have much to learn about mastering this form, Naruto. The Kurama on Luffy's shoulder huffed in annoyance. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly and bowed. I'll do my best to improve. Don't sweat it, we're all comrades here. Hua, aha. Luffy cheered, dancing around gleefully with his tiny Kurama. If Usopp and the others were here, they'd be so jealous. The Konoha shinobi exchanged bewildered glances. That's it? The Ninetales' attack is over? It felt almost too easy. Like a joke. Might Guy sighed. Back then, Konoha lost a Hokage, a Jinchuriki, dozens of shinobi, and countless villagers just to reseal the Ninetales. Kakashi observed the golden Naruto. This time, it wasn't he about sealing it again. Naruto earned the Ninetales' acknowledgement. Might Guy frowned. Acknowledgement? Kakashi explained. For a Jinchuriki to wield their tailed beast's power in battle, they must first gain its trust. Danzo interjected. This is one of the major research focuses across the hidden villages. How to reliably and reproducibly secure a tailed beast's cooperation. Asuma, standing nearby, questioned, reproducibly? Danzo elaborated, historically. Jinchuriki relied on personal charisma to win their tailed beast's favor, an unreliable method. The next host might fail entirely. Thus, we must develop a repeatable technique to ensure every Jinchuriki gains their beast's trust. According to Root's intelligence, every village is pursuing this goal through brutal experimentation. Note, Danzo, altered by Kotoame Tsukumi, had become more forthcoming with information. The ultimate objective was to obtain a perfect Jinchuriki, for only then could the full power of the tailed beast be unleashed. The crowd collectively turned their gaze toward Naruto, whose radiant golden aura shimmered around him, exuding both serenity and the formidable chakra of the Ninetales. Naruto had indeed become the perfect vessel. Unperturbed by the attention, Naruto cheerfully addressed Luffy, Captain. Let's set sail for adventure tomorrow. Yes, yes. I can hardly wait. The Ninetales chimed in from his shoulder, equally eager. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Dan Shimura exchanged a glance. A perfect Jinchuriki, and we're just letting him leave the village? Dan's, understanding the unspoken concern in his old friend's eyes, shook his head. Hiruzen, we cannot repeat past mistakes. To confine Naruto for the sake of keeping him would be unjust. Kakashi cast a silent glance at Dan's. Hiruzen stroked his beard, smiling faintly. Who said anything about confining him? Hayashi Hige, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Lord Hokage, are you truly permitting a perfect Jinchuriki to depart? Other clan heads voiced their concerns in agreement. Lord Hokage, please reconsider. Hiruzen observed Naruto and Luffy, their spirits alight with excitement. I shall ensure he remains of his own free will. Feels like there's someone shady nearby. Luffy's observation haki, amplified by the Ninetales chakra, extended his perception far beyond the ordinary. He sensed a malevolent presence emanating from the direction of the Uchiha compound. Placing a hand above his brow, he squinted toward the distance. Sure Sui, your eyes, I shall claim them. The moment Naruto was expelled from Kamui's dimension, Obito instantly appeared before Sure Sui. Gazing upon Sure Sui's eyes, now reverted to their ordinary black hue, Obito could scarcely contain his excitement, his hands trembling faintly. Originally, one of those eyes had been in Danza's possession, the other in Itachi's. To seize them from either would have been nigh impossible. Even if he defeated them, they might have destroyed the eyes before he could claim them. Before tonight, Obito had not held much interest in Sure Sui's eyes. His obsession had been obtaining the Rinnegan from Nagato to resurrect Rin. The failed massacre was never his plan to begin with. He could have simply walked away. But witnessing Danza's astonishing transformation had revealed the true might of Kotoa Mitsukami, awakening Obito to the immense value of Sure Sui's eyes. Exhausted from battle, Sure Sui's body was weakened. His eyes still in cool down, unable to activate their power again. This was the perfect opportunity to steal them. Even if Itachi refused to proceed with the massacre, Obito had disrupted the seal on Naruto's stomach to unleash the Nine Tails once more, all for the sake of Sure Sui's eyes. With the village's shinobi drawn toward the Nine Tails, the Uchiha compound was left defenseless, populated only by the frail and infirm. You will not lay a hand on him. Itachi stepped forward, a long blade in hand. Itachi. Sure Sui was taken aback by his intervention. Observing Itachi's bleeding eyes and labored breaths, Obito smirked. After his battle with Luffy, Itachi had little strength left to fight. Obito swiftly appeared beside Uchiha Itachi, and with a grand sweep of his hand, pulled him into the Kamui dimension. There. The nuisance is dealt with, Obito muttered as he turned his gaze towards Sure Sui. In the distance, the Nine Tails rampaged, its roars and tremors reverberating through the air. In the next instant, Obito materialized behind Sure Sui, kunai in hand, thrusting towards him. Without turning, Sure Sui dashed forward, narrowly evading the blade. Obito pursued relentlessly, launching a flurry of attacks. He knew he had to act swiftly. Sure Sui must not be given the chance to destroy his eyes. Exhausted, Sure Sui was barely holding on. Tonight, he had endured 2 brutal battles, his ocular power depleted, his body pushed beyond its limits. All he desired was to collapse and rest. Yet he understood the catastrophic consequences should his Manjiki Sharingan fall into enemy hands. Closing his eyes, he relied on Kinbunchika Haki to sense Obito's movements, dodging only at the last possible moment to conserve his dwindling strength. After several exchanges, Obito grew frustrated. Sure Sui remained frustratingly elusive. A familiar sensation gnawed at him. Just like that time he recalled the straw-hatted boy who had similarly seen through his techniques. Is this an ability that can be learned? Suddenly, an eerie silence unsettled him. The Nine Tails' destructive clamor had ceased. Goma Goma no. Before Obito could react, a crushing force slammed into his back. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent hurtling forward. Sure Sui, are you all right? A golden, radiant Luffy appeared beside Sure Sui. Obito staggered to his feet, eyes widening in shock at the sight of the miniature Nine Tails perched on Luffy's shoulder. This brat became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Konoha entrusted their beast to an outsider? No. His gaze shifted to Naruto, who arrived moments later. He became a perfect Jinchuriki without guidance? How? Hey, Uchiha Madara. Sure Sui's voice rang out. Obito turned stiffly, only to freeze in horror. Where Sure Sui's eye should have been, only hollow, bloodied sockets remained. The Manjiki Sharingan, capable of unleashing the supreme Genjutsu, Kotoa Mitsukami. The power that could ignite wars, had been obliterated by Sure Sui's own hand. Twin trails of crimson streaked his face as Sure Sui smiled serenely. The source of calamity, I destroyed it myself. Chapter 60. The third Hokage steps down. Who will take the helm? The crowd watched as the swirling vortex appeared, and Obito vanished before their eyes. Sure Sui spoke with a hint of remorse. Sorry, Luffy. I've let the pirate crew down. Standing beside Sure Sui, Luffy shook his head. Nah, that was pretty cool. Naruto frowned in confusion. What's so cool about that? Kurama, perched on his shoulder, explained, listen, kid. Defeating a strong enemy is tough. But that's not what makes it impressive. It's willingly sacrificing something precious for the sake of others. Someone like that, how strong must their heart be? Oh. Naruto nodded vaguely, still not fully grasping it. After all, he was only 7 years old. Luffy tilted his head toward Sure Sui. So, you're joining the crew? Sure Sui nodded. Yes. Awesome. Another member for the crew. Naruto cheered. But I'm sorry, I can't go on adventures with you, Sure Sui said calmly, his expression serene despite having just lost his eyes. I want to stay in Konoha and protect it. Luffy grinned. Sure, no problem. Watch this. Luffy mimicked a ninja's hand seal, clapping his palms together. Fireball. He took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. Boom. A massive fireball erupted, soaring through the air before crashing dozens of meters away. The bright flames illuminated their faces. Shursui stared in shock. When had Luffy learned ninjutsu? Then, sensing Kurama's chakra within him, he chuckled. Kurama was the one who performed the jutsu for you. Luffy planted his hands on his hips and laughed. So? I can shoot fire now. No more bothering you for barbecues. Shursui burst into laughter as well. By then, the third Hokage and a group of elite shinobi had arrived. After a night of constant movement, the ninja were exhausted. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, smiled warmly at Luffy. Young man, thank you for saving the village. Luffy scratched his head. Oh, I remember you. You're the one Naru, MMPH. Naruto panicked, clamping a hand over Luffy's mouth. Shursui quickly interjected, Luffy, the Hokage is the leader of Konoha. His name is Hiruzen Sarutobi. Luffy bowed seriously. My apologies, Saru. Hiru, whatever. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate king from another world. Naruto groaned. It's Hiruzen Sarutobi, you idiot. Hiruzen's eye twitched, but he maintained his kindly tone. Luffy, you must be exhausted. Why not join me for a meal? Along the way, Hiruzen pieced together the situation. He quickly deduced Luffy's preferences. All this over a paint job? A simple meal would have sufficed. Luffy beamed. Man, you're a real nice guy, Saru. Hiru, whatever. Let's go, I'm starving. Thanks to Luffy hurling Kurama away in time, Konoha had suffered minimal damage. The uninjured ninjas were outside assisting the villagers in repairing their houses. Hokage's office. On the first floor, Luffy and Naruto were surrounded by mountains of food, devouring it all with gusto. Shursui, Kakashi, and others were also present. Having received Kurama's chakra from Naruto, they were gradually recovering their strength. On the second floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, facing the heads of the major ninja clans. Along with Danzo, everyone, for reasons we all know, I have decided to step down from my position as the third Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi spoke first. Lord Hokage, those in high positions often have no choice. Some actions you took were for the sake of Konoha, and no one blames you. Nara Shikaku added, Lord Hokage, your position was personally appointed by the second Hokage. There is no question of its legitimacy. As for specific decisions, well, minor issues can always be discussed. Danzo, displeased, rebuked, Shikaku, you're being dishonest. And was the second Hokage always right? Shikaku's lips twitched. Never had he imagined being accused of dishonesty by Danzo. Hearing this, the others were equally shocked. Was this the same Danzo who revered the second Hokage? The succession of the Hokage had always followed an unspoken rule, either brothers or master and disciple. To break this tradition and make the selection fair and just, Hiruzen could no longer remain Hokage, and as a disciple of the second Hokage, Danzo himself was ineligible. I believe the most impartial method is to have all ninjas vote for the next Hokage. Everyone may nominate their preferred candidate. Akimichi Choza, closest to Shikaku among the Inoshikacho trio, immediately spoke up. I think nah. Before he could finish, Shikaku kicked him under the table. Shikaku said solemnly, changing the Hokage without reason would destabilize the village. I believe it's best for Lord Third to continue. Yes, I agree, Hayashi echoed. Hiruzen sighed. Thank you for your kindness. But my decision is final. Seeing the others about to protest, Hiruzen raised his hand, palm down, gently pressing the air to signal silence. My mind is made up. There's no need to persuade me further. The truth was, Danzo had become too righteous, and their relationship was too intertwined. Danzo knew everything Hiruzen had ever done. If Hiruzen remained Hokage, Danzo might expose it all, piece by piece. Stepping down now was far more dignified than being forced out later. Please, nominate your candidates. After Hiruzen's words, the office fell into complete silence. Danzo was the first to step forward. I nominate Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui. Both are powerful, possess leadership experience, and are respected among their peers. Most importantly, they are honest, upright, and truly care for Konoha. The leader of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Inoichi, spoke up. I believe these two young men are still too inexperienced. It would be better to choose from the older generation of highly respected shinobi. Of course, youth implies inexperience, but is that necessarily a flaw? Was the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, not young? Danz retorted with a frown. A glint of cunning flashed in Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes. Danz, you just mentioned that the fourth Hokage's succession was merely a master-disciple inheritance among Hokages. Hardly fair. Shursui is blind, and thus unfit for the position of Hokage. As for selecting Hitaki Kakashi, that is merely your own guilt speaking, an attempt to compensate. That is not true fairness. Yamanaka and Noichi's eloquent argument left Dan momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. He felt he had been entirely practical, nominating the two candidates he deemed most suitable. Being an honest and upright man, it seemed, was not as simple as it appeared. Nara Shikaku then interjected, "In truth, there is only one possible choice for the Hokage position. Only one person can assume the role." All eyes turned to him, puzzled by his assertion. Hiruzen Sarutobi, assuming he was about to be persuaded once more, spoke first. "My decision is final, Shikaku. There is no need to dissuade me further." Nara Shikaku straightened his expression. "The candidate I speak of is not you, Lord Third Hokage. In my judgment, there is only one truly suitable successor, Uzumaki Naruto." What? Chapter 61. Luffy, please become the Hokage. After Nara Shikaku mentioned Naruto's name, everyone was stunned. "Shikaku, are you serious? Making a 7-year-old the Hokage? Naruto is always causing trouble, turning the village upside down. How could someone like him become Hokage? Konoha would become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world. Even the daimyo wouldn't agree to Naruto becoming Hokage." The room buzzed with objections, and even Dan furrowed his brow. He too believed Naruto was unworthy of the title. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, contemplating Shikaku's words. Dan asked, "Is this because Naruto plans to leave the village with Luffy on an adventure?" Shikaku nodded. "Without imprisoning Naruto, I can't think of any other way to keep him in the village. Letting a perfect Jinchuriki leave would only benefit others eventually. Naruto has always dreamed of becoming Hokage. He has made sure everyone knows it. Why not grant him the title and name while we continue managing affairs as usual?" Preposterous. The head of the Aburame clan couldn't contain his anger. Using the Hokage's position as a tool to control a Jinchuriki? How could you propose such an outrageous idea? The Jinchuriki is Konoha's asset. Why shouldn't we imprison him? If he disobeys, we can extract the Nine Tails and create a new vessel. Shikaku countered. Who in Konoha today has the ability to create another Jinchuriki? If we imprison a perfect Jinchuriki and anger him, how is that any different from facing the Nine Tails directly? A perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is even more destructive than the beast itself. Can you defeat him? If things spiral out of control, can you bear the consequences? Under Shikaku's relentless questioning, the Aburame clan head fell silent. All eyes turned to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a moment of thought, Hiruzen said, "Shall we summon Naruto?" Dan immediately objected. "I oppose making Naruto Hokage. How can we barter the Hokage's position just to keep him here? If Naruto wishes to leave the village, that's his choice. Let him go. The Hokage must be someone truly suitable for the role. I believe that without resorting to schemes, Konoha can still thrive through our collective efforts." The others exchanged glances. Wait, since when does Dan say things like this? The old Dans would have been the first to suggest imprisoning Naruto. This was supposed to be your moment to shine with your usual control tactics. For the first time, they found Dan's newfound righteousness unsettling. Shikaku, too, fell silent. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. It seems there is only one option left. First floor Luffy was devouring food at an alarming pace, his hands moving non-stop from plate to mouth. Naruto, already full, sat beside him rubbing his stomach. On his shoulder, Kurama teased, "Kid, you barely ate anything. No wonder you're so short." I certainly wouldn't want my Jinchuriki to be a shorty. How embarrassing would that be when meeting other-tailed beasts? Do the other-tailed beasts know you? Naruto asked curiously. "I'm their big brother," the Nine Tails declared with pride. Hearing this, Kakashi suddenly inquired, "Do you know how you were created?" "Of course. All 9 of us were made by the old man." "Who's the old man?" The Nine Tails replied impatiently, "The old man is the old man. He just abandoned us and left." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. The third Hokage descended with a group of clan leaders. And the entire first-floor hall fell silent. The only sound was Luffy noisily chewing in the background. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Naruto and the tiny Nine Tails perched on his shoulder. Gently, he said, "Naruto, we would like to nominate you as Hokage. What do you think?" With a clatter, Naruto toppled off his stool. "Huh." He dusted himself off as he stood up. "No way. I'm already a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and soon I'll be setting off on adventures with my captain." The clan leaders were stunned. The position of Hokage, fought over so fiercely, was being offered to Naruto, and he didn't even want it. The head of the Aburame clan thought to himself, perhaps I could use poison insects to control him? The Nine Tails on Naruto's shoulder immediately sensed his malice and roared. "You there, old man, looking to die?" The Aburame leader flinched and forced an awkward chuckle. Kakashi and the other Jonin remained silent, merely observing. Some among them, however, had already guessed why Naruto was being offered the position. Hiruzen spoke slowly. Naruto, when your father became the fourth Hokage, it was I who stepped aside. Now, as his son, you are being nominated, and again, it is I who would yield. What a remarkable legacy. Would you break this tradition? Do you not wish to inherit your father as well as Hokage? Naruto fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze, his eyes resolute as he met Hiruzen's. Grandpa Third, becoming Hokage was once my dream. Even until tonight, it still was. Protecting others is noble, and being acknowledged by everyone makes me happy. If only you had acknowledged me sooner. But after meeting my captain, everything changed. Luffy made me realize something. Rather than begging for others' approval, true happiness comes from following my heart. To protect others, I must first protect my own soul. How can I guard the village if I can't even guard myself? Beside them, Shisui Uchiha nearly spoke but held back. He thought of Itachi, how he had failed to protect his own heart, becoming a pawn for Danzo and that masked Uchiha. Indeed, we all learned so much from Luffy. It was Luffy who helped me rediscover myself and understand what I truly want to protect. Shisui pondered Naruto's words and found himself increasingly in agreement. What nonsense about protection. As a shinobi of Konoha, the village needs you to become Hokage. Is such a simple task truly beyond your capability? Does becoming Hokage trouble you so deeply? Many would kill for the opportunity, yet never attain it. Some clan heads couldn't help but reprimand. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly at Naruto's unwavering resolve. I knew it would come to this. Naruto's stubbornness mirrors his mother's. Then there remains only one final solution, he declared before turning to Luffy, who was still feasting heartily. In a pleading tone, he asked, Luffy-kun, will you become Hokage? Luffy swallowed the meat in his mouth, scratched his cheek with a finger, and after a moment's thought, answered, Nah, wah. The gathered shinobi erupted in disbelief. Chapter 62 The fifth Hokage. A certain clan leader stuttered this, 3 times in succession, utterly at a loss for words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal was even more shocking than Narashikaku's suggestion of making Naruto the Hokage. A single thought echoed in everyone's minds, Lord Third Hokage. Have you gone mad? Danzo was also momentarily stunned. For the first time, he could empathize with Sarutobi Hiruzen's past frustrations. He had often acted first and sought approval later, leaving the mess for Hiruzen to clean up. So this was how it felt? Being an upright man was no easy task, since Naruto only obeyed Luffy now. Making Luffy the Hokage would ensure Naruto stayed in the village as well. Hiruzen, so this was your plan all along? It was a bold move. Had it been proposed earlier, no one would have agreed. But if the third Hokage personally requested it and Luffy accepted, what could anyone do? This young man was righteous, kind-hearted, and always eager to help. Most importantly, Luffy was simple-minded, easier to control than Naruto, wasn't he? Even after turning righteous, Danzo's sharp intellect remained, naturally attuned to schemes. Luffy picked his nose and said, I don't like staying in one place for too long. And being Hokage sounds boring. Hiruzen, as if oblivious to the stunned gazes of the shinobi, smiled and pointed at Danzo. Being Hokage is simple. Look at me. I let them handle everything while I just watch through my crystal ball. Luffy frowned in contemplation. The crowd inwardly groaned. Seriously, Lord Third Hokage. How can you treat this so lightly? Naruto shook Luffy's arm urgently. Luffy, don't be fooled. We have adventures to go on. Hiruzen smiled gently. Luffy-kun, if you become Hokage, your face will be carved onto the Hokage rock. Luffy's eyes lit up. Carved onto that huge cliff? Your face is up there too, right? Indeed. I worked hard to become Hokage just to have my face immortalized there. Hiruzen chuckled. Once it's carved, the whole village will see it. Doesn't that sound cool? Luffy nodded unconsciously. I can tell you love your straw hat. I suggest having it carved along with your likeness, Hiruzen remarked, glancing at Luffy's hat. A seasoned veteran like Hiruzen knew exactly how to flatter someone, subtle, seamless, and utterly disarming. Danzo couldn't help but frown. Oi, Hiruzen, since when are you so dishonest? Luffy rubbed his chin. Being Hokage doesn't sound so bad after all. All right, I accept. This is absurd. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. The clan leaders all furrowed their brows. Luffy, do you even know how to be Hokage? Hiruzen asked again. Nope. Luffy answered without hesitation. Unable to become Hokage. My face won't be carved on the Hokage rock. What should I do? Luffy scratched his head in frustration. Let me help you with that. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, mused. To ensure you become Hokage smoothly, How about I assign you some assistants? Sounds good. Hiruzen turned to the clan leaders. I propose each of you sends one elite from your clan to assist Luffy. The clan heads exchanged glances, uncertain of Hiruzen's intentions. With a knowing smile, Hiruzen continued. If Luffy doesn't know how to be Hokage, do any of you? Have them learn the daily duties of the position. The next Hokage can then be chosen from among these assistants, as Danzo suggested. Danzo, who had been waiting for an opportunity to oppose, found himself unexpectedly agreeing. The proposal seemed fair. Add Kakashi and Shursui as well, Danzo added. Kakashi is undoubtedly the finest of the younger generation in the Hitaki clan. With the Uchiha clan leader dead and Itachi gone, Shursui is now the strongest among them. Including them as Hokage's aides would not be unreasonable. Hiruzen nodded. Agreed. Naruto tugged frantically at Luffy's arm. Luffy, why did you agree to this? I wanted to go on adventures with you soon. Luffy grinned. Once my face is carved on the rock, we'll sneak out of the village. The crowd groaned. You're saying that out loud. Unfazed, Hiruzen chuckled. Very well. It's settled. The next day, the village square was packed with shinobi. Dressed in his Hokage robes and hat, the third Hokage stood on the platform and announced, the inauguration ceremony for the fifth Hokage begins now. Presided over by myself, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Please welcome the hero who defeated the invaders, resolved the Nine-Tails crisis, and will now assume the title of fifth Hokage, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy stepped forward, clad in the Hokage's attire, the number 5 emblazoned on his hat. Naruto gazed up at him from below, admiration in his eyes. Luffy, you look so cool. He had once dreamed of wearing those robes himself. A quiet sigh escaped him. Beside him stood Uchiha Shursui, his eyes concealed beneath a black cloth. Hearing Naruto's sigh, he offered encouragement. I believe you'll stand there one day too, Naruto. Naruto turned to him. Really? But my dream has changed. I want to sail with my captain on adventures. Shursui smiled. Who says you can't have more than one dream? Being Hokage and going on adventures, are they really in conflict? He gestured toward Luffy. Didn't Luffy become Hokage? Do you think he'll stop adventuring? Naruto's eyes widened, sparkling with realization, and he broke into a grin. You're right. Chuckles mischievously. Luffy waved enthusiastically at the crowd below. My name is Luffy, and from now on I shall be the Hokage. I look forward to working with you all. Only a sparse chorus of cheers rose from the assembled shinobi. When the Nine-Tails had attacked the village, many had witnessed Luffy effortlessly hurling the colossal beast into the distance. The Uchiha clansmen and the AMBU operatives from Root had beheld his breathtaking duel against the Susanoo. Yet the majority of the gathered ninja had neither seen him in action nor even heard his name before. To them, this sudden proclamation of a fifth Hokage seemed utterly bewildering. Just because he saved the village, he gets to be Hokage? Isn't this a bit too reckless? Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, the initial cheers dissolving into skeptical whispers. Resentment simmered beneath the surface. I object. Someone shouted. The Hokage should be the strongest in the village. Exactly. What feats has he accomplished to deserve this? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. He had already secured agreements with the major clans. Why were dissenting voices emerging now? Was there opposition to this decision? Leaning toward Luffy, he murmured, Luffy, perhaps you could demonstrate that crimson lightning technique of yours. Just enough to quell their doubts. Luffy blinked, then flashed a wide grin. Got it. In the next instant, the clear sky darkened abruptly. The oppressive weight of Conqueror's haki descended like a thunderclap. Crimson lightning crackled violently across the assembly. The previously defiant shinobi collapsed one after another, foaming at the mouth, unconscious before they hit the ground. Turning to Hiruzen with an easy smile, Luffy announced, There. All doubts have been settled. Chapter 63. The bustling Konoha. So you wanted me to paint the Hokage rock. You should have said so clearly. Ahaha. Luffy stood shoulder to shoulder with Naruto at the base of the Hokage rock, laughing heartily. Naruto widened his eyes in reproach. Luffy, everyone knows what the Hokage rock is. How is it my fault for not explaining? Besides, does Hokage rock sound like a person's name? Scratching his head with an innocent expression, Luffy replied, Well, I asked a guy. And he told me Hokage. Hokage rock. Never mind, don't worry about it. He lifted a full bucket of paint from the ground, flashing a broad grin. I'm really sorry for not keeping my promise. Let me make it up to you today. Naruto nodded seriously, picking up another bucket. Let's do it, Captain. Whoosh, Luffy stretched one arm to grip the edge of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's statue, while his other hand grabbed Naruto's clothes. The two soared toward the Hokage rock. Wahahaha. Naruto, now accustomed to Luffy's aerial antics, laughed joyfully mid-flight. The moment they landed atop Hashirama's head, a calm voice interjected. Painting the Hokage rock violates regulations, even for the Hokage himself. Itachi, you're part of the Straw Hat Pirates. How can you stop your captain? Naruto complained at the waiting figure. Hokage-sama, please return to your office. Many matters require your personal attention, Itachi said, a black cloth tied over his eyes as he turned toward Luffy. Shishishi, I refuse. Luffy grinned, raising his paintbrush. Then I must stop you, Captain, Itachi replied gravely. Bring it on, Itachi. Itachi formed hand seals, summoning foreshadow clones. Bam! A rock behind Luffy vanished, replaced by Kakashi. Youth! Might Guy burst onto the scene from nowhere. Whoa, so many people. Luffy grabbed Naruto and bolted. We're gonna get caught. Run. Whoosh. He leapt straight off the Hokage rock. Capture the Hokage. Luffy skidded to a halt at a street corner. Konoha shinobi materialized, on the roads, rooftops, even lampposts, blocking every exit. You can't escape, Hokage-sama. Today, we will drag you back to the office. Your assistants have handled everything. Only your signature remains. Lazy Hokage, surrender now. Amidst the clamor, clatter. Luffy had already slipped into the next street. That damn monkey again. And that fox brat. Disasters like you, get out. Leave the village. Windows on the second floor flung open. Hurling vegetables, milk, eggs, and meat at Luffy. Ducking around a corner, Luffy and Naruto clutched armfuls of meat. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Boss, ramen. Luffy and Naruto barged into the shop, shouting eagerly. Oh, it's the Hokage, said Ayam, the owner's daughter, balancing a tray with a soft smile. Today's ramen is on the house. Tucci, the shop's owner, grinned warmly. Consider it thanks for saving the village. Soon, Ayam brought out 2 steaming bowls. The commotion outside grew louder. Are they looking for you? She asked. Luffy's eyes remained fixed on the ramen until the bowl was placed before him. Who knows? He muttered before diving in. Another bowl. Another bowl. Another bowl. The chant echoed through the shop, startling other customers. Naruto managed 3 bowls before surrendering. But Luffy showed no signs of slowing, his stack of empty bowls doubling. Tucci kneaded dough fiercely, sweat beading on his brow. Fine. Let's test our endurance. Father. Don't push yourself, Ayam fretted. Wiping his forehead, Tucci stubbornly insisted, I'm not pushing anything. Luffy drained his broth and set the bowl down. Old man, this isn't nearly enough. Half an hour later, thud. Tucci slammed a massive pot before Luffy, his expression dark. That's it. No more. Luffy buried his face in the pot, devouring the contents. Exhausted, Tucci collapsed onto a stool. Who would have thought the boy who ate here days ago would become Hokage? Ayam chuckled, pouring tea for her father. Tucci gulped it down. Honestly, the 3rd Hokage has lost his mind. This doesn't feel like a Hokage at all. Then what does he resemble? Tucci glanced outside, where layers of shinobi encircled the shop. More like a wanted criminal. 3 months later, Hokage's office. Guards stood every few meters, barricading escape routes. Luffy sprawled atop a mountain of paperwork, snoring, a pen loosely clutched in his hand. Shursui and Kakashi sifted through files nearby. Did the 3rd Hokage really handle this much? Kakashi grumbled. In his memory, the desk had always been bare, save for a crystal ball. The 3rd insisted the 5th's face on Hokage rock must be carved, slowly, preferably over years, Shursui admitted. Uneasy, Kakashi eyed the slumbering Luffy. Then we'll stall. Perhaps he had yet to devise a method to detain Luffy. Oh no. Within the Hokage's office, a luminous sphere abruptly materialized around Luffy. The radiant orb expanded relentlessly, engulfing his entire form before vanishing into thin air, taking Luffy with it. Neither Shursui nor Kakashi could react swiftly enough. The 5th Hokage had disappeared before their very eyes. Do you think others will believe our account? Kakashi murmured, his brow furrowed with concern. East Blue, Shimatsuki Village. In the courtyard center, a green-haired swordsman swung his blade relentlessly amidst a chaotic clutter of scattered objects. Without warning, another radiant sphere manifested. With a resounding thud, Luffy tumbled out, rubbing his drowsy eyes before beaming with delight. Yo, Zoro. Chapter 64. News of Blackbeard Zoro. Luffy exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leaping into the air. Zoro responded with a smile, the kind reserved for reunions with old friends. Yo, Luffy. You weren't easy to find. Luffy frowned, displeased. How is it that after just a few months, you've already dragged me back? Zoro looked startled. A few months? It's only been about 10 days since you left. Huh. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang. The door to the room was kicked open. Damn mosshead. The yard's piled high with junk. When were you planning to actually find Luffy? In the corner of the yard lay a heap of miscellaneous objects: refrigerators, sailboats, car tires, single beds, towels, toilets, radios, massive sewer pipes, and more. Every time Zoro used his 3,000 worlds technique, something from another world would materialize here. Sanji, a cigarette dangling from his lips, emerged carrying 2 large trays of food. Spotting Luffy, his eyes lit up. Luffy. He set down a massive plate of cake and another piled high with roasted bacon on the table in the yard. Mosshead, you're actually useful for once. Shut up. Shitty cook. Wow. Sanji's cooking. Luffy immediately pounced on the food, devouring it ravenously. The tiny chopper wriggled out from inside one of the enormous sewer pipes. Stop fighting. You too. Luffy, let me examine you. Chopper, stethoscope in place, began a thorough checkup. Luffy continued eating enthusiastically, allowing Chopper to inspect him without protest. After a long while, Chopper removed the stethoscope and spoke gravely. Luffy, you got into another fight over there, didn't you? Your injuries have worsened again, though it seems someone treated you. Chopper retrieved his medical kit and resumed his meticulous examination. Boom. Crash. Super. Pervert. Frankie burst forth from the mountain of junk, sending objects flying into the air before they rained down chaotically. A skeleton was among the airborne debris. Brooke scrambled up from the ground, fleeing in panic. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That was terrifying. I almost got crushed. Zoro swung his sword, grumbling. Oi, Frankie, Brooke, stop wrecking my yard. Sanji shouted toward the outside. Nami-san. Robin-chan. Dinner's ready. Luffy. Usopp entered, beaming with excitement. Why is everyone at Zoro's place? Luffy asked, puzzled. Didn't I disband the crew? Nami pinched Luffy's cheek. You think you can just disband us like that? Since when does the captain make decisions unilaterally? Luffy chewed loudly, unbothered by Nami's grip on his face. Look at all this junk in the yard. It's all stuff Zoro's been summoning these past days. If we hadn't found you soon, we were planning to leave. I'm full. Luffy patted his stomach and plopped down onto the ground. Usopp sat beside him, grinning. Luffy, what kind of adventures did you have in that other world? Luffy pondered for a moment before answering. I ended up in a place that felt a lot like Wano. In a place called Konohagakure. The village was filled with ninjas. Chopper asked excitedly, ninjas? Can they use ninjutsu? Of course. They can breathe fire, summon water, and even conjure a colossal skeleton. There's also a massive 9-tailed fox. I even made it my companion. It's fascinating. Frankie extended his mechanical arm and declared, my arm can shoot flames too. Usopp and Chopper's eyes sparkled with awe. The 9-tailed fox is our ally. A giant skeleton. Water summoning ninjas? Did you learn ninjutsu, Luffy? Luffy scratched his head and grinned. Nah, I didn't but I became the Hokage. What is a Hokage? The leader of all ninjas. Wow, Luffy, you're amazing. Nami approached and asked, what has got you all so excited? Then she spotted Luffy. Luffy. Long time no see. She immediately embraced him. Luffy pushed her away with slight annoyance. Nami, you're squeezing too tight. I can't eat like this. Sanji floated by, hearts in his eyes. Hug me instead, Nami-san. You're my oxygen. Hold me as tight as you want. Nami rolled her eyes. Enough, Sanji. Hey, Luffy, Usopp boasted proudly. After you left, our bounties increased again. Luffy perked up. Oh, what about mine? Yours stayed the same. You're already the pirate king. The bounty just the world government formality now. Robin walked over, a thick book in hand. Sanji cleared Luffy's empty plates and replenished the table with food. Zoro sheathed his 3 swords after training. Come eat, Pirate King's right hand, Nami teased. Luffy blinked, then beamed. Is that Zoro's new title? Sanji fumed. I should be the Pirate King's right hand. Why is that title going to that moss-headed idiot? Zoro grabbed a large mug of sake and smirked. You're more like the Pirate King's right leg, shit cook. Luffy laughed. Shishishi. Don't worry about it. He raised his drink, scanning his crew. Let us party, everyone. Brooke played his violin, the lively melody of Bink sake filling the air. The Straw Hat Pirates danced, sang, feasted, and drank to their heart's content. Much later, exhaustion took over, and they all collapsed into sleep. Hey, Luffy. Zoro sat beside him, expression grave. The reason I rushed to bring you back is because of this. He pulled a note from his belt and handed it to Luffy. A letter from Blackbeard. Luffy turned to him, his demeanor darkening. Zoro continued, he is looking for you. This was given to me by Lafitte, captain of the Blackbeard Pirates' 5th ship. He told me to pass it to you. Luffy unfolded the note, upon which a single line was inscribed, seeking vengeance for your brother? Come, Pirate King. I await you at Marineford. Ace had been captured by Blackbeard and handed over to the Marines, meeting his end at Marineford. The memory of that fateful day surged through Luffy, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. Blackbeard teach. So he's no longer hiding from me. Having allied with the world government, Blackbeard had devoured vast territories once held by Shanks and Buggy, rendering the title of the Four Emperors hollow. Now, as the one who bears the title of Pirate King, you are his true target, Robin remarked, leaning against a tree. Marine headquarters, Marineford. From the East Blue where we stand, there's only one path to reach it, Zoro stated calmly. Luffy, are we to enter the Grand Line again? This time, we must choose our route wisely. I've gathered numerous eternal pose, Nami interjected, sitting up abruptly, her eyes gleaming under the moonlight. Fantastic. Entering through Reverse Mountain again. What a nostalgic thought, Usopp chimed in, rousing from his slumber with enthusiasm. Chopper wriggled excitedly. I'd love to relive the adventure of the Grand Line from the beginning with everyone. Then, a realization struck him. Wait, Luffy, your body won't last that long. Usopp paled. What? Don't scare me like that. Luffy seems perfectly fine now. Chopper's expression turned grave. Though I can't pinpoint the exact time frame. I'm certain Luffy's injuries will erupt within 6 months. By then, even I won't be able to suppress them. A wave of panic swept through the crew. What do we do? They cried. Chopper paced on his short legs before halting abruptly. Luffy received treatment from a doctor in that village called Konoha. Their methods were entirely unfamiliar to me, yet they delayed the progression of his condition. If we seek that doctor's aid, there's a chance Luffy can be cured. Luffy pondered. You mean Kabuto? He promised to join my crew. Getting treated by him won't be a problem. I'll return to Konoha, heal up, and then pummel Blackbeard into oblivion. Usopp brightened. I'll come with you, Luffy. Zoro intervened. No, my control over this power isn't flawless yet. If I send you both and fail to retrieve you, it'll be disastrous. Usopp, you might end up in a different world entirely. Alone. In an unfamiliar place. What if? Usopp raised a hand, cutting him off. Enough, Zoro. The more you say, the more terrified I get. Luffy should go alone. Nami suggested. Must you leave so soon? Rest a few more days, Luffy. Yeah, sure. Year 60 of Konoha. The day before Naruto's graduation exam. Mizuki sought out Naruto. For narrative fluidity and Naruto's plausible growth. Time flows differently between the worlds. Roughly a month in the pirate realm equates to a year in the shinobi world. Therefore, approximately 6 years passed from the night of the massacre until graduation from the Ninja Academy, while only 6 months elapsed in the world of pirates. Chapter 65. Naruto's premature growth. So this is the multi-shadow clone jutsu? Dozens of Narutos stood with arms akimbo, laughing boisterously in unison. The scroll of seals lay open, casually discarded on the ground. Mizuki approached Naruto, pausing beside the scroll. See, I told you the techniques in this scroll far surpass anything taught at the academy. Mizuki-sensei. The scroll of seals is indeed impressive. However, suddenly, a massive hand formed of golden chakra surged from Naruto's body, seizing Mizuki midair. What exactly were you planning with such malicious intent near the scroll? Over the past 5 years, Naruto had grown remarkably close to Kurama. Sensing hostility had become second nature to him. The world is so beautiful, yet you're filled with such malice. That's no good, you know. Dangling helplessly. Mizuki kicked his legs in panic. How? The villagers curse you daily. Aren't you supposed to be heartbroken and depressed? All an act. I couldn't care less. Naruto stuck out his tongue playfully. Ever since meeting the captain, being called a demon fox means nothing. They can shout it all they want. His eyes sparkled at the mention of Luffy. I'll master more jutsu, grow stronger, and set sail with him when he returns. Mizuki sneered. The 5th Hokage? He's gone. Vanished forever. Naruto's gaze turned glacial. Oh, you claim the captain will never return? Then let this world without him burn, and you'll be the first to perish. A shiver ran down Mizuki's spine. And no, Naruto, I was joking. The 5th will absolutely return. Instantly, Naruto's frosty demeanor melted into a sunny grin. You think so too, right? Why yes, absolutely. Peace had graced Konoha these years. Naruto had never once tapped into Kurama's power. His usual carefree demeanor had lulled Mizuki into false confidence. Naruto. Iruka's voice echoed through the trees. Iruka-sensei, over here. Hoisting the scroll onto his back, Naruto waved enthusiastically. When Iruka arrived, he gaped at Mizuki suspended midair. Naruto. What is happening? Mizuki-sensei stole the 3rd Hokage's scroll of seals. I caught him. Naruto patted the scroll, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Wait, rumors said you stole it. Nope. Naruto shook his head. I saw Mizuki-sensei sneaking into Gramps' place, so I followed. Caught him red-handed here. Really? Irika eyed Mizuki skeptically. Mizuki shuddered as Kurama's chakra seared his skin like acid. The image of the nine-tailed savage visage flashed through his mind, those terrifying vertical pupils glaring fixedly at Mizuki as the beast's low, rumbling voice echoed in his ears. Boy, choose your next words carefully. Otherwise, I'll reduce you to ashes. Mizuki stood utterly petrified, stammering, I serve Lord Orochimaru. I deceived Naruto and stole the scroll of seals. Irika was stunned. The colleague he had worked alongside for years turned out to be a spy. He turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, how did you know Mizuki was Orochimaru's spy? Naruto blinked, then scratched the back of his head with a boisterous laugh. Just a gut feeling, I guess. Something about him seemed off, so I questioned him, and sure enough, he was a spy. A gut feeling, huh? Irika chuckled. That's just like the fifth Hokage, acting like a fool most of the time, but always making the right call when it matters. Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? You think so, Irika-sensei? Irika smiled warmly. Yes. You're becoming more and more like the fifth Hokage every day. Orochimaru has set his sights on Naruto, the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared gravely from behind his desk. Deploy Yimbiu operatives for round-the-clock protection immediately. Dan's was the first to speak up. After the fifth Hokage's disappearance, Hiruzen had reluctantly resumed the mantle of leadership, never expecting to wear the hat for a third time. Now, Root and Yimbiu had merged, having reformed his ways. Dan's had been rightfully appointed as the true commander of the Yimbiu. Yimbiu protection is necessary, of course, Hiruzen mused. Naruto is about to graduate from the academy. To ensure his safety and growth, I'd like you to take him under your wing, Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated briefly before responding, understood. And Sasuke as well. That boy has grown increasingly withdrawn since that night. You have experience emerging from darkness. He would benefit from your guidance. Perhaps Itachi should teach Sasuke instead? Kakashi suggested. Itachi, his eyes veiled behind a black cloth, turned toward Kakashi with a faint smile. Kakashi, I can instruct Sasuke in the evenings when he returns to the clan compound. That way, he'll have two mentors. Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance. You've thought this through, haven't you? Big bro Naruto, wait up. Konohamaru called, chasing after him. Oh, Konohamaru. What is up? Naruto glanced back, but kept walking. Teach me some ninjutsu. Konohamaru pleaded, eyes brimming with admiration. Didn't Gramps assign Ebisu as your personal tutor? Naruto continued ambling forward. But Konohamaru barely got a word out before angry shouts erupted from the surrounding houses. That brat is back again. Stay away from us, you monster. Because of you, the village has suffered nothing but calamity. A hail of objects rained down upon Naruto. Naruto nimbly leaped and darted about, catching 7 or 8 eggs, several slices of bread, and 2 cartons of milk. With gratitude in his heart, he removed his jacket, stuffed it full of the provisions, and dashed away swiftly. Phew, glad nothing broke. Naruto murmured to himself as he pulled out a milk carton, opened it, and took a hearty swig. Then, carrying the bulging bag of groceries, he strolled leisurely onward. Konohamaru, visibly irritated, demanded, Naruto, how can you not be angry when they insult you like that? Naruto turned his head curiously, regarding Konohamaru with a puzzled expression. Why should I be angry? It's just a misunderstanding, isn't it? Then why don't you explain yourself? With so many people hurling insults, who would I even explain to? Clang. Naruto tossed the empty milk carton with perfect precision into a roadside trash bin. As he did, he noticed a familiar figure peeking at him from around the corner. Hey, Hinata, why do you always sneak around following me? The moment Naruto's gaze met hers, Hinata immediately shrank back, hiding again. Naruto approached the corner and suddenly leaned forward, catching Hinata in the act of hiding. Startled, Hinata's face flushed crimson. Did you need something? Naruto asked gently. Hinata lowered her head slightly. Too shy to meet his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. And Naruto-kun, you. Encouragingly, Naruto smiled. If you have something to say, just say it boldly. Once you do, you'll realize there's nothing in this world to be afraid of. Hinata's cheeks burned even brighter, her gaze dropping further. With a casual wave, Naruto bid her farewell. See you later. Only after Naruto had walked away did Hinata whisper softly, Gee goodbye, Naruto-kun. Next time, I'll definitely say those words. Chapter 66. Team 7's test. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood in a row as Kakashi approached, clutching his copy of Makeout Paradise. Excellent, everyone's here, Kakashi remarked. But whether you'll become my students depends on passing this test. He fastened 2 small bells to his waist, carefully tucking away his book. Whoever manages to take these bells from me will pass, he declared, his gaze serious as it swept over the three of them. Naruto had mastered the Nine Tails power. Sasuke had been trained by Shisui, and Sakura remained unchanged. Facing these three, no, these two, Kakashi decided he couldn't afford to read his book while dealing with them. Sakura frowned. Kakashi-sensei, there are only 2 bells, but 3 of us. Doesn't that mean one of us will fail? Kakashi nodded. Indeed. Only one will be eliminated. That's already a generous pass rate. Sakura. Naruto shrugged. Then just fail me. I don't really care about being a ninja anyway. Once my captain returns, I'm leaving to go on adventures. Sakura sighed. Naruto, the 5th Hokage has been missing for over 5 years. He is not coming back. Having matured early, Naruto no longer harbored any infatuation for Sakura. His temper flared. You're lying. Luffy promised he'd return. My captain doesn't break his word. Sakura rolled her eyes. Whatever. If you quit, that's fine. The 2 of us will take the bells, right, Sasuke-kun? Ignoring her, Sasuke turned to Naruto. If you want to get stronger and not be a burden to Luffy, you need to become a ninja. The 2 had become friends during the Uchiha massacre. Bonded by their connection to Luffy, Naruto's anger subsided. Scratching his head, he conceded, yeah, you're right. All right, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto clenched his fists, his fighting spirit blazing. Boom. His right foot slammed against the ground, propelling him toward Kakashi like a cannonball. Their figures blurred past each other. A faint golden chakra cloak enveloped Naruto as 2 spectral chakra hands shot out, snatching the bells from Kakashi's waist. He is already this proficient with the Nine Tails cloak? Kakashi thought, startled. Naruto, using the Nine Tails chakra during the test is cheating, Kakashi said, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Oh, really? Fine. Naruto addressed the beast within him. Kurama, don't interfere. Inside Naruto's mind, the Nine Tails yawned lazily. Then I'll take a nap. Naruto clapped Sasuke on the shoulder. Your turn, Sasuke. You take the lead. I'll back you up. Sakura scowled. Why don't you go first? Naruto answered matter-of-factly. Because my taijutsu and ninjutsu aren't as good as Sasuke's, humph. At least you know your limits. Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up, revealing his crimson Sharingan eye. Sasuke froze momentarily, his dark eyes swiftly transforming into a crimson hue. The single Tomo Sharingan, awakened on that fateful night of his clan's massacre. Under Itachi's tutelage over the years, he had mastered its use with remarkable proficiency. Kakashi crooked a finger at Sasuke, beckoning him to attack. Within moments, the 2 were locked in combat, their movements a blur of precision and speed. Meanwhile, Naruto remained rooted in place. Naruto, aren't you going to help? Sakura brandished her kunai, poised to join the fray. We've never practiced coordinated teamwork before. Jumping in now would only get in the way, Naruto replied, shaking his head. Are you saying I'd be a hindrance? You're not exactly contributing either. Sakura snapped, her temper flaring. Naruto cast her a sidelong glance. Girls really do get angry over everything. Huh? I can help, you know. Sakura arched an eyebrow. Oh? How? After exchanging several blows with Sasuke, Kakashi couldn't help but admire his skill. Truly, a student personally trained by Itachi. His taijutsu and shuriken jutsu, combined with the Sharingan. Among his peers, he's practically unrivaled. In 6 months, he'll undoubtedly shine in the Chunin exams. But then, his gaze shifted to Naruto and Sakura. This test is about teamwork. Are the other 2 just going to stand there and watch? Suddenly, Naruto charged forward, hands weaving seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof, poof, poof. 7 or 8 shadow clones materialized, encircling Kakashi. Shadow clones. So Naruto's joining in? Kakashi mused, deftly parrying Sasuke's strikes while keeping an eye on the others. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Over here. Naruto planted his hands on his hips and shouted. Sakura groaned. Is this idiot seriously trying to distract Kakashi-sensei with words? As if a jonin would fall for that. Kakashi glanced over mid-combat, only to see all 7 Naruto clones forming hand signs in unison. Advanced sexy jutsu. Bathhouse 2nd floor. They chorused. Welcome. Peach at your service welcome. Chiyoko at your service welcome. Nobuko at your service welcome. Miyoko at your service. Please take care of us, Lord Kakashi, if these don't suit your taste. We can always switch to another batch. A bevy of alluring figures, sophisticated, sweet, glamorous, adorable, materialized around Kakashi, their attire minimal, their hospitality boundless. The air filled with tinkling laughter and coy murmurs. Kakashi, an avid reader of Makeout Paradise, stood utterly paralyzed, his brain short-circuiting for a critical few seconds. Now is the chance. Sasuke's foot hooked toward the twin bells at Kakashi's waist and snatched them clean away. By the time Kakashi snapped back to reality, it was too late. Wham! He retaliated instantly, sending Sasuke flying. Damn it, that was too harsh. Kakashi clutched the reclaimed bells, inwardly wincing. After all, Sasuke was still a child, and his strength paled in comparison to Kakashi's. After being sent flying, Sasuke swiftly flipped back onto his feet with the agility of a carp leaping from water. His hands moved rapidly through a series of seals. Fireball jutsu. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Could a child of his age already wield such a technique? Surely his chakra reserves were insufficient? Whoosh! A massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, surged toward him. What? Kakashi's eyes widened as he swiftly dodged with a series of rapid leaps. The sheer volume of chakra. It surpassed even some Jonin-level shinobi. Naruto. He had patted Sasuke's shoulder earlier. He must have shared some of the Nine-Tails chakra with him. Where was Naruto now? Kakashi's gaze darted around, but the thick smoke from the fireball obscured his vision. Suddenly, both Naruto and Sasuke burst through the haze, lunging straight at him. Before Kakashi could evade, they seized him in a firm grip. Trouble. With both boys infused with the Nine-Tails chakra, their strength was immense. Kakashi struggled momentarily, unable to break free. Sakura! Naruto shouted. Sakura sprinted forward and effortlessly snatched the bell from Kakashi's waist. We won, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grinned triumphantly, wiping his dusty nose. Holding the bell, Sakura hesitated. But there are only 2 bells. Who should be disqualified? Kakashi studied Naruto and Sasuke, his thoughts drifting to the life and death trials they had endured, especially Sasuke. After the massacre of his clan, their maturity far exceeded that of their peers. Then he turned to Sakura, who stood clutching the bell with an uncertain expression. She is the only one behaving like a normal girl her age. Kakashi spoke solemnly. This test was about teamwork. The 3 of you cooperated flawlessly. All of you pass. Chapter 67. Overexertion. Luffy. I suggest we invite Dr. Vegapunk to thoroughly study the process of your interdimensional teleportation, Robin said solemnly, closing the book in her hands. Why? Usopp asked, puzzled. Nami pointed at Luffy in exasperation. Do you really think this idiot could return to that village called Konoha alone, find a doctor, and get his injuries treated properly? Luffy crossed his arms defiantly. Don't underestimate me. Of course I can handle it alone. Usopp, Chopper, and Sanji waved their hands dismissively in unison. No way. Absolutely impossible. Luffy placed his hands on his hips. Hey, show some respect for the future Pirate King. Sure thing. Dumb Pirate King. Got it, moron Pirate King. Right away, idiot Pirate King. The 3 of them replied simultaneously, sparking a heated argument among the 4. Thud, 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 thud. A large bump formed on each of their heads after Nami delivered a swift punch. Enough. Shut up and listen to Robin. Nami snapped. Robin calmly explained, if Dr. Vegapunk observes the teleportation process, he might be able to develop a stable interdimensional device. Then we could send someone with you to assist in finding a competent doctor. After his fallout with the world government, Dr. Vegapunk had also taken up residence in East Blue. Luffy stood up with a grin. Having companions join me sounds fun. Hokage-sama. Kakashi reported in Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. I believe Naruto and the others are now fully capable of handling missions beyond D rank. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Oh, they've progressed that quickly? Over the past 5 months, the trio had diligently completed D rank missions while undergoing Kakashi's rigorous training, with Naruto no longer hindered by unstable chakra flow. His foundational ninjutsu training had advanced rapidly. Both Naruto and Sasuke maintained a disciplined routine, eating, training, completing missions, and resting, without haste. Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully. While their combat abilities may be sufficient, missions require more than just strength. Observation, battle experience, and the ability to protect clients are equally crucial. Kakashi nodded. Precisely what they lack, and what they need to develop. Higher-ranked missions would provide valuable real-world experience. Hiruzen hesitated until Kakashi added, I'll supervise closely to ensure nothing goes wrong. Very well. As their sensei, you know them best, Hiruzen conceded. Turning to Itachi, he asked, what missions are currently available? Itachi flipped through the assignment log. There's a suitable C-rank escort mission here. Sakura marveled, watching Itachi-senpai read while blindfolded never ceases to amaze me. Itachi, his eyes concealed behind a black cloth, smiled faintly. A pity I cannot instruct you myself. The 5th Hokage awakened the observation haki within me through her formidable power. If only the 5th Hokage could return, Sakura murmured. Naruto's gaze hardened with resolve as he declared, she will return. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, massaged his aching back and sighed. Indeed, I hope she returns soon. These old bones yearn for retirement. Kakashi inquired, Shursui, what are the details of this C-rank escort mission? To ensure the safe passage of the renowned bridge builder, Tazuna. To the land of waves, Shursui replied. Originally an ordinary architect, Tazuna sought our protection after local gangs hired rogue shinobi to sabotage his bridge construction. Kakashi nodded approvingly. A suitable mission. When do we depart? Shursui flipped through his records. Tomorrow. I'll arrange for Tazuna to meet you beforehand so you can familiarize yourselves. The following day, at the village gates. Leaving the village at last. Though Naruto had wished to wait for Luffy within Konoha, the thrill of venturing beyond its borders for the first time stirred excitement within him. Tazuna staggered forward, clutching a bottle of liquor. As the group set off, Tazuna eyed the young trio ahead, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and grumbled skeptically to Kakashi, are children truly capable of escorting me? Kakashi chuckled, with a jonin like me accompanying them. Rest assured, Naruto, overhearing the complaint, remained unbothered, leisurely admiring the scenery. Sakura, tense, whispered, Naruto, isn't your nonchalance a bit reckless? Sasuke interjected coolly. C-rank missions involve mere bandits and thieves. There's no real danger. Relieved, Sakura smiled at Sasuke. If you say so, Sasuke-kun, I'll trust you. Naruto, mimicking a high-pitched voice, teased, oh, Sasuke-kun, you must protect me. Sakura's expression darkened. Naruto, that's too much. Sticking out his tongue, Naruto grinned mischievously. Kakashi sighed as their bickering escalated. Enough, both of you. Comrades should maintain harmony. After a brief meal, the journey resumed. An hour later, Naruto suddenly murmured to Sasuke. Hold back when the time comes. Sasuke paused, glancing at a suspicious puddle nearby before nodding. Fine. Within Naruto's consciousness, Kurama's voice rumbled, I sense malice ahead. Need assistance, Naruto? Deliberately slowing his pace, Naruto fell to the rear. Lend me some chakra. I'll crush them spectacularly. The Ninetales lifted its head, amused. Oh, what's with the sudden urge to show off? Naruto huffed. That old man dared to underestimate me. Kurama burst into laughter. Still such a child, easily provoked. Hypocrite. Naruto retorted. Aren't you the embodiment of rage? The fox's laughter abruptly ceased. He pondered for a moment. A sinister smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he said, Fine, I'll give you chakra. Here it comes. Hidden within the murky waters. The Mist Village's Chunin observed Naruto and his companions approaching. Let them pass. We'll ambush them from behind, he whispered. Kakashi's gaze fell upon a suspicious puddle ahead, causing him to pause momentarily. A puddle on a clear, sunny day, definitely suspicious, he mused internally, though his demeanor remained nonchalant as he continued forward. But with such crude ninjutsu, the enemy's strength can't be formidable. Sasuke and Naruto should handle it. I just need to protect the client. Naruto trailed at the rear. As he neared the puddle, the Ninetales grinned wickedly, unleashing its chakra in full force. A torrent of golden chakra erupted from Naruto's body, Ninetales rapidly forming behind him. The overwhelming pressure of the Ninetales chakra exploded outward. Without hesitation, Naruto channeled all his power into his right leg and stomped down violently onto the puddle. Boom! A deafening roar. Like thunder on a clear day, shattered the silence. The earth trembled as if made of fragile obsidian, fissures snaking outward like molten lava. Dozens of jagged cracks tore through the ground, sending everyone staggering. Daznaru, being an ordinary man, collapsed instantly. An earthquake? Sakura gasped, clutching the earth in panic. I've only read about these in textbooks. As Daznaru teetered on the brink of a fissure, Kakashi darted forward, yanking him to safety. Meanwhile, Naruto clutched his right leg. Writhing in pain. Ack! Ow! The Ninetales cackled uncontrollably. Ha! What an idiot, Naruto. Kurama, why did you give me so much chakra? Naruto groaned, his leg unable to withstand the backlash of such overwhelming power. Me. The fox retorted. Why did you stomp so hard? Thanks to the Ninetales chakra. Naruto's leg began healing rapidly. As the tremors subsided, Sakura immediately pinpointed the culprit. Naruto, what were you thinking? Were you trying to kill us all? Scratching his head sheepishly, Naruto muttered, Sorry. Kakashi, still holding Daznaru, sighed. Naruto, maybe don't use the Ninetales power for now. You nearly took out our client too. Daznaru's legs trembled uncontrollably, his palms slick with cold sweat as he steadied himself against Kakashi. If even a genin from Konoha is this terrifying, then this jounin's strength must be beyond comprehension, he thought, stealing a wary glance at Kakashi. I sensed enemies, so Naruto stood. gaping at the chasm where the puddle had been, now a gaping abyss dozens of meters deep. Peering into the fissure, he could faintly make out the corpses of two mist chunin at the bottom. Meanwhile, the distant echo of the explosion reached the ears of a certain shinobi, one bearing a massive executioner's blade upon his back. Chapter 68. Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Copy Ninja Kakashi. So it's you. The infamous Demon of the Mist, Zabuza, concealed behind the trees with his massive executioner's blade strapped to his back, observed Kakashi's retreating figure. Haku stood silently by his side. His gaze shifted to the shattered ground. Such devastating power. An earth-style jutsu. Haku murmured in astonishment. Indeed, the copy ninja is well versed in countless techniques, each with terrifying potency, Zabuza remarked coldly. He is worthy of being my opponent. This time, a sudden disturbance in the air above interrupted him. Instinctively, Zabuza and Haku leaped away just as a colossal object crashed violently into the spot where they had stood moments before. In Zoro's courtyard, a towering gate-like machine stood ominously, its frame entangled with a chaotic web of cables connecting it to several nearby computers. Dr. Vegapunk, his oversized head bent in concentration, scrutinized the flickering screens. Each time Zoro unleashed his signature 3,000 worlds, the blade's arc sliced through the gate, transporting whatever lay beyond into the unknown. Sweat beaded on his forehead after over a dozen repetitions. The courtyard, once cluttered with miscellaneous objects summoned in the desperate search for Luffy, was gradually being cleared. Luffy, Usopp. And the others cheered him on. Go, Zoro. One more slash. Another one. Boy, isn't this the Pirate King's right-hand man? Can't even hold his sword steady anymore. Sanji sneered around his cigarette, eyes half-lidded with mockery. Gritting the legendary Wado Ikemanji between his teeth, Zoro retorted sharply, shut your mouth, shitty cook. Suddenly, Vegapunk's face lit up with excitement. Robin leaned in. Doctor, have you made progress? Without looking up, his fingers danced frantically across the keyboard. I've isolated the critical data. Four-dimensional space-time coordinates. Don't disturb me. Let me think. Zabuza-sama. What is this? Haku stared at the shattered remains of an antique car that had plummeted from the sky. Zabuza frowned. He had never encountered such an object before, nor could he fathom why it had materialized so abruptly. After a long pause, he concluded, it must be an exceedingly rare space-time jutsu. The copy ninja Kakashi bears another title, Sharingan Kakashi, Haku mused. But why would he do this? Merely to intimidate us? Zabuza let out a low, dark chuckle. How intriguing. Kakashi. You're issuing a warning, aren't you? Demonstrating the disparity between us, hoping I'll retreat without a fight. Haku hesitated. Zabuza-sama. Should we abandon this mission? Abandon? Zabuza's expression hardened. To flee without crossing blades after a mere scare? Disgraceful. We follow. And when the moment comes, we strike. Naruto, from now on. You must not use the Nine-Tails power again, Kakashi said gravely. If you violate this rule, you'll be confined to the village for half a year. A Jinchuriki capable of fully unleashing a tailed beast's might, yet still a mischievous child. Unpredictable, utterly impossible to anticipate his actions, the potential for destruction too immense. Kakashi wiped a cold sweat from his brow. A mere C-rank mission didn't he warrant such chaos. He could have handled it alone. Yet, encountering Kirigakure shinobi among the enemies, this mission should have been classified as B rank at the very least. Tazuna must have withheld crucial information from the Konoha mission office. Meanwhile, Naruto thought to himself, if the captain returns and I'm stuck in the village, that'll be trouble. He shrugged helplessly. Alright, Kakashi-sensei. I want to use the Nine-Tails power again. Inside him, the Nine-Tails sneered. A Jinchuriki refusing to use a tailed beast as power? What is the point of being one? This brat Kakashi wants to train your combat skills, yet restricts you from wielding my strength. Pathetic. Enough, Kurama, Naruto waved dismissively. We did go a bit overboard earlier. I nearly became Konoha's first shinobi to kill a client. It's your fault, pouring so much chakra into me that all Nine-Tails emerged. That kind of power could destroy the village. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Just a joke. The real issue is your incompetence. You must learn to control my chakra properly. Do you expect me to regulate it for you every battle? Naruto considered this. You're right. If I can't master this power, I want to be able to help the captain when the time comes. A sudden gust of wind howled overhead. A massive, broad-bladed sword arced through the air, embedding itself into a tree ahead. Standing atop the weapon, clad in black bodysuit and gray sleeveless coat, his boots firm on the blade, a shinobi faced away from them. Hidden nearby, Zabuza's companion, Haku, sighed. Zabuza-sama. Is this what you meant by waiting for the right moment? Kakashi's expression darkened as he slowly lifted his forehead protector, revealing the crimson Sharingan. You are the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza. Zabuza smirked. How flattering. I'm honored the famed copy ninja Kakashi remembers my name. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, protect Tazuna. Kakashi commanded. The trio raised their kunai, forming a defensive perimeter around the bridge builder. Zabuza leapt down from the tree, his hands flashing through rapid seals. Ninja art, hidden mist technique. Clear skies darkened as thick fog rolled in, visibility plummeting. Stay alert, Kakashi warned sharply. Zabuza specializes in ambushes within the mist. Sasuke tensed as Kakashi's killing intent surged, a chilling aura he had last felt that night. From Itachi. No, Itachi's killing intent is far more intense. Far more sinister. Despite all the training with Brother Shursui, it was never actual combat. Facing an enemy of Jounin caliber, I still tremble with fear, my hands shake uncontrollably. I must attain greater strength, accumulate more battlefield experience. Only then can I avenge my father and mother. Watch out, Kakashi suddenly warns. Sasuke senses an ominous presence behind him. Zabuza the demon. When did he get here? The executioner's blade swings through the air, thud. Kakashi's fist slams into Zabuza's abdomen. Is this the level of a Jounin's battle? Impossible to follow their movements. Sasuke's heart pounds in dread. Zabuza dissolves into a puddle of water, splashing onto the ground. A water clone. Kakashi and Zabuza clash in earnest. Following the script, Kakashi is swiftly ensnared within Zabuza's water prison technique. Humph, the Sharingan isn't so impressive after all. Zabuza sneers, the executioner's blade resting on his shoulder. You three, take Tazuna and run. Now, Kakashi shouts. There's no way these rookies can stand against Zabuza the demon, a man who bathes in blood. The gap in combat experience is insurmountable. Zabuza lunges toward Tazuna. It's over. They lack both skill and experience. They don't stand a chance. Kakashi's mind races in desperation. Unless. He yells to Naruto, Naruto, I permit you to unleash the Nine Tails power. Chapter 69. Sasuke's ninjutsu training. Kakashi-sensei is so unpredictable, Naruto shrugged helplessly. Sasuke. Hearing Naruto call his name, Sasuke paused in surprise. This is a perfect opportunity, Naruto winked at him. Huh. Sasuke didn't immediately grasp Naruto's meaning. With a firm pat on Sasuke's shoulder, Naruto transferred a faint golden chakra that enveloped Sasuke's body. Within seconds, the shimmering energy dissipated, merging into Sasuke's being. Go handle him. Naruto encouraged, giving Sasuke an enthusiastic push. Sasuke felt an overwhelming surge of chakra coursing through him, invigorating his strength. Sakura stomped her foot in frustration. Naruto, what are you doing? Even Kakashi-sensei couldn't defeat him. Are you sending Sasuke to his death? Sasuke's personality hadn't changed much, he remained reticent. But Naruto was no longer the reckless boy he once was. He understood Sasuke's burning desire for vengeance and no longer naively believed enemies could be swayed by compassion. If Sasuke was determined to grow stronger, to personally avenge his parents by killing Itachi, then as his friend, Naruto would support him wholeheartedly. Just like Luffy, who had excitedly recounted thrilling tales of rescuing comrades during their feast, stories that always ended with the crew uniting to defeat their foes and save their friends. Back then, Naruto had wondered, when will I get to experience such grand adventures alongside my captain and become part of these legends? Sasuke trained relentlessly, but no amount of practice could replicate real combat. Sparring with fellow genin offered no challenge for someone of his caliber. Shursui, ever the pacifist, constantly reminded Sasuke to take things slow, insisting he was still too young to rush his growth. Only Naruto had noticed the faint traces of impatience hidden beneath Sasuke's composed demeanor. Now, the perfect opponent stood before them. Thank you, Naruto, Sasuke said earnestly. Zabuza's water clone held Kakashi trapped within its watery prison, while the original laughed mockingly. Brat, do you really think you can take me on alone? How pathetic. Gripping his kunai, Sasuke activated his crimson Sharingan, its single tomo gleaming as he focused intently on Zabuza. No openings. Sasuke thought. Or perhaps I'm just not skilled enough to spot them yet. This was nothing like sparring with Shursui. The killing intent radiating from a true J-nin prickled his skin, sending involuntary shivers down his spine. But compared to that night facing Itachi, this was nothing. Is this the insurmountable gap between me and Itachi? I will bridge that gap. I will surpass him. I will kill him. Clenching his fists, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and brought them to his lips. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Over 20 blazing projectiles erupted from his mouth, streaking towards Zabuza's vital points. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. How can a child wield fire ninjutsu of this caliber? In that fleeting moment of distraction, dozens of flaming projectiles were already upon him, the scorching heat palpable against Zabuza's skin. Not only were they numerous, but their destructive power was formidable as well. Zabuza swiftly retreated with several agile leaps, yet the flames pursued him relentlessly. The precision of their control was remarkable, this Uchiha brat. With a swift motion, Zabuza unsheathed his executioner's blade and swung it in a wide arc, deflecting the incoming flames. Brat, if you want to defeat me, you'll need more training. Then I'll use you as my practice. A voice echoed from above as Sasuke descended from the sky, kunai in hand. Boom. Naruto's fist shattered the water prison clone of Zabuza. Kakashi emerged from the water. Naruto, protect Tazuna. I'll assist Sasuke, he said, immediately moving to intervene in Sasuke's battle with Zabuza. Naruto grabbed Kakashi's arm. Kakashi-sensei, let Sasuke train a little first. Train? What do you mean? Kakashi frowned in confusion. Train means using that sword-wielding jonin as a sparring partner, Naruto explained casually. Don't be absurd. Kakashi exclaimed, attempting to shake Naruto off, but the boy held firm. Sasuke will die? Kakashi's urgency grew as he noticed Sasuke's multiple injuries. But Naruto, still clinging to his arm, insisted, Sasuke needs to grow stronger. Trust me, every time the captain fights to the brink of death, he comes back stronger. Kakashi sighed. The fifth Hokage's training methods aren't suitable for ordinary people. Naruto nodded. True, but Sasuke isn't ordinary. It's not time for you to step in yet. Just watch over him and intervene only if necessary. Boom. Sasuke was struck in the face, sent flying. After tumbling across the ground, he sprang back to his feet, blood trickling from his lips. His opponent was strong, but not insurmountable. As Sasuke locked eyes with Zabuza, the distant, seemingly impossible goal of killing Itachi felt just a little closer. Zabuza's expression twisted with irritation. I didn't come here to waste time on brats like you. Step aside and let Kakashi fight me. Despite his words, Zabuza was inwardly stunned. He hadn't held back. Each strike had been lethal in intent. How was this kid still standing with such minor injuries? He had dodged the worst of the attacks and even countered. At his age, this talent. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Sasuke smirked. Defeat me first, then you can face Kakashi-sensei. Naruto. Naruto gazed intently at Sasuke's battle, his heart tinged with concern as he prepared to intervene at any moment. Suddenly, the Ninetales called out to him. Sasuke wants to grow stronger quickly, but this method is useless, the Ninetales remarked lazily, flicking its tail and yawning. Why? In the history of the shinobi world, those who became powerful at a young age were either Jinchuriki or possessed Kekkei Jinkai. I've never heard of anyone growing strong rapidly through mere training. Naruto asked, then how can the Uchiha clan become stronger quickly? By evolving their eyes. The Ninetales growled, its voice laced with resentment. I've dealt with the Uchiha for centuries. I know them better than anyone. If they want true power, they must awaken a higher form of the Sharingan. Without those eyes, they're nothing. You really hold a grudge, don't you, Kurama? Naruto chuckled. Shut up. The Ninetales snapped, turning away. You still haven't told me how to help Sasuke. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. I once swore to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Itachi did me a favor in that regard, but that's all in the past. Now, we're part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Helping our comrades is only natural. You should assist Sasuke in awakening a more advanced Sharingan. Huh, wasn't I just asking you how to do that? Naruto said impatiently. Go die. The Ninetales replied with a wicked grin. Chapter 70. The Sharingan upgrade plan what? Naruto was stunned for a long moment before speaking. Isn't the price a bit too high? Idiot. Kurama snapped. I'm not telling you to actually die. Sasuke just needs to believe you're dead. Wait, that works? Of course. The Sharingan awakens through extreme emotional turmoil. So I just charge in and let that sword-wielding guy kill me? You'll protect me with your chakra cloak, right? Naruto was practically bouncing with excitement. Fool. Stupid fox. Then what do you suggest? Naruto retorted, irritated at being called an idiot again. Kurama smirked. You need to learn how to create a dramatic situation. Dramatic situation? If you just rush in and let Zabuza kill you, it'll be meaningless. Sasuke would just be confused, he might grieve. But it wouldn't be enough to evolve his Sharingan. Why? If his best friend dies, wouldn't his emotions go wild? Naruto slumped in disappointment. First, there's no compelling reason for you to die. Second, you're not sacrificing yourself for Sasuke. Understand? Kurama explained seriously. You have to set the mood, say something cool, and then make your exit. Naruto clapped his hands. Oh, I get it now. That night, Luffy said, Naruto isn't some demon fox. Hearing those words, I was so moved. It felt like all those years of hardship were worth it. Kurama's gaze softened. When the captain promised to protect me, I was happy too. I know what to do. Naruto suddenly grinned. You already have a plan? Kurama asked skeptically. Naruto thumped his chest. Once you know the goal, everything else falls into place. I've got plenty of ideas. I'm the mastermind of Konoha. Kurama scoffed. Not another paint the Hokage monument level of brilliance, I hope? Don't mess this up. If it fails, no big deal. Worst case, I blast them with a tailed beast bomb. We'll just try again later. It's not like Sasuke absolutely has to upgrade his Sharingan today. Kurama growled. So I'm just your cleanup crew again. You never let me do anything cool. I want to fight properly too. Dying dramatically is cool? If you fight, they just die instantly. How is that supposed to help Sasuke? Naruto scratched his head, confused. You're too flashy, you'll scare them off. Next time, I promise. Kurama simmered down slightly but still grumbled, you better mean it. Next time, no matter what, I'm taking the lead. Deal. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto suddenly called out. Protect Tazuna. I'm going to help Sasuke. Kakashi. The audacity. Kakashi-sensei, no matter what happens, don't interfere. Just follow my lead. Kakashi frowned. What are you planning? Naruto gave a brief explanation. Kakashi blinked. You want to help Sasuke upgrade his Sharingan. The Uchiha have never used this method in history. If it fails, no harm done. Naruto said carelessly. Kakashi's tone was unprecedentedly grave. If we fail this time, and you truly find yourself in peril, Sasuke's emotions will never fluctuate again. Naruto paused for a moment. Then his azure eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve as he declared, Don't worry. I have a plan. Within Sasuke, the Nine-Tails chakra was nearly depleted. He struggled increasingly against Zabuza's relentless assault. Sent flying once more, Sasuke sighed inwardly. Even if my chakra matched that of a Jonin, my combat experience and timing with jutsu are still leagues behind. Then, he felt someone steady his back, preventing his fall. In an instant, warm, potent chakra surged through his body once more, washing away all exhaustion. I'm alive again. Keep going, Sasuke, Naruto encouraged. That guy with the big sword? Just your training dummy. Got it. Naruto is really reckless, Sakura muttered, relieved to see Kakashi rescued. Dasuna turned to Kakashi beside him. Aren't you going to help? Naruto is a perfect Jinchuriki, wielding the Nine-Tails power. He should be able to handle it, Kakashi replied wearily. Let us just hope he doesn't make too much of a mess. After replenishing Sasuke's chakra, Naruto stepped back to observe. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball hurtled towards Zabuza, scorching the surrounding grass and trees into withering husks. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Dozens of flames erupted from both sides, encircling Zabuza. With Naruto constantly replenishing his chakra, Sasuke planned to wear his opponent down before striking, otherwise he'd only endure endless beatings. 2 fire-style jutsu at once? This level of chakra. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. How did this brat recover so suddenly? The first time Naruto had transferred chakra to Sasuke, Zabuza's focus had been on Kakashi, dismissing the 2 children as insignificant. Now, seeing Sasuke not only restored but unleashing such formidable fire techniques, Zabuza pieced together the earlier scene and noticed Naruto standing smugly to the side, arms crossed. A mocking grin on his face. So it's you little pest. A medical ninja? Or some secret technique to restore stamina? Whatever it is. This Uchiha brat's recovery is tied to that blonde brat. Eliminate the support first. Otherwise, this fight will drag on forever. Kakashi hasn't even stepped in yet. He's probably laughing at me from the sidelines. 2 kids, and I still haven't finished them off. A burning humiliation seared through Zabuza. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. The massive water dragon collided with the fireball, erupting in a deafening explosion. The clash of fire and water birthed thick plumes of steam, shrouding the battlefield in white mist. Zabuza vanished into the haze. He's coming. The Nine-Tails warned. No matter how poor the visibility, the opponent's murderous intent was easily sensed by the Nine-Tails. Naruto crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Pretty clever, huh? He came after all. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Obviously. Have you seen the look on your face just now? It was practically begging for a beating. How could he resist? Naruto warned, Kurama, shield me with chakra. I'm about to get hit. Zabuza suddenly emerged from the thick mist, his fist striking Naruto squarely in the left cheek. Thud. Naruto was sent flying like a rag doll. He didn't even need to pretend. Aside from his immense chakra reserves, His combat experience and taijutsu were no match for Zabuza. Picking himself up, Naruto rubbed his bruised face and grumbled, "Kurama, ease up on the chakra. There's not even a scratch on me." Sasuke, standing alert, waited for movement in the mist before realization struck. Damn it, he's going for Naruto. Sasuke immediately sprinted toward Naruto's direction, his heart pounding with urgency and guilt. Naruto had put himself in danger just to help him grow stronger. Zabuza, swift as a shadow, reappeared before Naruto. Naruto swung a punch in retaliation. Thud. Predictably, he was knocked down again. Perfect. Kurama, just shield my internal organs. Naruto's left arm hung limp, completely numb. Think carefully. You want to die? But the pain of severe injuries is no joke, the Ninetales warned. Just do it, Naruto urged. After a few more exchanges, Naruto failed to dodge in time. Crack. Zabuza mercilessly stomped on Naruto's leg, snapping it. Brat, now you can't run, can you? Zabuza sneered, looking down at Naruto sprawled on the ground. His right leg bent at an unnatural angle. Originally, his target had been Kakashi, but these two brats had pushed his patience to the limit. Sasuke's heart pounded as he raced toward Naruto with everything he had. When he finally reached Zabuza, he saw Naruto dangling limply in the air. Zabuza's hand clenched around his throat. Naruto's eyes were shut, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his arms and legs hanging lifelessly like a discarded puppet. Alive or dead, it was impossible to tell. Naruto. A surge of fury burned through Sasuke's veins. His crimson Sharingan, once bearing a single tomo, now spun with two. Chapter 71. Fear of darkness, fear of ghosts, fear of loneliness. Success. Sasuke's Sharingan has indeed evolved. Naruto struggled to open his swollen eyes, witnessing the transformation in his friend's crimson gaze. Despite the excruciating pain racking his body, a surge of genuine joy swelled within him, silently cheering for Sasuke's achievement. Kurama remarked dryly, "Naruto, your brilliant plan was to let him beat you half to death? I expected something more sophisticated." Gritting his teeth against the encroaching darkness, Naruto retorted. Even the most flawless plans have vulnerabilities. Sasuke's sharp, he'd see through anything less. This had to be real. For once, Kurama offered no rebuttal, merely curling his lip before settling back into slumber. "Kakashi-sensei, your turn," Naruto murmured through swollen eyelids, his gaze flickering toward their teacher. Kakashi had assumed Naruto could endure a few blows with Kurama's chakra as a buffer, yet the severity of the damage stunned him. Before Naruto could even signal, Kakashi lunged forward. This idiot can barely see, yet still trying to wink. Clutching a kunai, Kakashi thrust toward Zabuza. "Brat, how long can you last without backup?" Zabuza sneered at Sasuke. Thwip, thwip. Two steel needles materialized from nowhere, embedding themselves in Zabuza's skull. His smirk froze mid-snarl as his body crumpled forward. Naruto collapsed. "Naruto." Sasuke rushed to catch him, cradling his broken, limp form. Tears welled unbidden. His friend's sacrifice was too much. Kakashi assessed Zabuza's fallen figure before turning to Naruto. A quick examination left him speechless. Shattered limbs, countless lacerations, bruises swelling like storm clouds. Yet miraculously, his organs were untouched, no mortal danger. He only shielded his vitals with Kurama's chakra. Was this truly necessary just to awaken Sasuke's Sharingan? Naruto's battered face twisted into a grin. He managed a feeble wink. Perched on a branch, Haku descended beside Zabuza's corpse. "Mist Hunter Nin?" Kakashi's tone remained steady. "I need to inspect the body." Haku bowed gracefully, retreating several steps. "By all means." A faint golden aura flickered around Naruto, Kurama's chakra knitting flesh and bone. Sasuke clenched his fists, guilt raw in his voice. "This is my fault. If I hadn't drained your chakra reserves, you wouldn't be." Naruto blinked. He'd been scrambling for an excuse. Why Kurama's power hadn't spared him this agony? Yet Sasuke had already absolved him. In this moment, deception never crossed Sasuke's mind. The cost was too grotesque. The motive, non-existent. "Not your fault. I'm just terrible at controlling it." Haku bowed deeply to Kakashi. "I've long sought this chance to eliminate Zabuza. My gratitude." As Haku hoisted the corpse, Kurama's voice rumbled in Naruto's mind. "Fool. Zabuza's playing dead. They're allies." Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "Should we remind Kakashi-sensei?" The Ninetales smirked mischievously. "Let them go. I sense the malice in Zabuza's heart. He will return for you. Perhaps it may even help Sasuke's eyes evolve further." "Centuries-old foxes are truly wicked," Naruto muttered under his breath. "You brat, what did you say?" The Ninetales roared. Though they had initially addressed each other as brothers after the seal was undone, Their relationship had gradually devolved into mutual taunts, brat and stinking fox, uttered with effortless familiarity. Meanwhile, Haku carried Zabuza on his back and vanished with a swift ninjutsu. Sasuke, in turn, hoisted Naruto onto his shoulders, and the group pressed onward toward the land of waves. In the corner of the courtyard, the once towering piles of garbage had dwindled to nearly nothing. Dr. Vegapunk studied the dense data on the screen before signaling Zoro to cease. Drenched in sweat, Zoro sheathed his 3 swords and downed an entire mug of ale in one gulp. Exhaling deeply, he turned his gaze toward the massive metal gate frame in the yard and Dr. Vegapunk, who sat amidst a cluster of computers, deep in thought. Will this thing actually work? It's nearly ready, Robin explained. 3 days ago, the doctor mentioned there was just one final breakthrough left. Zoro, this is for you. Luffy, rubbing his round belly, fished out a tattered notebook from his pocket and handed it over. What is this? Zoro asked, flipping through the coverless booklet. I met an incredibly strong old man in that world, Luffy explained. An old man? Yeah, a formidable martial artist. This martial arts manual, he gave it to me. The moment Zoro heard it was a martial arts manual, his interest sharpened. The first page displayed an intricate diagram of human meridians and acupoints. He glanced up at Luffy. What is this? Some kind of secret technique. At the mention of a secret technique, Usopp and Chopper crowded around Zoro. Luffy, what's the name of this manual? Luffy scratched his head, racking his brain before answering. Ate something? Anyway, it's an amazing technique. Chopper studied the diagram and suddenly exclaimed, this looks like a meridian chart. I've seen something similar in an ancient medical text. It described how doctors used fine metal needles inserted into specific points to treat illnesses. How fascinating. Chopper continued, stimulating certain acupoints can unlock the body's latent potential, unleashing tremendous power for a short time. Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible. Can I learn this technique? Of course. It's simple, Luffy replied. But the moment he described Might Guy's training regimen, Usopp deflated. The amount of exercise required is practically lethal. Luffy mused. That old man used this method to multiply his physical strength. Hearing this, Zoro's interest burned even brighter. He meticulously perused the secret manual from beginning to end. Upon finishing, a confident smirk curled at the corners of Zoro's lips. The 8 gates formation, never encountered a technique so effortlessly mastered. Far simpler than comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. Clatter. Dr. Vegapunk, with his disproportionately large cranium, abruptly rose to his feet. Seizing a specially crafted screwdriver, he dashed toward the metallic portal and began tinkering feverishly. 3 arduous hours later, Vegapunk wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, from this point onward, there's no need for Zoro to wield his blade. We shall proceed directly with object teleportation experiments using this apparatus. If all goes well, human trials will commence shortly. Zoro exhaled in relief, his voice laced with satisfaction. Finally, I can rest. Nami clapped her hands sharply, drawing the crew's attention. Listen up. Everyone, who will accompany Luffy to that world to find a doctor? Zoro immediately raised his hand. I'll go. Absolutely not. Nami swiftly vetoed. A directionally challenged fool? No way. Usopp interjected. No way for a lost cause. Chopper echoed. Sanji, leaning languidly against the wall, exhaled an elegant smoke ring before taunting. If you go, we might as well bid farewell to the Pirate King and his right hand. A tense silence lingered for 3 seconds. Bam! Thud! Crash! Zoro and Sanji erupted into a brawl. Take your fight elsewhere, don't damage the portal. Nami snapped, pinching Luffy's cheek with exasperation. This idiot has mere months left to live. If he goes alone, he'll never find a doctor. We need someone reliable to accompany him. Robin, her tone eerily composed, remarked, the portal is highly unstable. There's a non-negligible risk of fatality. Therefore, the ideal candidate would be someone difficult to kill. Boy, Robin, how can you say something so terrifying so calmly? Usopp's legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed, trembling. I've contracted an incurable disease that prevents me from entering portals. Frankie sprang to his feet, striking a dramatic pose with his arms crossed. Leave it to me. I'm super hard to kill. Nami massaged her temples with a sigh. But you're not exactly dependable. An abrupt hush fell over the group. Brook, who had been silently sipping tea, rose gracefully, lifting his cane in a courteous bow. Farewell, my dear companions. Thank you for your kindness all these years. 1 minute later, Brook lay trussed up on the floor like a bound mummy. Nami clapped her hands decisively. Brook, you'll be our test subject for human teleportation. Though I am but a skeleton who has already perished once, I fear darkness, ghosts, and solitude. Brook writhed violently on the ground, his protests dissolving into incoherent wails. Chapter 72. The terrifying otherworld. Sasuke and Naruto sat atop the rooftop, facing the towering Hokage monument. Naruto chewed absent-mindedly on a blade of grass, his gaze fixed upon the colossal stone carving of a grinning straw-hatted figure with 8 gleaming teeth. Monkey D. Luffy had lingered in the hidden Leaf Village for mere months before vanishing without a trace, leaving little impact upon the world. The people and events of the shinobi realm continued to unfold much as they had in the original timeline. Naruto and his team successfully escorted Tazuna to his destination. Zabuza struck again. Sasuke and Naruto faced Haku, while Kakashi confronted Zabuza. Haku unleashed his Kekkei Genkai Haiton, trapping the 2 young shinobi in a prison of ice. This time, it was the Nine Tails who seized control of Naruto's body. The cunning fox, a master of deception, proposed that since Haku was roughly Sasuke's age, they should fight one-on-one without chakra augmentation, an opportunity for Sasuke to test his skills. Overconfident, Sasuke agreed. Though he lasted slightly longer than in the original timeline, he soon collapsed, his body riddled with sunbon needles. With Naruto's body under its control, the Nine Tails caught Sasuke, tears welling in its eyes as it melodramatically proclaimed their brotherly bond before stepping forward to take Sasuke's place. From the ground, Sasuke watched helplessly as Naruto, too, was pierced relentlessly, his injuries severe, before finally losing consciousness. Yet his Sharingan did not evolve into the 3-tomo form. A wasted performance. Enraged, the Nine Tails unleashed a devastating surge of chakra, sending Haku flying unconscious, depriving him of the chance to intercept Kakashi's lightning blade. The technique struck Zabuza directly, leaving him gravely wounded. The crime lord Gato appeared, mocking Zabuza and Haku before ordering his men to rain arrows upon the fallen swordsman. With his dying breath, Zabuza slew Gato and entrusted Haku's care to Kakashi. Thus, upon awakening, Haku buried Zabuza and resolved to honor his final wish, journeying to Konoha under Kakashi's guidance. Naruto. Thank you, Sasuke suddenly murmured. After returning to the village, Sasuke had reflected deeply on their mission and pieced together the truth. You figured it out? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't really help much. I should be apologizing to you. Sasuke shook his head. I lost nothing. My Sharingan improved. But don't sacrifice yourself for my sake again. His expression darkened momentarily, recalling Itachi's Manjiki on that fateful night. If gaining power requires a comrade's suffering, I'd rather remain weak. Then, his tone lightened. Naruto, Kakashi's chakra control techniques are invaluable. Don't neglect them just because you have vast reserves. Against an opponent with equal chakra, mastery will decide the battle. Thanks to Itachi's guidance over the years, Sasuke's hatred had not twisted him into extremism. Within Naruto, the Nine Tails lashed its tails in irritation. Don't listen to him, brat. We-tailed beasts are pure chakra incarnate, and I, the Nine Tails, reign supreme among them. You'll never face anyone with reserves like mine. Sasuke smirked. Unless you want to be the weakest in the Straw Hat Pirates? After all, both the Nine Tails and you have joined the Straw Hat Pirates. You wouldn't want to fall behind him, would you? Naruto pondered seriously before replying. You make a valid point. Lately, I've been diligently training in taijutsu and refining my chakra control techniques. However, what I truly aspire to master is a technique akin to Kakashi-sensei's Chidori. It's just so incredibly cool. With an enthusiastic wave of his arm, Naruto continued, when facing enemies. Having such an impressive technique makes all the difference. Just like how Luffy always shouts Goma Goma no Rocket during battles, how awesome is that? His excitement soon waned as he added dejectedly, but Kakashi-sensei, and you both specialize in lightning release, so he can teach you Chidori. I don't have any wind release techniques to learn from. Wind release users are indeed rare, but they do exist, Sasuke mused. You could ask, hey brat, you bumped into me. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the street below. Sasuke and Naruto glanced down to see Konohamaru being lifted by the collar by a stranger. The man bore purple markings on his face and carried a large bundle wrapped in bandages. Beside him stood a short-haired kunoichi with a long folding fan strapped to her back. Shinobi from Sunagakure, Sasuke remarked coldly, noting their forehead protectors. Though the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are allies, unauthorized entry into each other's territories is prohibited. The two were none other than Tsuna's Temari and Kankura. Naruto's gaze, however, shifted toward a nearby tree, seemingly empty. He's hiding behind it, the Nine Tails murmured, its slitted eyes narrowing. I can sense his bloodthirsty, dangerous aura. And his chakra feels oddly familiar. More bloodthirsty than you? Naruto scoffed. Kurama, This isn't the time to analyze his personality. I need to save Konohamaru first. The Nine Tails yawned dismissively. Just kids squabbling. Not my concern. I'll handle it myself, Naruto declared confidently before leaping from the rooftop, a kunai gleaming in his grip. Put him down. Kankor smirked, still clutching Konohamaru. Oh, someone wants to play hero. Fine, before the annoying ones show up, I'll entertain you. Channeling chakra into his legs. Naruto shot forward like a cannonball. Kankor's pupils constricted. This blonde kid is fast. With a flick of his fingers, Kankor attempted to trip Naruto using chakra threads meant for puppetry. Snap! A pebble struck his hand, disrupting his technique. Unhindered, Naruto closed the distance, his kunai flashing coldly. TCH. Kankor released Konohamaru and hastily retreated. Naruto pursued relentlessly, until a stuffed bear materialized mid-air before him. The kunai sliced cleanly through the toy's head. Both Naruto and Kankor froze, staring at the decapitated bear in stunned silence. Naruto pondered silently. Was it this guy who used the substitution technique? I didn't see him form any hand seals. Kankoro thought to himself, this guy is really strong. Someone's helping me. Definitely not Gaara. Boom. The headless stuffed bear vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving only its grinning head lying eerily on the ground. The sight of the decapitated toy bear sent the crowd into a frenzy. It was a whole bear when we sent it, but now it's missing its head. Chopper shrieked, hiding behind Zoro. The other world is terrifying. I have a disease where I'll die if I get teleported. Usopp collapsed to the ground, fainting dramatically. I still want to live. There are so many beautiful panties I haven't seen yet. What? Brook wailed, his skeletal body trembling violently. Zoro picked up the toy bear and examined it. The cut is clean, like a blade sliced through it in one stroke. Robin turned to the frowning Dr. Vegapunk. Doctor, was the destination set correctly? It should be correct. Vegapunk confirmed after reviewing the data. Robin then asked Luffy, Luffy, is that world dangerous? Nah, not dangerous, Luffy replied through a mouthful of meat, reminiscing. There were a few bad guys, but most people in the village were good. Nami dragged the bound Brook toward the portal and spoke solemnly, out of all of us, you're the only one who can survive getting your head cut off, Brook. This mission is yours alone. Tears streamed down Brook's face as he turned to Nami. Nami-san, before I die, can I see? No? Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Just go die? Nami snapped sternly. Doctor, is the portal ready now? Vegapunk replied. It'll be fully charged in a day. Then we can use it. Chapter 73, Wind Release. Vacuum Bullet Team 7 assembled. Naruto and his teammates stood attentively on a wooden bridge, listening to Kakashi's words. The Chunin exams. Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison, while Sasuke also appeared startled. Why so sudden? Kakashi, observing their shocked expressions with satisfaction, explained. It's always held around this time of year. You just weren't paying attention before as academy students. These two brats had relied too much on their natural talent during the mission to the Land of Waves, much to Kakashi's frustration. I've recommended all three of you to the Hokage for the exams. Any objections? Sakura sighed. Sensei, you've already registered us. Objections wouldn't matter now. And you, Naruto? Kakashi inquired. No objections, Naruto replied. Oh, Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Naruto had never shown much interest in shinobi affairs, always waiting for Luffy's return. You actually want to participate? But remember my condition. I know, Naruto interrupted. No-tailed beast power. Kakashi's tone softened. Last time I was too rigid. In life-threatening situations, use whatever means necessary. The Chunin exams carry real risks. Sakura paled, her voice trembling. Kakashi-sensei, risks of casualties? Indeed, Kakashi stated calmly. Every year, Jinin perished during the exams. No way. Sakura's heart pounded violently. She wasn't prepared to face mortality. Becoming Chunin means leading your own Jinin squad on missions. Recall our experiences in the Land of Waves. Confronting death is fundamental to being a shinobi. Sakura, you must adjust quickly. You're no longer an academy student. Kakashi's gaze turned solemn as he remembered piercing through. Any other questions? If not, train hard. The exams begin in 10 days. His eyes swept across the trio. Here are your applications. Sign if you wish to participate. Sakura accepted the form with slightly shaking fingers. The document read, under the recommendation of Hatake Kakashi, Haruno Sakura is nominated for the Chunin selection exams. Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn wind release techniques. Naruto declared loudly upon receiving his form. Wind release? Kakashi seemed puzzled. Yeah. I've only practiced chakra control and taijutsu basics. Against real enemies, I need signature moves. Naruto complained. Signature moves? Understanding dawned on Kakashi. He sighed. Naruto, stop chasing flashy techniques. All ninjutsu and weapons require taijutsu and chakra coordination. Why could Sasuke learn Chidori then? You're playing favorites. Naruto protested. Kakashi spread his hands helplessly. I'm not proficient in wind release. Although Sasuke made rapid progress under Itachi's guidance upon returning home each day, Naruto trained just as diligently on his own. After all, he aspired to join Luffy's adventures and become his right-hand man. The stronger, the better. Naruto also wished to master formidable ninjutsu techniques like Chidori, perhaps seeking Asuma's assistance. Kakashi recalled that Asuma, his contemporary, specialized in wind-style ninjutsu. Naruto, after the Chunin exams conclude, I'll find you a skilled wind-style instructor, Kakashi said. Wait until after the exams. Naruto couldn't hide his disappointment. What's the point of powerful techniques if you can't show them off? Then perhaps this old man could give it a try. A deep voice interjected. Kakashi and the others turned to see Danzo standing at the bridgehead, his presence unnoticed until now. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Danzo explained with a smile, his once severe features now softened by newfound integrity. But Naruto's voice carries quite far. I happen to be proficient in wind-style techniques. If you don't mind, I could teach him a few moves. Kakashi hesitated briefly. Wouldn't this impose on your time, Lord Danzo? This old man can spare a little time, Danzo replied earnestly. Then we'd be grateful for your guidance, Kakashi conceded. Naruto eyed Danzo skeptically. Kakashi-sensei, is his wind style really that strong? Kakashi arched a brow. Have you forgotten that night 6 years ago? Danzo clashed with Luffy using devastating wind techniques. Naruto scratched his head. I don't remember much from that fight. It dawned on Kakashi, Naruto had been abducted by Obito that night, later succumbing to his berserk state. When I came to, I saw my father and befriended Kurama, Naruto murmured, his memories of the massacre fragmented. Kakashi glanced at Danzo. Lord Danzo's wind style is formidable. Are you willing to learn from him? Sure, as long as it's powerful. Naruto cared little for formalities, only strength mattered. Kakashi chuckled. Then go ahead and train with him. Watching Naruto and Danzo depart, Sasuke frowned. The Chunin exams are in 10 days. Shouldn't Naruto focus on fundamentals instead of new techniques? Let him try, Kakashi said. The training grounds behind the mountain. With a swift hand seal, Danzo exhaled sharply, a wooden loggerhead splintered, pierced clean through. Whoa, that's amazing. Naruto gasped. But it's not as flashy as Chidori. Danzo smiled. Chidori concentrates chakra into the palm, sharpening it like a blade, its screech resembling 1,000 birds. Yet that wasn't Kakashi's original intent. Had it been silent like wind style, he might have preferred it. Ninjutsu is the art of killing, Danzo continued. The more concealed, direct, and efficient, the deadlier. Ah, I see. Naruto nodded in understanding. Suddenly his face lit up with excitement. So you're saying this jutsu is even more powerful than Sasuke's Chidori? Danzo merely smiled in response, offering no direct answer, and instead began his explanation of the technique. This is a B-rank wind release jutsu called Vacuum Bullet. You must gather chakra within your mouth and then expel it in rapid, controlled bursts. Each exhale must carry wind release chakra. In the beginning, focus on single bursts rather than continuous ones. After 3 hours of diligent practice, Naruto had grasped the fundamentals of Vacuum Bullet. Danzo observed with a faint smile. From here, how far you refine this technique depends solely on your talent and dedication. Sweat-drenched and determined, Naruto bowed respectfully. Understood. That's enough for today, Danzo said. Should you encounter any difficulties during your training, you may seek me out in the Umbu headquarters at any time. Yes. Naruto bowed once more before turning to leave. I'm starving. Time for ramen. As Naruto's figure disappeared into the distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi materialized silently beside Danzo. What prompted this sudden interest in teaching Naruto a jutsu? Danzo's expression darkened with solemnity. Every time I encounter the village's shinobi, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, I am burdened by remorse. This is but a small gesture of atonement. Hiruzen exhaled quietly. Such is the terror of Kotoame Tsukumi. It alters not only actions, but the very heart itself. Several minutes passed in silence before Hiruzen spoke again. Come to my residence tonight. Danzo hesitated. You should consider finding a companion instead. Hiruzen arched an eyebrow. What are you implying? My house is haunted. I need you to investigate. Danzo frowned. Haunted again? If the feng shui is cursed, relocate. What use am I? With a weary sigh, Hiruzen shook his head. This isn't about feng shui. It's a genuine haunting. Have you ever encountered a singing skeleton? Chapter 74. Let's go again, the singing skeleton? What on earth is that? Danzo inquired with a frown. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head in bewilderment. I haven't the faintest idea. You don't know? Last time, when the fifth Luffy showed up, you claimed ignorance as well, Danzo retorted with a cold snort. When was that? Hiruzen's aged face flushed slightly in embarrassment. The day before yesterday. Danzo pressed further. Are you certain it was a skeleton? Not some illusion? You weren't under a genjutsu, were you? Hiruzen shook his head firmly. No genjutsu. Many witnessed it. In the dead of night, I heard someone strumming a guitar and singing in my chamber. When I opened my eyes, there it was, a skeleton clad in formal attire. Cradling a guitar, perched upon the windowsill. Moonlight streamed through the hollows of its eye sockets, casting eerie patterns upon the floor, rendering its skull almost translucent. Upon noticing my awakening, it didn't flee. Instead, it nonchalantly lifted my teacup and sipped. Ever since Luffy's rampage through my home, I've taken to sleeping fully armed. I hurled 3 shuriken at it, knocking its skull clean off. Yet, even headless, it flailed grotesquely, shrieking all the while, before bending down to retrieve its own skull. Then it bolted through the window, howling as it fled. Danzo demanded, and then? The guard stationed outside failed to apprehend it. It hasn't reappeared these past 2 days. Let it be, then. Absolutely not. After Luffy's repeated disruptions, do you truly believe this would be a one-time occurrence? If it were mere mischief, perhaps. But what if it isn't? Could it be puppet mastery? Hiruzen mused, his expression darkening. Danzo pondered briefly before responding, the Chunin exams are imminent. With numerous foreign shinobi in the village, the possibility of infiltrators cannot be dismissed. Moreover, Sunagakure boasts many skilled in the art of puppetry. At the mention of spies, Danzo's countenance grew grave. My communications with Madara Uchiha have ceased, leaving us blind to the movements of the Akatsuki. The organization has fallen eerily silent. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Jiraiya is investigating the matter. Danzo continued, ever since Luffy vanished. The village has been plagued by inexplicable phenomena every few months. Sofas plummeting from the sky, smashing through rooftops, waking to find toilets inexplicably in one's bed, flip-flops materializing within locked safes. Over the years, multiple such incidents have occurred, all without resolution. The haunting in your chamber may well be connected to these disturbances. Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully. We must have the Umbu remain vigilant during this period. The Chunin exams must proceed without incident. East Blue Brook tumbled out of the portal, landing unceremoniously on his rear. Yo-ho-ho! My heart was pounding with fright, though I no longer possess one, he exclaimed, patting his chest in mock relief as he sat on the ground. The crew in the courtyard turned their attention toward him. Brook, what happened? Was it the same world Luffy visited? Nami inquired urgently. With deliberate grace, Brook lifted a teacup and took a refined sip before answering languidly. I haven't the slightest idea. Chopper asked in confusion. How could you not know? If it matches Luffy's description, then it is. If not, then it isn't. Brook explained. According to the features Luffy described, ramen, cured meat, steamed pork, ham, a fox demon, a giant skeleton, a monster with a long nose, I didn't see any of those. When I arrived, it was already night. It was too dark, and I got a little scared. I thought about singing a song to boost my courage. But just as I started, an old man threw shurikens at me without a word and knocked my head off. It was too dangerous. So I picked up my head and ran. Out of nowhere, a large group of people chased me. They were all dressed in black clothes, black headbands, black masks. I couldn't see what they looked like at all. I just kept running and running until I was teleported back. An old man? Robin suddenly recalled something and asked, Luffy, didn't you also meet an old man? What was his name? Luffy scratched his head, racking his brain. What was it? Tobirama? Or Sarutobi? Anyway, he was a pretty friendly old man. Brook, what was the name of the old man you met? Nami asked. Brook took another sip of tea and sighed. I didn't ask for his name. What were you even doing there if you didn't ask for his name? Nami grabbed her Climatact and swung at him. He attacked me on sight. How was I supposed to ask? Brook dodged, still holding his teacup. Nami picked up a pen and noted in her notebook. World 28. First exploration. Target possibility not ruled out. Danger level, moderate. Nami, just moderate danger? What does a truly dangerous world look like in your eyes? Usopp trembled as he asked. Nami snapped her notebook shut with one hand, a smirk curling her lips. If you come back alive, it means it wasn't that dangerous. Devil. Nami is a devil. Chopper joined in the outcry. Even if she is a devil. She is the most beautiful devil in the world. Take my life if you must. Sanji emerged with a cold drink, hearts in his eyes. Ah, sorry. Robin-chan. You're the most beautiful too. Disgusting cook, stop being so self-absorbed, Zoro scoffed, taking a large swig of beer. Sanji's expression darkened instantly. What did you say, Mosshead? No dinner for you. Nami walked over to the teleportation gate, running her hand along its glowing metal frame. Brooke, we're exploring World 28 again. This time, stay for a full day. Ah. The next day, in a nearby forest, Kakashi stood on a tree branch, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. Uft, uft, uft. Strange sounds echoed from the woods. Following the noise, Kakashi found Naruto repeatedly forming hand seals and then spitting. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he complained, Kakashi-sensei, this wind-style jutsu is impossibly difficult. I've been practicing all morning without a single success. Kakashi replied calmly, Naruto, mastering ninjutsu cannot be rushed. With a sudden burst of determination, Naruto flipped himself upright and sprang to his feet. I'll keep practicing. I will master an awesome ultimate technique. Watching the boy's relentless effort, Kakashi was struck by a thought. Naruto, you know the multi-shadow clone technique, don't you? Yeah, Naruto answered absent-mindedly, his fingers still forming practice seals. Kakashi continued, you mentioned wanting to speed up your training. There is a method. Naruto's eyes lit up. What method? You could create multiple shadow clones to train simultaneously. When you dispel them, all the experience and knowledge they gain will return to you. Does that really work? Why doesn't everyone train like this? Naruto asked, skeptical. Kakashi explained. Not everyone has your immense chakra reserves. The multi-shadow clone technique is forbidden precisely because creating too many clones can drain the user's chakra to the point of death. Theoretically, the more clones you create, the faster your training progresses. With the Nine-Tails chakra, you could summon enough clones to master techniques rapidly. This method suits you perfectly. Naruto wasted no time. Kurama, lend me your chakra. Multi-shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. The forest behind the mountain was suddenly flooded with an endless sea of Naruto's clones, stretching as far as the eye could see. Animals shrieked in panic, birds scattering into the sky in terror. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. This must be tens of thousands of clones. Chapter 75. The righteous Naruto. The Chunin exams had finally commenced. Naruto sighed with emotion. Sakura asked curiously, Naruto, where have you been these past 10 days? I underwent secret training and mastered a cool and powerful jutsu. Naruto replied with evident pride. Was it the wind-style jutsu taught by Danzo? Sasuke couldn't help but inquire. You'll see during the match. It'll definitely surprise you, Naruto teased. Sakura, annoyed by his evasiveness, huffed, fine, keep your secrets. Team 7 arrived at the entrance of the Chunin exam venue, where Kakashi was already waiting. All three of you made it, Kakashi remarked with satisfaction. Let us head in. Engage with other skilled participants. It's the best way to recognize your own shortcomings. Naruto scoffed. I'll make them recognize their shortcomings instead. As they entered the examination hall, Naruto spotted familiar faces, Neji, Lee, Tintin, Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, alongside the Sunagakure shinobi they had encountered before, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, as well as participants from smaller villages. Notably, Kabuto, who had vanished after the Uchiha massacre, was absent from this exam. This time, Naruto refrained from provoking the others, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Soon, the proctor, Ibiki Marino, strode in, followed by 7 or 8 stern-looking Chunin from Konoha. Ibiki surveyed the examinees and announced, the first stage of the Chunin exams begins now. Submit your applications. Take your assigned number and sit accordingly. Written tests will be distributed once everyone is seated. What? A written exam? Naruto blurted out. Why would shinobi need to take a written test? Ibiki's sharp gaze locked onto him. Do you have a problem with that? Naruto shrugged. Worst case, I'll get 0 and make up for it in the next round. A cold smirk curled Ibiki's lips. The Chunin exams aren't cumulative. They're elimination-based. Fail the first stage, and you're out. Sakura whispered urgently, Naruto, don't argue with the proctor. He might disqualify you outright. Naruto clenched his fists in silent frustration. The first test is my weakest area. I trained for 10 days. Not to sit here filling out papers. Once all examinees were seated, Ibiki continued, now, the rules. 1. Each of you starts with 10 points. The test has 10 questions, 1 point deducted per wrong answer. 2. Final scores will be evaluated based on the combined total of all 3 team members. 3. If caught cheating, or suspected of cheating, You lose 2 points per offense. Reach 0, and you are immediately disqualified. The proctors stationed around the room, notebooks and pens in hand, scrutinized the candidates with hawk-like intensity, as if already anticipating who might cheat. Sakura mused, the rules are strict. But since Sasuke and I can handle the written portion, even if Naruto scores 0, we should be fine. At the same time, Ibiki continued, in a team of 3, if one member scores 0, the entire team is disqualified. Sakura and Sasuke both tensed, their hearts sinking with dread. The final question will be announced 45 minutes after the exam begins. The total duration is 1 hour. The exam starts now. Naruto had initially been indifferent, rules were rules. And he had already resigned himself to failure. But upon hearing that 1-0 would doom the entire team, his stomach twisted. He didn't mind failing himself. But dragging Sasuke and Sakura down with him was unacceptable. Naruto-kun, do your best. A soft voice reached his ears. Turning, he found Hinata seated at the neighboring desk. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly averted her gaze. Thanks, Hinata, he replied politely. Hinata's heart fluttered. Despite such strict rules, Naruto-kun doesn't seem worried at all. He is so composed. Sasuke skimmed through the exam questions and smirked. These aren't just impossible for Naruto, even I barely know any of them. Only a handful of examinees could answer them all correctly. This isn't a test of knowledge. His eyes flickered toward the proctors, their piercing gazes scanning the room like hawks. Logically, cheating should result in immediate disqualification, not just a 2-point deduction. Staring at Naruto's back, Sasuke mused, Naruto was right. Ninjas shouldn't be tested like this. The real challenge isn't the exam. It's gathering the answers undetected. That's the mark of a skilled shinobi. Naruto, you'd better realize that soon. Naruto glanced at the paper once before tossing it aside. No point. I don't know a single answer. Kurama. Isn't this exam basically encouraging cheating? He muttered, twirling his pencil. Obviously. Took you long enough to notice, the Ninetales replied, flicking its tail lazily. Then help me copy the answers. Can't do that, kid. The fox bared its teeth in a grin. Naruto stiffened. Why not? Wrecking things? Easy. Sneaky intel gathering? Not my style. Even if I could see the answers, I couldn't copy them for you. Why? I can't read. The fox shrugged shamelessly. You can't read. Naruto jolted upright, drawing the proctor's sharp glares. What is so strange about that? Why would I bother learning that nonsense? Plan failed. I thought Kurama would make cheating a breeze. As the sound of scratching pencils filled the room, Naruto crossed his arms, deep in thought. 3-person teams. 1-0 means elimination. With a test this hard, it's unlikely any team would all know the answers. So at least one person in every group has to cheat, maybe all 3. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. As Naruto sat deep in thought, Hinata quietly slid her exam paper toward him. Naruto-kun, if you can't solve it, you can copy mine, she whispered. Whoosh. Thud. A kunai pierced the space between Naruto and Hinata, embedding itself into another student's exam. 5 instances of cheating, you 3, get out. The proctor declared coldly. Thank you, Hinata. But I believe exams should be taken with integrity, Naruto refused gently. Hinata lowered her head. I'm sorry. I overstepped. Then, Naruto abruptly stood. Every gaze in the examination hall turned toward him. He cheated. Naruto pointed firmly at a nearby examinee, his voice unwavering. Under the stunned silence, he swiftly singled out several others. Him, they all cheated. Clatter. A bandaged CH9 examiner slammed his hands on the desk. Outrageous. It is the proctor's duty to determine cheating. As an examinee, focus on your own test. Naruto met his glare without flinching. Of course, the proctors decide. But I have the right to report dishonesty, don't I? Cheating harms every examinee. Someone with a sense of justice can't just ignore it. This was Naruto's newly devised strategy. If he couldn't rely on cheating to pass, then he'd ensure no one could. Let them all wait 45 minutes, then face the final question. Test our intelligence-gathering skills, huh? Though Kurama's heightened senses couldn't read answers. Detecting every subtle movement in the room was effortless. The examinees stared, dumbfounded. Since when did Konoha produce such a paragon of virtue? The sharper ones immediately grasped his scheme. A single thought burned in their minds, barely restrained. Who the hell is this blonde bastard, and why is he such a goddamn menace? Chapter 76. Is the first exam this difficult? The Chunin found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushing with humiliation before he stormed toward Naruto, seizing him by the collar. We are elite among Chunin. No act of cheating escapes our notice. With a forceful shove, he pinned Naruto against the wall, smirking. This strength is proof enough. Trapped with his back pressed to the wall, Naruto merely grinned. Strength is proof? Got it. His eyes gleamed. Kurama, fill me with chakra. In an instant, he twisted the Chunin's arm, slamming the man's face against the wall instead. Since I'm stronger, my accusation must be right. Agreed? Ibiki watched, intrigued. Fascinating. Cheating and reporting? Intelligence gathering and counter-surveillance? Both skills are equally vital. He gestured dismissively. Let him go. Turning to Naruto, he added, candidates may report cheating, but only with evidence. False accusations mean immediate disqualification. Attempting to expose cheaters while completing the exam oneself and ensuring every judgment was accurate was far more challenging than simply cheating. The whistleblower would become a target, every pair of eyes scrutinizing their every move. How, then, could they cheat to finish their own paper? Naruto. You Haven T answered a single question, Ibiki mused, deciding to test the boy's resolve. Continue the exam. Minutes later, Ibiki regretted his decision. Naruto hadn't written a single word. Instead, he swiveled in his seat like a searchlight, zeroing in on every cheater with unnerving precision, even those behind him. His accusations struck true, one after another. Ibiki had intended for the proctors to weed out only the clumsiest of cheaters. At the genin level, those with refined techniques could slip past unnoticed. But Naruto's relentless reporting threatened to eliminate the entire roster. Shino's using insects to cheat. Tintin's manipulating mirrors with chakra threads. Kiba's relying on his Ninkan. Pets should be banned from exams. Gaara's using his Sandai. Niji's abusing the Byakugan. That proctor escorting him to the bathroom is a puppet. He's planning to cheat there. Kankuro, mid-step, froze. Seconds later, he stomped back to his seat, abandoning his bathroom trip altogether. Every would-be cheater had been exposed. Gaara raised his hand languidly. Uchiha Sasuke. Sharingan. Sasuke set down his pen. Writing further would only cost his team more points. 45 minutes, he thought. We'll wait it out. A grudging admiration flickered in his mind. Naruto's move was brilliant, just reckless. The next exam won be kind to him. Others soon followed suit, abandoning cheating in favor of turning the tables. In an environment where everyone became an invigilator, no one could successfully cheat. Gradually, apart from a few high-achieving examinees who relied on their own abilities to complete the test, the others set down their pens and silently stared at their peers. In this Chunin exam hall, glances were exchanged among the candidates, with most eyes eventually settling on Naruto, the instigator of this chaos. Naruto's indiscriminate tactics had led to a standstill. No one dared to answer, for accumulating 10 penalty points meant immediate disqualification. By not attempting the questions, they could wait out the 45 minutes, perhaps preserving a sliver of hope. Under the weight of countless murderous glares, including those from the proctors, Naruto lounged leisurely in his chair. Utterly unfazed, his method of reporting had turned the proctors into his unwilling assistants, forced to verify each accusation. Kid, I sense a lot of hostility directed at you. The Ninetales warned. Doesn't he matter? If our team fails, then no one passes, Naruto retorted, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the room. His own test paper blank. Hinata, having finished her exam, stole a glance at him. Naruto-kun is so honest, so righteous. Ibiki scratched his head in exasperation. This brat. When the 45 minutes elapsed, Ibiki stepped onto the podium and cleared his throat. Now, for the final question S rules. You must choose whether to attempt it or not. If you decline, you may leave and return next year. But if you choose to answer, he paused deliberately. A wrong answer means you will be barred from the Chunin exams for life. In other words, failure condemns you to remain a genin forever. Got it. Let us start. I'm getting hungry, Naruto urged, indifferent to the stakes. Whether a lifelong genin or a jonin, it made no difference to him. His true ambition lay beyond, to become the Pirate King. Patience, kid, Ibiki said, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Those who wish to forfeit, raise your hands now. You have 3 minutes. When the time passed without a single withdrawal, Ibiki nodded in satisfaction. All who remain have passed. The moment the words left his mouth, crash. Glass shattered as a figure vaulted into the room. Akunoichi stood beside Ibiki, arms crossed. Greetings. I am your second exam proctor, Mitarashi Anko. She scanned the room, bewildered. Only 11 teams, 33 candidates left? Was the first exam that brutal? Ibiki shot Naruto a sidelong glance. Well, this year's examinees were creative. Is that so? Anko grinned, her fighting spirit flaring. I love creative candidates. Hope we don't have to eliminate too many this time. The specifics of tomorrow's second exam will be disclosed upon your arrival. For the time and location, consult your respective Jonin instructors. Dismissed. Under the astonished gazes of the assembled, Mitarashi Anko exited through the same shattered window she had entered. Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, traces of the singing skeleton have been detected in Training Ground 44. Reported an AMBU operative. Saratobi Hiruzen frowned in surprise. What is it doing in such a desolate place? Are we certain it's him? Black formal attire, an afro. Wielding a cane, all identifying features match. It moves like the wind through the forest, emitting eerie cries. Training Ground 44 is the designated location for tomorrow's Chunin exams. Should we consider relocating? After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen replied, there's no time. The Chunin exams involve shinobi from multiple villages. It's best not to alter arrangements arbitrarily. Last-minute changes to the exam grounds or rules would only invite further complications. Proceed as originally planned. If that skeleton appears, consider it an additional test for them. Chapter 77. Too many villains. Those who wish to participate in this exam must first sign the consent form, Mitarashi Anko declared, waving a sheet of paper in her hand. Since this test may result in fatalities, I can't let you in without your signature. Her cheerful grin sent a chill down many spines. Once signed, proceed to that tent to receive your scrolls, she instructed, pointing toward a makeshift booth. Only teams that collect both Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the central tower within the allotted time will pass. The booth was tightly sealed, preventing outsiders from seeing which scrolls were distributed or who carried them. Sakura murmured, with these rules, half the teams are bound to fail. You're being too optimistic. Sasuke replied grimly. Considering mismatched scrolls and unforeseen incidents, a perfect 50% pass rate is impossible. Finally, I get to use my new jutsu. Naruto grinned as he signed his name. Why are you so happy? Sakura whispered, glancing around nervously. Because of you, our team will be everyone's target. Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke interjected, that won't happen. Sakura softened her tone. Why not, Sasuke? Naruto's actions in the last exam seemed reckless, but the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. The eliminated candidates may resent him, but they can't affect today's test. Those who remained until the final question all passed. His behavior indirectly helped them by eliminating competition. Naruto puffed up proudly. See? My method was brilliant. Though, in truth, he hadn't thought that far ahead. Sasuke continued, moreover. The second exam's brutal rules mean every team is both predator and prey. In such a dangerous environment, no one will waste energy hunting Naruto and lose sight of their actual objective. Really? That's a relief. Sakura exhaled. Which gate should we enter from? Sasuke glanced at Naruto. It doesn't matter. For this exam, we'll center our strategy around him to ensure success. Naruto struck a triumphant pose, finally recognizing my genius. Huh? Ha. Sakura frowned. Why him? Aren't you the strongest among us? Sasuke explained. Naruto can sense hostility within a certain range. This compensates for our team's lack of tracking techniques. My plan is to use his ability to avoid highly aggressive teams and target weaker ones for their scrolls. Once we obtain the Heaven Scroll, we'll evade all enemies and reach the central tower. Sasuke, your plan is absolutely brilliant. It's bound to succeed. Sakura, who had been fraught with worry moments ago, now wore a relieved smile. Sasuke's strategy sounded flawless. Sakura couldn't think of any possible flaws. Let's go. The three of them pushed open the door and stepped into the forest of death. Gaara stood in the plaza, his cold gaze fixed on Naruto's retreating figure as it disappeared beyond the gates. Gaara, don't forget our mission. Don't act recklessly, Kankuro cautioned. Noticing the dangerous aura radiating from Gaara once more, his mental state unstable. Shut up. Gaara suddenly seized Kankuro by the throat, his eyes icy. One more word, and I'll kill you. Temari was startled and quickly intervened. Gaara, let him go. Infighting here will only jeopardize our plans. Gaara suddenly collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in agony. Inside him, Shikaku roared furiously. Forget the mission. Go kill that blonde brat. Kill him. During the first exam, the Ninetales had released chakra to detect cheating in the examination hall. At that time, Shikaku had faintly sensed the Ninetales chakra. The two-tailed beasts had quarreled for 1,000 years. They knew each other's chakra all too well. That damned fox, who always mocked him, had actually appeared in the Chunin exams. Just because it had more tails, it looked down on him. The one tail. Did more tails really mean more power? Destroy that damned fox. Now, seeing Naruto again and sensing the Ninetales chakra within him, Shikaku could no longer restrain itself. Kankuro fell to the ground, coughing violently as he clutched his bruised throat. The force behind Gaara's grip had been terrifyingly strong. He had truly intended to kill him. Gaara, are you all right? Temari asked with concern. Gaara suddenly looked up, his eyes now blood-red. Temari staggered back in fear, stammering, this. A few minutes later. Let's go. Gaara slowly rose to his feet and strode toward the forest of death. Kankuro rubbed his sore neck, exchanged a glance with Temari, and the two followed after him. The trio entered the forest of death, but before they had gone far, Naruto stopped abruptly. Wait. Sakura tensed. Naruto, what's wrong? Do you sense hostility? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I kinda need to pee. Be right back. Naruto, seriously. Sakura flushed with embarrassment. Just go, hurry. Sorry, I'll be quick. Naruto darted into the nearby bushes. Less than 3 minutes later, he came rushing back, still adjusting his pants. Naruto, could you at least finish dressing properly? Sakura averted her gaze. Sasuke, I sense 2 strong waves of malice closing in on us from different directions, Naruto said as he fastened his pants. Probably 2 squats. They must still be after Naruto for revenge, Sakura fretted. Sasuke acted decisively. Naruto, lead the way, lose them. The 3 immediately broke into a sprint. After running for about 10 minutes, Naruto pointed in a direction and said, another squad is chasing from this way. A few minutes later, he shouted again, not good. More are coming after us. Sakura was nearly frantic. Why are there so many villains? This is all your fault, Naruto. Sasuke is just ahead. Hurry up and catch him. Lord Orochimaru specifically wants him. We must capture him. 3 sound ninjas had been closely tracking Sasuke's movements since before entering the area. Not far behind them, 3 grass ninja shinobi were also swiftly pursuing Naruto's team. They're speeding up. It seems they've noticed us, remarked one of the grass ninjas. As expected of someone I've taken an interest in. Quite perceptive. Let me see your true strength, Sasuke-kun, murmured the tall ninja in the center, licking his lips with an unnaturally long tongue. It was none other than Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja. Orochimaru suddenly noticed another squad running diagonally ahead, heading in the same direction. Isn't that Gaara from the sand? Have they also set their sights on Sasuke's team? Let them clash first. I want to see how strong Sasuke really is. High atop a towering tree, Neji formed hand seals and activated his Byakugan. Byakugan, Tenten, and Lee stood beside him. In a place like this, Neji's Byakugan is the best scouting tool. It helps us find the perfect prey, Tenten said cheerfully. Neji's expression turned to disbelief. There are 3 squads chasing after Sasuke and the others. Tenten gasped. All for just 1 scroll? Lee clenched his fists. I'm going to help them. Tenten frowned. What good will that do? You can't take on so many alone. I promised to protect Sakura. A man must keep his word. Sorry, Neji. I'll be back soon. With that, Lee dashed off in the direction Neji had indicated. Tenten stomped her foot in frustration. She probably doesn't even remember you saying that. What's the point of protecting her now? That hot-blooded fool. Neji scoffed. Let's go. Might as well watch the spectacle. The 2 of them followed after Lee. Chapter 78. Is it too late to back out now? Choji, stop eating. Someone's coming. Shikamaru swiftly pulled Choji into the bushes. Hide quick. Ino hastily followed suit. If we keep hiding like this, how are we supposed to get the scroll? Shikamaru sighed. What a pain. Staying alive comes first. Quiet. They're here. From the sound of footsteps. 3 people landed right where they had been standing moments ago. They're relentless. They won't give up. Should we just fight them? Shikamaru's heart skipped a beat. That was Naruto's voice. Sakura snapped. There are so many of them. Can we really win? Naruto grumbled impatiently. The more we run, the more people gather. I can sense 4 squads already. Sasuke frowned. Logically, those 4 squads should be fighting each other. Even if they take our scroll, 1 scroll isn't enough for all of them. If we haven't shaken them off by now, they must have skilled trackers among them. Let's set traps to slow them down and see what they're really after. Worst case, we hand over the scroll. I'll just steal another one from a different team. With Naruto as a Jinchuriki, death isn't an option. Who's there? Sasuke abruptly pushed aside the bushes. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino awkwardly stood up, forcing smiles. Kurama, why didn't you tell me there were 3 more people here? Naruto hadn't expected 3 people hiding so close by. These 3 are no threat, and they mean no harm. They're as insignificant as ants. Do you need me to count every ant on the ground for you? The Nine-Tails scoffed. Shikamaru exhaled deeply and turned to Sasuke. Let's work together. From what we overheard, you're being pursued. If our 2 teams join forces to defeat them, any scrolls we take that match yours will be ours. Sasuke blinked, then nodded. Deal. Shikamaru glanced at Choji and Ino. What do you 2 think? Choji munched loudly on his chips. Shikamaru, you decide. Ino beamed at Sasuke. Getting to work with Sasuke-kun? That's amazing. Sakura bristled. Stay away from Sasuke, pig. Oh, if it isn't Sakura. Still got that big forehead, huh? Ino shot back. Shikamaru sighed again. Who exactly is after you? Sasuke shook his head. We only know 4 squads are chasing us. No idea who they are. What did you do to piss off 4 whole squads? Ino gasped. Shikamaru inhaled sharply. What if I just give you the scroll now? Is it too late to back out? From the moment he decided to become a shinobi, Shikamaru had known he'd eventually face an unavoidable disaster. He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. 4 squads chasing one. This wasn't just about a scroll. There had to be something else, something he didn't know. Sasuke and Naruto were strong, but proactively gathering intelligence and formulating strategies based on that information increases survival odds more than fleeing alone. Facing 4 squads, the chances of victory seemed slim. As Shikamaru wrestled with his thoughts, boom, a tremendous noise erupted not far away. Have they engaged? Shikamaru and Sasuke exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Let's go check it out. Their decision was reasonable. If this were a mission, fleeing would be the logical choice against overwhelming odds. The 4 squads pursuing them were fellow genin, merely greater in number, nothing more. They had no knowledge of Orochimaru's presence. Now that the pursuing teams were clashing, why not observe? Even if they couldn't reap the spoils of conflict, gathering intel on their opponents would prove valuable for the trials ahead. Sand coffin. 3 sound ninja found themselves ensnared by Gaara's sand, immobilized. Useless vermin. Gaara muttered coldly. The sound ninjas' weapons, their vents clogged with sand, rendered their strongest techniques useless. Trapped by Gaara's sand as he teetered on the edge of fury. They were moments from being crushed by his sand waterfall funeral. Lord Orochimaru, shall we intervene? An attendant inquired. Orochimaru smirked. Since Sasuke's team is unoccupied, I shall entertain him myself. You 2 stay and handle the rescue. As you command. The 2 attendants vanished from his side. Orochimaru formed a hand seal, utilizing the snakes scattered throughout the forest to pinpoint Sasuke's location. Above, an eerie melody drifted faintly through the trees. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, Bink Sake. Brought to your side. Orochimaru lifted his gaze toward the source of the song. Below, Gaara's team, the trapped sound ninja, and the concealed squads, Niji's, Shikamaru's, and Naruto's, all heard the peculiar tune. A shadowy figure, light as a bird in flight, leaped between the treetops before landing gracefully before Gaara. As the figure approached, its appearance became clear, clad in formal attire, wielding a cane, crowned with wild, explosive black hair, and most unsettling of all, its entire form was nothing but skeletal bones. Temari recoiled slightly upon seeing its face. Kankor swiftly drew his puppet, Yuker, reassuring her, don't worry. It must be a puppet. The real user is hiding somewhere. To think there's a ninja skilled in puppetry in this exam. Controlling it from such a distance? Their skill far surpasses mine. Kankor couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. Only Gaara remained impassive, his expression unreadable. After wandering this beast-infested forest for a day and night, I've finally found my kindred spirits. The shadowy figure declared cheerfully. Who are you calling kindred? Temari snapped. Identify yourself. Greetings, fair maiden. My name is Brook. Brook tipped his hat with a graceful bow. May I have a glimpse of your undergarments? Kankuro exclaimed in astonishment. The puppet can actually speak? Temari gripped the giant folding fan on her back, fuming. Is that really the point here, you perverted skeleton? Gaara's face darkened with impatience. Get lost. Don't get in my way. Boom. A sound ninja was crushed by the sand coffin, blood splattering everywhere. What a brutal child, Brook muttered fearfully, taking a step back. My time is almost up. I must leave soon. It's rare to encounter living people, so I took the liberty of approaching. Have any of you seen ramen, cured meat, steamed pork, ham, a fox demon, a giant skeleton, or a long-nosed monster? Are you mocking me? Gaara's expression turned grim. Who hasn't seen ramen? But a fox demon? What exactly are you looking for? Temari snapped irritably. Brooke suddenly remembered. If I haven't come to the wrong place, I have 2 companions in this world. Kankuro sneered. This exam is conducted in teams of 3. Of course you have 2 teammates. He paused, intrigued. What are their names? Maybe I can help you find them. Brooke beamed. You're truly a kind-hearted soul. Their names are Naruto and Kurama. Naruto? Which squad has a puppeteer? Kankuro thought. Ahawk. Gaara clutched his head in agony, howling in pain. Brooke, I'm here. Naruto burst out from the bushes where he had been hiding, grinning widely. Kurama. Yes, that damn fox is called that. I almost forgot, Shikaka roared. Kill him. Kill him. With a flick of his hand, Gaara redirected the sand that had ensnared the sound ninja, sending it surging toward Naruto. Chapter 79. Lullaby Rondo Brook heard someone call his name and turned around, tears streaming uncontrollably from his hollow eye sockets. Golden hair, feline-like blue pupils. And the voice that still remembered his name. I've searched through 27 worlds, and finally, in this 28th one, I've found you. Zoro's blade could send people to other realms, but he had no control over which world they ended up in. Initially, Luffy simply sought adventure. It didn't matter where he went. However, the crew later discovered that in the ninja world Luffy had visited, there existed a doctor capable of curing him. Zoro's sword couldn't precisely return Luffy to that world, nor could it reliably bring anyone back. That was why Robin sought out Dr. Vegapunk. For half a year, the crew worked tirelessly to create a portal, allowing Brook to search world after world. I knew Captain Luffy wouldn't forget me. Is he here? Naruto, meeting a comrade he had long admired but never seen before, shouted excitedly, tears welling in his eyes. But something was wrong. Naruto realized he couldn't lift his feet. Sand had coiled around his ankles. Sand binding coffin. Gaara's hand froze midair, his movement abruptly halted. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru stood in the shadows of the bushes, hands forming seals, sighing. Since Naruto's already out, let's stick to the plan. Move. Swish. 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 3 shuriken shot toward Gaara. Simultaneously, Sasuke and CHG burst from the undergrowth, charging at him. Gaara's the strongest in the Suna team. Take him down, and the rest will be easier. Wind release, sickle weasel. Temari decisively swung her giant fan, unleashing fierce gusts of wind. The sound trio, originally pursuing Sasuke, had clashed with Gaara's squad, both sides hot-tempered. After a brief skirmish, one of the sound ninja fell. Now, seeing Gaara under siege, the remaining 2 seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Kankura maneuvered his puppet, Crow, to intercept them. What's going on? Niji muttered, scanning the chaotic battlefield, unable to distinguish friend from foe. That skeleton, it sings and talks? Lee gasped in astonishment. Tintin, skilled in weaponry, frowned at the open terrain around Gaara. If it's a puppet, the puppeteer must be controlling it from a distance. But I've never seen a puppet speak so fluently. Orochimaru's lips curled into an eerie, unrestrained grin as a low, sinister chuckle escaped him. A talking skeleton. This is no puppet technique. I sense no chakra fluctuations or a controller. What kind of jutsu could turn a living person into a skeleton? I must uncover this. His elongated tongue flicked across his chin in delight. Such a specimen would be perfect for research on death and immortality. After all these years, Konoha still provides the finest materials. Capture it. We'll study it thoroughly. Orochimaru swiftly bit his finger, drawing blood across his palm as he began forming hand seals. Summoning, giant snake. Trouble. Naruto was ensnared by tendrils of sand. Brook recalled the sound ninja crushed moments earlier. Naruto could meet the same fate any second. Gripping his cane, Brook turned to Gaara. Please refrain from harming my comrade. Crush him. Crush him. Within Gaara's mind, Shikaku roared insanely. Kill that wretched fox. Gaara's body twisted grotesquely, his right arm morphing into Shikaku's monstrous claw, seizing Naruto in an iron grip. Though immobilized, his sand armor instinctively repelled Sasuke's assault. Temari intercepted Choji's advance. Sweat beaded on Shikamaru's brow. Damn, they're this strong? My shadow imitation 1T hold long enough. I never should VE agreed. Intel was too scarce for a proper strategy. With a sigh, Brook unsheathed a slender, gleaming sword from his cane. I am but a musician, violence is distasteful. Release Naruto, if you would. He leveled his blade at Gaara's monstrous limb. Lullaby parry, straight thrust. A flash of white light pierced through, leaving a gaping hole in the beastly arm, only for sand to instantly mend it. Composed of sand. My strikes are futile? Brook murmured, astonished. Very well. A change of approach is necessary. He reset his stance, poised to strike again. From Naruto's capture to Brook's intervention, mere seconds had passed. Naruto. He transforming. My turn. Kurama urged eagerly. Beast versus beast. No breach of my promise to Kakashi. Suddenly, an oppressive, seething chakra engulfed the battlefield. Naruto's body was swiftly clad in a crimson chakra shroud, tails lashing into existence. The binding sand exploded outward. Poof. A plume of smoke dissipated, revealing Naruto's full transformation, the colossal nine tails. Go on, Kurama, Naruto said, now seated cross-legged within the seal's confines, waving lazily. Come at me. You mangy raccoon, Kurama grinned savagely. Simultaneously, Brook unleashed his technique. Slumber song, waltz. His blade carved a luminous arc. Where its edge passed, Kurama, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Sasuke, Choji, The sound duo all succumbed to sudden slumber. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Effective as ever, Brook chuckled. Though, Naruto became a fox? 9 tails. Could this be Luffy's other fox companion? He counted the tails, eyes, or lack thereof, gleaming. Boom. Gaara's form swelled grotesquely, encased in swirling sand before erupting into the monstrous Shikaku. Kaiha! The brat's asleep. Freedom at last. Shikaku threw his head back and laughed uproariously, startling flocks of birds from the forest. Whoa, what kind of monster is this? Brook stumbled backward in shock. Hiss! A colossal serpent slithered silently behind Brook and swallowed him whole in one swift motion. Then, a glowing sphere enveloped the serpent, vanishing without a trace. Orochimaru blinked in confusion. Huh? Disappeared? My research specimen and the snake. Both gone? East Blue. In the courtyard, the indicator light on the teleportation gate flickered to life. Thud. Whoa, so huge. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he eagerly rolled up his sleeves. Zoro, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed, instantly sprang to his feet, gripping his swords in excitement. Sanji's cigarette fell from his lips in shock as he leaped into the air. Wah, such a massive snake. Usopp and Chopper shrieked in unison. From the portal emerged an enormous python, writhing through the air. Nami gasped, then quickly scanned the surroundings. Brook, didn't he come back? Robin calmly observed. Brook was likely swallowed by this serpent, hence why they arrived together. Wait, don't attack yet. Brook's inside, Nami shouted urgently. Diable Jam, Premier Hachis. Notoryu, Sai Onigiri. Goma Goma no Rocket. All 3 attacks struck the python simultaneously. In an instant, the serpent was reduced to dozens of chunks. Chunks of meat rained from the sky, piling into a small mountain of flesh. Zoro sheathed his swords with a satisfied smirk. Not bad for a hunt, eh? 2 icy glares shot his way. Oi, Zoro. I was the one who took it down. My rocket punch killed it before your blades even touched it, Luffy grumbled. Sanji wrinkled his nose in disgust at the mangled meat. You 2 brutes ruined perfectly good ingredients. How am I supposed to cook this now? He crossed his arms. Besides, I was the one who delivered the finishing kick. This is my catch. Mine. Mine. Bonk. 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 3 massive lumps swelled on their heads as Nami brandished her climb attack furiously. I told you to stop. Brook was still inside. Chopper burst into tears. Brook, you died in such a horrible way. Chapter 80. The Captain Rescue Team with a clattering sound. A skeletal head sporting a wild black afro rolled out from the mountain of flesh. Goodness, that scared me. I thought I was dead, though technically, I've already died once. Yo-ho-ho, the skull on the ground spoke cheerfully. It seems I've misplaced my body. Ah, the skull is talking. Chopper shrieked, his tiny legs scrambling in panic as he dashed back and forth across the courtyard. Nami glared at the 3 crouching figures clutching their heads and roared. Stop cowering and go find Brook's body. Luffy was the first to charge into the pile of flesh. Arm bones, leg bones, ribs, one by one. Pale skeletal fragments were flung out from the carnage. So this is the power of a Tamatama no Mi user? For a soul to cling to bones. Truly a fascinating ability, Dr. Vegapunk mused as he picked up Brook's skull, examining it with keen interest. Doctor, the way you're looking at me is giving me goosebumps, though I no longer possess any skin to speak of, Brook remarked dryly. Clang. A cane was tossed aside. Then Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji leaped out from the grotesque mound. Luffy, covered in blood, burst into laughter. That snake was hilarious. Luffy, it's your fault for hitting Brook's bones so hard they shattered. We had to dig through this disgusting mess because of you, Zoro grumbled. Really? My bad, then. Luffy bowed apologetically toward the mountain of flesh. Luffy, why are you apologizing to the snake? You should be apologizing to Brook. Usopp corrected. Sanji lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke. Mosshead, if your swordsmanship weren't so sloppy, Brook wouldn't be in pieces. Oh, my swordsmanship is sloppy? Zoro's expression darkened. Careful, or I'll carve you into steak-sized portions. Try me. Sanji raised his leg, poised for a fight. As the 2 bickered, the scattered bones on the ground began to stir, swiftly reassembling into a headless skeleton. The headless body stood, turned in several directions as if searching, then promptly collided with the meat pile. The skull in Vegapunk's hand spoke again. Doctor, would you kindly return my head to my body? Reluctantly, Vegapunk reattached Brook's skull. Thank you. Brook rotated his head back into place, adjusting it with his hands until a satisfying click confirmed proper alignment. With an elegant bow, he added, much obliged. You wouldn't happen to be interested in joining my laboratory for research, would you? Vegapunk hesitated but couldn't resist asking. My apologies, Doctor. I know nothing of research. Brook replied, lifting a long-missed teacup to his lips and sighing in contentment. That's irrelevant. I know research. Vegapunk pressed, eyes gleaming at Brook's non-rejection. And what exactly would this research entail? Being researched. I think I'll pass, but thank you for the offer. The pay is substantial. Want to you reconsider? Vegapunk persisted. Doctor, precisely how much are we discussing? Nami's eyes sparkled with berry symbols as she leaned in, resting her hand on Vegapunk's shoulder. 1,000,000 berry a day? That's far too little. You're a world-renowned scientist. Surely you can be more generous, she haggled. Vegapunk gestured toward the portal. This device costs 1,000,000,000 berry. I'll give you a 20 discount. 1,000,000,000. Nami's voice rose 2 octaves. She turned to Robin in disbelief. Robin, did you know this thing costs 1,000,000,000? Robin replied calmly, of course. Nami fumed. Why didn't you discuss it with me first? If I'd known it was this expensive, maybe Luffy's illness wasn't that urgent. Hey, Nami, what are you saying? Usopp protested. Money-obsessed Nami. Chopper chimed in. Frankie added, you can't skimp on engineering funds. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Sanji had finished grilling a mountain of serpent flesh. Everyone, come eat. Chopper and Usopp immediately dashed over. The group gathered, devouring the feast with gusto, all except Nami, who stood sulking at the side. This meat is amazing. Nami. Aren't you eating? What is she mad about? Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of food. Who knows? Maybe she's not hungry. Zoro remarked between bites of meat and sips of sake. Oh, so she's not hungry. Nami's temper flared. Thud, thud. 2 fresh lumps formed on Luffy and Zoro's heads. Feeding you bottomless pits leaves me with nothing. Do you have any idea how much debt we're in now? Another 1,000,000,000 berry, just like that. Nami lamented, on the verge of tears. I can't take this anymore. She pointed at Brook, who was sipping tea. Doctor, how about this? You can study him for a month, and we'll call the debt even. Deal? Vegapunk hesitated. Nami, you're a demon. Nami's terrifying. Amid the chewing and chatter, the crew voiced their complaints. Nami smirked, yanking Luffy's cheek. Well then, maybe I'll just hand a few of you notorious pirates over to the Marines and collect the bounties to settle the debt. Silence fell instantly. Sanji's eyes turned to hearts. My bounty belongs to Nami-san alone. Luffy, unaffected, kept shoveling meat into his mouth. Luffy, I found Naruto. Brook finally said after finishing his tea. Really? The crew paused mid-bite, turning to him. Yes, I saw him. Brook stood. He's in a terrifying forest, fighting a powerful enemy who can turn his body into sand. Luffy jumped up. I'll go help him. We're all going. The others surged toward the portal. Vegapunk cleared his throat. The device can only transport 4 living beings with souls at a time. In other words, only 4 can go. Robin pointed at Luffy. The patient has to be one of them. Chopper is the doctor. Bringing him along will facilitate communication regarding medical conditions and expedite treatment. What? Am I really going to another world? Chopper felt both trepidation and exhilaration. There are still 2 spots left. I'm in. Listening to Luffy's animated description of the ninja world, Zoro couldn't help but yearn to see it for himself. A directionally challenged swordsman can't go. We'd waste too much effort just searching for you, Sanji mocked. Frankie pointed at himself and declared, I want to go check it out. Robin interjected. Frankie must stay behind to complete repairs on the Thousand Sunny. Once Luffy recovers, we set sail for Marineford. This mission primarily requires medical expertise and intelligence-gathering capabilities, not excessive combat strength. The remaining 2 spots will go to me and Brook. Must I really go? Brook exclaimed in surprise. Robin elaborated. Your abilities allow you to gather crucial intelligence and scout hazardous areas. Brook fell silent. Luffy, what do you think? Though Luffy wasn't adept at strategizing, Robin always sought his approval after formulating plans. With earnest determination, Luffy declared, all right, let's do it. We leave immediately. The portal requires a full day to recharge its energy. We depart tomorrow. Chapter 81, One Tail versus 9 Tails. Vanished? Orochimaru froze in disbelief, witnessing with his own eyes the summoned serpent disappear after swallowing the talking skeleton. Never had he encountered such a phenomenon. Ahaha, I'm free at last. Shikaku threw his head back in maniacal laughter. Gaara appeared on the beast's forehead, his feet sinking into the sand, head drooping motionless, clearly in a deep slumber. Abruptly ceasing his laughter, Shikaku spat out a wind bullet forward. Boom. The massive chakra-infused sphere of wind tore through the forest ahead, snapping trees like twigs and sending terrified animals scattering in all directions. What's happening? Anko Mitarashi, engaged in conversation with other order-maintaining shinobi, felt the earth tremble as a thunderous roar erupted from the woods. It's only been a few hours, and already such chaos. At this rate, those examinees might demolish the entire 44th training ground, the proctors grumbled. Ahaha, now it's your turn, you wretched fox. Shikaku sneered at the slumbering Ninetales before him. Bang! A wind bullet struck Kurama squarely, sending him flying. Kurama, wake up! Naruto cried urgently. Though Brook's lullaby had a wide range, its effects were shallow. Those under its spell could be easily roused. The impact jolted the Ninetales awake. That hurt, you damn Tanuki. Daring to strike me with a chakra-laden wind sphere? Take this. Orochimaru observed the fully manifested Ninetales, astonished that it hadn't descended into rampage. This boy Naruto. To wield the Ninetales' power to such an extent, surpassing even Kushina Uzumaki. Kurama tilted his head back. Yin-yang chakra swirled violently in his maw, coalescing into a dark orb. The overwhelming pressure forced those still conscious, Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, Niji, to collapse onto the ground. Tailed beast ball. Wait, wait, wait. Sasuke and the others are still over there. Naruto warned. Beneath Shikaku's feet lay a scattered group. Sasuke, Choji, Temari, Kankuro, and the Sound Ninjas. A single misplaced shot could wipe them all out. Trying to flee. Shikaku bellowed as Kurama suddenly turned tail and bolted, giving chase immediately. Troublesome, Orochimaru mused, narrowing his eyes. His presence in Konoha wasn't for the Chunin exams. It was to collaborate with Tsunagakure in assaulting the village. Gaara, the One-Tails Jinchuriki, was pivotal to the plan. Revealing their trump card now would ruin everything. The gale stirred by Shikaku's pursuit whipped Orochimaru's robes violently. If this escalates, the entire scheme collapses. What a vexing brat. With several swift leaps, Orochimaru closed the distance. His neck elongated like a venomous serpent striking its prey. Thud. A headbutt collided with Gaara's forehead. No. Shikaku howled in futile rage as the sand comprising his form cascaded away, his massive body shrinking rapidly. Gaara's eyelids fluttered open slowly. Huh. What happened? Not fighting anymore. Kurama sensed Shikaku's chakra rapidly diminishing, perplexed by the sudden change. Never mind him then. Focus on locating Brook's position. That's the key to finding our captain. Naruto urgently reminded, noticing the confrontation had ceased. Right. We'll deal with that wretched Tanuki later. Though Kurama didn't vocalize his longing for Luffy as often as Naruto, the yearning was no less profound. With a surge of awareness, Kurama's sensory range enveloped the entirety of testing ground 44. That talking skeleton recognized Naruto, and the fifth Hokage, Luffy, whose sudden appearance was documented in Orochimaru's intelligence. To reclaim these invaluable research specimens, targeting Naruto was essential. A shame Jinchuriki can't serve as vessels. Orochimaru mused, shifting his gaze to the slumbering Sasuke. This one, however, beautiful, intelligent, reminiscent of my younger self, would suffice. If you survive, that is. After imprinting the cursed seal of heaven upon Sasuke's neck, he vanished without a trace. The chaos ended as abruptly as it had begun. Gaara regained consciousness. Shikaku's roars within him had stilled, his turbulent emotions settling into an eerie calm, his eyes clearing of their former madness. He stood motionless, observing the distant, equally still figure of Kurama. So he's a Jinchuriki too. It seems Naruto has managed to coexist with his tailed beast. To live without the perpetual dread of the beast's rebellion or emotional collapse. Gaara's gaze flickered with something akin to envy. Wake up, Choji. Sasuke. Seizing the lull in the tailed beast standoff, Shikamaru dashed forward, rousing his comrades while Gaara remained lost in thought. Gaara spared them a glance, but made no move to interfere. Sasuke, branded with Orochimaru's cursed seal, lay writhing in silent agony, sweat beading his brow. Thud. Gaara abruptly kicked Kankuro in the rear, sending him tumbling awake. Roused Temari. We're leaving. Kankuro, noting the trail of flattened trees stretching toward the horizon, swallowed his questions and silently complied. In the Hokage's office. Before the crystal ball, Naruto has reached such a level of tailed beast transformation? Had that tailed beast bomb been unleashed, testing ground 44 would have been obliterated. Koharu Udatane remarked, her tone grave beneath the shock. Such power demands strict control. Hiruzen Sarutobi countered. Naruto has never fully transformed nor relied heavily on Kurama's strength all these years. The Chunin exams are, by nature, a stage for nations to display their might, akin to a microcosm of war. Letting Suna witness Konoha's capabilities isn't entirely disadvantageous. Danzo stood in silence, absorbing their exchange. Arrange the next phase as one-on-one elimination matches for spectacle. The daimyo, nobles, the Kazekage, and clan leaders will attend. Ensure flawless preparations, Koharu advised. Rest assured, Hiruzen replied smoothly. After all, the Chunin exams have been held in Konoha multiple times, accumulating abundant experience. That skeleton just now, was it the same one that appeared in your household? Danzo inquired as Hamura Mitokado departed. Yes. Danzo pressed further. The colossal serpent that devoured the skeleton. Surely you recognized whose summoning technique that was? And that shinobi from Kusagakure who targeted Shikaku, did he seem familiar to you? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. Danzo continued, you can't possibly have missed it. It must have been Orochimaru. Should we halt the exams? Halting the exams abruptly would tarnish Konoha's reputation. The other villages would perceive us as weak. Canceling such a crucial event over a single rogue shinobi, Hiruzen replied calmly. Danzo frowned. Are you prioritizing reputation over the village's safety? How many more must die for the sake of appearances? I have a feeling Orochimaru isn't here for something trivial. After the night of the Uchiha massacre, he approached me several times, Danzo admitted bluntly. Hiruzen glanced at him. Waiting. He proposed crafting an arm embedded with Hashirama's cells, capable of wielding the Uchiha's secret techniques. In exchange, I would provide him with classified village intelligence. The fact that Danzo disclosed this meant he had refused. Hiruzen raised his brows in surprise. An arm of that caliber would be a supreme ninja tool. The trade was favorable, why refuse? You could have fed him false information. Danzo scoffed. My conscience does not permit such dealings. Hiruzen exhaled. Then notify the security forces to heighten village surveillance, he said after a moment's deliberation. Danzo nodded. Beyond that, I'll lead the Umbu to scour the perimeter for anomalies. A leader must consider the broader picture, Danzo. Movements like yours draw too much attention. Maintaining order is enough. Hiruzen countered. I will not allow innocents to suffer due to our negligence. That is my principle, Danzo retorted. Since Danzo's shift toward integrity, such disputes had become frequent. Very well. Do as you see fit, Hiruzen conceded with a weary sigh. Chapter 82. Naruto vs. Kiba 5 days later, the second phase of the Chunin exams concluded. Through cooperation between Shikamaru and Naruto's team, they successfully obtained the required scrolls. After this stage, only 15 participants remained, the 12 Konoha Genin and Gaara's squad. Due to the small number, preliminary matches were deemed unnecessary. Following a 3-day rest, the third phase commenced directly, a one-on-one elimination tournament. Today marked the beginning of the final round. The spectator stands were packed, with clan leaders occupying the VIP seats. Higher up, the daimyo and nobility observed the arena. While the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat beside the fourth Kazekage, overseeing the proceedings. Naruto stood listlessly in the center of the arena, his gaze distant, lost in thought. For days, he had wandered with Kurama, searching for traces of Brook, yet not a single clue surfaced. The musician had vanished without a trace. Just as Captain Luffy had before him. A realization struck Naruto. If both Luffy and Brook had appeared in Konoha first, then perhaps this world served as their initial destination. Maybe all he needed to do was wait. Witnessing Brook's formidable swordplay had stirred a sense of urgency within Naruto. If he were to embark on grand adventures one day, his current strength would be insufficient. He needed to grow stronger, fast. Thud. A sudden punch sent Naruto flying. Ow. He scrambled to his feet, wiping blood from his nose with the back of his hand, glaring furiously. Kiba, what the hell was that for? What's wrong with him? Spacing out like that. Sakura muttered from the front row of the stands. Go, Naruto-kun. Hinata cheered silently, her cheeks flushed. Sasuke was absent, undergoing special training with Kakashi to suppress the cursed seal. Kiba sighed, lowering into a defensive stance. The match started ages ago. What were you thinking about? Naruto suddenly grinned. Never mind. Cracking his knuckles, he formed hand seals. I'll take you down with my new jutsu, one shot. It's crazy strong, so watch out. Kiba's posture shifted, his body low to the ground like a beast ready to pounce. The signature four legs technique of the Inuzuka clan. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Naruto roared. Huh, he learned that. The proctor, Hey Gek, raised an eyebrow, a sunbon dangling from his lips. Asuma Sarutobi, observing from the sidelines, was equally surprised. A wind style user like me? Rare. Pity he's not on my team. I could have taught him more about chakra control. Naruto took a deep breath, puffing his cheeks. Uft, uft, uft. A rapid series of airy spits shot toward Kiba, who instinctively leaped back, only to realize the attacks held no force. Are you mocking me? Kiba growled, insulted. No, something's off. Let me try again. Naruto scratched his head, waving his hands hastily. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Uft, tch, tch, tch. Kiba Inuzuka stood rooted to the spot. his expression growing increasingly grim. Wahaha! The nine tails inside Naruto was practically rolling with laughter. The audience around them began with muffled chuckles, then erupted into full-blown laughter, until the entire arena was roaring with amusement. What is this? Some kind of comedy act? Haha! How did this blonde brat even make it to the third exam? To behave like this in front of the daimyo, how disgraceful. Asuma shook his head with a faint smile. Kakashi's wind-style jutsu instruction clearly needs work. Fong over Fong. Unable to endure Naruto's taunts any longer, Kiba finally snapped. Thud! Thud! Ow! Oof! Naruto, unaccustomed to Kiba's blistering speed, took several solid hits. I trained for 10 whole days. I know I can pull this off. Why isn't it working? Naruto growled in frustration. You think 10 days is enough to master a jutsu? Stop bluffing, Kiba sneered. Take this seriously. Quit fooling around. Naruto inhaled deeply, his expression hardening. Kiba raised a warning finger. No-tailed beast powers, got it? The memory of that terrifying chakra in the forest of death still haunted him. By now, everyone knew what Naruto was capable of. If you unleash the nine tails. I'll forfeit right now, Kiba said bluntly. Relax. I don't need the nine tails to beat you, Naruto shot back, smirking. They clashed again several exchanges later. Naruto was battered and bruised. He simply couldn't team match Kiba's speed. If I can't land my signature move, can't even land a punch. I'll lose at this rate. Naruto's mind raced for a solution. Beast-human clone. Watching Akamaru transform into Kiba's likeness, an idea sparked in Naruto's mind. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A dozen Narutos materialized across the field. Huh, that 1T work on me. Kiba darted between them effortlessly. I can wipe out every last one of your clones. Poof, poof, poof. One by one, the clones vanished under Kiba's assault. Oh yeah? Naruto grinned. If you can handle a dozen, how about a few more? While his clones kept Kiba occupied, Naruto channeled every ounce of his chakra. As an Uzumaki, his reserves were nothing to scoff at. By the time Kiba had nearly cleared the clones, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Try this on for size. Poof, 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 poof. Kiba's confidence wavered. Still the same jutsu? This 1T poof, 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 poof. Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief. The clones kept multiplying, an endless tide with no sign of stopping. At this rate, the entire arena would be overrun by shadow clones. Shiranui Genma stood with arms crossed, perched horizontally atop the wall to make space for Naruto's shadow clones. Inazuka Kiba and Akamaru struggled desperately to eliminate the multiplying illusions. Overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, like a lone commuter trapped against the wall during morning rush hour, helpless against the relentless tide. The clones filled every inch of the arena, leaving no room to maneuver, rendering Kiba's speed advantage utterly useless. No trace of the Nine Tails chakra. These were all Naruto's own reserves manifesting, pinned motionless by a dozen grinning duplicates. A thoroughly swarmed Kiba had no choice but to concede defeat. Neji sneered, no matter how many clones he summons, my rotation technique will nullify them all. Iruka frowned. That boy still relies on brute force. Has he forgotten everything I taught him? The disguised Orochimaru chuckled. How amusing, this little runt. Hiruzen Sarutobi offered polite diplomacy. Children will be children. Please forgive their antics. As Shiranui Gunma announced the next match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara, the tension thickened like gathering storm clouds. Chapter 83. You've targeted the wrong person regardless of what happens. What is meant to come will come. Though the preliminary matches were absent and fewer participants remained, the main tournament still featured the same familiar faces. The battle between Lee and Gaara unfolded much as it had before, growing increasingly fierce. At this point, Lee removed his weighted leg wraps and activated the fifth gate, the gate of closing. His movements became so swift they seemed like teleportation, leaving Naruto in awe. Wow, Lee is amazing. Is this taijutsu called the Eight Gates? Naruto recalled that night years ago when Might Guy raced against Luffy. After their contest, Guy had handed Luffy a small notebook, recommending he study the Eight Gates. In Naruto's mind, this was undoubtedly an extraordinary technique. Yes, it's an incredibly difficult art to master. Might Guy replied gravely, his eyes fixed on Lee's every move. Niji watched in silent shock. Lee, is this the secret move you mentioned preparing for me last month? Are you trying to kill me? Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke. Sakura greeted cheerfully as Kakashi and Sasuke made their way to the spectator stands. You actually taught this technique to a student? Kakashi turned to Guy, his voice a mix of disbelief and anger. You're going to ruin that boy. His muscles and tendons are tearing apart. He may never be a shinobi again, Kakashi lamented. Kakashi, you don't know what this child has been through, Guy began, but before he could finish, he vanished, reappearing in the arena. With a single palm strike, he deflected the sand lunging toward Lee and calmly addressed Gaara. It's over. Lee was carried away by the medical team, marking the end of the match. Next up, Niji versus Hinata. Hinata was brutally beaten, and Naruto seethed with anger. Though many had been injured in the tournament, Hinata's suffering enraged him more than anything else. His mind had been far from the Chunin exams, preoccupied with finding clues about his captain alongside Kurama. But now, he resolved to teach Niji a lesson in the next match. Next match, Naruto versus Niji. Niji regarded Naruto with disdain. Confidence in his eyes? His taijutsu, ninjutsu, combat experience, none of it compares to mine. I'll shatter that confidence soon enough. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto gripped his kunai and formed the hand seals without hesitation. There was no need for words, only action. That idiot Naruto has no idea Niji can seal chakra points. Close combat is suicide, Kiba, who had lost to Naruto earlier, thought grimly. Naruto's arrogance is going to cost him this time, mused the proctors from the first exam, watching from the stands. Disrespecting his elders during our test. Niji, the Hyuga prodigy, will put him in his place for us. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the shadow clones burst into smoke under Niji's relentless strikes. Naruto summoned more clones at top speed, refusing to relent. A swarm of shadow clones lunged at Niji, only to be repelled by his rotation technique. Watching Naruto's clones dissipate, Kiba inwardly sighed. I was defeated by this very move of Naruto's. Niji's close combat skills far surpass mine. This tactic is useless against him. Naruto stroked his chin, observing his vanishing clones with narrowed eyes. Seems he excels in melee combat. If this jutsu fails again, I might lose this match. He leaped back several meters, creating distance between himself and Niji, then swiftly formed hand seals. Kakashi's eye flickered with interest. Naruto isn't as reckless as before. Training with Sasuke has sharpened his battle instincts. In Team 7's regular spars, Sasuke naturally paired with Naruto. Driven by vengeance? Sasuke's hunger for strength eclipsed even Naruto's. After returning home, he would train relentlessly with Itachi late into the night. Compared to the elder brother who once broke promises and neglected him, Itachi, now dedicating evenings to patiently guiding Sasuke's ninjutsu after long hours at the Hokage's office, had become the true brother Sasuke admired. His temperament, once volatile and withdrawn, had mellowed. Though Naruto lost most of their bouts, he absorbed invaluable lessons, his maturity accelerating far beyond his years. The butterfly effect of Luffy's brief presence in this world had subtly reshaped their fates. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Puffed. A razor-sharp burst of compressed air shot from Naruto's mouth toward Niji. Success. Naruto's heart leapt. Niji suddenly felt a stinging sensation, as if a kunai had grazed his left cheek. Warm blood trickled down. What was that? Only then did he realize Naruto had retreated far beyond his reach. Through the Byakugan, he spotted a small, fast-moving chakra orb hurtling toward him. Damn it! He has long-range attacks. Niji's weakness was distance. Against Kadamaru's lethal arrows, he had nearly met his end. Though Naruto's vacuum bullet lacked comparable force, its rapid-fire barrage, combined with sporadic shadow clone distractions, made closing the gap impossible. So Naruto truly mastered vacuum bullet. My loss wasn't too shameful after all. Kiba wiped sweat from his brow. The fox brat's stronger than expected. The proctors from the first exam grudgingly acknowledged Naruto's prowess as the tide turned. Probing, spacing, striking, each step executed flawlessly. Since when did Naruto grow a brain? Shikamaru muttered. Our dead last alliance is shrinking. Hinata, Naruto's dominating Niji. Hanabi rushed to her sister's side, where medics tended to her injuries. Asuma exhaled a smoke ring, eyebrows raised. Naruto's vacuum bullet is impressively refined. Was he holding back against Kiba? Though Niji tracked every projectile's trajectory, the relentless clone interference made evasion nearly impossible. He sought to tighten his defenses, waiting for Naruto to exhaust his chakra. However, Naruto's reserve seemed boundless, and he maintained a flawless distance, denying any chance of approach. Niji had already taken several hits from vacuum bullets on his arms and legs. Though not fatal, he knew deep down the match was lost. Seeing Niji barely holding on, Naruto suddenly halted his assault. "Just surrender, Niji," he said. "There's no deep-seated grudge between us. All you need to do is apologize to Hinata afterward." Clutching his wounded arm, Niji suddenly roared, "I won't surrender. And I won't apologize." He violently tore off his forehead protector, revealing the cursed seal of the caged bird. "You have no idea what I've been through, so don't play the mediator here." Niji then poured out the injustices between the High-GA branch and main families. Naruto paused, then burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" Niji's expression twisted with fury. If he didn't get a proper explanation, he was ready to fight to the death. "It's not wrong to resist when the High-GA main family treats the branch family unfairly," Naruto said calmly. "But you're targeting the wrong person. Would killing Hinata solve anything? What does she have to do with these injustices? She didn't create the clan's rules, and she didn't kill your father." He pointed at High-GA Hayashi, seated in the VIP section. "If you want to rebel against your clan head directly." Niji froze. Rebel against the clan head? Kill the clan head and take his place. Wouldn't that solve everything? Naruto smirked. "What? Too scared? Only brave enough to pick on the weak?" His tone dripped with mockery. "If you're going to speak so boldly, then don't fear death, act. Even if you die, I respect you as a man. But this cowardly bullying? Pathetic." Up in the VIP seats, High-GA Hayashi's lips twitched. With the daimyo present, he couldn't lash out. "That brat Naruto is stirring up trouble in my clan." The other clan heads watched in silent amusement, enjoying the spectacle. Niji stood motionless, Naruto's words echoing in his mind. Naruto strode over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Can't fight back if you can't win. I've got plenty of experience in that," he said smugly. "Here, learn from me." Niji turned, bewildered. "Learn what?" Naruto took a deep breath, then bellowed toward the VIP section. "High-GA Hayashi, Ayur." Boom. The arena erupted in uproar. High-GA Hayashi shot to his feet. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed. The disguised fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru, couldn't hold back his laughter. Chapter 84. The end of the Chunin exams, lying on a stretcher receiving treatment. Hinata wondered inwardly, why is Naruto scolding father? Did father do something to wrong Naruto? In the spectator stands, Kakashi facebombed with an exasperated expression. "Just when I thought Naruto had matured a little, he goes right back to his old self." Kiba chuckled. "That Naruto, what a character." Shikamaru added with a smirk, "Naruto's got guts." Huh. He just helped Niji curse out the Hyuga clan head. Now, to appear fair and impartial, the Hyuga patriarch will have to treat Niji even better. Shikamaru explained. "Now this is what youth should look like. So full of passion," Might Guy declared as he returned to the stands, just in time to witness the scene. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances. Naruto's actions are becoming more and more like the fifth Hokage's. Unrestrained and true to himself, Asuma remarked. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Naruto grinned at the stunned Niji. "Go on, curse him." "Too scared?" Niji remained silent for a long moment before finally snapping. "I won't stoop to such childish nonsense." "Then stop whining about injustice and revenge. Just be a good little caged bird," Naruto said, clapping Niji on the shoulder. A masked ANBU operative approached Hayate Gecko, whispered something in his ear, then vanished. Hayate glanced at Naruto, his expression conflicted. After a brief hesitation, he announced, "Naruto Uzumaki, for insulting the Hyuga clan head during the exam, is disqualified and eliminated immediately." Hyuga Niji advances. Naruto shrugged indifferently and walked off toward the stands without a backward glance. He had never cared about the Chunin exams to begin with, much less victory or defeat. Niji showed no joy in his win. His fists clenched as he watched Naruto's retreating figure. Hate flipped through his records. Next match, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara. "Sasuke, you better not lose," Naruto called as he climbed the steps. "Shut it, Naruto." Sakura glared at him. Sasuke descended the stairs, and as they passed each other, the two raised their hands in a quick high five. "Worry about beating me first," Sasuke's voice echoed from below. "Naruto, you fought really well out there," Sakura complimented. After witnessing Naruto's impressive victory over Niji, Sakura found herself seeing him in a slightly more heroic light. It was all right," Naruto replied absently. His gaze fixed on Sasuke as he slowly entered the arena. Inside the battleground, Gaara and Sasuke stood facing each other. "Begin," Hate declared before stepping aside. "I'd rather fight that guy from your team," Gaara muttered, glancing toward Naruto in the stands before clutching his throbbing head. Sasuke smirked. "You'll have to get through me first." He paused. Hadn't he just said those exact words moments ago? Shaking his head with a wry chuckle, Sasuke refocused. You won't be laughing soon, Gaara suddenly snarled. Pop. Gaara yanked the cork from the gourd on his back, unleashing a torrent of sand. I'll fight that damn fox sooner or later. Hurry up and crush this brat already, Shikaka growled within Gaara's mind. Shut up. Shut up. Gaara pressed a hand to his temple, shouting in frustration. Sasuke was taken aback. Who was this person speaking to? Why this nonsensical rambling? The match had already begun, and Sasuke had no obligation to wait for his opponent to regain composure. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two shuriken flew through the air as Sasuke dashed forward, testing his enemy with probing strikes. Their previous encounter in the Forest of Death had ended abruptly when Brook hypnotized him, leaving little room for a proper exchange. After a few exchanges, your level of taijutsu can't touch me. Too slow. Gaara stood with his arms crossed, watching Sasuke's assault with indifference. The sand surrounding him effortlessly deflected every strike. After a dozen failed attempts, Sasuke halted his attack. Enough testing. Having gauged the sand's defensive patterns and speed, Sasuke decided to get serious. Drawing a kunai from his pouch with one hand, he swiftly formed hand seals with the other. In an instant, he vanished from his position 3 or 4 meters away, only to reappear right beside Gaara. The kunai aimed straight for his carotid artery. Shunshin no Jutsu. Not only had Shursui taught Sasuke Shuriken Jutsu, but he had also passed down his signature technique, the body flicker. Renowned as second only to the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god, Shursui's Shunshin was a testament to unparalleled speed. What kind of speed is this? Gaara's eyes widened in shock. As fast as that thick-browed kid. No, even faster. Faced with an opponent who flickered like a ghost, darting from every angle as if employing shadow clones, Gaara's composure wavered. His hands moved into a seal. Sand shield. The surrounding grains surged, forming a protective shell around him. Sasuke's kunai struck the hardened barrier with a metallic clang, as if hitting solid steel. That sand is ridiculously tough, Naruto muttered from the stands, frowning. Without Kurama's help, how would I even fight this guy? This is just unfair. Sakura protested. This is ninjutsu. Kakashi explained calmly. There is no strongest, only compatibility. That's why, unless absolutely necessary, a shinobi must never reveal their techniques. If the enemy learns your abilities, they can deploy someone who counters them. In battle, intelligence is everything. Take Naruto's match against Neji. He identified the Haiga's weakness and exploited it. Otherwise, in close combat, 10 Narutos wouldn't have stood a chance. But what should Sasuke do now? Sakura pressed, frustration mounting. Find the weakness. Choose the right technique. That's not helpful at all. Sakura stomped her foot. Then, a piercing screech tore through the arena. Sasuke's right hand erupted with a blinding surge of blue lightning. Chidori, trained under both Kakashi and Shursui. Sasuke had mastered the body flicker and the Chidori. I don't have Naruto's monstrous chakra reserves. I can only use this technique twice at most. I wanted to end this with Shunshin, but it seems I have no choice. Eyes locked onto the sand shell, Sasuke calculated Gaara's precise position. A grain of sand hovered above the eggshell, its watchful gaze fixated on Sasuke's every movement. Gaara was like a concealed puppet within a blind box, his true nature utterly indiscernible from the exterior. Should the Chidori fail to strike its target, the battle would be half lost already. The crackling resonance of the technique left no room for hesitation in Sasuke's mind. This was the combination I intended to use against Itachi. Consider this your warm-up. Body flicker, Sharingan. Chidori. With these three in unison, Sasuke was confident he could pierce Itachi's heart with swift precision. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from 7 or 8 meters away, reappearing before the shell. The sand on its surface erupted into a flurry of spears, lashing toward him. Sasuke neither dodged nor faltered, charging straight through. Go, Sasuke! Ino and Sakura cheered from the stands. Kiba scoffed. Women are so shallow. Now this is the kind of dazzling, earth-shaking technique that suits me, Naruto muttered. A hint of envy in his voice. The Chidori plunged into the shell. The crackling faded. Guided by the Sharingan, Sasuke's body weaved past the spears, striking true. A minute later, the shell dissolved like melting ice, sand cascading to the ground. Gaara clutched his wounded left shoulder, his expression twisted into a feral snarl. Half his body had already begun transforming into the beast within. Before Sasuke could react, snowflakes, thick as goose feathers, drifted down from the stands. The Sand's Jonin leader, Baki, along with Kankuro and Temari, rushed to Gaara's side. Shiranui Genma stepped protectively in front of Sasuke. Apologies, Sasuke, he said. The Chunin exams are over. Chapter 85, The Understanding Shinigami Him? Naruto suddenly felt a brief dizziness before snapping back to clarity. Around him, people collapsed to the ground, succumbing to an unnatural slumber. What had happened? Someone used Jinjutsu. Pathetic, really, Kurama sneered within him. With the Nine-Tails' presence, Naruto could easily shake off such illusions. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the third Hokage, his expression grave. The village is under attack. Boom. Might Guy shattered both an intruder and the wall behind him in a single strike. Kakashi, any idea who's behind this? From the looks of it, Sound and Sand ninjas have joined forces. Kakashi and Guy swiftly dispatched the disguised enemies among the spectators. Near the third Hokage, some ANBU moved to protect the daimyo and nobles, while others inexplicably turned on their own comrades. Kankuro and Temari swiftly escorted Gaara away. With Sasuke in pursuit, the ANBU have been compromised. Kakashi drew a kunai across his finger, summoning Pakken. Naruto, let's chase down that damned Tanuki, Kurama urged eagerly. Now that they're enemies, I can finally teach it a lesson. Back in the Forest of Death, Shikaku had reverted to Gaara and Kurama. Not wanting to complicate things for Naruto, had held back. But the humiliation of taking a wind-release bullet still burned. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going after Sasuke, Naruto declared. Wait. Kakashi stopped him. Let Pakken guide you. Take Sakura and Shikamaru. Find Sasuke and stay hidden. I'm not doing this just to protect SAS. Naruto wanted to catch Gaara and let Kurama settle the score. I need your help, Naruto, Kakashi said sternly. The sounds of battle echoed from all directions, plumes of smoke rising across the village, a full-scale assault. Naruto nodded firmly. Understood. Follow me, kid. Pakken waved a plump paw before leaping down from the stands. For Crimson Flame's barrier, the Sound Force shed their disguises, weaving the sealing jutsu in unison. It's been a while, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru discarded the fourth Kazekage's guise, revealing his true face. Orochimaru. The third Hokage's surprise flickered briefly before his calm assessment resumed. Teacher, you've outlasted two Hokages. Isn't it time to retire? Orochimaru smirked. So because I chose Minato over you, you destroy Konoha? Sarutobi countered. You don't act on spite alone. What's your real goal? Orochimaru mused. A motionless windmill holds no value. I'll use Konoha's destruction as the wind to set it spinning. Once it starts, you won't be able to stop it. Sarutobi removed his hat. You don't honestly believe these four can defeat me? His gaze swept over the Sound Four within the barrier. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. I've prepared a special gift for my teacher. The impure world reincarnation. Two coffins emerged from the barren ground. According to the lore, the fourth Hokage had sealed his own soul along with half of the Nine-Tails chakra, using the dead demon consuming seal. Regardless of whether the third Hokage intervened, the fourth could not be reincarnated at this moment. The coffin lids creaked open. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the figures within. This is bad, he muttered under his breath. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stepped forward. Orochimaru swiftly inserted two kunai inscribed with cursed seals into the back of their skulls. 10 minutes later, dead demon consuming seal. Hashirama and Tobirama collapsed to the ground. Orochimaru and Hiruzen stood locked in a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. I don't have the strength left, Hiruzen gasped. The Kusanagi sword impaled through his abdomen. He lacked the energy to extract Orochimaru's entire soul, a bitter regret lingering in his voice. You damned old fool. What have you done? Orochimaru snarled, disbelief twisting his features. His meticulously crafted plan had unraveled in the most unexpected way. The Shinigami's blade descended, severing a portion of Orochimaru's soul before devouring it with grotesque relish. Orochimaru, one day, we shall meet again in the afterlife. Orochimaru's hands turned ashen. His ability to form hand seals lost. Hiruzen's body swayed backward, his eyes dimming. Enma caught him before he could fall. Suddenly, a pinprick of white light flickered above them, rapidly expanding into a radiant portal. With a resounding crash, several figures tumbled out. Wahaha! We made it safely. Luffy sprang up from the ground, dusting off his straw hat before settling it back on his head. This can hardly be called safe. Luffy. Aya! Brook's head fell off again. Chopper shrieked in panic. Orochimaru's gaze snapped toward the commotion. A talking reindeer? Yo, Sarutobi. It's great to see you again. Luffy beamed, immediately spotting the familiar third Hokage. Then his expression darkened. Why is there a sword stuck in your stomach? Did this monkey hurt you? He glared accusingly at Enma, who still clutched the Kusanagi blade. Enma bristled. It was Orochimaru who wounded him. I was helping. Oh, my bad. Luffy scratched his head sheepishly. Hiruzen, hearing the familiar voice, struggled to open his eyes. Luffy. Yeah? Luffy stepped closer. How did you return? I just walked through a door and ended up here, Luffy replied matter-of-factly. Hiruzen felt the weight of his body growing heavier, his time slipping away. Yet, seeing Luffy, the last remnants of his worry for the village dissipated. He closed his eyes peacefully, murmuring, where the leaves dance, the flames of the will of fire will never fade. The future of Konoha is secure. Chopper rushed forward to examine the wound, tears welling in his eyes. Luffy, he's dying. I can't save him. What do we do? What do we do? Straw hat, tank top, shorts. Luffy stood frozen, the gravity of the moment pressing down on him. Orochimaru suddenly recalled Kabuto's intelligence report. This was Monkey D. Luffy with the straw hat, the fifth Hokage who had disappeared 6 years ago. Lord Fifth Hokage, what brings you here? I'm dying of an incurable disease. So I came looking for a doctor, Luffy replied earnestly. Orochimaru had never heard such an illogical answer and was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, judging by the other's serious expression, it didn't seem like a lie. Glancing at his own withered hands, now forever incapable of performing jutsu, and seeing Chopper desperately treating Sarutobi Hiruzen, a surge of anger rose within him. That old fool's soul has already been devoured by the Shinigami. No one can save him now. Luffy met Orochimaru's gaze and said with unwavering conviction, then we just have to stop the Shinigami from eating it, right? The sheer nonchalance in his tone left Orochimaru stunned once more. Brook picked up his detached skull, adjusted it back into place, then retrieved his cane and straightened his suit before greeting everyone politely. Good day, everyone. Ah, no ladies present? What a shame, no panties to admire. Robin scanned the surroundings, but saw no sign of the so-called Shinigami. Suddenly, she asked, Brook, in your astral form, can you see the Shinigami? Let me try. Brook's soul drifted out of his body, and there, looming behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood a colossal Shinigami, voraciously consuming a faint blue soul. I can see it. Right there. Brook pointed behind the third Hokage. Luffy's expression hardened. Brook, knock that Shinigami away. Make him spit out Sarutobi's soul. Orochimaru burst into laughter. Defeat the Shinigami? Such a thing has never been heard of. As you command, Captain. A massive golden skeletal specter emerged from Brook's body, a manifestation of his Yomi no Mi's awakened power. The Shinigami, mid-feast, paused upon noticing Brook's soul. Yo, Shinigami. May I see your... No, my apologies, Brook's soul corrected himself. I don't even know if you're a lady or a gentleman. How terribly rude of me. Before that, could you kindly return the soul you just swallowed? It belongs to my captain's friend. The Shinigami halted its chewing, staring blankly as the golden Brook approached. Please, spit it out. Brook repeated courteously once he stood before the deity. In his spectral form, Brook towered nearly as tall as the Shinigami. The Shinigami raised its dagger and swung downward. Slap. A palm wreathed in the chill of the underworld struck the Shinigami's face with brutal force. Gag. A portion of the devoured soul was expelled. Striking things in this form feels absolutely marvelous. Brook exclaimed joyfully, swinging again. Slap. Slap. 2 more resounding blows landed. Is this what it's like to meet one's own kind? Brook mused, savoring the sensation of his strikes connecting. Gag. Gag. The Shinigami promptly regurgitated Sarutobi's soul, freed from the deity's grasp. The soul naturally returned to the third Hokage's body. Slap. 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 The Shinigami, thoroughly dazed, could only endure the relentless assault. I have already poured out my soul to you, and yet you still strike? This man is more terrifying than a ghost. Please, cease your blows. Must I do it myself? The Grim Reaper begins to claw at his own throat, forcing himself to retch. Meanwhile, Brook merely revels in the sensation of striking a solid form while in his spectral state. Minutes later, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly open their eyes. Chapter 86. The relieved first Hokage. What's happening? Orochimaru stared blankly as the Hokages gradually awakened. With the cessation of the dead demon consuming seal, he could no longer perceive the Shinigami, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chopper exclaimed cheerfully, Luffy, this old man's life force has stopped draining. He can be saved. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes and froze upon seeing Luffy again. Luffy, have you died as well? Luffy burst into laughter. I'm not dead. You're the one who came back to life. Came back? To life? Sarutobi murmured in disbelief. You broke the dead demon-consuming seal? How is that possible? He knew Luffy possessed no knowledge of ninjutsu, let alone the intricacies of this forbidden technique. Yet, with Orochimaru still present, he refrained from exposing his allies' vulnerabilities. The revival of the Hokages indicated that their souls, once claimed by the Shinigami, had been restored. My hands. Why haven't they recovered? Orochimaru examined his ashen, withered hands, still incapable of forming seals. Meanwhile, Brook spotted a faint blue wisp of soul drifting toward Orochimaru. Swiftly, he snatched it and stuffed it back into the Shinigami's gaping maw. Eat up. No need to return this one. He chuckled. An enemy of Luffy's friend is our enemy. Yo ho ho ho. To Brook's amusement, the Shinigami's expression flickered with something resembling gratitude. Though Brook had struck him earlier, the Shinigami had, in that moment, sensed the unparalleled purity and strength of Brook's soul, something he had never encountered before. So, radiant. The Shinigami's mouth watered as he gazed at Brook's golden essence, hastily chewing the reclaimed soul to mask his hunger. All done. Then off you go. Brook waved dismissively and strode back toward his physical form. The Shinigami swallowed hastily and vanished in an instant, fleeing as though terrified of being seized again. As Robin guarded Brook's body, her keen eyes surveyed the surroundings. She lightly pressed a finger against the barrier of the four violet flames formation, wincing as the searing heat scorched her skin. A wall of flames. Kill them. Orochimaru commanded the reawakened first and second Hokages. Brother, this is the first time I've witnessed the dead demon-consuming seal being broken so swiftly, remarked Senju Tobirama. He distinctly recalled the Shinigami extracting his soul. How, then, had he been revived on the spot? The dead demon-consuming seal had been developed by Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido. As an innovator of jutsu himself, Tobirama had studied this technique extensively. To undo it, one had to venture to the mask storage temple, locate the corresponding Shinigami mask, and offer a living sacrifice to release the sealed souls. Yet, in mere moments, without moving an inch, the seal had been nullified. Senju Hashirama, however, remained unfazed. Isn't it natural for jutsu to be countered? Luffy turned to Sarutobi. Are they enemies? Though his soul had returned, Sarutobi remained grievously weakened. The wound from Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade still sapping his strength. He lay on the ground, speaking with considerable effort. These two are the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The person behind them is my former student, Orochimaru. Hokage? So they're my seniors then. Luffy bowed respectfully toward the Senju brothers. Pardon my manners. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm also a Hokage. Tobirama glanced at Luffy's attire, his straw hat, vest, and shorts, noticing the complete absence of any standard ninja equipment. Skeptically, he asked, Monkey, this kid is a Hokage? Upon receiving confirmation, he pressed further. Which clan does he belong to? Tobirama had never heard of any clan in Konoha with the name Monkey. Could it be a new clan that joined the village after his death? Luffy cheerfully replied, I'm the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Here from another world on an adventure. Oh, and I'm already the Pirate King. In the past, Luffy would often declare, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Now that he had achieved his goal, he proudly announced it to every opponent he met. Pirate. Tobirama's expression darkened as he suppressed his anger. Do you know ninjutsu? Nope, Luffy answered bluntly. Tobirama finally lost his temper. Monkey, this is utterly absurd. Handing the title of Hokage to an outsider is one thing. But to someone who isn't even a ninja, let alone a pirate. It seems I was wrong to entrust the Hokage position to you all those years ago. Hashirama, however, smiled approvingly. Well done, third Hokage. The title belongs to whoever the people recognize and support. Status shouldn't matter. You've taken a bold step, accomplishing something even I couldn't. In that regard, you far surpassed me. Ignoring the two Hokages, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued, Luffy, listen carefully. Both Hokages are long deceased. Orochimaru has revived them through forbidden techniques, and their bodies are no longer under their own control. Soon, you'll have to fight them. You, Luffy interrupted excitedly, revival? You can bring the dead back to life? Hiruzen explained, this isn't true revival. It uses living sacrifices to summon the souls of the deceased into these reanimated corpses. Crafted from the sacrifices and dust, they're nothing more than soulless puppets. Oh, that's a pretty evil technique, Luffy said, disappointed. If only there were a real way to bring people back to life. Indeed, which is why this jutsu is classified as forbidden in Konoha, Hiruzen continued. Their bodies feel no pain, and even striking their vital points has no effect. That's why I resorted to the dead demon-consuming seal to take them down with me. Chopper grew increasingly fearful. Old man, if they're such formidable opponents, is there any trick to defeating them? If there were a trick, would I have needed to sacrifice myself? Hiruzen thought, though he couldn't say it aloud. After a brief silence, he replied, perhaps only overwhelming strength can defeat them. Orochimaru sneered. Enough reminiscing, Hokages. Let the battle begin. On the battlefield, Orochimaru still believed he held the upper hand, confident that his plans could proceed unhindered. Six blooms, claw hook, Robin murmured, her gaze fixed on Orochimaru. Suddenly, 6 additional arms sprouted from Orochimaru's body, seizing his limbs, joints, and neck in an unyielding grip. Robin had astutely identified the crux of the matter. To subdue the mastermind was to end the conflict. If the 2 Hokage proved too formidable, then restraining Orochimaru would bring this battle to a close. The man, exuding a serpentine chill, contorted into a tangled knot under the force of the claw hooks. Yet no sound of snapping bones followed. Instead, Orochimaru's neck elongated unnaturally, his head sliding between his legs to emerge near the ground, a cold smirk directed at Robin. Joint locks are useless against me. Save your strength, he taunted, though inwardly, he was unsettled. What kind of jutsu is this woman using? It's impossible to defend against. Could it be a Kekkei Genkai? Robin, too, was silently astonished. His body stretches like Luffy's. It seems the abilities in this world operate under entirely different principles. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju, unable to resist Orochimaru's control, spoke apologetically. Forgive me, Luffy. My body moves against my will. I have no choice but to fight. Tobirama Senju scoffed. Let us see if your strength truly merits the title of Hokage. Without hesitation, he struck first. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Several roaring water dragons surged toward Luffy. Chapter 87, The Satisfied Second Hokage. Wow, what a magnificent dragon. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement before being swept away by the surging water dragon. Gulp, gulp. He swallowed several mouthfuls of water. That was close, too close. Almost drowned there. Dripping wet, Luffy struggled to his feet. Is this all? Tobirama Senju's fury intensified at the sight of Luffy's nonchalance. You didn't even dodge. Just took my water dragon jutsu head on? No ninjutsu, no taijutsu either? Yet, despite his recklessness, the boy remained unharmed. His physical resilience was commendable. His carefree demeanor, so much like his elder brothers, lacked the solemnity befitting a Hokage. How could someone like this become Hokage? Tobirama's gaze shifted to the white-haired, elderly Hiruzen Sarutobi lying on the ground. Memories of his once youthful disciple surfaced, a stark contrast to the aged man before him. A flicker of doubt arose in Tobirama's mind. If even at this age, Monkey is still serving as Hokage, does the village truly lack suitable successors? With this thought, he swiftly formed another hand seal. Suidun, Suiri Dan no Jutsu, water release, water shockwave. A colossal water spout surged into the sky before cascading down like a waterfall, crashing toward Luffy. Within the confined space of the 4 Crimson Flames formation, evasion was impossible. A shadowy figure darted across the water's surface, blade in hand. In an instant, the raging torrent froze solid, its crystalline surface reflecting the stunned onlookers. Shirkai, Haiketsu, freezing. Brook landed gracefully, sheathing his sword as he rose. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. Your subordinate is impressive, but the Hokage should be the strongest in the village. What kind of leader relies on others for protection? Hashirama Senju chided. Tobirama, don't jump to conclusions. I trust the third's judgment. You were always too naive, brother, Tobirama retorted coldly. The evidence is right before you, yet you still defend him? Hachirenka, Oruru, 8 trigrams palms, folding switch. Robin activated her devil fruit powers, calling out to Luffy, leave them to Brook and me. 8 spectral arms sprouted from Tobirama's body, twisting his limbs at unnatural angles. Orochimaru observed keenly from the sidelines. That woman raises her arms to activate this technique, no hand seals. Yet a necessary gesture. And that skeleton, freezing such a massive volume of water instantly, coupled with hypnotic abilities. Remarkable specimens the 5th has gathered. Crack. The sound of snapping joints brought Robin a fleeting sense of relief, success, at last. Tobirama's limbs contorted grotesquely before he collapsed. Yet his expression remained eerily calm. Brother, a little assistance. Without hesitation, Hashirama forcibly realigned Tobirama's dislocated joints, the sickening cracks sending shivers down spines. Just like a body revived by the Tamatama no Mi. Brook murmured in awe. Facing the reanimated foes, Hashirama explained patiently to Luffy while adjusting Tobirama's limbs. These are enemies brought back by the Edo Tensei. Either render our bodies incapable of movement, or have the caster voluntarily release the Edo Tensei. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled darkly. My hands can no longer form seals. So even if I wish to undo it, I cannot. You'd best focus your efforts on defeating the 2 Hokage Samus. Though this version of Edo Tensei cannot unleash their full power, the reanimated know no fatigue, feel no pain, and fear no death. Most crucially, They can rapidly regenerate bodily damage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was grievously wounded, and that woman's abilities held little effect against the reanimated. That left only the reindeer and the skeleton. As for this straw-hatted fifth Hokage who claimed to suffer from an incurable disease, Orochimaru recalled Kabuto's report from years past, along with the vial of blood he'd brought back. Through meticulous study, he determined that what Luffy called an incurable disease wasn't actually an illness at all. It was simply his cells reaching their division limit, a phenomenon typically seen only in elderly individuals nearing their natural lifespan, and even then only in partial cell groups. Yet here was the fifth Hokage, barely in his prime, facing cellular senescence. This anomaly had captivated Orochimaru's scientific curiosity, but a single blood sample couldn't sustain further research. Just as Orochimaru sought deeper investigation, news spread from Konoha that the fifth Hokage had disappeared. Orochimaru concluded that Luffy hadn't vanished, he'd perished, with cells at their division limit. Sudden death could strike at any moment. Through Dans, he attempted to uncover details about Luffy's condition and burial site, ideally obtaining tissue samples. Yet Dans, that ungrateful wretch, refused outright without even basic courtesy. Senju Tobirama rose to his feet, his voice grave. Fifth Hokage, demonstrate your full power. Show me your resolve to protect this village. Have you no awareness of what it means to bear the Hokage's mantle? Luffy adjusted his straw hat. Beneath its shadow, his typically cheerful expression hardened into something lethal. Robin cautioned, Luffy, you mustn't fight anymore. Let Brook and I handle this. With unnatural calm, Luffy responded, Robin, this is a battle between Hokage. Stay out of it. Tobirama nodded approvingly. Good. Now you're beginning to resemble a proper Kage. Gear second. As Luffy advanced, his skin flushed crimson, emitting nearly imperceptible wisps of steam. Hashirama observed silently, no ninjutsu. Steam from the body. Could this be the 8 gates? Luffy's fists darkened. Armament haki coating. Ryu. With each measured step toward Tobirama, the second Hokage's expression grew solemn. The oppressive aura radiating from Luffy, coupled with those ominous blackened fists, spoke volumes. Suidun, Suijin Hiki. Tobirama expelled a torrential whirlpool of water, erecting an impregnable aqueous barrier around himself, a defensive water technique only the second Hokage could perfect. Your move, Luffy stated calmly. Tobirama formed hand seals, his gaze fixed on Luffy, who was approaching steadily. Beside him, Hashirama instinctively began forming seals as well. Damn it, I can't control myself. Fifth Hokage. Be careful. Hashirama roared. Would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Giant vines erupted from the ground, twisting and surging toward Luffy. Boom. A dark crimson lightning crackled around Luffy's body, flooding the entire barrier space. The 4 violet flames formation trembled violently, struggling to contain the rampaging electricity. The Sound Four hastily reinforced their seals to stabilize the barrier. Hashirama's eyes widened. Such powerful lightning release. This oppressive force is almost on par with a tailed beast. Robin exhaled slightly in relief. Only second gear, using haki to attack. It shouldn't strain his body too much. With Conqueror's haki infused in his flowing Ryu, Luffy was now serious. He continued his steady advance toward Tobirama. The encroaching vines shattered upon contact with the crackling dark red lightning, crumbling into fragments. Planting his feet, Luffy swung his arms backward, stretching them taut. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fascination. This is it. The ability to elongate his body. Completely different from my ninjutsu. Goma Goma no. Luffy bellowed, jet gatling. His fists rocketed forward, slamming violently into the spiraling water dragon. Kaboom. A deafening explosion tore through the water vortex, blasting a massive hole through it. Tobirama, caught inside, had no time to evade. His lower body was obliterated instantly, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the punch didn't dissipate, instead shattering a hole through the barrier behind him. The entire 4 violet flames formation collapsed. The Sound Four coughed up blood, collapsing from the backlash. Tobirama lay on the ground, first stunned, then a satisfied smile curled his lips. This destructive power. Even if I were at full strength, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Hokage the monkey found is strong. His lower body rapidly regenerated, fully healing within a minute. Orochimaru, however, paled in horror. We're leaving, he hissed to the Sound Four. The 5th Hokage's strength far exceeded his expectations. Unable to form seals now, staying any longer would be suicidal. The Sound Four swiftly followed Orochimaru as they fled. Hashirama and Tobirama stood side by side, blocking Luffy's path. Forgive us, 5th Hokage, Hashirama said apologetically. But we must continue this fight. Chapter 88. the strongest Hokage. Does the body possess rapid healing abilities? The situation had grown rather precarious. Robin's mind raced as she sought a solution. The four violet flames formation had dissipated, and Orochimaru had departed. Yet the two Shinja brothers continued their assault on Luffy. Brook joined the fray. Hashirama formed hand seals, unleashing the wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon surged toward Brook. Luffy's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight, only to be sent flying by Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. Rebounding. Luffy activated his observation haki and second gear speed, clashing fiercely with Tobirama. However, replicating his earlier feat of shattering Tobirama's body was no longer feasible. Both Hokage were seasoned warriors, and the chaotic skirmish between the four combatants reached a stalemate. Without the constraints of the four violet flames formation, the destruction they wrought was immense. Nearby buildings crumbled beneath the force of their battle. The ANBU members stationed outside the barrier, unable to withstand the shockwaves, retreated to safer distances, utterly powerless to intervene. If the three Hokage continued fighting like this, Konoha would be reduced to ruins before any external invasion could even occur. Will this persist until the enemy can no longer move? Robin wondered. Luffy's body couldn't endure such prolonged combat. She approached Hiruzen Sarutobi and inquired, "Is there another method to dispel this impure world reincarnation technique?" Chopper had already treated Hiruzen's wounds, and the third Hokage's spirits lifted slightly. "The impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique," he admitted. "I've never used it, and am not deeply familiar with it. The only method I know is the one Lord first mentioned earlier." Glancing at the ongoing battle, Hiruzen suddenly added, "There is one person who might know another way to break it." "Who?" Robin pressed urgently. "The creator of this technique, my teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju." Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Tobirama, locked in combat with Luffy. "Lord Second Hokage," Robin called out, "is there another method to dispel the impure world reincarnation? If this continues, the village will be destroyed." Tobirama's form flickered as he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, his tone haughty. "A technique I developed wouldn't hold value if it were so easily undone. Even Monkey, versed in countless jutsu, could only resort to the dead demon consuming seal to perish alongside me." Then, he issued a warning. "End this swiftly. If this drags on, I'll be compelled to use the mutual multi-explosive tags technique." This was a technique Tobirama had specifically devised to complement the impure world reincarnation. The explosive tags would endlessly summon more tags, triggering a chain reaction of detonations. While the enemy would be reduced to ashes, the reincarnated bodies would regenerate unscathed, perishing together. Perhaps our understanding of dispelling the technique differs. Robin grasped the crux of the matter. They didn't need mutual destruction or complete annihilation, only to restore the Hokage's free will and halt the battle. "Is there a way to release Orochimaru's control over you?" Robin asked once more. "Release control?" Tobirama Senju was momentarily stunned. His idea of breaking the control was to defeat and completely eliminate the opponent. But both were Hokage of Konoha, with no enmity between them. There was no need for a life-or-death struggle. They were merely under Orochimaru's control. "Oh, simply lifting the control will suffice," Tobirama said. "Remove the marked kunai embedded in my skull, and the control will be undone. With Orochimaru absent, the kunai won't shift position. It should still be lodged in the back of our heads. This is a flaw in the Edo Tensei, making mass reanimation impractical." Later, Kabuto modified it to directly control the reanimated with cursed seals, even preserving their full strength. "Luffy, Brook, change of plans, restrain their movements." Robin commanded. "Understood," they replied in unison. "I'll disrupt their actions first," Robin declared, activating her devil fruit ability. Trant Fleur, clutch. Dozens of arms sprouted across the two Hokage, gripping their joints and necks to immobilize them. Soul solid, freezing. Goma Goma no. Coil. Luffy and Brook unleashed their restraining techniques. Hashirama was frozen solid, while Tobirama was tightly bound by Luffy's stretching arms. Feeling Brook's chilling aura through the manifested limbs, Robin frowned slightly and activated her power again. Fleur, extract. A single hand emerged on each Hokage's shoulder, swiftly plunging into the back of their skulls and withdrawing the marked kunai before dissolving into petals. The two kunai now rested in Robin's grasp. Tobirama exhaled in relief. "Fifth Hokage, you may release me now." Boom. Hashirama shattered the ice, encasing him with sheer force. Brook blinked in surprise. He shattered the frigid touch of the underworld. "Impressive." "Haha. Fifth Hokage, you're quite formidable," Hashirama praised warmly once freed. Luffy deactivated Gear Second. Coughing up blood. "You're injured?" Hashirama asked with concern. "I didn't strike that hard." To wound him this severely, I overestimated his resilience, Tobirama mused silently. Wiping the blood from his lips, Luffy grinned. That wooden dragon you summoned earlier was amazing. Can you show it again? Hashirama beamed. Oh, that dragon was rather ugly. I have something far more impressive. Enough? Tobirama snapped, cutting off their idle chatter. Striding to the roof's edge, he gestured toward the smoke rising across Konoha. You have time for this. The village is under attack. Eliminating the enemy takes priority. Hashirama sobered instantly. Tobirama is right. As Hokage, whether in life or death, our duty is to protect the village. Fifth Hokage, let us split up and see who can neutralize more foes. What say you? Luffy planted his hands on his hips. Smirking. No contest needed. Tobirama Senju sneered coldly. You're surrendering voluntarily? No, I'll take care of all the enemies myself. Luffy took a few steps forward, facing the entire village, spreading his arms wide before closing his eyes. A gentle breeze swept past, causing the brim of his straw hat to flutter slightly. Observation Haki. In an instant, Luffy's observation Haki enveloped the entire village, pinpointing the exact location of every enemy. Grinning broadly with all 8 of his pearly white teeth on display, he declared, watch this. Boom. An invisible wave of pressure erupted from Luffy, shaking the ground beneath him. His conqueror's Haki materialized into dark crimson lightning, crackling around his body. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the scarlet bolts shot into the sky before scattering and raining down upon every corner of the village. The invading sound and sand ninjas were struck by the dark lightning, collapsing one after another, foaming at the mouth as they lost consciousness. The clamor of battle throughout Konoha ceased in an instant, as if someone had pressed pause. The Leaf Shinobi exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had just transpired. Hashirama and Tobirama Senju locked eyes, mutual astonishment reflected in their gazes. Tobirama's mind reeled. When he fought me earlier, was he holding back? Is this a ninjutsu? Or a Kekkei Jinkai? He hadn't anticipated that Luffy's true strength far surpassed what he had displayed before. Gazing at the dark crimson lightning blanketing the skies above Konoha, Tobirama murmured softly, brother, this kid might just be stronger than you. He could very well be the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history. Hashirama chuckled as he watched Luffy's retreating figure. Isn't that a good thing? It means we can rest in peace.